Zhao Tianyu serves as a humble security guard at a company, quietly safeguarding its safety. One day, the company organizes a team-building event, and everyone eagerly boards a luxurious cruise ship for a day at sea. However, unforeseen circumstances arise when the ship encounters a fierce storm, ultimately sinking into the depths of the ocean. In the wake of this sudden disaster, Zhao Tianyu and a group of survivors find themselves marooned on a deserted island. Faced with this dire predicament, Zhao Tianyu swiftly demonstrates his calmness and decisiveness, drawing upon the survival knowledge and skills he has accumulated during his work. He leads his fellow companions through this harrowing battle for survival, utilizing limited resources and ingenuity to navigate the challenges of the uninhabited island. They must not only contend with the harsh natural environment, but also confront various crises and tests of human nature. In this remote land, will Zhao Tianyu be able to guide them toward hope and a successful escape? What challenges and decisions will he face on this journey for survival? Chapter 1. The luxurious cruise ship. On the deck of the opulent cruise ship, the sea breeze gently caresses, carrying a hint of briny flavor. Zhao Tianyu stands alone in a corner of the cabin's deck, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Clad in a security uniform, he stands tall, yet his attire renders him somewhat out of place among the elegantly dressed crowd surrounding him. He squints slightly, his gaze drifting toward a lively group of men and women not far away. Among them, a woman in a pink dress captures his attention. She is tall and curvaceous, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an enchanting charm. This captivating beauty is none other than Lu Shui, the company's president. At merely 26 years old, Lu Shui has already displayed extraordinary business acumen and leadership qualities. Recently returned from studying abroad, she inherited the company from her father and has transformed it into a thriving enterprise through her intelligence and hard work. Blessed with a stunning visage that could make fish sink and birds fall shy, her beauty is akin to the first rays of sunlight on a spring morning, warm and radiant, or the twinkling stars in the night sky, impossible to overlook. Consequently, a multitude of fervent admirers often trails her, forming a lengthy queue in hopes of eliciting a smile from her. Yet, without exception, all suitors face her unyielding rejections. Lu Shui maintains a steadfast attitude toward matters of the heart, declaring, "I am still young and should prioritize my career. I will not entertain personal emotions until I turn 30. As a result, she leaves an impression not only of breathtaking beauty but also of an icy demeanor. She appears as an unattainable iceberg, emanating an aura that inspires both awe and trepidation, a presence that invites admiration from afar but discourages close approach. Whispers circulate in the company, speculating that Lu Shui might be a lesbian, entirely disinterested in men otherwise. Her numerous admirers would not endure such scathing rebukes. Despite her typically aloof demeanor, she surprisingly exhibits genuine care for her employees. To reward their diligent efforts, she generously charters an extraordinarily luxurious cruise ship, inviting the entire staff to indulge in this rare moment of joy. At this moment, Lu Shui elegantly holds a crystal-clear glass of red wine, smiling as she toasts to the senior management team. Her graceful figure and captivating presence further enhance her allure, rendering onlookers spellbound. Standing nearby, Zhao Tianyu gazes intently at Lu Shui, unable to suppress a soft murmur. My goodness, I must say this woman is as beautiful as an ethereal being. If only I could win her heart, I would willingly shatter my bones to concoct soup for her. Just as he becomes entranced by Lu Shui's enchanting visage, a large hand gently rests upon his shoulder. Startled, he turns to find his direct supervisor, Security Captain Chun Hu, grinning as he playfully teases, "Hey, Xiao Zhao. Look at you, sneaking a peek at President Lu again? Don't daydream too much. A woman as noble and elegant as her is beyond the reach of ordinary folk like us." Zhao Tianyu nods in acknowledgement, yet deep within, he muses, humph, to hell with that. If a person cannot even dare to dream or pursue aspirations, what difference is there between them and a lifeless salted fish? Even if I can't possess her, at least I can enjoy the view. Thus, Zhao Tianyu's gaze remains glued to Lu Shui, lost in admiration for what feels like an eternity. Time passes slowly, and he cannot bear to blink, as if he wishes to imprint every nuance of her beauty and expression into his memory. Eventually, after what seems like an interminable span, he reluctantly tears his eyes away, awakening from a blissful reverie. After all, a mere security guard like him could never hope to have the esteemed Lu Shui toast to him. Such a notion is utterly fantastical. This grand and luxurious cruise ship, akin to a colossal steel beast, cleaves through the tumultuous waves of the sea, racing forward. It sails across the vast expanse of the ocean, and before long, 2 full days have passed. On one afternoon, the previously clear and sunny sky suddenly transforms without warning. The pristine white clouds are swiftly replaced by ominous, dark ones, gathering like a horde of menacing demons, swiftly enveloping the entire sky. In rapid succession, brilliant flashes of lightning slice through the air, accompanied by deafening thunderclaps that reverberate ominously. Meanwhile, the sea churns violently, waves crashing against the ship's hull, producing a cacophony that instills dread in all aboard. As the tempest brews, the ship begins to sway violently, on the brink of capsizing under the tumultuous waves. In this perilous situation, panic ensues as passengers hastily retreat to their cabins for safety. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu finds himself squeezed into a rather cramped room with several fellow security guards. Alas, the security team occupies the lowest tier within the company hierarchy, often subjected to various indignities and generally viewed with disdain. Despite their close quarters, with 4 or 5 individuals nearly unable to turn, the atmosphere remains surprisingly devoid of complaints. For them, the fortune of sailing on such a luxurious cruise ship is a rare and joyous occasion, and they remain grateful, content with their lot. Peering through the room's window at the tumultuous waves, one security guard voices his concern. With the winds and waves this fierce, do you think our cruise ship will sink? Chapter 2. The Cruise Disaster. Upon hearing the question, Security Chief Chun-Hu revealed a smile and remarked, it is evident that you are rather inexperienced, having never set foot on a cruise ship. Allow me to enlighten you. This vessel is no ordinary craft. Even when faced with surging waves as ferocious as a wild beast, it remains steadfast, impervious to calamity. Therefore, I suggest you remain calm and refrain from unnecessary worry. In truth, most of the security personnel had never embarked on a cruise themselves. With meager salaries barely sufficient to cover their household expenses, the luxury of such travel was far beyond their means. Had it not been for this rare team-building event organized by their company, they would likely have spent their lives gazing at images of opulent cruise ships from the confines of their homes. At that moment, the ship continued to sway, reminiscent of a drunken man stumbling along a path. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, soon unleashing a torrential downpour, with large raindrops pummeling the deck and windows, creating a cacophony of sound. The winds and waves grew increasingly furious, their howls akin to the roars of malevolent spirits, instilling a sense of dread in all. As time ticked by, just as hope began to rise that the storm might pass, a colossal wave, towering over 10 meters and resembling an enraged dragon, surged towards the cruise ship with ferocity. A deafening crash resounded as the immense force caused the vessel to lose balance, leaning perilously to one side. Those who had sought refuge in their rooms were caught off guard, tumbling helplessly to the ground. In an instant, the ship was filled with cries of anguish and screams, enveloping everyone in a shroud of terror and despair. Zhao Tianyu was not spared. He was hurled to the floor, his body colliding painfully with the unforgiving surface, eliciting a grimace of pain. Yet, displaying remarkable agility, he gritted his teeth against the agony, using his hands and feet to struggle back to his feet, shouting, "This is bad. The cruise ship is in trouble. Hurry, escape." Without hesitation, he flung open the door and dashed into the corridor in a panic. Extending his hands, he grasped a life jacket that lay nearby, hastily donning it despite his trembling fingers betraying his anxiety. Stumbling, he swayed from side to side, desperately racing towards the deck. At that moment, the narrow corridor was already crowded with individuals in a similar state of panic, rushing from their rooms. Faces were etched with fear as they jostled one another, seeking a path to safety on the tilting vessel. As the ship leaned further, maintaining balance became increasingly difficult, and the crowd swayed precariously, their cries mingling in a chorus of alarm. Ruthlessly, seawater began to surge into the ship's compartments, the rising tide amplifying the panic among the occupants. Yet, amidst the chaos, Zhao Tianyu's singular focus was to reach the deck. The fates of others were a distant concern. Suddenly, an unforeseen mishap occurred. A portly man ahead of Zhao Tianyu slipped and crashed to the ground. This unexpected turn of events obstructed Zhao Tianyu's escape route. However, with survival as his only objective, he did not falter. Without a moment's thought, he stepped over the fallen man. The man let out a piercing shriek. "Who dares to trample on me? I swear I'll make you pay." He struggled to rise, but the overcrowded corridor and his bulk rendered him immobile. With immense effort, Zhao Tianyu finally carved a path through the throng, successfully reaching the deck. Without a moment's pause, he leaped into the tumultuous sea below, surrendering himself to the vast, roiling waters. As he plunged into the depths, a massive wave crashed upon him, striking like a heavy hammer. Instantly, he was propelled several meters away, his body resembling a fragile leaf caught in a tempest. In the rapid motion, brackish seawater surged into his mouth, igniting a burning sensation in his throat, while excruciating pain radiated through his body, as if every bone and muscle were being torn apart. Fortuitously, the life jacket he wore buoyed him to the surface, allowing him to cough violently, expelling the seawater from his lungs. Thus began his tumultuous journey, relentlessly thrust by wave after wave into the great unknown. As moments stretched into eternity, he lost all sense of distance and direction, unaware of how far the waves had carried him. Eventually, the rain began to relent, and the once turbulent sea gradually calmed. Zhao Tianyu lifted his head and scanned the horizon, only to find himself utterly alone upon the vast expanse of water. An overwhelming sense of solitude and helplessness washed over him, yet he understood that to survive in this boundless ocean, he must conserve his dwindling strength. Thus, he lay back upon the surface, allowing the life jacket's buoyancy to support him as he patiently awaited a glimmer of hope. Time slipped away, and soon his stomach growled like a ravenous beast, his lips cracked from dehydration, each swallow a painful endeavor. With great effort, he opened his heavy eyelids, but all he beheld was the endless, tumultuous sea, devoid of land. This unrelenting blue stirred a profound despair within him. In that moment of despair, Zhao Tianyu cursed his fate. What terrible misfortune has befallen me? I had hoped for a relaxing escape, yet here I find myself in this dire predicament. Could it be that I am the sole survivor among so many? As his thoughts spiraled, the night descended like a vast, dark curtain, enveloping the sky. With the deepening darkness, Zhao Tianyu felt his strength wane, each movement becoming an arduous task. Ultimately, wearied and overwhelmed, he succumbed to the encroaching fog of unconsciousness, slipping into a restless slumber. Yet, fortunately, the life jacket's steadfast buoyancy ensured that he remained afloat, spared from the icy depths of the ocean. Chapter 3. Stranded on a deserted island as he once again stirred from his slumber, Zhao Tianyu opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in an endless abyss of darkness. As if a colossal and enigmatic hand were firmly shrouding him. The surface of the sea resembled a sheet of pitch-black satin, devoid of any light that might penetrate its oppressive veil. Only the low, rumbling cadence of the waves resonated through this tranquil void, rendering it strikingly audible. Time drifted by, its passage indeterminate. Zhao Tianyu felt as if he had melded into this darkness. Eventually, weariness overcame him like a tide, dragging him into the depths of slumber once more. When Zhao Tianyu regained consciousness a second time, he was astonished to discover himself on a broad expanse of beach. With great effort, he slowly pushed himself up from the soft sand, his blurred vision gradually sharpening. The first sight to greet him was the towering trees, stretching skyward like giants, their dense foliage intertwining to create a lush green canopy. Beneath these majestic trees thrived an assortment of unfamiliar verdant plants, vibrant and teeming with life. Zhao Tianyu pondered within himself, pondering the nature of his surroundings. It appeared he was stranded on a desolate island. Resolving to overcome his profound fatigue and weakness, he painstakingly made his way toward the grove bordering the shoreline. Each step seemed to demand every ounce of his strength, yet the instinct for survival compelled him onward. After a grueling trek, he finally reached the base of a robust tree. Unable to sustain himself any longer, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground like a deflated balloon. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming dryness in his throat and an insistent growl from his stomach, a potent reminder of his desperate thirst and hunger. Leaning against the tree trunk, he scanned his surroundings with dulled eyes. Before long, his gaze settled upon a cluster of wild banana plants not far from the grove. This unexpected discovery reignited a flicker of hope within the otherwise despondent Zhao Tianyu. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, struggling to rise from the ground and staggering toward the life-saving banana trees. Upon reaching the wild banana plants, anticipation surged within him. However, as he focused, he was dismayed to find that not a single banana adorned the trees. This realization momentarily deflated his spirits, but soon, an impulsive determination took hold. Clenching his fist, as large as a cooking pot, he struck the trunk of the banana tree with unwavering resolve. Bang! Bang! The sound of dull thuds echoed, as if the entire grove could hear the fervent commotion. Thus, with each punch raining down upon the trunk, the rhythmic assault continued unabated. After enduring a relentless barrage of punches, the once upright and robust banana tree, reminiscent of the width of a bowl, could no longer withstand such immense force. With a resounding crash, it succumbed and fell to the ground. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu rushed forward, extending his hands to fervently tear at the banana fan's coarse exterior. In a matter of moments, he had forcibly stripped away the tough, rugged skin. Following this, he broke off a tender, pristine section of the banana tree's heart and eagerly thrust it into his mouth, chewing voraciously. With each bite of the banana heart swallowed, Zhao Tianyu could distinctly feel his strength gradually replenishing. Thus, he indulged more greedily in this bountiful gift from nature, consuming several more segments of the banana heart. Only after a sense of satiety began to settle within him did he cease his feasting, slowly lowering himself to the ground for a brief respite. At that moment, as if recalling something of utmost importance, he abruptly extended his hand and swiftly began to rummage through his pocket. Upon feeling the familiar contours of items within, a wave of elation surged through him. To his astonishment, his cigarettes, lighter, and mobile phone remained unscathed in their abode. Eagerly, he withdrew the cigarette case, phone, and lighter with utmost care. However, the sight that greeted him brought a tinge of disappointment. The cigarette case, having endured prolonged submersion in seawater, was now tattered and on the verge of disintegration. Without hesitation, he discarded it aside. He then held his phone tightly, scrutinizing the screen closely. Unfortunately, due to the same saline exposure, the phone had already powered down. Despite this, he clung to a flicker of hope and gently pressed the power button. Yet, no matter how he tried, the phone remained unresponsive. Resigned, he momentarily set aside his efforts with the phone and shifted his focus to the lighter in his grasp. Applying slight pressure to the button, he was met with dismay as the lighter failed to ignite as anticipated. Nevertheless, Zhao Tianyu refused to succumb to despair. An idea struck him. Perhaps he could harness the sun's warmth to dry these damp items. Thus, he briskly walked into the sunlight, placing the phone and lighter upon a flat stone to bask in the sun's rays. Having accomplished this, he turned and returned to the nearby tree, settling into a comfortable position for a brief rest. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before he realized it, over an hour had passed. Slowly, he rose and made his way back to the stone. Bending down, he retrieved the phone and lighter that had been resting there. With hopeful anticipation, he pressed and held the power button on the phone, yet remained as unresponsive as a slumbering giant. Recognizing the grim reality, he understood that the phone had likely been irrevocably damaged by the seawater and was beyond repair. Despite the phone's demise, he did not entirely lose hope. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and then directed his gaze once more towards the lighter in his hand. This time, he focused intently, persistently pressing the button of the lighter. Once, twice, thrice. Finally, after several presses, a soft click resonated as a small flame flickered to life at the top of the lighter. This fragile yet precious flame instantly illuminated Zhao Tianyu's face, which bore traces of fatigue, but was also suffused with joy. A wave of elation washed over him. It seemed the lighter was indeed functional. He promptly ventured into the woods, gathering some dry grass and twigs, and returned to ignite a fire beneath a large tree. Watching the blazing fire, Zhao Tianyu felt a sense of reassurance. After all, having a fire on this deserted island would afford him better protection. By nightfall, even the wild animals dared not approach recklessly. Chapter 4. The discovery of coconuts. Now that he had a blaze, Zhao Tianyu could not help but feel a surge of delight, pondering the need to find something to roast and satiate his growling stomach. He quickly rose to his feet and, with a brisk stride, made his way towards the coastline. Upon reaching the shore, he eagerly began to scour the area, his eyes sweeping over every inch of land and rock like a radar, leaving no potential source of food overlooked. He walked along the coastline, seemingly without end. Time slipped away, and just as his legs began to ache, he finally spotted some mussels tightly clinging to a massive rock not far ahead. The mussels appeared to be a decent size and in considerable quantity. Overcome with excitement, Zhao Tianyu rushed forward. He surveyed his surroundings, found a stone the size of a fist, and carefully approached the large rock. Then, raising the stone high, he struck the mussels with force. A series of sharp cracks echoed as many mussels fell to the ground. Zhao Tianyu quickly gathered them in his security uniform, ensuring none were left behind. With his bounty in hand, Zhao Tianyu returned to the fire pit, squatting down to retrieve some smoldering charcoal with a stick. He then meticulously arranged the freshly collected mussels atop the glowing embers, allowing them to be gently roasted. As seconds turned into minutes, he awaited with eager anticipation. After approximately 10 minutes, he judged that the mussels were likely done. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he picked up a mussel, disregarding whether it was hot, and pried open its shell with his hands. The succulent, juicy mussel meat was revealed, exuding steam and a faint aroma. Without a second thought, he scooped the meat out with his fingers and unhesitatingly stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. It must be said, the flavor of the mussel was far from exquisite. It bore a strong taste of the sea that was somewhat off-putting to the senses. However, for Zhao Tianyu, who was currently famished and on the verge of fainting from hunger, this was undoubtedly the most exquisite delicacy in the world. As he devoured mouthful after mouthful of mussel meat, he felt his formerly empty stomach gradually filling, and with it, his body regained a modicum of strength. After ravenously consuming dozens of roasted mussels, he gently patted his round belly with both hands, unable to contain himself as he exclaimed, "This feeling of being full is absolutely delightful." Rising to his feet, he ventured into the woods to gather some firewood, bringing back a bundle beneath the great tree. He placed several thicker logs atop the fire pit, allowing them to burn slowly. Although he possessed a lighter, he understood the uncertainty of his stay on this desolate island, and thus aimed to keep the fire ablaze for as long as possible. Having completed this task, Zhao Tianyu strolled along the shoreline. The coast was strewn with debris washed ashore by the sea, tattered fishing nets, plastic bottles, aluminum cans, foam, and various other items. In a bustling city, Zhao Tianyu would have dismissed these remnants with a glance, but on this deserted island, they held significant utility for his survival. Nevertheless, he did not stop to collect them, as he knew he could do so at any time. His immediate desire was to search the coastline for coconut trees. Finding coconuts would temporarily resolve his water dilemma. After all, in this unfamiliar wilderness, lacking any weapons, he dared not venture recklessly into the woods in search of a water source. Thus, Zhao Tianyu tirelessly continued along the coastline. After an indeterminate distance, he suddenly caught a glimpse of several tall and stately coconut trees standing not far ahead. In an instant, the weariness that had slightly weighed him down vanished, replaced by exhilaration as he quickened his pace, eager to reach those coconut trees. When he finally arrived breathlessly beneath the trees and looked up, he was delightfully surprised to discover that the trees were laden with coconuts of various sizes. Gazing at the vibrant green, plump coconuts, Zhao Tianyu's heart soared with joy. At this moment, he hardly considered whether the coconuts were fully ripe. He simply wanted to pluck them and quench his thirst. Without hesitation, he quickly bent down, picking up a fist-sized, sturdy stone and stowing it in his pocket, choosing a coconut tree that stood approximately 7 or 8 meters tall. He then steadied himself beneath the tree, spat into his palm, and vigorously rubbed his hands together. Grasping the trunk of the coconut tree, he began his ascent. The bare trunk of the 7 or 8 meter high tree posed a challenge for most, but Zhao Tianyu was no ordinary individual, having spent nearly a decade in the military. Climbing this coconut tree presented no difficulty for him. In less than 2 minutes, he had reached the top, firmly gripping the trunk with his legs. With one hand freed from his pocket, he extracted a stone and began to strike vigorously at the junction of the coconuts and the palm trunk. One by one, the coconuts fell to the ground under his relentless blows. Once he had dislodged every coconut from the tree, he discarded the stone and wrapped his arms around the trunk, swiftly sliding down to the ground. He then sought out a sharp stone and relentlessly struck one coconut until a crack appeared, with the coconut water gushing forth. Zhao Tianyu immediately seized the coconut, eagerly bringing it to his lips to savor the refreshing liquid. It was evident that the coconut was not fully ripe, the water possessing a hint of bitterness rather than sweetness. Nevertheless, for Zhao Tianyu at that moment, it was immensely satisfying, and within mere seconds he drained the coconut entirely. He proceeded to crack open another, greedily indulging once more. After consuming the juice from 3 coconuts in total, he finally paused. He removed his security uniform, wrapping the remaining coconuts within it, and made his way toward the fire pit. Upon returning to the warmth of the fire, he placed the coconuts on the ground and settled down to rest. Gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean, he pondered, having drifted on the surface of the sea for an entire day, this deserted island must be quite distant from the site of the cruise ship's misfortune. The rescue team is unlikely to find this place. He wondered if there were any other survivors stranded here like himself. Chapter 5. The beautiful Sue ran unbeknownst to him. The fiery sun descended languidly from the boundless horizon, resembling a slow-moving elder. The sky was painted with a vibrant tapestry of evening hues, akin to a grand and enchanting canvas. Zhao Tianyu, with weary strides, returned to the wild banana tree he had felled earlier that day. With a gentle tug, he tore away several broad banana leaves and spread them beside the fire. He then ventured to the shoreline, gathering some stones to crush a handful of shellfish, which he wrapped in his clothing and brought back to roast over the flames. Concerned about the potential for nocturnal predators, Zhao Tianyu gathered additional firewood, igniting several small bonfires around the great tree. Perhaps due to his exhaustion, he soon felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Gently reclining on the banana leaves, he succumbed to a deep and peaceful slumber. That night, he slept soundly, comforted by the tranquil surroundings, devoid of any imminent danger. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, warming Zhao Tianyu's face, he gradually awakened. The sun had already risen high, radiating its intense light. Most of the bonfires he had lit the previous night had extinguished, leaving only a few remnants of charcoal, still emitting wisps of smoke. Zhao Tianyu stretched and rose. Loosening his stiff limbs, he wandered in the nearby woods to gather some dry grass and twigs, placing the grass atop the embers. After blowing gently for some time, the grass ignited, and he added more kindling to the fire. He arrived at the shoreline, crouched down, and cupped some seawater in his hands to wash his face, then continued along the seemingly endless coast. After walking in silence for quite some time, he vaguely discerned a figure lying motionless on the distant beach. Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened, and his steps involuntarily quickened as he sprinted towards that direction. As he drew nearer, he finally discerned that it was a person face down in the sand, utterly still, teetering on the brink of life and death. Strangely, a life buoy was still fastened around the person's neck, as if they had been washed ashore after a harrowing struggle in the ocean. Zhao Tianyu wasted no time. He dashed forward in a flurry, then crouched down without hesitation, carefully flipping the individual over. The moment his gaze met the person's face, he was struck dumb, as it was none other than Su Ran, the manager of the HR department at his company. At that moment, Su Ran's eyes were tightly shut, her complexion as pale as a ghost, devoid of any vitality. Zhao Tianyu quickly extended a finger, gently hovering it just beneath her nostrils, hoping to detect any sign of breath. Fortunately, after a brief moment of waiting, he felt a faint warmth brushing against his fingertip. This alleviated some of the tension in his heart, indicating that Su Ran was at least still alive. However, no matter how desperately Zhao Tianyu shouted, "Hey, Su Ran, wake up!" there was no response. It was as if she were trapped in an eternal nightmare. Suddenly, he noticed that her abdomen was notably distended, resembling a rounded balloon. Judging from experience, it was likely due to an influx of seawater. The situation was dire, leaving no room for hesitation. Zhao Tianyu swiftly lifted Su Ran in his arms, tilting her body slightly forward. He then encircled her abdomen with both hands, applying firm pressure repeatedly. With each forceful motion, seawater began to trickle from Su Ran's mouth. Every drop that escaped her lips seemed to carry a glimmer of hope for life. Zhao Tianyu dared not pause, remaining wholly focused on the task at hand. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as he continued his efforts. Gradually, as the bitter, salty seawater flowed out from her mouth, Su Ran's tightly shut eyes began to flutter open. Trembling with uncertainty, she then erupted into a violent fit of coughing, as if she were trying to expel every last drop of seawater from her lungs. Seeing her distress, Zhao Tianyu carefully laid Su Ran back on the ground. At that moment, her gaze was dazed yet wary, fixed intently upon the unfamiliar man before her. Summoning her remaining strength, she managed to croak out a feeble question. Who are you? Where's this place? Zhao Tianyu quickly replied. This is a deserted island. We work at the same company. Do you truly not remember me? However, as Zhao Tianyu eagerly awaited Su Ran's response, he was met with the sight of her brow furrowed in confusion, her gaze scrutinizing him with skepticism. After a moment, Su Ran slowly shook her head and weakly replied, I do not know you. Zhao Tianyu felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, silently pondering how it was that Su Ran failed to recognize him. Yet, upon reflection, he found it quite understandable. After all, he was merely an inconspicuous security guard within the company, while Su Ran was an esteemed and prominent HR manager. It was perfectly normal for someone of her stature to overlook a person of his humble position. At that moment, Su Ran lifted her gaze once more, fixing her eyes on Zhao Tianyu as she softly inquired, Did you save me just now? Zhao Tianyu nodded, explaining, I was strolling along the coast when I noticed you lying here, motionless. I called your name several times with no response. Seeing your rounded abdomen, I realized you must have swallowed a considerable amount of seawater, so I embraced you and expelled the water from your belly, and that is when you awakened. Upon hearing this, Su Ran nodded weakly and expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you for saving me. You didn't take advantage of the situation, did you? Zhao Tianyu was instantly incensed by her words, his anger flaring as he retorted, What do you take me for? Though I am a security guard, I would never stoop to such disgraceful actions. You truly do not know how to appreciate kindness. With that, he turned away, ignoring her presence. Seeing this, Su Ran quickly called out, Hey, wait, I misspoke earlier. I apologize. I have no strength left. Could you please fetch me some water? I feel as though I am dying of thirst. Upon hearing her plea, Zhao Tianyu hesitated for a moment, then halted his steps, swiftly returning to her side. He gently urged, Get up and come with me. I will get you something to drink. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran clenched her teeth, mustering the last remnants of her exhausted and feeble body, striving to rise from the cold, hard ground. However, she found herself too weak to even stand, a daunting task that felt nearly insurmountable. Thus, she could only gaze at Zhao Tianyu with eyes filled with desperation and longing. Zhao Tianyu, recognizing the pitiful state of Su Ran and the plea reflected in her eyes, contemplated for a brief moment before speaking softly, If you truly cannot stand, I can carry you, but you must promise not to accuse me of taking advantage of you. Without hesitation, Su Ran nodded in agreement. Seeing her response, Zhao Tianyu wasted no time. He bent down, opened his arms, and securely embraced Su Ran's delicate form. In turn, Su Ran instinctively wrapped her slender, fair hand around Zhao Tianyu's strong neck, seeking stability in his embrace. As Zhao Tianyu embraced, Su ran and stepped toward the distant, crackling bonfire. He suddenly felt his palm inadvertently resting upon the perfectly rounded curvature of her backside. In that instant, an unusual sensation coursed through him, igniting a stir within his heart. He mused silently. Oh my, who would have thought that Su Ran is not only strikingly beautiful, but also possesses such a tantalizing figure, especially her petite dairy. It is indeed remarkably elastic. Before long, Zhao Tianyu gently placed Su Ran upon a banana leaf beside the fire. He swiftly procured a coconut and cracked it open with a stone, presenting it to her. As Su Ran beheld the coconut he offered, her eyes sparkled with delight, and she eagerly drank the refreshing coconut water within. With each sip, she felt an invigorating surge of energy replenishing her body. In a mere 10 seconds, she had drained the coconut completely and looked up at Zhao Tianyu with a pleading gaze. Zhao Tianyu quickly opened another coconut and handed it to her. She took it and began to drink heartily once more. I shall go gather something to roast for us, he announced, rising before she could respond and making his way toward the coastline. Upon reaching the shore, he approached a large rock, smashed open some mussels, and collected them in his clothing before returning to the fire. He used a stick to stir some smoldering charcoal and placed the mussels upon it to grill. Having consumed the coconut water, Su Ran's complexion had improved significantly, and it was then that she noticed the security uniform Zhao Tianyu wore. Are you a security guard for our company? She inquired. Zhao Tianyu nodded, stating, Indeed, I am the company's security guard. Do you not recognize me? Su Ran shook her head, a bit embarrassed. I apologize. There are so many people in the company. It's impossible for me to know everyone. You just seem somewhat familiar. Zhao Tianyu acknowledged her response. It's perfectly normal that you don't recognize me. After all, I am merely a humble security guard. Before long, the mussels were ready, and Zhao Tianyu handed a few to Su Ran, saying, Please have a bite. Su Ran took a mussel, pried open its shell, and placed the flesh in her mouth, beginning to chew. However, her expression quickly changed as she realized just how unpalatable the mussel was. Noticing her reaction, Zhao Tianyu remarked, The taste of these mussels is indeed rather unpleasant, but at the moment, we have no other food. We must make do. Hearing this, Su Ran nodded and, suppressing her disgust, swallowed the mussel meat. Zhao Tianyu, meanwhile, took a mussel for himself, relishing it as he ate. Curious about his enjoyment, Su Ran asked, You don't find it disgusting? Zhao Tianyu chuckled. What is so disgusting about it? I'm merely focused on filling my stomach. I have eaten far worse, such as worms, insects, and even mice. At his words, Su Ran felt a wave of nausea wash over her and quickly replied, Please stop. If you keep talking, I might just vomit up the mussel I've managed to swallow. Zhao Tianyu chose not to continue the conversation any further. Before long, a heap of grilled mussels was reduced to mere empty shells, consumed by the two individuals, perhaps due to the nourishment from the mussel meat and the refreshing coconut juice. Su Ran felt her strength returning. Turning to Zhao Tianyu, she inquired, I am Su Ran. What is your name? Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile. I know you are Su Ran, the second beauty of our company. I am Zhao Tianyu. Taken aback by his words, Su Ran asked, What do you mean by second beauty of the company? I am unaware of such a title. Zhao Tianyu chuckled. You certainly wouldn't know. It is a ranking established by our security team, and you are placed second among the company's 4 beauties. Intrigued, Su Ran pressed further. Please tell me more about the 4 beauties of the company and how the rankings were determined. Zhao Tianyu, now animated, said, The 4 beauties are Lu Shui, Yu, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Ran smiled and asked, How are we ranked amongst each other? Zhao Tianyu continued with a grin. President Lu ranks first. You are second, Finance Manager Lin Yu is third, and Public Relations Manager Zhou Wanting is fourth. Su Ran couldn't help but smile, exclaiming, It seems I'm quite attractive in your eyes to be placed second. After a moment, she sighed deeply, expressing concern. I wonder how President Lu and the others are doing. Did they manage to escape from the cruise ship? I never expected such a disaster, and I can only imagine how many people are still alive. Zhao Tianyu echoed her sentiments with a heavy sigh. Indeed, we are truly unfortunate. After finally managing to relax, we encounter such an ordeal. The two sat by the fire for a while longer, until Su Ran suddenly asked, When do you think the rescue team will find us? Taken aback by her question, Zhao Tianyu hesitated before responding. This deserted island is quite distant from where the cruise ship met its fate. The rescue team may not locate us. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's expression shifted as she exclaimed, Are you suggesting we might perish on this island? Shaking his head, Zhao Tianyu clarified, That is not my intention. I merely meant that the rescue team may not find this place. However, if a passing vessel happens to come by, we could potentially escape. His words brought Su Ran a slight sense of relief. Zhao Tianyu then suggested, Stay here while I check the coastline for any useful supplies. Su Ran immediately responded, I feel a bit scared alone. I would rather accompany you. Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement, and thus, the two began their search along the shore for any useful materials. Chapter 7. The discovery of a corpse. Zhao Tianyu rummaged through the debris washed ashore by the sea, uncovering a relatively sturdy woven bag, which he cleaned with seawater. He then bent down, meticulously gathering various items scattered around: discarded plastic bottles, aluminum cans, and tattered fishing nets, all carefully placed into the woven bag. Standing nearby, Su Ran gazed at Zhao Tianyu's actions with a perplexed expression, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. What on earth do you intend to do with all this junk? She inquired. In response, Zhao Tianyu simply chuckled softly, saying, "These are not mere scraps. On this desolate island, they can aid us in our survival. It's a bit complex to explain right now." As they conversed, the two continued their leisurely stroll along the coastline. Along the way, they collected a considerable number of plastic bottles and cans, all of which they stowed in a woven bag. Before long, they had journeyed quite a distance. Suddenly, Su Ran halted, her eyes fixed intently on the distant coastline. After a moment, as if she had made a discovery, she raised her voice, calling out to Zhao Tianyu, "Look over there. It seems someone is lying down." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu abruptly lifted his gaze from the ground and followed her pointing finger. Indeed, not far off on the beach, a figure could be discerned, lying motionless. Without a moment's hesitation, they quickened their pace, rushing towards the figure. Upon reaching it, they were met with a sight that made them gasp in horror. The person lying on the ground showed no signs of life, having succumbed to death some time ago. The body, having been submerged in seawater for an extended period, was grotesquely swollen, as if it might burst at any moment. Even more chilling were the numerous wounds that mar the body, clearly inflicted by some creature's bites. Surrounding the wounds was a swarm of buzzing insects, feasting upon the flesh, evoking a sense of dread. A nauseating stench enveloped the corpse, rapidly pervading the air like a plague. The face of the deceased was grotesquely swollen, rendering their original features unrecognizable. When Su Ran first caught sight of the corpse, her complexion turned ashen. Soon after, the acrid odor assaulted her senses, constricting her throat like an invisible hand. She felt as though her stomach had ignited into a raging fire, spreading discomfort throughout her body. Ultimately, she could no longer endure the torment. Covering her mouth and sprinting away, after only a few paces, she doubled over, retching violently, as if attempting to expel every last remnant of her insides. Zhao Tianyu, displaying a measure of composure, cautiously set down the woven bag he had been carrying. Taking a deep breath, he approached the corpse with deliberation. Upon nearing the body, he unhesitatingly extended his right hand, meticulously searching its surface. Before long, a look of surprise crossed his face. He had unearthed a battered lighter and an unopened pack of cigarettes from the lifeless form. Gazing at the unblemished pack of cigarettes before him, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of joy within his heart. Although this pack had been submerged in seawater for an extended period, its packaging remained remarkably intact, showing little sign of distress. Eagerly, he tore open the outer wrapping, discovering that the cigarettes inside were entirely unscathed by the salt water. However, when he pressed the lighter's button with anticipation, he found it unresponsive, no matter how forcefully he pressed. Zhao Tianyu understood well that the lighter's failure to ignite was likely due to its prolonged exposure to seawater. He reasoned that with proper drying, it should return to normal function. He retrieved a cigarette from the pack, placed it between his lips, and pulled out his lighter from his pocket to spark it aflame. Inhaling deeply, it was well known that Zhao Tianyu had a considerable addiction. These cigarettes served as his mental sustenance, and having gone 2 days without one had left him quite restless. After finishing one cigarette, his gaze shifted towards the corpse nearby. Observing the clothing and shoes on the body, which appeared relatively new, Zhao Tianyu immediately crouched down to remove them. From a distance, Su Ran was taken aback by this scene and exclaimed, "Zhao Tianyu, have you lost your mind? Why are you stripping the clothes off a corpse? Isn't that revolting?" Unfazed, Zhao Tianyu replied, "What is so disgusting about it? I only have this outfit, and his clothes are in such good condition. Leaving them on him would be a waste." Before long, he had stripped the corpse of its clothing and shoes. He then grasped one of the corpse's feet, and, akin to dragging a dead dog, he tossed it into the sea. After rinsing the removed clothing in seawater, he placed them in a woven bag and approached Su Ran, saying, "Let us continue our journey." Perhaps disturbed by Zhao Tianyu's earlier actions, Su Ran felt an odd sensation in her heart and intentionally maintained a distance from him. Zhao Tianyu shook his head and remarked, "Why are you keeping such a distance? It's just taking clothes off a corpse. What is the big deal? You're being quite dramatic." Hearing this, Su Ran chose not to respond, lowering her head and keeping 3 to 4 meters away from him. Zhao Tianyu refrained from further comments. The two continued along the coastline for quite a distance, yet they found no additional supplies. After several hours had passed, they turned back, spending nearly 2 hours to return to the fire pit. Su Ran collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, her clothes clinging to her. and her face flushed. Zhao Tianyu chuckled, teasing, "Manager Su, you seem to be struggling. After such a short distance, you're already exhausted. You really need to exercise more." Su Ran retorted with annoyance, "I spend all day in the office. When would I have time to work out? Please don't discourage me." Zhao Tianyu refrained from further comment. Placing the lighter he had extracted from the corpse upon a stone, he retrieved the clothing and shoes removed from the body, washing them thoroughly along the shore before hanging them to dry on the branches of a large tree. Chapter 8. Collecting fresh water. Upon witnessing Zhao Tianyu cleaning and airing the deceased garments, Su Ran's face displayed a profound astonishment. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Are you truly intending to wear the clothes and shoes of the dead?" Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly, his tone resolute as he replied, "Of course. Did you think I was jesting when I mentioned it earlier?" Hastily, Su Ran waved her hands, protesting, "No. How could you wear clothes belonging to a corpse? That is most inauspicious." However, Zhao Tianyu appeared unfazed, retorting with a dismissive curl of his lip, "What is wrong with wearing them? They are merely clothes. Do you not see that I am already dressed in a security uniform?" Caught off guard by his response, Su Ran found herself at a loss for words, letting out a resigned sigh. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu had already extracted a tattered fishing net from a dilapidated woven bag. The net was not only severely damaged but also caked with a variety of refuse, riddled with numerous holes of varying sizes. Nevertheless, Zhao Tianyu seemed undeterred by the net's dilapidated state. He crouched down, meticulously clearing the debris from the net, and patiently untangled the intertwined strands, restoring order to the disarray. Throughout the process, he was wholly absorbed, as if he were tending to an exceedingly precious treasure. Seeing this, Su Ran's curiosity was piqued once more. Unable to restrain herself, she inched closer and asked with genuine confusion, "Why are you putting so much effort into this wreck?" Zhao Tianyu looked up at her, irritation evident in his response. "What do you mean, wreck? This is a valuable item. Though it may appear somewhat worn, it is still quite functional for fishing." After more than an hour of labor, Zhao Tianyu finally restored the battered fishing net. He then stood up and ventured into the woods, locating a sturdy wooden stick, approximately 4 to 5 meters long and as thick as his arm. He secured the net to the stick and proceeded to the shoreline, casting the net into the sea, leaving the outcome of his fishing endeavor to chance and fate. Returning to the fire, he settled beside Su Ran, retrieving a pack of cigarettes scavenged from the corpse. He took one, placed it between his lips, and lit it with a burning piece of wood from the fire, exhaling in sheer enjoyment. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu recalled the plastic bottles he had collected, pondering, consuming coconut water daily is not without its drawbacks. Excessive intake can lead to stomach troubles, especially since these coconuts are not fully ripened. Without any weapons, I am reluctant to venture into the woods in search of a water source. After all, it is summer, the season when venomous snakes are most active. Who knows what dangers lurk within those woods? Perhaps I should utilize these empty bottles to gather some fresh water. Upon reaching this realization, he immediately rose and made his way to the shoreline, where he picked up a seashell. Utilizing a stone, he shattered it and selected a particularly sharp piece to bring back to the fire. He then took an empty bottle and, using the shell, sliced the bottle open in the middle. Su Ran, intrigued, inquired, "What are you doing now?" Zhao Tianyu, without lifting his gaze, explained, "These coconuts aren't fully ripe yet. Consuming too much coconut water can lead to diarrhea. I intend to collect a bit of fresh water to drink." Surprised by his response, Su Ran quickly asked, "You know how to collect fresh water? That is quite impressive. Aren't you just a security guard? How do you know so much?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled and replied, "Having spent several years in the military, I've naturally acquired a fair amount of survival skills for the night." Taken aback, Su Ran responded, "You were in the military? Why are you working as a security guard then?" Zhao Tianyu, slightly irritated, retorted, "Does having served in the military preclude one from being a security guard? Why do you imply that being a security guard is something to be ashamed of?" Su Ran hastily waved her hands, saying, "Don't misunderstand. I've never thought that." Zhao Tianyu smiled again and remarked, "Your words seem somewhat insincere. I know well that in our company, security guards are the least respected and often looked down upon. In your eyes, we are merely watchdogs." At this, Su Ran found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, as Zhao Tianyu had said, security guards were often scorned within the company. Zhao Tianyu chose not to pursue the topic further and continued cutting the plastic bottles with the seashell. After a while, he suddenly looked up at Su Ran and asked, "If you have nothing to do, could you gather some plastic sheets from the shore?" Curious, Su Ran asked, "What do you need plastic sheets for?" Zhao Tianyu, slightly exasperated, replied, "I wonder, Manager Su, why do you have so many questions? Of course, there's a purpose for the plastic sheets." With this, Su Ran ceased her inquiries and stood up to collect the plastic sheets from the coast. Watching her retreating figure, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but smile, secretly reflecting, the typically haughty and imperious Su, who always carried herself with such grandeur. Who would have thought she would one day heed my summons? Oh, what a delightful feeling this is. As time passed, nearly half an hour slipped by unnoticed. After considerable effort, Zhao Tianyu finally succeeded in slicing the colorful plastic bottles into two halves with the sharp seashell. Elated, he gathered the processed, empty bottles and hurriedly placed them on the ground by the shoreline. Without hesitation, he extended his hands and began to dig fervently into the exquisitely fine and soft sand. As time quietly drifted away, another half an hour passed. At last, Zhao Tianyu had excavated several small sand pits, each about 10 centimeters in diameter and approximately 20 to 30 centimeters deep. Just then, he noticed Su Ran approaching slowly, cradling a stack of plastic sheets in her arms. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Tianyu swiftly sprang into action, meticulously placing each empty bottle in the center of the small pits, then gently covering them with plastic sheeting, carefully burying the edges with surrounding sand to secure them. After completing this task, he casually picked up a small stone and firmly pressed it down directly over the position of the bottles. Meanwhile, Su Ran stood by, her gaze fixed intently on Zhao Tianyu's every movement, akin to a curious child. After half an hour of diligent effort, Zhao Tianyu finally finished his work. Su Ran, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Will we be able to collect fresh water like this?" With unwavering confidence, Zhao Tianyu responded, "Indeed, by tomorrow morning, we shall have fresh water to drink." Chapter 9. Teasing Su Ran, time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and before long, night had quietly descended. The horizon was painted with a stunning sunset, resembling a picturesque poem. The blazing sun, like a weary child, slowly and gently sank beneath the vast expanse of the sea, drenching the world in a delicate golden hue. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu approached the spot where the fishing net was placed, his steps light with anticipation. He eagerly grasped the net and gave it a vigorous tug, lifting it up. Upon closer inspection, his heart soared with joy as he discovered the net was brimming with 4 or 5 lively fish. Each fish weighed over half a pound, thrashing desperately in the net, their scales glistening like tiny jewels, as if protesting their capture. Witnessing the spectacle, a radiant smile blossomed on Zhao Tianyu's face, his heart swelling with elation. Su Ran, standing nearby, was equally thrilled. The sparkle of surprise and excitement danced in her beautiful eyes, utterly astonished that Zhao Tianyu had indeed managed to secure a catch with that tattered net. Next, Zhao Tianyu carefully unhooked the fish from the net, his movements deft and gentle, mindful not to harm these hard-earned treasures. He then meticulously organized the net before returning it to the surging sea. After completing these tasks, he picked up a sharp shell and began to process the freshly caught fish with great diligence. With practiced skill, he scraped off the scales, opened the bellies, and removed the entrails, the sequence of actions flowing seamlessly together. In just over 10 minutes, the once vibrant fish were thoroughly prepared. Subsequently, he procured 2 moderately thick sticks and skewered the cleaned fish, then retrieved some glowing embers from the fiercely burning fire. Finally, he carefully positioned the skewered fish above the charcoal and began the patient process of grilling. As seconds turned into minutes, the fish, initially white, gradually transformed into a golden, crispy delight, bubbling with tiny pockets and emitting a rich, tantalizing aroma. The alluring aroma swiftly permeated the air, causing Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran to incessantly swallow, their eyes fixated on the delectable grilled fish sizzling away, eager to savor its flavors. Once the fish was perfectly cooked, Zhao Tianyu picked up a skewer and handed it to Su Ran. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ran accepted the grilled fish, disregarding the heat, tearing off a piece of the tender meat and devouring it ravenously. It must be said that this grilled fish far surpassed the taste of the grilled mussels. Zhao Tianyu also took a skewer, indulging in the feast as the two of them consumed several pieces of grilled fish in no time. Still wearing expressions of longing for more, Zhao Tianyu then smashed open 2 coconuts with a stone, offering one to Su Ran and quickly finishing his own with a single gulp. After they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Su Ran turned to Zhao Tianyu and exclaimed, "Zhao Tianyu, you are truly remarkable. It seems you possess quite a bit of wilderness survival skills. From now on, I shall rely on you on this deserted island. Rest assured, once we return to the company, I will certainly repay you handsomely." With a sly smile curving the corners of his mouth, Zhao Tianyu replied, "Whether we can leave this deserted island remains uncertain. I am a pragmatic person by nature. If you genuinely wish to repay my life-saving grace, now would be the time." As his words lingered in the air, he deliberately winked at Su Ran, his gaze imbued with a hint of flirtation. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's remarks, Su Ran's face turned pale, her heart racing, leaving her flustered and bewildered. Stammering, she retorted, "On this desolate island, what could I possibly offer in return?" Zhao Tianyu, observing her panic, felt a surge of satisfaction within, yet maintained his playful demeanor, leisurely responding, "What could be so difficult? Just look at yourself. With such radiant beauty and grace. If you were willing to offer yourself, I would be most eager. Fuming with embarrassment. Su Ran's face flushed crimson as she glared at him, shouting, "You are dreaming. Even if I were to die, I would never offer myself to you. Do not harbor such delusions. I warn you, should you dare to act recklessly towards me, I will fight back." Her voice trembled as she concluded. Zhao Tianyu, however, remained unfazed, continuing to jest. "Ah, do not forget, at this very moment, we are the only two souls on this deserted island. Even if I were to act inappropriately, no one would ever know." As Su Ran processed Zhao Tianyu's words, her anxiety deepened. The thought of him truly disregarding all boundaries and violating her was utterly horrifying. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, her hands clenched into fists, her body trembling involuntarily. She felt utterly powerless to resist. Noticing her distress, Zhao Tianyu chuckled. "Look how anxious you are. If I had intended to do something, I could have easily done so while you were unconscious. I was merely joking. There's no need to be so tense." After uttering this, he couldn't help but laugh at Su Ran's worried expression. Su Ran glared fiercely at Zhao Tianyu, wishing she could strike him at that very moment. Zhao Tianyu lit several campfires around them and said to Su Ran, "It's getting late. You should sleep early. I'll keep watch by the fire." Su Ran nodded and lay down on the banana leaves to sleep. Zhao Tianyu then took out a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke leisurely. Observing Su Ran's peaceful slumber, a smile crept onto his lips. At that moment, only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks and the occasional chirping of birds in the forest could be heard. Zhao Tianyu pondered to himself. "One cannot remain by the coast indefinitely. I must venture into the woods to find a water source and establish a safe shelter." It seems unlikely that the rescue team would locate this deserted island. However, to search for water and construct a shelter in the forest, weapons are essential. Who knows what beasts might lurk within? It appears I must scour the coastline tomorrow for something I can use for protection. Thus, he sat by the fire, lost in thought for quite some time. By midnight, Zhao Tianyu felt his eyelids growing heavy. He added some firewood to the flames. Contemplating, it seems there will be no danger tonight. He then lay down beside Su Ran and soon fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 10. The desire for romance. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke in the east and the sky remained a hazy gray, Su Ran slowly opened her eyes. She gently turned her head and saw Zhao Tianyu still peacefully lying beside her, sound asleep and even emitting soft snores. Su Ran gazed at his sleeping face. His eyes were tightly shut, with thick eyelashes fanning out on his lower eyelids. Beneath his prominent nose, his lips curved slightly upwards, as if he were dreaming a pleasant dream. Although he was not conventionally handsome, he possessed a unique charm, a mature allure cultivated through the passage of time. As she beheld the increasingly comforting visage before her, Su Ran couldn't help but feel an unusual emotion swell within her. This man, at first glance, might not be striking, yet upon closer inspection, he revealed a captivating quality. For some reason, being in his presence instilled a profound sense of security within her. Lost in these thoughts, Su Ran's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She hastily averted her gaze, musing to herself, "What is happening to me? I have only spent a day with this man. How could such strange thoughts arise?" At 25 years of age, Su Ran had graduated from university and joined the company where her friend Lu Shui worked. With her exceptional talent and relentless effort, she had rapidly ascended to the position of human resources manager within just a few years. She was not only beautiful, but also exuded elegance, attracting numerous admirers who flocked to her like moths to a flame. However, Su Ran remained steadfast in her belief, much like her friend Lu Shui, that during her youthful years, the focus should be on career development. Thus, she had yet to venture into the realm of romance. In response to the multitude of suitors, Su Ran resolutely declined their advances. At this moment, she found herself stranded on a desolate island, where the only sounds were the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore. Her mind, finally freed from the burdens of trivial matters, felt remarkably empty. Her gaze settled upon the peacefully slumbering Zhao Tianyu beside her. His tranquil visage stirred something within her heart, and a longing for romance surged like a tide. Lost in her musings, she couldn't help but steal another glance at Zhao Tianyu, confirming he remained immersed in his dreams. With great care, she rose to her feet and made her way toward a large rock along the coast. Hiding behind the rock, Su Ran swiftly removed her trousers to attend to her physiological needs. Afterward, she gently cupped some cool, clear seawater in her hands, meticulously rinsing her intimate areas. Once she had finished, she tidied her clothing and casually approached the nearby shoreline, squatting down. Again, she extended her hands to splash the refreshing seawater upon her face, relishing the invigorating sensation. After washing her face, she leisurely strolled along the coastline. At that moment, a radiant sun began its ascent from the distant horizon, bathing the entire sea and island in golden light, bestowing a dazzling brilliance upon everything it touched. Su Ran inhaled deeply the fresh morning air, feeling an overwhelming sense of serenity and joy. As she walked, she suddenly spotted a myriad of colorful and uniquely shaped beautiful shells scattered across the beach. They shimmered enchantingly in the sunlight, as if beckoning to her. Excitedly, she bent down, akin to a child, and began collecting the shells, meticulously selecting each one that captured her fancy, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Before she realized it, the sun had risen high, its scorching rays warming the earth. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu, who had been peacefully napping on the banana leaves, gradually opened his eyes. As he rubbed the sleep from his eyes and sat up, he was astonished to find himself alone in the vicinity. The fires had burned down to embers, but he paid it little mind, for he now possessed 2 lighters. After rubbing his bleary eyes, he rose from the banana leaves and approached the shore, where he observed Su Ran squatting at a distance, seemingly engaged in some activity. He chose not to concern himself with her, opting instead to squat at the water's edge and splash his face with seawater. Upon reaching the spot where the fishing net lay, he picked it up to inspect it, only to discover several fish caught within its tattered mesh. Zhao Tianyu's spirits lifted instantly. He promptly removed the fish from the net and returned it to the sea, perhaps having noticed him tending to the fishing net. Su Ran quickly made her way over. Her eyes sparkled with delight upon spotting the fish on the beach. Zhao Tianyu turned to her and inquired, "Do you know how to handle fish?" Su Ran retorted with mock indignation, "Do you truly underestimate me so much? Do not assume that I am merely a decorative vase. I frequently prepare my own meals at home," Su Ran asserted. Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement, replying, "That's excellent. Please process these several sea fish while I check on the collection of freshwater bottles." Without delay, Su Ran picked up a sharp shell and began to prepare the fish. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu approached the small pits designated for collecting freshwater, crouching down to carefully lift a plastic sheet covering one of them. To his delight, he discovered that the empty bottles within had gathered several tens of milliliters of freshwater. A sense of joy surged within him as he thought, "It seems this method is indeed effective. Though each bottle collects only a modest amount, with a greater number of them, we can gather a substantial quantity daily." Rising to his feet, he made his way to the shoreline, rummaging through a heap of debris washed ashore to find a few clean, empty bottles. He unscrewed the lids and rinsed them with seawater. Returning to the small pits, he carefully poured the collected freshwater into the cleansed bottles. The numerous pits yielded enough fresh water to fill 3 bottles, and Zhao Tianyu restored the pits to their original state. At that moment, Su Ran had finished preparing the fish and brought them back to the fire. She skewered them with a stick and carefully placed them over the still-burning coals to roast. Zhao Tianyu approached the fire with the 3 bottles of collected freshwater and handed one to Su Ran with a cheerful smile, saying, "Here, enjoy this fresh water." Without hesitation, Su Ran opened the bottle and drank deeply, consuming nearly half before pausing. With admiration on her face, she exclaimed, "Zhao Tianyu, you are truly remarkable. Who would have thought of such a clever method to collect freshwater?" Zhao Tianyu nonchalantly replied, "This is merely basic operation. There are many more astonishing things yet to come." Chapter 11. A Surge of Blood. Observing Zhao Tianyu's smug demeanor, Su Ran shot him a glare and retorted, "Oh, you get a little praise, and you act as if you're on top of the world." Zhao Tianyu chuckled and remained silent. Soon, the fish were perfectly roasted, and the two eagerly dug in. After enjoying the grilled fish, Zhao Tianyu turned to Su Ran and said, "You should stay here and search along the shoreline for any iron scraps we can use to forge a knife. Remaining here indefinitely is not a viable solution. We must venture into the woods to locate a water source and find a secure place to set up a shelter. However, the forest can be perilous, so I need to craft a weapon swiftly to ensure my protection." Just as he finished speaking, Su Ran interjected, "I would prefer to accompany you. I feel a bit frightened staying here alone." Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement, and together they began their search along the coastline for suitable iron scraps to fashion into a blade. However, finding iron along the shore proved as challenging as searching for a needle in a haystack. After walking 3 to 4 kilometers along the coast, they found neither iron scraps nor rods, leaving them both feeling a wave of disappointment and frustration. At this moment, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky, reaching the peak of the day's unbearable heat. The relentless rays scorched the earth, as if intent on melting all that existed. In such sweltering weather, Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran were thoroughly drenched in perspiration, from head to toe, with no part spared. Their garments clung to their skin, saturated with sweat, creating an intensely uncomfortable, sticky sensation. Su Ran's complexion flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Her breathing was labored and heavy, gasping for air, her entire being appearing utterly exhausted. Observing Su Ran's condition stirred a wave of compassion within Zhao Tianyu. He promptly made his way to the grove by the shore, seeking out the shade of a grand tree. After ensuring there were no lurking dangers, He guided Su Ran to rest beneath its canopy. She collapsed onto the ground. Breathing heavily, Zhao Tianyu leaned against the tree trunk, gently retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and skillfully lighting it. As the smoke spiraled upward, he inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of white vapor that revealed a semblance of relaxation and contentment. However, at that moment, a casual glance downward caused Zhao Tianyu's eyes to widen in shock. It appeared that due to the loose neckline of Su Ran's top, combined with his elevated position behind her, he could clearly see a hint of pink fabric beneath her clothing, along with the alluring curve of her cleavage. Instantly, Zhao Tianyu felt a dryness in his throat and an insatiable itch within, as if countless ants were gnawing at his insides. He thought to himself, goodness, how substantial it is. I wonder if one hand could encompass it. Thus, his gaze became magnetically ensnared, fixated upon Su Ran's bosom, unable to tear away even a fraction. Unbeknownst to Su Ran, who absent-mindedly tugged at her already loose neckline, her prominent figure was now fully unveiled before Zhao Tianyu's eyes. He felt an inexplicable tickle in his nose, and, upon touching it, discovered to his dismay that he was bleeding. Instantly, Zhao Tianyu averted his gaze, too embarrassed to look at Su Ran again. Just then, Su Ran raised her head and noticed Zhao Tianyu covering his nose. Curiously, she inquired, "What happened to you? Why are you holding your nose?" Zhao Tianyu, feeling awkward, replied, "I'm not sure, perhaps it's the heat. I suddenly started bleeding." Su Ran paused, taken aback by his words, but dismissed any further thought. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, the two stood up and began walking along the shoreline. They strolled for 3 or 4 kilometers without encountering any iron blocks or bars. Just as they contemplated retracing their steps, Su Ran suddenly spotted a suitcase floating in the distance on the sea. She exclaimed loudly to Zhao Tianyu, "Look, Zhao Tianyu, there's a suitcase on the water." Hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu turned his gaze towards the sea and immediately spotted the suitcase. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he remarked to Su Ran, "I shall retrieve this suitcase. Who knows what treasures it may contain?" No sooner had he spoken than he began to shed his clothing. Su Ran, witnessing this, promptly cried out, "What are you doing taking off your clothes?" Zhao Tianyu, somewhat annoyed, retorted, "What are you making such a fuss about? Undressing is necessary for diving into the sea to fetch the suitcase. What are you thinking?" With that, Su Ran fell silent. In a short while, Zhao Tianyu was left clad only in his underwear. Observing his robust physique and sun-kissed skin, Su Ran felt her cheeks flush, thinking, "I never imagined he had such an impressive build." Zhao Tianyu then leapt into the water, swimming toward the suitcase. After nearly 20 minutes of effort, he finally reached it, grasping the suitcase and beginning his arduous return to shore. Another 20 minutes passed before he finally dragged the suitcase onto the sandy beach. Disregarding the need to dress, he crouched down to examine the suitcase, only to discover it was locked. Without hesitation, he picked up a stone and struck the lock with force. After 3 or 4 blows, the lock was shattered, and Zhao Tianyu eagerly opened the suitcase. What lay before him were several waterlogged articles of men's clothing. Su Ran, intrigued, commented, "These clothes look strangely familiar. Oh, I remember now. They seem to belong to Vice President Yi." Startled by her assertion, Zhao Tianyu inquired, "How do you know they are his? Could it be that you have a secret affair with him?" Angered, Su Ran shot back, "What nonsense are you spouting? I've seen him wear these clothes." Zhao Tianyu said nothing further, methodically extracting the drenched garments. However, when he pulled out a few more items, he was taken aback, while Su Ran's face turned crimson. Beneath the men's clothing were several pieces of women's lingerie, a few boxes of condoms, and 2 boxes of vitality-enhancing pills. With a grin, Zhao Tianyu remarked, "I never expected Vice President Yi to have such peculiar tastes. He brought these along for a day out. I wonder which woman they are intended for." Chapter 12. The acquiring of the military knife. Su Ran, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "I cannot believe that Yi Wei, who appears so refined, could have such a side to his character. To think he harbors such proclivities." In response, Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "What is so surprising? As the saying goes, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. It is easy to paint a tiger's skin, but difficult to depict its bones. Just because he seems virtuous, who can say what lies beneath his facade?" With that, he picked up the 2 boxes of vitality pills, grinning as he remarked, "It seems our Vice President Yi, despite his youth, requires assistance in that department." After saying this, he casually tossed the boxes into the sea, setting aside the lingerie and condoms. Beneath the luggage, an unexpected sight revealed itself, a military knife measuring 20 to 30 centimeters in length. This formidable blade was ensconced within a sheath crafted from fine leather. Zhao Tianyu's heart surged with elation as he drew the knife from its scabbard. The moment the blade emerged, it caught the sunlight, refracting a dazzling gleam. The knife appeared extraordinarily sharp, glinting coldly, prompting Zhao Tianyu to exclaim in astonishment, "What a treasure! I was just lamenting my inability to forge a blade from iron." And here the heavens have presented me with this gift. I can't believe Yi Wei possessed such a fine item. After indulging in the knife for a while, he carefully returned it to its sheath, securing it at his waist. He then placed the alluring lingerie and 2 boxes of condoms alongside the men's garments back into the suitcase. Observing this scene, Su Ran promptly interjected, "What do you intend to do with those undergarments? You ought to dispose of them immediately. It's quite embarrassing to behold." Zhao Tianyu chuckled teasingly. "You don't even have a change of clothes. Naturally, these undergarments are meant for you." Su Ran's cheeks flushed, and she retorted indignantly, "I would never wear such shameful items." Zhao Tianyu, still smiling, replied, "What is embarrassing about it? Who would see them when you wear them underneath?" Su Ran fell silent for a moment, then asked, "And what are the condoms? Are you planning something untoward?" Zhao Tianyu laughed. "Could you be any more naive? If I intended to do something, I would have done so long ago. These condoms are quite useful. They can hold water and might even save a life in critical moments." Hearing this, Su Ran scoffed. "What use could those condoms possibly have? You're merely grasping at straws." With a resigned shake of his head, Zhao Tianyu opted not to elaborate further. He began pulling the suitcase back, prompting Su Ran to hastily follow his lead. After more than 3 hours, they finally returned beneath the great tree. By then, the fire had completely extinguished, and Zhao Tianyu gathered some dry branches and grass to rekindle the flames. As evening approached, Zhao Tianyu ventured to the spot where the fishing net was placed and proceeded to haul it up for inspection. To his astonishment, a fish weighing 4 to 5 kilograms hung from the tattered net. He swiftly detached the fish and returned the net to the sea. Drawing the military knife from his waist, he began to prepare the fish, finishing the task in under 10 minutes, thoroughly cleaning it with seawater before bringing it back to the fire. Su Ran's eyes lit up with joy and excitement upon seeing the sizable catch Zhao Tianyu had brought back. He picked up a stick, sharpening one end with a military knife to skewer the fish. Finding a piece of burning charcoal from the fire, he placed the fish atop it, allowing it to roast slowly. After 10 minutes, the fish turned a rich golden brown, sizzling and oozing juices, its delectable aroma wafting through the air, causing both of them to salivate in anticipation. As the fish reached perfection on the grill, Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran eagerly tore into the tender flesh, devouring it with fervor. In a matter of moments, the substantial fish, weighing around 4 to 5 pounds, was reduced to mere bones and spines, yet both remained unsated. Zhao Tianyu then procured 2 coconuts, skillfully cleaving one open and offering it to Su Ran, while he tilted his head back and drained the refreshing coconut water from his own. After sharing a few light-hearted moments by the fire, Zhao Tianyu proceeded to ignite several more fires around them. As Su Ran remarked that it was getting late, she urged him to sleep, insisting she would keep watch. He responded with a grin, teasing her about her apparent concern for him, playfully suggesting that she was infatuated with him. Su Ran, taken aback, retorted with exasperation, clarifying that her concerns stemmed from the possibility of his exhaustion, leaving her without a caretaker in this wilderness. Zhao Tianyu, unperturbed, dismissed her words, confidently asserting that one day she would fall hopelessly in love with him. With a sigh of resignation, Su Ran let the moment pass. Zhao Tianyu, sensing her annoyance, declared he would get some rest, instructing her to wake him at the slightest disturbance and to ensure the fires did not die out. He handed her his military knife before reclining on the banana leaves, swiftly drifting into slumber within moments. Observing his peaceful repose, Su Ran couldn't help but mutter under her breath about his piggishness, falling asleep so readily. In the dead of night, Zhao Tianyu jolted awake, his eyes falling upon Su Ran, who had fallen asleep with her head resting on her knees, the knife having slipped from her grasp and the fires dwindling dangerously low. Shaking his head in resignation, he rose from the leaves and replenished the dying flames with fresh kindling, gently repositioning Su Ran back onto the leaves. Seated beside the fire, Zhao Tianyu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and inhaling deeply. Glancing into the nearly empty pack, he mused that soon he would be out of tobacco. His thoughts drifted to the circumstances that had led them here, considering how Su Ran had washed ashore on this deserted island, alongside the corpse they had encountered, which, despite being unrecognizable, likely belonged to someone from their company. He recalled that Yi Wei's suitcase had also washed up on the shore, leading him to conclude that there might be other survivors stranded on this island, just as they were. Lost in contemplation for what felt like an eternity, Zhao Tianyu felt the weight of fatigue wash over him as dawn approached. Convinced that danger had passed, he lay down beside Su Ran and soon succumbed to sleep once more. Chapter 13. A lesson for Yi Wei. As the first light of dawn broke, Su Ran awoke, surprised to find herself lying on the banana leaves, her mind swirling with curiosity as she realized she had been tasked with keeping watch by the fire. How could I fall asleep on a banana leaf? Gazing at the still, slumbering Zhao Tianyu, Su Ran mused, it must have been Zhao Tianyu who laid me down upon the banana leaves. not wishing to disturb his peaceful slumber. She gathered some firewood to place upon the dwindling flames. Approaching the shoreline, she scooped up some seawater to wash her face. As she stood, she noticed a group of people in the distance, seemingly making their way towards her. Su Ran was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed upon the approaching figures. However, due to their distance, she could not discern their features. Simultaneously, the group spotted her and quickened their pace toward her. As they drew within 50 meters, Su Ran recognized them. It was Lu Shui, Yi Wei, Lin Yu, Zhou Wanting, and several other executives from the company. A wave of joy washed over Su Ran. She had not expected them to be alive. Lu Shui and the others also recognized her, their hearts swelling with happiness. In no time, they reached Su Ran's side. Lu Shui, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Su Ran, we never imagined you were still alive. We thought you had perished." Lin Yu chimed in, "Sister Su Ran, seeing you here is truly wonderful." Overwhelmed with joy at their presence, Su Ran replied, "I also believed you had all met with misfortune. It is such a relief to see you alive." Yi Wei, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed Su Ran. "It is truly delightful to encounter you here." Yi Wei had harbored feelings for Su Ran at the company, and seeing her now filled him with elation. Su Ran was aware of his affections, and to be candid, she reciprocated them to some extent. However, after discovering the contents of his suitcase yesterday, her impression of him had drastically shifted, leaving her feeling somewhat repulsed. Upon hearing Yi Wei's words, Su Ran immediately concealed her smile and replied coldly, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Yi. I did not expect you to be alive as well." Yi Wei and the others were taken aback, curious about Su Ran's sudden chill toward him. Yi Wei, intrigued, asked, "Su Ran, what is the matter? Why are you so distant?" Su Ran retorted coolly, "Mr. Yi, you speak as if we were ever close." This response left Yi Wei feeling awkward, pondering, "I do not recall having offended you. Why the sudden shift in your demeanor?" To alleviate the tension, Zhou Wanting smiled and inquired, "Sister Su, how did you come to be here?" With a bright smile, Su Ran recounted, "The day the cruise ship met with disaster. I grabbed a life preserver and jumped into the sea, subsequently losing consciousness. I have no idea how I ended up here. Zhao Tianyu found me on the shore and rescued me." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the others were momentarily stunned, and Lin Yu promptly asked, "Who is Zhao Tianyu?" Su Ran smiled and said, "He is a security guard at our company." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Wei, with a hint of irritation, retorted, "So he's just a lowly security guard? No wonder we don't recognize him." Su Ran immediately responded, "What's wrong with being a security guard? He is far superior to you. He's a good person, and I won't allow you to speak ill of him." Her words left Lu Shui and her entourage momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why Su Ran would defend a security guard so fervently. Lu Shui then turned to Su Ran and inquired, "Do you have any food or drink? We are parched and starving, nearly at death's door." Observing their weary and haggard faces, Su Ran nodded and said, "We have some coconuts and 2 bottles of fresh water. Follow me." With that, she led Lu Shui and the others towards the campfire. Before they could reach the tree, Zhao Tianyu emerged from beneath the banana leaves. Momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lu Shui and her group, surprised that they were still alive. At that moment, Lu Shui and her companions directed their gazes toward Zhao Tianyu. Noticing his security uniform, Yi Wei disdainfully asked Su Ran, "Is this the security guard you mentioned?" He didn't even glance at Zhao Tianyu, whose smug demeanor irked him greatly. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, "This is a deserted island, not an office. What are you so proud of?" "This is Zhao Tianyu. He saved me. He's been taking care of me these past 2 days." Only then did Yi Wei turn his head, casting a condescending look at Zhao Tianyu. Rising from the banana leaves, Zhao Tianyu was incensed by Yi Wei's attitude and shouted, "What are you staring at? Do you want me to gouge your eyes out?" Lu Shui and her companions were taken aback by Zhao Tianyu's outburst, their first impression of him being one of rudeness and brutality. Infuriated by Zhao Tianyu's insult, Yi Wei retorted loudly, "What is it to you? You're just a pathetic security guard. What is there to flaunt? If I return to the company, I'll have you fired." Zhao Tianyu suddenly burst into laughter, responding, "Even if you fire me, that is only after we return to the company. We're on a deserted island." He paused deliberately. Yi Wei, still looking disdainful, replied, "So what if we are on a deserted island? Taking care of a mere doorkeeper will be a piece of cake." Zhao Tianyu's expression shifted, and in a flash, he was at Yi Wei's side, raising his size 42 foot. He delivered a powerful kick to Yi Wei's stomach, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters away. Crashing onto the sand with a thud, Yi Wei felt as if his entire body was falling apart, clutching his stomach and letting out a pained scream. Witnessing the scene, Lu Shui and her group were left in shock, unable to believe that Zhao Tianyu would resort to violence so readily. An infuriated Lu Shui exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? Yi Wei hasn't done anything to provoke you. Why did you hit him?" Zhao Tianyu, unfazed, replied, Does hitting him need justification? I simply find him disagreeable and wanted to strike him. What of it? Su Ran's face flushed with anger upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words. Turning to a burly man behind her, she commanded, Abeo, give this oblivious security guard a proper lesson, but be gentle. Do not kill him. Chapter 14. Exceptional skills. As soon as Lu Shue's words fell, a robust figure emerged from behind her, a man of considerable stature and formidable presence. This individual, known as Abeo, stood tall and imposing, akin to an iron tower, instilling a sense of trepidation in all who beheld him. His countenance bore an unmistakable expression of disdain, and his eyes, as large as copper bells, fixated on Zhao Tianyu with an intensity that seemed capable of devouring him whole. Those present were acutely aware that Abeo was no ordinary adversary. It was rumored that Lu Shue had expended a substantial fortune to enlist him as her bodyguard. Moreover, it was astonishingly whispered that Abeo had fought in the violent and bloody underground boxing rings abroad, having endured countless life and death struggles, thus earning his reputation as a battle-hardened warrior. As Abeo advanced with an intimidating demeanor, Su Ran, who had been standing by, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. She understood Abeo's formidable prowess all too well. Should he truly engage Zhao Tianyu, the consequences would be dire, likely resulting in severe injury or worse. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ran spread her arms, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhao Tianyu like a mother hen shielding her chick. Her face was etched with anxiety, her voice quivering slightly with tension. President Liu, please show mercy. Zhao Tianyu was indeed in the wrong earlier, and I sincerely apologize on his behalf. He is merely a lowly security guard. Please, do not hold this against him. As she spoke, Su Ran cast a pleading glance at Lu Shue, hoping to avert the impending conflict. Taken aback by Su Ran's words, Lu Shue furrowed her brow and replied curtly, Su Ran, what on earth is your issue? Why are you so protective of this insignificant guard? In response to Lu Shue's inquiry, Su Ran hurriedly clarified, President Liu, I do not intend to be biased. After all, he saved my life. If Abeo were to strike him, he could very well be killed. However, Lu Shue remained cold and unyielding, her tone frosty as she retorted, Humph. Rest assured, Abeo knows precisely how to exercise restraint. He will not easily take a life. A harsh lesson is merely to ensure the guard learns his place. Su Ran wished to voice further objections, but Zhao Tianyu gently pulled her aside, chuckling, I never imagined our beautiful Su cared for me so much. Could it be that you've fallen for me? His jest infuriated Su Ran, who stamped her foot in exasperation and snapped, Have you lost your mind? This is hardly a moment for jokes. Abeo is President Liu's personal bodyguard, and he could easily kill you. Zhao Tianyu continued to smile. It seems our lovely Su is genuinely concerned for my well-being, fearing that this brute might bring about my demise. Su Ran, infuriated, stamped her feet and exclaimed, I won't concern myself with you any longer. If you provoke others with that sharp tongue, then facing the consequences is merely your own doing. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu audaciously refer to him as a dog, Abao's fury erupted like a volcanic explosion, his eyes wide with rage as he shouted, You insolent brat! Are you tired of living? Today, I shall let you experience my might and teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. With that thunderous declaration, Abao wasted no time, allowing his opponent a moment to react. He swiftly clenched his massive fist, reminiscent of a cauldron, and with a deafening whoosh, he swung it down towards Zhao Tianyu's head with the force of a tempest. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Shue had merely hoped for Abao to intimidate or discipline Zhao Tianyu. She never anticipated the situation would spiral out of control to such an extent. As Abao's formidable fist descended towards Zhao Tianyu's vulnerable skull, Lu Shue's face drained of color, and she let out a piercing scream. She understood all too well that if that punch connected, Zhao Tianyu's life would be in grave jeopardy. Yet, it was already too late to intervene. What was truly unexpected was that in the face of Abao's lethal strike, Zhao Tianyu displayed no inclination to evade. Instead, he stood his ground, firmly clenching his own fist, unflinchingly bracing for the oncoming assault. The moment their fists collided, an earth-shattering sound erupted, akin to two meteors colliding violently in the heavens. Abao felt an overwhelming force surge from Zhao Tianyu's punch, causing his arm to tremble involuntarily as he found himself staggering backward. In stark contrast, Zhao Tianyu remained steadfast, like an immovable mountain, not budging an inch. Witnessing this astonishing scene, everyone, including Lu Shue, was left speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. They could scarcely comprehend the events unfolding before their eyes, particularly for Lu Shue, who had witnessed Abao effortlessly break several ribs of a provocateur with a single punch. The sight of the seemingly frail Zhao Tianyu standing his ground against Abao was utterly unfathomable. Abao stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across his face as he fixated on Zhao Tianyu, silently pondering. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary security guard harbors such hidden prowess? Truly, one should not judge by appearances. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu, donning a playful grin, nonchalantly quipped, "Hey dog, you've got quite a bit of strength. No wonder our General Liu is willing to pay handsomely to have you as her bodyguard." Zhao Tianyu's words reignited the flames of Bao's wrath. With his fury surging, veins bulging on his forehead, he let out a furious roar, resembling a wild beast, and charged fiercely at Zhao Tianyu. In the blink of an eye, within a mere span of seconds, the two had engaged in a rapid exchange of over a dozen rounds. As the intensity of the battle escalated, Bao's heart grew increasingly astonished and uneasy. He gradually discerned that the security guard before him seemed to be holding back, executing each move with effortless ease and grace. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu maintained an air of calm composure, responding to Bao's assaults as if strolling leisurely, his movements fluid and unperturbed. After trading blows for several more rounds, Zhao Tianyu suddenly bellowed, "All right, a dog, I have no intention of continuing this game." Almost before his words had fully escaped his lips, he darted forward, closing the distance to Bao in an instant. With a powerful swing of his right arm, his fist, resembling a massive cauldron, was propelled forward with a fierce gust of wind, aimed squarely at Bao's head. Faced with such a swift and formidable strike, Bao dared not be negligent. He quickly crossed his arms above his head in an attempt to block the devastating punch. Alas, despite Bao's quick reflexes, the force behind Zhao Tianyu's blow was overwhelming. With a resounding thud, Bao was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. Chapter 15. Shocking everyone witnessing this astonishing scene, the crowd led by Lu Shui stood in stunned silence, as if ensnared by a spell, unable to utter a single word for what felt like an eternity. They could hardly believe their eyes. In such a brief moment, Zhao Tianyu had decisively felled Bao, leaving the latter's fate hanging in the balance. Each individual present, including Lu Shui, gazed at Zhao Tianyu with expressions of utter disbelief, as if they were staring at a creature descended from outer space. As moments ticked by, time seemed to stand still. Finally, after a prolonged silence, Lu Shui broke the oppressive quiet, struggling to swallow her saliva, her voice trembling as she inquired, Who on earth are you? How can you possess such remarkable skills?" Zhao Tianyu, wearing a faint smile, replied nonchalantly, "Ms. Lu, simply look at the security uniform I'm wearing, and you'll understand. I am but an ordinary security guard of your company." He paused briefly before adding, "However, I must admit, your bodyguard does possess some genuine skill. To have exchanged so many moves with me is indeed commendable. If it had been an average person, my earlier punch would have surely sent them to meet the king of hell." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's nonchalant remarks, Lu Shui felt momentarily speechless, her curiosity about this enigmatic man intensifying. She could scarcely fathom that amongst her security team lay such a highly skilled, yet unassuming expert. Beside them, Su Ran appeared as if she had stumbled upon a rare treasure or an entirely new continent, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed intently at Zhao Tianyu, as if she wished to etch his very being into her memory. Lu Shui glanced at the unconscious Bao and addressed Zhao Tianyu, saying, "You have knocked him out." Zhao Tianyu responded cheerfully, "Director Liu, don't say it like that. I would never dare to take a life. He merely fainted and will awaken shortly." Hearing this, Lu Shui felt a sense of relief wash over her. Noticing Su Ran's infatuated gaze, Zhao Tianyu playfully remarked, "Beautiful Su, why do you look at me like that? Could it be that you are utterly captivated by me?" Su Ran immediately flushed, unable to meet his eyes, and softly retorted, "You really ought to have told me about your formidable skills in advance. It left me worrying about you." Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "But you never asked. However, I must say, your concern for me was quite touching. It made my effort to rescue you worthwhile." He then turned his attention to Yi Wei. In stark contrast to his earlier arrogance, now lowered his head in shame. Zhao Tianyu continued with a grin. "Some people appear so refined, yet they harbor such malice." Lu Shui and the others discerned that Zhao Tianyu was subtly alluding to Yi Wei. Curiously, Lu Shui inquired, "What do you mean by that? What did he offend you? Why did you strike him?" Zhao Tianyu shook his head. "He has not wronged me. I merely found him disagreeable, and as for naming names, I did not." With this, Lu Shui chose to remain silent. Instead, Su Ran pointed to a suitcase beneath a tree and asked Yi Wei, "Is that suitcase yours?" Initially, no one had noticed the suitcase, but at Su Ran's words, everyone's attention shifted toward it. Yi Wei's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the suitcase. He immediately recognized it as his own and knew well the contents within. Realizing why Su Ran had been so frosty toward him, he shook his head vigorously, insisting, "That suitcase is not mine. Mine is a different color." Su Ran coldly replied, "Are you certain that suitcase does not belong to you?" Yi Wei quickly denied it again. Su Ran pressed on, "Then how do I see that the clothes inside are all yours?" Yi Wei swiftly countered, "There are countless identical garments in the world. How can you be sure those belong to me? Lu Shui, filled with curiosity, asked, what on earth is in that suitcase? Where did it come from? At her question, Su Ran's face flushed, and she hesitated to respond. Zhao Tianyu, however, smiled and said, we found that suitcase along the coast. It contained some rather valuable items. Lin Yu, filled with curiosity, inquired, what treasure is this? Zhao Tianyu, deliberately teasing, replied with a smile, does our lovely Lin really want to know? Lin Yu, slightly irritated, urged, come on, just tell me. What on earth is in that suitcase? Stop dragging it out. Only then did Zhao Tianyu chuckle and say, actually, it's nothing much, just some women's alluring lingerie and panties, along with 2 boxes of aphrodisiacs and 2 boxes of condoms. I can't help but wonder what kind of person the owner of this suitcase is. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yi Wei. Yi Wei, slightly flustered, responded, why are you looking at me while you talk? I've already told you the suitcase isn't mine. Observing his expression, Lu Shui and the others surmised that it indeed belonged to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so anxious. They found his possession rather unsettling and bizarre. How could one bring such items out? It appeared that Zhao Tianyu was right. Some people, who seemed gentle and refined, harbored unsavory intentions. Zhao Tianyu, still grinning, remarked to Yi Wei, why are you so nervous? I never claimed this suitcase was yours. If you hadn't looked my way, how would you know I was looking at you? Yi Wei, now quite panicked, retorted, don't say nonsensical things. When have I been nervous? I'm just afraid you might hit me. Zhao Tianyu laughed heartily. I wouldn't strike someone without cause. I only acted out of irritation earlier, but now, you seem much more agreeable. Hearing this, Lu Shui and the others were rendered speechless. What was he even talking about? At that moment, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting simultaneously spotted a coconut beneath a large tree, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they unconsciously swallowed. Chapter 16. A proposal for trade. Observing their expressions, Zhao Tianyu could no longer contain his laughter and teasingly remarked, I must ask, dear ladies, why are you both so fixated on that coconut? Does it have flowers growing on it? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting's cheeks flushed a delightful red, making them appear particularly charming. At this juncture, Su Ran, with a hint of annoyance, scolded, enough with your silly jokes. Miss Lu and the others are both hungry and thirsty. They hardly have the heart to indulge in your banter. Zhao Tianyu, enlightened by her words, nodded in understanding, still sporting a smile as he said, ah, so that is the reason. I was puzzled as to why the enchanting Lin and Zhou were fixated on a coconut. It turns out they're quite parched. Seeing Zhao Tianyu maintain his playful demeanor, Su Ran shot him an exasperated glare. Zhao Tianyu fell silent and swiftly climbed the tree to gather the few coconuts, preparing to distribute them among Lu Shui and the others. However, it was unfortunate that there were over a dozen people in their group. While only 7 or 8 coconuts were available, such a meager amount would hardly suffice for everyone. Nonetheless, it is worth mentioning that despite Lu Shui's typically aloof demeanor, she possessed a genuinely kind heart. As Su Ran extended the coconut towards her, she did not hastily reach for it. Instead, she unhesitatingly passed it to a frail executive beside her. Moreover, both Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, upon receiving their coconuts, chose not to indulge themselves, but selflessly offered them to others who were in greater need of hydration. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Tianyu mused to himself, I never anticipated that these 3 possess such kind hearts, thinking of others even in this dire moment. Yet, he recognized the peril of their altruism on a deserted island. Despite his thoughts, Zhao Tianyu refrained from voicing any concerns and instead addressed the group. There is no need for such back and forth. Over there are numerous coconut trees, laden with fruit. He gestured towards the beach where the trees thrived. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the group turned their gaze towards that direction, faintly spotting the coconut trees before rushing towards them in a frenzy. At that moment, a bao had also awakened, struggling to rise from the ground. Casting a begrudging glance at Zhao Tianyu, Lu Shui urged him, a bao, there are coconut trees over there. Please assist in gathering some. A bao nodded, glanced at Zhao Tianyu, and made his way towards the trees. Left behind were Zhao Tianyu, Lu Shui, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting, who stood before the 4 stunning women. Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, I must admit, this is the first time I have observed these 4 beauties up close, and each one is indeed breathtaking. Lu Shui turned to Zhao Tianyu and remarked, I never imagined that our company as security team harbored someone as unassuming as you. Shall we strike a deal? Intrigued, Zhao Tianyu inquired, what kind of deal does President Lu have in mind? Lu Shui slowly articulated, given your impressive skills, could you ensure the safety of us girls on this deserted island? Rest assured, once the rescue team arrives and we return to the company, I can reward you handsomely. Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile, President Lu, I find your proposition somewhat perplexing. Do you not have a bow for protection? Furthermore, as the company president, your orders would undoubtedly be heeded. Lu Shui shook her head. While a bao is my personal bodyguard, his protection is limited to within the company. We must remember we are on a deserted island. If you were to harbor ill intentions, we would be utterly defenseless. Additionally, do not be deceived by Yi Wei and his group's current compliance. I doubt it will last long. Who knows what they might do to us in due time? Taken aback by Lu Shui's astuteness, Zhao Tianyu was impressed that she had foreseen all these potential threats. He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, exclaiming, President Lu, not only are you beautiful, but you are also remarkably clever, having anticipated everything. Are you not concerned that I might have ulterior motives towards you? It is essential to recognize that this is a deserted island. Even if I were to indulge in your ruin and ultimately extinguish your lives, who would be the wiser? Upon hearing such words, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting's expressions shifted dramatically, while Su Ran maintained a stoic demeanor. Lu Shui, however, chuckled and remarked, I do not perceive you as such a person. Zhao Tianyu, with a smile, inquired, It seems that you only met me today, General Lu. How can you be so certain that I am not of that ilk? Lu Shui replied, brimming with confidence, Just now, Su Ran defended you fervently, and your act of saving her occurred while she was unconscious. There were only the two of you present. Had you intended to harm her, you would have done so long ago. Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, It appears that General Lu is quite astute, which explains your ability to oversee such a large enterprise. Lu Shui then cheerfully asked, Does this mean you are in agreement with the transaction? Zhao Tianyu immediately shook his head, declaring, I do not consent. Lu Shui was taken aback. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, What prompts your refusal? Feel free to voice your conditions. I shall acquiesce unless they are excessively unreasonable. Zhao Tianyu responded, I am not fond of engaging in transactions. Moreover, the likelihood of a rescue team locating this place remains uncertain. While I possess commendable physical capabilities, my experience in wilderness survival is limited. The amount of food and fresh water consumed by your group daily is considerable. I lack the capacity to ensure your well-being. My own survival here is not guaranteed, let alone the responsibility of safeguarding you. As soon as he finished, Su Ran interjected, You are deceiving us. Your wilderness survival experience seems quite extensive. Why not agree to General Lu? Zhao Tianyu shot her a fierce glare, causing her to fall silent. He then addressed Lu Shui, stating, Ultimately, I am merely a lowly security guard within your company. To be frank, I find it challenging to acclimate to the presence of such high-ranking executives, and I have grown accustomed to solitude. After uttering this, he disregarded Lu Shui, turning to the shoreline to gather several empty bottles and pour the collected fresh water from the small pits into them. He did not restore the pits, as he now possessed a military knife and intended to venture into the woods in search of a water source, subsequently seeking a secure location to establish a shelter. Chapter 17. Confronting Yi Wei after collecting fresh water, he approached the shoreline to inspect the fishing nets placed in the sea. The nets yielded 7 or 8 fish, each weighing approximately 4 to 5 ounces. Zhao Tianyu carefully detached the fish from the nets, untangled them from the wooden sticks, and neatly folded the nets. He found a woven bag on the shore and placed both the nets and the collected fresh water inside. Squatting by the water's edge, he prepared the fish before returning to the campfire. At this moment, Bao and his group had also returned with some coconuts, eagerly smashing them open to savor the juice. Zhao Tianyu paid them no mind, instead retrieving 2 sticks to skewer the prepared fish. He rummaged through the embers of the fire to find some still-burning charcoal and placed the fish atop it, allowing them to roast slowly. Upon noticing the fishing net woven within, Su Ran curiously inquired, Zhao Tianyu, why have you collected the fishing net? Zhao Tianyu looked up with a smile and replied, After we enjoy the roasted fish, I intend to venture into the woods to search for a water source and construct a shelter. Upon hearing this, Su Ran's expression shifted dramatically, and the faces of Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting, who sat nearby, mirrored her concern, while Yi Wei, Bao, and the other men wore faint smiles. After all, with Zhao Tianyu's exceptional skills, none of the men wished for him to remain here. Only by his departure could they seize the opportunity to impress the beautiful women in front of them. Su Ran immediately countered. Did you not say that the woods are fraught with danger? Why insist on seeking a water source and building a shelter there? You could just as easily gather fresh water along the coast. And with the abundance of fish in the sea, there is no need to worry about food. Would it not be better for us to wait here for rescue? In response, Zhao Tianyu fell silent, merely lowering his head to continue flipping the 2 skewers of roasted fish. Observing his silence, Su Ran pressed on, If you intend to go into the woods, do you truly plan to abandon us? Zhao Tianyu then lifted his head and chuckled. Why should I concern myself with you? You are all high-ranking executives, while I am merely a security guard, feeling out of place among you. Let us be honest, if not for being stranded on this deserted island, I doubt any of you would even spare me a glance. At his words, Su Ran found herself at a loss for words. Before long, the fish roasting over the fire had turned a crisp golden brown, sizzling as it released an enticing aroma into the air. Yi Wei and his companions were already famished, their stomachs growling as they stared wide-eyed at the mouth-watering fish, salivating at the scent. Had they been able to overpower Zhao Tianyu, they might have attempted to seize the fish from him. Once the fish was ready, Zhao Tianyu offered a skewer to Su Ran while taking one for himself, tearing into the succulent meat with hearty bites. Glancing at the fish in her hand and then at Lu Shui, Su Ran stood up and moved to sit beside her. She took a fish from the skewer and handed it to Lu Shui, then did the same for Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting. Noticing 2 fish still remaining on the skewer, Yi Wei, with a bold demeanor, approached Su Ran and cheerfully asked, "Could you spare me a fish as well?" With exasperation, Su Ran retorted, "If you want to eat, why not catch one yourself? There are plenty of mussels on the rocks along the coast. Why not smash some and roast them?" Stung by her words, Yi Wei's anger flared, thinking, what s with this annoying girl? One day, I will have her beneath me. To ease the awkwardness, he offered his own fish to her, saying, "Here, you can have this one." Just as Yi Wei reached for it, Su Ran shot back. Is it appropriate for a grown man to take food from a girl? His hand quickly retracted, and he shot a glare at Su Ran. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he turned to Lu Shui and said, "Lu, you should have it instead. I ventured to the coastline to gather some mussels for a delightful roast." Upon uttering these words, I turned to leave. The others, having overheard Su Ran's remark about the presence of mussels on the rocks by the shore, promptly rose to join me in the pursuit. After Yi Wei departed, Lu Shui turned to Su Ran and inquired, "Su Ran, why did you confront Yi Wei so boldly? Aren't you concerned about his potential retaliation?" Su Ran, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "I am not worried at all. I have plans with Zhao Tianyu to search for a water source in the woods and establish a shelter." Taken aback by her statement, Lu Shui and the others were surprised by how quickly Su Ran had come to rely on and trust Zhao Tianyu. Lin Yu whispered, "Aren't you worried that he might take advantage of you in the woods?" With unwavering confidence, Su Ran responded, "I have a keen sense of judgment. Zhao Tianyu is not that kind of person. If he truly intended to exploit me, he wouldn't need to venture into the woods." You all witnessed his skills just now. In contrast, the group led by Yi Wei, though appearing earnest, were far from virtuous. "Why not join me and Zhao Tianyu in the woods?" she suggested. Though their voices were low, Zhao Tianyu caught every word. Upon hearing her suggestion, Lu Shui quickly replied, "But that would be unwise. What would happen to these company executives if I left?" Su Ran insisted, "Lu, didn't you just ask Zhao Tianyu to protect you? You know that staying with Yi Wei's group could lead to unpredictable actions if the rescue team fails to locate us." Lu Shui retorted, "I understand your point, but I'm the company president. If I abandon them now, what will they think of me when I return to work?" Su Ran pressed, "Lu, this is a critical moment. How can you still be concerned about them? I believe Zhao Tianyu has a valid argument. It's quite possible the rescue team may never find us. Just consider, we are merely a handful of women here. What man would not harbor ulterior motives upon encountering us? If we remain with Yi Wei's group, I fear they will soon act inappropriately. While you worry for others, they could very well be plotting to take advantage of you." Her words plunged Lu Shui into contemplation, recognizing the truth in Su Ran's reasoning. If they continued to associate with Yi Wei's group, it would not be long before they crossed lines that should not be crossed. After pondering for a while, she finally lifted her gaze to Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, asking, "What do you both think?" Chapter 18. Shelter for the beautiful woman. Upon hearing Lu Shui's question, Lin Yu was the first to respond. "I believe Su Ran is absolutely right. In my view, Zhao Tianyu does not seem to be a malicious individual at all. Even if he were to mistreat me, it would be far preferable to enduring the bullying from Yi Wei and his gang." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Wanting chimed in precisely. "I completely agree with Lin Yu." Although their voices were not loud, every word was distinctly audible to Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu slowly rose from the ground, advancing with measured steps towards Lu Shui and her companions. As he approached, he finally halted and inquired, "Do you wish to accompany me into the woods?" Upon hearing his question, the 4 young women promptly nodded in agreement. However, the words that followed from Zhao Tianyu left everyone present utterly astonished. He resolutely stated, "I'm sorry, but I never agreed to let you join me in the woods." His sudden declaration struck the girls like a bolt from the blue, leaving them momentarily speechless. A singular thought raced through their minds. How could we, exquisite beauties, offer to venture into the woods with you, and yet you appear so unwilling? Su Ran immediately pressed on. "Do you not wish to take us in?" Zhao Tianyu, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slowly and replied, "You are all high-ranking executives, while I am merely an insignificant security guard. We are simply not of the same ilk. I have neither the obligation nor the responsibility to look after you. Moreover, to speak candidly, I possess little experience in wilderness survival. With my limited skills, it is already a blessing if I can survive on my own, let alone take care of you." The girls were taken aback once more, clearly unprepared for his steadfast refusal. At that moment, Su Ran blinked her large, watery eyes, adopting a pitiful demeanor that invoked sympathy, and pleaded with Zhao Tianyu, "Oh, Zhao Tianyu, please do not be so modest. I know you have extensive experience in wilderness survival. If we are to survive on this deserted island, we must rely on you. Besides, you are well aware of the character of Yi Wei and his gang. Can you truly bear to watch us, delicate flowers, fall into their clutches and suffer their bullying and humiliation? Seeing the situation unfold, Lu Shui quickly chimed in, exactly. Zhao Tianyu, could you please lend us a hand? Rest assured, once we escape this island, I will repay you handsomely. Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu interjected, Director Lu, please do not paint a rosy picture. Whether we can leave here is still in question. My abilities are limited, and I am uncertain if I can survive myself, let alone bring you along. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yu immediately adopted a playful tone, saying, Zhao Tianyu, please take us in. You wouldn't want to see us perish on this island or be bullied by Yi Wei and his gang, would you? Zhou Wanning added with a pleading expression, yes. Zhao Tianyu, please take us in. I know you are the best. Faced with the heartfelt pleas of these four enchanting women, Zhao Tianyu thought to himself, I never expected the company's foremost beautiful women would come to beseech a mere security guard for refuge. In the company, they would scarcely spare me a glance. Yet now, stranded on this deserted island, I become the object of their desire. Originally, Zhao Tianyu had no intention of taking in the few women, despite their striking beauty. However, he realized that their presence would complicate his efforts to survive on this desolate island. Faced with their earnest pleas and recalling the unscrupulous nature of Yi Wei and his group, he understood that neglecting them would likely result in their victimization within days. With a softened heart, he finally spoke. I can shelter you, but I cannot guarantee your safety, and you must all heed my instructions. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the other girls quickly assured him that they would follow his lead. Accepting their promises, Zhao Tianyu continued, very well. Let us head into the woods. With that, he returned to the fire to gather his belongings, placing the usable items into Yi Wei's suitcase. Lu Shui and the others promptly rose to assist him beneath the great tree. Noticing that Lu Shui was still clad in a pink dress, Zhao Tianyu furrowed his brow. He retrieved a set of Yi Wei's clothing from the suitcase and handed it to Lu Shui, saying, please change into this. Observing the garments, Lu Shui hesitated to accept them. Her curiosity piqued. Why must I change? This dress is quite fine. Moreover, it is men's clothing. I refuse to wear it. Feeling exasperated by her response, Zhao Tianyu replied with a serious tone, it is summer now, and the woods are teeming with mosquitoes and even poisonous snakes. If you wish to be bitten, you need not change. Realizing that Zhao Tianyu had her best interests at heart, Lu Shui took the clothes from him and ventured into the nearby woods to change. Before long, she returned, now dressed appropriately. Zhao Tianyu instructed the girls to tie their sleeves and pant legs with rope they had gathered from shore. Although they were uncertain of his reasoning, the girls shared a silent understanding and complied without further questions. Just as Zhao Tianyu prepared to lead the girls into the woods, Yi Wei and his cohort, including a Bao, returned to the fire, having smashed some mussels with stones. Upon seeing Lu Shui and the others with Zhao Tianyu, their sleeves and pant legs secured, Yi Wei immediately inquired, Lu, what is the meaning of this? Why are you binding your sleeves and pant legs? Before Lu Shui could respond, Su Ran interjected. We have decided to ally ourselves with Zhao Tianyu and venture into the woods to seek water and build a shelter. Hearing this, Yi Wei, a Bao, and the other company executives exchanged alarmed glances, shocked that the four beautiful women had chosen to side with Zhao Tianyu. Chapter 19. Arrogance and intimidation. Yi Wei's expression turned anxious as he hastily urged, Lu, think carefully. The woods are fraught with danger, concealing countless unknown perils. How can you possibly follow him into such a treacherous place? Lu Shui raised an elegant eyebrow, her beautiful gaze fixed on Yi Wei as she retorted, why can't we accompany him into the woods? Taken aback by her question, Yi Wei found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a Bao, standing nearby, seized the opportunity to interject, thumping his chest in assurance. Miss Lu, I admit this fellow possesses commendable skills, but when it comes to wilderness survival experience, he cannot possibly compare to me. Rest assured, with me, a Bao, around, you and everyone else will be well looked after, and not a single harm shall befall you. As a Bao finished speaking, another company executive hastily chimed in. Indeed, Miss Lu, you are our esteemed president, bearing significant responsibilities. We all depend on your leadership to ensure our survival here. Following suit, yet another executive nodded fervently, imploring, that's right, Miss Lu, if you were to accompany them, everyone's spirits would surely plummet. Besides, with so many of us here, pooling our ideas and efforts, how could we possibly be outdone by a mere security guard? In a chorus of voices, the crowd urged Lu Shui and her companions against following Zhao Tianyu into the woods. Recognizing the underlying motives of the group, Lu Shui responded with unwavering conviction. There is no need for further persuasion. Having decided to venture into the woods with him, we shall not waver. Upon hearing Su Ran's statement, Yue quickly interjected, Miss Yi, are you not concerned that he might take advantage of you in the woods? After all, he is merely a security guard. You saw how he struck me just now. Enraged by Yue's words, Zhao Tianyu's temper flared. Before Yue could react, Zhao Tianyu raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to his face, sending Yue sprawling to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Clutching his face with both hands, Yue let out a heart-wrenching scream that seemed to pierce the heavens, causing all present to shudder in response. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu stood over the fallen Yue, his demeanor that of an enraged lion, roaring, You scoundrel! Just because I'm a security guard, does that render me inferior? I have neither taken a grain of rice from your home, nor spent a penny of your money. By what right do you point fingers at me and flaunt your arrogance? If you dare to continue your incessant chatter before me, I swear I shall end you right here and toss your remains to the sea for the fish. After receiving such a harsh blow from Zhao Tianyu, Yue felt a burning pain on his face, his head ringing with confusion. Though his heart brimmed with fury at Zhao Tianyu's fierce words, he dared not display it. Instead, he could only meekly cover his swelling face with his hands, lacking even the courage to meet Zhao Tianyu's gaze. The onlookers surrounding the scene were utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief at Zhao Tianyu's impulsive decision to strike without hesitation. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Finally, it was Bao who regained his composure first. With a face flushed with fury, he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Tianyu and exclaimed, Even if you possess remarkable skills, it is utterly unacceptable to resort to violence so recklessly. We are all civilized individuals. Cannot our issues be resolved through proper communication? Another senior executive from the company hastily echoed his sentiments. Indeed, you cannot rely on your prowess to justify such brazen acts of aggression. Whatever the circumstances, there must always be a semblance of reason. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned towards Lu Shui and added, President Lu, you have witnessed the security guard's unprovoked assault. How can you possibly align yourselves with someone so utterly unreasonable? Are you not concerned that he may exploit this situation to your detriment? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tianyu abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the speaker. The intensity of his stare made the man feel as though he were ensnared by the unyielding gaze of a venomous cobra. An indescribable wave of terror surged within him, causing him to involuntarily tremble. He fell silent, averted his eyes, and dared not meet Zhao Tianyu's gaze any longer. Observing this reaction, Zhao Tianyu swiftly shifted his focus to Bao, his expression devoid of warmth, his voice chillingly cold as he declared, I am prepared to strike him today. What will you do about it? If you possess any courage, come and test your strength against me. Bao, instantly incensed, felt a surge of rage boiling within him. Yet, he was painfully aware that, given his current strength, he stood no chance against Zhao Tianyu. Thus, despite the flames of anger consuming him, he ultimately suppressed the urge to retaliate, gritting his teeth and lowering his head in silence, unwilling to respond to Zhao Tianyu's provocation. Zhao Tianyu's countenance remained as unyielding as ice as he cast a scrutinizing glance over the row of company executives. His gaze was as frigid as winter, instilling a palpable sense of dread. He parted his lips, delivering his words with an icy disdain. Humph, do not presume that I am unaware of your little schemes. The reason you obstruct President Liu and her associates from aligning with me is simply because of their beauty. You wish to retain them to serve your own ulterior motives. At being so mercilessly exposed by Zhao Tianyu, the executives, who typically held themselves in high esteem, cloaked in a veneer of respectability, were left discomfited, their faces a tumultuous blend of green and pale. However, when faced with Zhao Tianyu's razor-sharp, piercing gaze, they wilted like frostbitten plants, none daring to utter a single word in rebuttal. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu remained composed, his expression as cold as ice. He spoke in a tone that sent chills down the spine. We are all trapped on this desolate island. As long as you refrain from provoking me recklessly, I shall not trouble you. However, should you dare to challenge me, I will ensure your demise. With that, he turned his back to the group, facing Lu Shui and a few others instead. His voice softened slightly as he said, All right, let us proceed. Upon hearing his words, Lu Shui and the others nodded obediently in agreement. Zhao Tianyu then swiftly hoisted the heavy suitcase onto his broad shoulder and strode confidently towards the dense, shadowy forest ahead. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others dared not linger, hastening to follow closely behind. Chapter 20. The capricious nature of humanity. As Zhao Tianyu and his companions gradually vanished from sight, Yue slowly rose from the dusty ground with great difficulty. His face was etched with fury, his eyes burning with malice as he glared at the retreating figures of Zhao Tianyu and the others, as though he could unleash flames upon them. Unable to contain his rage any longer, Yue bellowed, These detestable security guards have dared to treat me with such disdain. Just wait. One day I shall have my revenge, and I will make you suffer in ways unimaginable. And you, Lu Shui, along with your deluded companions, think you can escape unscathed by following a mere security guard? Rest assured, I will one day have you all beneath my heel, begging for mercy. However, after unleashing his vitriol, Yi Wei's demeanor shifted dramatically, as if he had assumed an entirely different persona. He turned to his companion, a Bao, with an ingratiating smile, saying, "Brother Bao, from this moment forth, you shall be our leader on this island." Upon hearing Yi Wei's words, the other executives, accustomed to a life of luxury, quickly echoed their agreement, expressing absolute loyalty and dependence on a Bao. "Indeed, Brother Bao, you are our leader now," one exclaimed eagerly. Another chimed in, without a doubt. "Brother Bao, when it comes to agility and wilderness survival, who could rival you? Whatever tasks you assign us, no matter how arduous, we shall execute them without hesitation." Yet another added, "Yes, Brother Bao, as long as we can safely leave this island and return to civilization, I will reward you handsomely for your kindness. Just name your price, whether it be monetary or otherwise." Thus, the once arrogant executives, now humbled, flocked around a Bao, eager to curry favor and secure a glimmer of hope amidst the uncertainties of the island. Flattered by the attention of these high-ranking officials, a Bao felt a sense of elation swell within him. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "You are all exceedingly courteous. From now on, we shall be like one family. As long as we unite, surviving on this deserted island will be a trivial matter. Do not be misled by that young security guard's skills. His wilderness survival experience may not rival mine. I once spent an entire month alone in the tropical rainforest." Upon hearing his words, Yi Wei, along with the other company executives, lavished praises upon a Bao. After a considerable pause, Yi Wei expressed his frustration, saying, "What a pity. All four of our breathtakingly beautiful ladies have inexplicably followed that insignificant security guard. Otherwise, we could have truly enjoyed ourselves and had some fun." Upon hearing this, a Bao could not help but reveal a faint smile, responding slowly, "It seems that you, President Yi, have harbored some improper thoughts about those lovely ladies, haven't you?" Hearing this, Yi Wei became somewhat flustered, hastily waving his hands and fervently explaining, "Oh no, Brother Bao, please do not refer to me as President Yi anymore. Here, you are undoubtedly the true leader. Just call me Xiao Wei from now on. Besides, any normal man who encounters enchanting women like Lu Shui and the others would surely find it difficult to resist their allure and might entertain some improper thoughts." One cannot deny that Yi Wei possesses a certain cleverness. His mind works swiftly. Deep down, he understands that to survive on this desolate island, he must closely align himself with a Bao. Thus, he unhesitatingly cast aside his previously lofty demeanor, adopting a posture of humility and submission. It is worth noting that while a Bao is ostensibly Lu Shui's personal bodyguard, in Yi Wei's eyes, he is merely a lackey in her service. Even when they occasionally cross paths, Yi Wei would regard a Bao with disdain, often reluctant to exchange a single word with him. However, the circumstances have drastically shifted. They are now trapped on this perilous island. Survival hinges upon their reliance on a Bao. The other executives share the same sentiment. On this island, in their quest for survival, the fluctuating nature of human character is laid bare. A Bao, with a jovial tone, assured them, "Rest assured, one day I shall eliminate that young security guard, and then Lu Shui and the others will have no choice but to heed our commands. At that point, we can dictate how we wish to treat them." Upon hearing this, Yi Wei and the other executives erupted in laughter, their minds already conjuring fantasies of the beautiful Lu Shui and Su ran beneath them. After some time, a Bao with a serious tone declared, "Now that you have all decided to follow my lead, I shall allocate the tasks." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Wei immediately interjected, "Brother Bao, please give your orders. We shall do whatever you ask." The other executives from the company also expressed their willingness to comply with his directives. Observing the enthusiastic response from his fellow executives, a Bao nodded with satisfaction and declared, "The four essentials for survival in the wild are fire, water, food, and shelter. We already have a fire, and there is no need to rush for food. The shore is abundant with mussels that can sustain us. As for water, we need not worry. The coconuts will suffice for several days. The most pressing matter now is to construct our shelter." After this pronouncement, he glanced at Yi Wei and instructed, "Xiao Wei, take a few people to the shore to gather some rope and plastic sheets. I will lead a group into the forest to collect wood. We must hasten to erect the shelter, lest we encounter rain." Upon hearing a Bao address him as Xiao Wei, Yi Wei felt a surge of displeasure, thinking to himself, "How dare you take my courtesy seriously? One day, I shall settle the score with you." Nevertheless, he concealed his discontent and nodded respectfully, saying, "Understood, Brother Bao. I shall head to the shore to collect rope and plastic sheets immediately." With that, he called upon several executives and set off towards the coastline for their task. while Bao took the remaining individuals into the woods to gather timber for the shelter. Chapter 21. Unapproachable, the shoreline was littered with various debris washed ashore by the sea, including ropes of varying thickness and an array of colorful plastic sheets. In less than 2 hours, Yi Wei, alongside a few company executives, managed to collect a significant amount of rope and plastic sheets. Returning to the large tree beside the fire, Bao, too, brought back a selection of wood from the nearby forest. The group wasted no time in commencing the construction of the shelter. By the time dusk approached, they had erected a makeshift shelter beneath the great tree. Though it appeared rudimentary, it provided adequate protection from the wind and rain. Zhao Tianyu led Lu Shui and several others cautiously through the dense woods. At this moment, the summer sun blazed fiercely, its heat seemingly capable of melting everything in its path, suffusing the forest with a stifling atmosphere. Having ventured only a short distance, the group was already drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to their skin. Additionally, swarms of mosquitoes flitted about, launching surprise attacks that left red, swollen welts on the delicate skin of the girls. However, Zhao Tianyu appeared unfazed by these tribulations. He steadfastly carried the heavy suitcase, advancing with unwavering determination deeper into the thicket. In contrast, Lu Shui and her 3 companions were in a far more precarious state, accustomed to a life of comfort. They had never endured such hardship. At this moment, they were utterly exhausted, each step a monumental effort. Nevertheless, none of them dared to utter a word of complaint, resolutely gritting their teeth and exerting every ounce of strength to follow in Zhao Tianyu's footsteps. As time elapsed, nearly 2 hours had passed in their arduous trek, yet they had failed to uncover even a hint of a water source. At this juncture, Lu Shui and the others felt themselves on the verge of collapse, their legs heavy as if laden with lead, making movement nearly impossible. Finally, Su Ran could no longer endure. Gasping for breath, she implored Zhao Tianyu, we truly cannot go on any longer. Might we take a moment to rest? Upon hearing her plea, Zhao Tianyu immediately halted, turning to glance at the flushed faces of Lu Shui and her companions, who were panting heavily. Frowning, he remarked, alas, how is it that you become so fatigued after such a short distance? How will you survive in this wilderness? It seems you must engage in more training, otherwise, you risk perishing on this deserted island. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and her companions felt a surge of anger, yet they dared not voice their discontent. Zhao Tianyu continued, let's find a suitable spot to rest for a while. After scanning the surroundings, he soon spotted a large, shady tree. He led the girls beneath its boughs, ensuring the area was free from potential dangers before permitting Lu Shui and the others to sit and recuperate. The 4 of them slumped to the ground like deflated balloons, gasping for air. Zhao Tianyu then retrieved 2 hard-earned bottles of fresh water from his backpack. Handing one to Lu Shui as he instructed, each of you may drink half a bottle. Lu Shui promptly accepted the 2 bottles, passing one to Su Ran. She opened her own and drank half in one go before passing the remainder to Linyu. Su Ran swiftly followed suit, finishing half a bottle and handing the rest to Zhou Wanting. Zhao Tianyu opened another bottle, drinking it down in one swallow. Observing Zhao Tianyu consume an entire bottle, Linyu voiced her dissatisfaction. Why do you get to drink a full bottle while we are each limited to half? Don't you understand the value of cherishing beauty? Zhao Tianyu retorted with irritation. Listen here, Lin, this water was collected by me. Allowing each of you half a bottle is already a generous concession. Let's not forget, we are on an uninhabited island. Sensitivity to beauty cannot serve as sustenance. Go see if Yi Wei and the others will indulge you in the same manner. At Zhao Tianyu's words, Lin Yu's face flushed with anger, and she opened her mouth to respond, but Su Ran quickly interjected. Yu, perhaps you should refrain from speaking further. This is not the corporate world. Following Su Ran's admonition, Lin Yu closed her mouth tightly, though her inner discontent remained unabated. Her beautiful eyes narrowed in a fierce glare at Zhao Tianyu. Had her gaze been lethal, he might have already been torn to shreds. Time flowed slowly in this somewhat oppressive atmosphere. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu finally broke the silence. He lifted his gaze and surveyed the 4 beautiful women before him, then spoke. I believe we have rested long enough. It is time for us to rise and set forth. We must locate a water source without delay. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu, seated nearby, could not help but grumble once more. Did you not see that we are all utterly exhausted and breathless? Can't we have just a little more time to rest? As she spoke, she gently massaged her sore legs, her face a portrait of fatigue and discontent. Faced with Lin Yu's complaints, Zhao Tianyu displayed neither patience nor sympathy. He abruptly turned his head, casting a fierce glare at Lin Yu, and coldly retorted, if you truly wish to rest, then feel free to remain here. It makes no difference to me. After uttering those words, he didn't spare her another glance, instead striding decisively to his suitcase, bending down to hoist it onto his shoulder, and then, without hesitation, continued deeper into the thicket. Witnessing Zhao Tianyu's resolute actions, Lu Shui and the others were momentarily taken aback, but soon they awakened from their stupor, hurriedly rising to their feet and swiftly following in Zhao Tianyu's footsteps. Watching his distant, unyielding silhouette, Lin Yu stomped her foot in indignation. Internally, she cursed, "Humph. He is merely a lowly security guard. What is so remarkable about that? How dare he be so arrogant? If it weren't for our situation on this deserted island, how would he bother with such a conceited person?" Despite being filled with anger and resentment, Lin Yu ultimately gritted her teeth and hastily followed after him, her heavy body dragging behind. Thus, their group trudged forward for nearly an hour without finding a water source. A profound sense of disappointment and frustration began to swell within Lu Shui and the others, leading them to question the wisdom of their decision to ally with Zhao Tianyu. The deeper they ventured, the denser the foliage became, forming a verdant barrier that effectively obscured the sunlight. Scattered animal bones occasionally appeared on the ground, starkly visible in the dim surroundings. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the forest, sending chills down their spines. Su Ran cautiously ventured to speak to Zhao Tianyu. "Zhao Tianyu, we have searched for so long without even a hint of water. Perhaps there is no water source in this forest at all, and it truly is quite terrifying here. Should we not consider returning to the coast?" As she spoke, she gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu abruptly halted, slowly lowering the heavy suitcase he had been carrying on his shoulder. He turned around, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on the few girls before him, their faces flushed from exhaustion and breathing heavily. In a low, rumbling voice, he inquired, "Do you all wish to return to the shore?" In response to Zhao Tianyu's question, Lu Shui and the other three seemed to have conspired beforehand, nodding in unison to express their agreement with Su Ran's proposal. Witnessing this, Zhao Tianyu coldly retorted, "Very well. If you wish to go back, then stay with Yi Wei and his group. I need to find a water source to build a shelter, and without you four burdens, I can survive better here." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the expressions of Lu Shui and the others shifted dramatically. Lin Yu, her face flushed with anger, exclaimed, "If we leave, do you really think you won't survive without us? You're just a mere security guard. What's there to be arrogant about?" At that moment, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of irritation rising within him. Just as he was about to retort, his eyes caught sight of a snake, as thick as an arm, coiled on a branch barely 2 meters above Lin Yu's head. The snake's skin almost matched the color of the tree trunk, making it nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Its triangular head was particularly conspicuous, hinting at its venomous nature, and it was currently flicking its tongue towards Lin Yu, poised to strike at any moment. If Lin Yu were to be bitten by this serpent, she would succumb to death within half an hour in these woods. At that instant, Zhao Tianyu's heart raced with a burning urgency, his eyes glinting with a cold light as they remained fixed on the menacing serpent. His expression grew grave, his lips quivering slightly as he whispered in an extremely serious tone, "Lin Yu, you must not move. Just stand there quietly. Lu Shui, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran, you three should retreat slowly, making sure to be as silent as possible." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's urgent command and seeing the tension etched on his face, the four girls exchanged bewildered glances, filled with confusion and uncertainty. Zhao Tianyu, his voice tinged with desperation, reiterated, "Don't make a sound. Quickly do as I say." Observing Zhao Tianyu's frantic demeanor, Lu Shui, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran dared not delay any longer, cautiously stepping back. Meanwhile, Lin Yu stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell, utterly motionless. All the while, Zhao Tianyu's sharp gaze never wavered from the venomous snake above her. His right hand stealthily reached for the razor-sharp military knife at his waist, inching towards it. Soon enough, he had the gleaming blade firmly in hand. However, just at that critical moment, disaster struck. The snake, previously coiled on the branch, suddenly lunged like an arrow released from a bow, opening its gaping maw to reveal its sharp fangs, hurtling directly towards Lin Yu below. However, Zhao Tianyu exhibited remarkable swiftness, striding forward with determination as he wielded his military knife, striking at the venomous serpent. Just as the snake was about to sink its fangs into Lin Yu, a flash of cold light appeared. Zhao Tianyu's blade, resembling a bolt of lightning, sliced through the serpent's body with unyielding precision. The knife was extraordinarily sharp, virtually indomitable, capable of severing iron with ease. In an instant, accompanied by a crisp sound of breaking, the serpent was cleaved in two, falling helplessly to the ground. With deftness, Zhao Tianyu swiftly yanked Lin Yu to his side, then raised his powerful right foot without hesitation, aiming it squarely at the writhing head of the snake, and forcefully crushed it down, exerting all his strength to obliterate the creature. At that moment, Lu Shui and the others, as if awakening from a dream, finally noticed the severed serpent lying on the ground. They gazed at the scene before them, a dawning realization washing over them as they understood why Zhao Tianyu had been so anxious and urgent just moments before. Lin Yu, however, was already pale with fear, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat, trembling uncontrollably like withered leaves swaying in the wind. As seconds ticked by, after a tense span of about 10 seconds under Zhao Tianyu's relentless pressure, the once struggling serpent finally fell silent, devoid of any signs of life. Only then did Zhao Tianyu cautiously lift his foot. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the serpent's head had been utterly crushed, a gruesome sight of blood and flesh that sent chills down the spine. With the serpent definitively dispatched, Zhao Tianyu exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to Lin Yu, he asked, "Are you all right?" Lin Yu shook her head, unable to maintain her composure, and began to sob quietly. She realized that had Zhao Tianyu not intervened in time, she would have been bitten by the serpent, fully aware of the dire consequences that would have entailed. Observing her soft weeping, Zhao Tianyu chose not to speak further. Lu Shui, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran quickly approached to comfort Lin Yu. Zhao Tianyu then knelt down, severing the serpent's head and placing the two halves of its body into his backpack. Chapter 23. Finding water sources. Turning to Lu Shui and the others, he stated, "As you have witnessed, this forest is rife with peril. A moment's inattention could cost you your life. If you regret your decision and wish to return to the coast, now is the time to do so. I, however, intend to venture deeper into the woods to search for a water source and construct a shelter." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged glances, each hesitant to voice their thoughts. The earlier scene had indeed startled them profoundly. As Zhao Tianyu remarked, the forest was fraught with dangers, and a moment's carelessness could prove fatal. While the coast was safe, it lacked fresh water and adequate sustenance. If we were to return, we would have to rely on Yi Wei and his group, and inevitably, we would face their bullying. After nearly half a minute had passed, Su Ran suddenly raised her head and spoke with unwavering determination. "I want to stay with you. Rather than return to the shore and be tormented by Yi Wei and his gang, I would rather perish." Lu Shui promptly echoed, "I too wish to accompany you." Zhou Wanting quickly added, "I feel the same way, even if it means meeting my end in these woods. I refuse to return and be bullied by Yi Wei and his group." Lin Yu, filled with guilt, looked up and said, "Zhao Tianyu, I must apologize. My previous words were uncalled for. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I might have already been bitten by that snake." Hearing the girl's declarations, Zhao Tianyu slowly responded, "I did not intend to treat you in such a manner. You all witnessed the dangers of this forest. I cannot be by your side at every moment. To survive here, one must primarily rely on oneself. This is not like being in the company. You must quickly acquire some survival skills to endure." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the girls nodded in agreement. He then hoisted the suitcase onto his shoulder and continued deeper into the thicket, with Lu Shui and the others hastily following his lead. Time passed slowly, and the group trudged forward for nearly 2 hours. At this moment, each person's physical and mental state was teetering on the edge of exhaustion. They felt overwhelming fatigue, and hunger and thirst washed over them like relentless tides. The girls, especially Lu Shui and her companions, felt as though they had lost all strength to move, as if their feet were weighed down by lead. Even Zhao Tianyu, who usually boasted good physical stamina, was now gasping for breath, his clothes soaked with sweat. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu, who had been leading the group, suddenly caught a faint sound resembling the ethereal flow of water from a distance. A flicker of hope ignited within him, and he quickly halted, straining to listen, fearing he might miss any subtle sound. Seeing Zhao Tianyu stop without warning, Lu Shui and the others followed suit, puzzled. Su Ran approached with a furrowed brow and softly inquired, "What is it? Have you noticed something?" Zhao Tianyu, his expression focused, did not immediately respond to Su Ran's question, but instead asked, "Do you hear the sound of flowing water?" "I believe I can hear water moving." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's remark, Lu Shui and the others perked up, each straining their ears to listen intently. However, apart from the gentle rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze and the occasional melodious chirping of birds from above, there were no other notable sounds. As time ticked away, after a considerable interval, the girls exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, indicating that they had not heard any sound of flowing water. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Tianyu could not help but question whether his auditory hallucinations were a product of sheer fatigue. He forced a wry smile, shaking his head helplessly, and let out a sigh. Thus, Zhao Tianyu and his companions continued their silent journey for quite some time. At that moment, a gentle breeze brushed past them, bringing a refreshing coolness. Accompanying this breeze, Zhao Tianyu's ears once again detected that familiar yet elusive sound of flowing water. He halted, slightly tilting his head, intent on listening intently. The sound fluctuated between clarity and a whisper, as if carried away by the wind. Zhao Tianyu, wary of dismissing it as mere illusion, remained motionless, wholly concentrated on discerning the source and direction of the sound. After a thorough listen, he was finally convinced that he had not erred this time. The sound of water was indeed real, and it seemed to be quite nearby. With this realization, an overwhelming surge of excitement welled up within him. Without hesitation, he turned around, exuberantly exclaiming to Lu Shui and the other girls, "I heard it clearly. It is indeed the sound of flowing water." His voice trembled with excitement, his eyes sparkling with joy. Almost instantly, he began to stride forward with great enthusiasm. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others hurriedly followed suit. They hastened along, and after approximately 200 meters, the once faint and elusive sound of water grew increasingly pronounced, resonating like a jubilant melody in the air. At this juncture, not only Zhao Tianyu, but also Lu Shui and the other girls could distinctly hear the melodious sound of water. Their spirits soared, and their pace quickened involuntarily. After running another 300 or 400 meters, a winding stream appeared before them, shimmering like a silver ribbon. The water was crystal clear, revealing colorful pebbles and fish swimming freely beneath the surface. The river's surface sparkled, reflecting the lush trees and the blue sky with white clouds. This enchanting sight filled everyone with delight, prompting joyous cheers. They quickly approached the riverbank, and Lu Shui and the other girls eagerly leaned down, ready to drink from the stream. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu immediately interjected, "You cannot drink this water." Upon hearing his warning, the girls paused. Lu Shui, intrigued, inquired, "But the water looks so clear, why can't we drink it?" Zhao Tianyu explained, "Although it appears pristine, one cannot ascertain the number of bacteria and parasites that may be present. Drinking it directly could easily upset your stomach. It must be boiled before consumption. You all rest here while I explore the nearby woods." With that, he set down his suitcase and ventured into the nearby forest without waiting for the girls' responses. As they traversed a stretch of path, they suddenly spotted a few bamboo shoots growing in the distance. Chapter 24, Roasting Snake Meat. Zhao Tianyu hastened towards the bamboo, unsheathed his military knife, and selected a bamboo stalk of a bowl's width to commence his labor. Accompanied by the crisp sound of chopping, within less than a minute, the one straight bamboo succumbed to Zhao Tianyu's vigorous assault and crashed to the ground. Immediately, he swung his knife once more, segmenting the bamboo into several pieces and meticulously selecting a few sections to use as tubes. Cradling the bamboo tubes, he swiftly returned to where Lu Shui and the others were, gently placing the tubes down before turning to venture into the adjacent woods. Shortly thereafter, he returned, arms laden with a pile of dry twigs and withered grass. Approaching the riverbank, he retrieved a lighter from his pocket and ignited a fire. Next, he picked up 2 bamboo tubes, bent over, and submerged them into the crystal-clear waters of the river. With bubbling sounds, it was not long before both tubes were filled with cool, sweet river water. Carefully, he positioned the filled tubes upright above the fire, allowing the flames to thoroughly heat the water within. While waiting for the water to boil, Zhao Tianyu did not rest. Instead, he opened his nearby suitcase and extracted the carcasses of the 2 venomous snakes he had previously slain. Skillfully, he peeled away the snake skin, found 2 slender and sturdy sticks, and skewered the prepared snake meat onto them. Subsequently, he gingerly removed some glowing red charcoal from the fire and placed the snake meat atop it to commence roasting. As time slipped by, approximately 10 minutes later, the water in the bamboo tubes finally reached a boil, steam rising in gentle wisps. Zhao Tianyu also fashioned several bamboo bowls from the remaining tubes and distributed the steaming water into them, handing them to Lu Shui and her companions. The girls, already parched, eagerly grasped the bamboo bowls and began to sip the hot water within. Each sip alleviated their thirst somewhat. At that moment, the aroma of the roasting snake meat wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses of the group who were already famished. Once the snake meat was ready, Zhao Tianyu, disregarding the heat, tore off a steaming piece and devoured it voraciously. Observing the fragrant meat skewered on the sticks, Lu Shui and the others hesitated, unsure of whether to partake. Noticing their reluctance, Zhao Tianyu urged, "Hurry and eat. What are you waiting for? It won't taste as good once it cools down." Su Ran, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, "We don't dare eat snake meat." In response, Zhao Tianyu, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "What time is it? Why are you still so finicky? Suit yourselves. If you don't eat, you'll only go hungry." With that, he resumed his meal, savoring each bite noisily. Watching Zhao Tianyu relish his meal, Su Ran and the others could not help but swallow hard at the sight. The stomach emitted a series of discontented growls. Zhao Tianyu, in an ill-timed manner, exclaimed, "This snake meat is absolutely delectable." Su Ran could no longer contain herself, cautiously tearing off a small piece of snake meat and tentatively chewing it. As soon as she bit down, her eyes widened in delight. Although the roasted snake meat was devoid of any seasoning, it was remarkably tender, prompting her to devour it with gusto. She urged Lu Shui and the others. You must try this. The snake meat is truly exquisite. Upon hearing her words, Lu Shui and the others carefully tore off their own pieces, and after their first bites, their expressions mirrored Su Ran's astonishment, leading them to indulge heartily. Observing the scene, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle. In less than 10 minutes, the roasted snake was completely consumed by the group, who still appeared unsatisfied. Lu Shui remarked, I never expected that something so fearsome-looking could taste so delightful. Lin Yu echoed, indeed. I had no idea snake meat could be so delicious. Zhao Tianyu, grinning, responded, that's why one should not judge solely by appearances. Much like people, who may seem splendid on the outside, yet harbor venomous hearts. The girls paused, unsure if Zhao Tianyu's comment was merely casual banter or held a deeper significance. After resting by the riverside for a while, Zhao Tianyu spoke up. Are we all rested? It's getting late. We must continue our journey. Lu Shui, appearing puzzled, softly inquired, but haven't we successfully located a water source? Why must we leave? Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. Zhao Tianyu patiently explained, indeed, we have found water, but this area is cramped and relatively low-lying. Constructing a shelter here poses numerous risks. For instance, in the event of a heavy storm or rising river waters, we would be in peril. Therefore, for safety's sake, we must seek a more suitable location. After hearing Zhao Tianyu's thorough and reasonable explanation, the girls nodded in agreement, feeling a renewed admiration for him. Surprised by his meticulous considerations, Zhao Tianyu swiftly picked up a bamboo tube, approached the riverbank, and carefully scooped up some clear water. He then returned to the crackling campfire, gently pouring the water onto the blazing flames. With a hissing sound, the roaring fire gradually diminished, leaving only wisps of blue smoke rising into the air. Turning to Lu Shui and the others, he instructed, please help carry these bamboo tubes. With that, he took the lead, hoisting a heavy suitcase. Thus, under Zhao Tianyu's guidance, the group continued along the winding riverbank. After nearly half an hour, perseverance bore fruit as they finally stumbled upon a relatively elevated and flat area by the riverbank. Not only was the vista remarkably expansive, allowing for a clear view of the distant surroundings, but the vegetation was also sparse, posing minimal hindrance to their construction efforts. Undoubtedly, this location was most suitable for erecting a shelter. Zhao Tianyu's face lit up with a satisfied smile as he gently set down the suitcase he had been shouldering for quite some time. Lu Shui and the others followed suit, placing their bamboo tubes on the ground and exhaling a sigh of relief. Chapter 25. Taking turns to keep watch as time pressed on, Zhao Tianyu addressed Lu Shui and the others, instructing them to gather some firewood nearby to ignite a fire. He reminded them not to stray too far, as he intended to search for food. With that, he retrieved a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Su Ran before making his way into the woods. Lu Shui and her companions ventured into the forest to collect firewood. Zhao Tianyu wandered through the woods for over half an hour and spotted 2 wild chickens. However, lacking a bow and arrow, he could only watch as the birds slipped away right before his eyes. With darkness approaching, he ceased his search and turned back toward the riverbank. Upon his return, he found that Lu Shui and the others had successfully lit a fire and gathered a good amount of firewood. This sight brought Zhao Tianyu a sense of relief. It seemed the girls were not entirely inept. Seeing Zhao Tianyu return empty-handed, the girls felt a twinge of disappointment, yet none dared to voice their discontent. Unbeknownst to them, night had fully descended. With no food to be found, they resorted to boiling some water in the bamboo tubes for a drink. The journey from the coastline had taken them 6 or 7 hours, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Zhao Tianyu instructed Lu Shui and the others. You 4 will take turns keeping watch. Be sure not to let the fire extinguish, and wake me if anything arises. I shall rest first. His words left the girls momentarily taken aback, pondering, he truly has no regard for our well-being. How can he sleep while we rotate keeping watch? Zhou Wanning voiced her discontent. Why should you sleep while the 4 of us keep watch? Zhao Tianyu shot her a glare and retorted. Simply because you must listen to me. Otherwise, we can switch roles, and I will keep watch while you 4 search for food come morning. Zhou Wanning was left momentarily speechless. Zhao Tianyu said no more and lay down on the ground, quickly falling into a deep slumber. Zhou Wanning muttered softly, what a pig. How can he sleep so soundly in this place? To this, Lu Shui quietly replied, let us keep our voices down. After all, this is a deserted island, not a corporate office. If we wish to survive, we must rely on him. Despite his sharp tongue, he has a good heart, at least far better than Yi Wei and his group. As soon as Lu Shui finished speaking, Su Ran nodded in agreement and said, what President Lu said is indeed correct. Zhao Tianyu has a kind heart. During the 2 days I spent with him, he was always considerate and never took advantage of me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu teased, it seems our Su Ran has taken a liking to this young security guard. Blushing at Lin Yu's playful remark, Su Ran quickly replied, don't say such nonsense. I have not taken a liking to him. Besides, the young security guard is not bad. He is certainly far better than that heartless scoundrel Yue. Surprised by Su Ran's words, Lu Shui inquired curiously, Su Ran, I remember your relationship with Yue at the company was rather good. How could it change so drastically here on this deserted island? What exactly happened? In response to Lu Shui's question, Su Ran fell silent and merely reached out to slowly open the suitcase. As the suitcase lid lifted, an unusual atmosphere filled the air. Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and the others could not help but direct their gazes toward the contents of the suitcase. Upon seeing the colorful, alluring lingerie and 2 conspicuously packaged condoms within, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, resembling ripe apples. Lin Yu, with her large, curious eyes, could not resist whispering, Su Ran, where did you get these items? Su Ran gently parted her lips to explain, this suitcase actually belongs to Yue. Zhao Tianyu and I found it on the beach. And these items were already inside. At that time, we even noticed there were 2 boxes of enhancement pills, but Zhao Tianyu immediately threw them into the sea. Upon hearing Su Ran's explanation, Lu Shui and the others finally understood. Lu Shui was the first to break the silence, indignantly stating, no wonder when you asked Yue this morning if the suitcase was his, he denied it so vehemently. It turns out he was hiding such disgraceful items. I always thought Yue appeared to be a refined and gentlemanly person. Who would have imagined his heart was so filthy? Lin Yu immediately chimed in. Indeed, one cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. I never expected Yue would bring such things. Zhou Wanting then remarked, what are these items even for? We might as well toss them into the fire and burn them. After saying this, she moved to dispose of the lingerie and condoms. Seeing this, Su Ran quickly intervened, saying, we can't burn them. Zhao Tianyu mentioned these items might be useful. Zhou Wanting retorted, what use could they possibly have? He doesn't expect us to wear those seductive lingerie, does he? Just as she finished her sentence, the still sleeping Zhao Tianyu suddenly spoke up. Zhou, my dear beauty, you really need to curb your habit of speaking ill of others behind their backs. Rest assured, I am not a pervert. Zhao Tianyu's sudden interjection startled Lu Shui and the others. Zhou Wanting blushed and said, but you were asleep. How can you still hear us speaking? Were you pretending to be asleep just now? Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes and replied, I was indeed asleep, but you all woke me up. Those alluring pieces of lingerie are clearly meant for you all. After all, each of you possesses only one set of clothing, with no change of attire in sight. To put more bluntly, these undergarments are worn closely against your skin. Even if I wished to see them, I could not. If you truly despise wearing them, simply toss them into the fire and burn them. However, do not touch those 2 boxes of condoms. They might be essential in a critical moment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanting immediately retorted, stop talking nonsense. How could condoms possibly save lives? It seems you are harboring ulterior motives towards us. Zhao Tianyu, upon hearing her words, stared at her with a look akin to that of a fool, then smiled and replied, Zhou, my dear beauty, could you perhaps engage your brain a little? If I truly intended to have ill designs on you, what purpose would those condoms serve? His reasoning left Zhou Wanting momentarily speechless. After all, upon reflection, Zhao Tianyu's argument was not without merit. If he truly harbored intentions towards the 4 of them, they would likely have no chance whatsoever to resist, making the presence of condoms unnecessary. Chapter 26. The Hunt for Wild Rabbits. Zhao Tianyu continued. So, are you all tired or not? Hurry and go to sleep. We have things to do tomorrow. As he spoke, he turned over, and before long, the sound of his thunderous snoring filled the air. Witnessing the scene, Lu Shui and her companions could no longer contain themselves, silently cursing, this guy is nothing short of a pig. At that moment, Lu Shui turned to Su Ran and the other 2, softly saying, all right, you 3 should sleep first. I will keep watch. If I can't hold on any longer, I will wake you to take my place. Hearing Lu Shui's arrangement, Lin Yu, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran said nothing further and lay down to prepare for sleep. Meanwhile, Lu Shui sat quietly beside the fire, occasionally reaching out to add a few logs to the roaring flames, ensuring the fire remained vigorous. Lu Shui's gaze swept over the slumbering figures, and she couldn't help but reflect. I never expected that I, a dignified company president, would find myself in such dire straits. Alas, this life has truly become a lamentable one. However, she quickly shifted her perspective, realizing that being stranded on this deserted island for these few short days has, ironically, been the most relaxed and carefree time since she took over the company. It is worth noting that while at the company, she had a myriad of employees looking to her for sustenance. Thus, apart from sleeping, the vast majority of her time was consumed by meetings and handling various affairs, or dining with clients to discuss business. As dawn broke the next day, Zhao Tianyu was already awake. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Tianyu beheld Zhou Wanting sitting beside the campfire, vigilantly keeping watch. Meanwhile, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Lin Yu remained in a deep slumber. A faint smile of contentment graced Zhao Tianyu's face as he gradually rose from the ground. Hearing the commotion, Zhao, wanting swiftly, turned her head to regard him, inquiring, "What brings you up so early?" With a smile, Zhao Tianyu replied, "The early bird catches the worm." Observing the weariness etched across Zhao Wanting's face, her eyes rimmed with red, he felt a pang of sympathy. He gently urged her, "The sun has risen. There is no danger now. You should lie down and rest a bit longer. I shall find something for us to eat." Having said this, he refrained from further conversation, standing up and moving towards a nearby stream, where he cupped the chilly water in his hands, splashing his face. Instantly, he felt invigorated. Zhao Wanting nestled beside the fire, and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. After refreshing himself, Zhao Tianyu grasped his military knife and ventured into the nearby woods. The sun had yet to ascend, and the entire forest lay shrouded in mist, presenting a low visibility. Given that this season heralded the emergence of venomous snakes, Zhao Tianyu exercised utmost caution, remaining vigilant with each step, scanning his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, he had traversed quite a distance. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from a nearby thicket, heightening Zhao Tianyu's alertness. He gripped the hilt of his knife tightly and cautiously approached the source of the noise. As he drew nearer, within mere meters of the underbrush, a small gray head emerged. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a wild rabbit, appearing utterly unacquainted with humans. The rabbit, seemingly intrigued by the unfamiliar figure before it, stared at Zhao Tianyu with wide, curious eyes, exhibiting no signs of fear. In a swift moment, Zhao Tianyu reacted with remarkable speed. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the military knife towards the unsuspecting creature. To his astonishment, whether by stroke of luck or the result of his practiced aim, the knife flew true, piercing the rabbit's body with alarming precision. The wounded rabbit let out a pained cry before collapsing and thrashing on the ground. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu wasted no time and hastened towards it. Upon reaching the creature, he firmly grasped it, swiftly retrieving his knife from its body. Without hesitation, he raised the rabbit and struck it violently against the trunk of a nearby sturdy tree. The impact resonated with a loud thud, and after a few futile kicks, the rabbit lay still. Zhao Tianyu quickly approached to retrieve the lifeless creature. By this time, the sun had risen high, and the mist within the woods began to dissipate. Having captured a wild rabbit, Zhao Tianyu chose not to continue his search, primarily due to his overwhelming hunger. After all, he had journeyed tirelessly the previous day, subsisting on little more than a morsel of roasted snake meat. This rabbit, weighing no less than 5 or 6 pounds, would certainly suffice to satiate the appetites of their small group. Upon returning to the campfire, he found Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Su Ran already awake, engaged in lively conversation. However, Zhao Wanting remained peacefully asleep on the ground. The sight of the wild rabbit brought immediate delight to Lu Shui and the others. Su Ran, smiling, remarked, "Zhao Tianyu, you truly are remarkable. You managed to bring back a wild rabbit. My admiration for you grows ever stronger." Zhao Tianyu, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Do not flatter me. I merely had good fortune. If you find yourselves with idle time, please gather some firewood." At his words, Su Ran huffed. What a man devoid of romance. With that, she rose and headed into the woods to collect firewood. Lu Shui and Lin Yu quickly followed suit. Zhao Tianyu then approached the nearby stream, where he used his military knife to make a precise incision on the rabbit's neck. Gripping its skin firmly, he pulled with strength, and with a satisfying rip, the entire pelt was removed. Discarding the skin aside, he made another cut on the rabbit's abdomen, extracting the entrails and setting them aside. He was reluctant to discard the innards, having noticed the previous day that the stream harbored numerous small fish and shrimp. Zhao Tianyu planned to weave a fishing trap from bamboo, using the entrails as bait, in hopes of catching some fish or shrimp to supplement their diet. With 5 individuals to feed, their daily food consumption was significant. Given that he possessed only a military knife, sourcing adequate food would prove to be quite challenging. Chapter 27. Cooking the wild rabbit after thoroughly cleaning the rabbit. He returned to the campfire and ventured in the nearby woods to procure a stick about the thickness of a child's arm. With his knife, he sharpened one end of the stick and skillfully impaled the rabbit in the center. Next, he retrieved a piece of burning charcoal from the fire and carefully arranged it. He then delicately positioned the skewered rabbit above the charcoal, beginning the meticulous process of roasting it. Before long, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Su Ran appeared, each burdened with large bundles of freshly gathered firewood, their steps unsteady as they approached the fire. They dropped the wood onto the ground and collapsed onto the dusty earth. Gasping for breath, observing their exhausted state, Zhao Tianyu could not suppress a slight smirk, revealing a hint of playful mockery as he teased, "Look at you 3. So out of breath. It is truly concerning. You must engage in more rigorous training. Otherwise, how will you survive on this deserted island?" Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's merciless remarks, the 3 young ladies felt their cheeks flush with indignation. puffing out their cheeks and glaring at him with wide eyes. Su Ran retorted sharply, "We are swamped at the office every day, spinning like tops as we handle an array of tedious tasks. Where will we find the time to exercise? Yet here you are, lounging in the security department, idling away your days. What else could it be but that?" Faced with Su Ran's incisive criticism, Zhao Tianyu was not one to back down easily. He straightened his posture and replied earnestly, "Hey Su, my dear beauty, you can't put it that way. Who says I'm just wasting time in the security department? I am diligently fulfilling my duties. Thank you very much. Moreover, the work of a security officer is hardly less demanding than yours." Upon hearing this, Su Ran, still irritated, pressed him. "Then do enlighten us. What exactly do you do in the security department?" With a cheerful grin, Zhao Tianyu replied, "Oh, there's much to do. Every day, I watch the comely ladies coming and going, pondering over what kind of lingerie they might be wearing." At this, Lu Shui and the others were left speechless. Almost in unison, they exclaimed, "Pervert." In the brief span of less than half an hour, the wild rabbit, roasting over the fire, had turned to golden brown, sizzling and exuding an enticing aroma that filled the air. The delightful scent made Lu Shui and her companion salivate. At that moment, Zhou Wanting, still in slumber, awoke to the delicious fragrance. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she inquired, "What smells so wonderful?" Seeing her dazed expression and hearing her question, Zhao Tianyu and the others couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Tianyu teased, "How is it your nose is sharper than a dog's? You woke up just from the aroma." Blushing from his playful jab, Zhou Wanting felt a warmth spread across her cheeks. Before long, the wild rabbit was perfectly roasted, and Zhao Tianyu tore off the 4 meatiest hind legs and offered them to Lu Shui and the others, while he himself began to eat from the less meaty parts. The gesture of giving the rabbit legs to them moved Lu Shui and her companions, deepening their fondness for Zhao Tianyu. In less than 10 minutes, the roasted rabbit was reduced to a mere pile of bones, and everyone still appeared unsatisfied. Zhao Tianyu then used a bamboo tube to fetch some water and placed it over the fire to boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, he poured it into bamboo bowls for everyone to partake. Zhao Tianyu addressed Lu Shui and the other girls, stating, "Now that we have located a water source, we must swiftly construct a shelter, hoping it does not rain in the coming days." After speaking, he turned to look at each of the 4 girls, his gaze sweeping over their faces before continuing, "Currently, we possess only this one military knife. Therefore, I shall venture into the woods to cut bamboo for our shelter, while you 4 remain here to craft ropes." Upon hearing his plan, Lu Shui and the others exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Lu Shui slightly furrowed her brows, breaking the silence with a question, "But how do we go about making the rope? We have never done this before and have no idea how to proceed." Zhao Tianyu, seeing her concern, smiled reassuringly and said, "Do not worry. Since you are unfamiliar with it, I can guide you step by step. Come, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and walked briskly into the depths of the forest. Lu Shui and the others, not daring to delay, hurriedly rose to follow closely behind him. Upon entering the woodland, Zhao Tianyu began to meticulously search for suitable materials. Before long, he discovered a patch of dense, overgrown dry grass, standing over a meter tall. Cautiously, he approached the grass, drew his military knife, and deftly severed the blades from their roots. After a flurry of activity that consumed over half an hour, they had successfully gathered a substantial pile of dry grass. He then led the girls to the banks of a small river, where he did not pause to rest but continued his work without interruption. With practiced hands, he divided the dry grass into small bundles and securely tied them with flexible twigs. Once this step was completed, he gently placed the bound bundles into the crystal clear water, allowing them to soak quietly. After nearly half an hour, Zhao Tianyu picked up a bundle of softened grass and began to twist the fibers into rope. Lu Shui and her companions watched intently, and after more than 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu had fashioned a rope over a meter long. He then looked up at Lu Shui and her friends and asked, "Have you learned how to do it?" They all nodded in agreement and eagerly picked up the dry grass to begin twisting their own ropes. Zhao Tianyu then stood up and ventured deeper into the forest to find a Y-shaped branch, which he cut down with his knife. Returning to the campfire, he began to carefully trim the branch. Su Ran, curious, inquired, "Weren't you supposed to be getting bamboo? Why did you bring back a branch to work on?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and explained, "Before we can construct a shelter, we must first address the issue of food. How can one chop bamboo without sufficient strength from a good meal?" Upon hearing this, Su Ran blinked in confusion and asked again, "What do you intend to do with that branch?" Zhao Tianyu elaborated, "Yesterday, I spotted wild chickens in the woods. I thought I would craft a slingshot, so when I encounter those chickens again, I can easily bring them down. This branch will serve perfectly as the frame for the slingshot." After his detailed explanation, Lu Shui and the others nodded in understanding. At that moment, Lu Shui chuckled softly, Her gaze filled with admiration as she remarked, "I never realized you possess such knowledge. However, I have been curious. With your impressive skills, why would you choose to be a mere security guard?" Zhao Tianyu smiled gently, a hint of nonchalance flickering in his eyes as he replied, "Although my skills are fairly commendable, what does that truly amount to? Proficiency alone cannot sustain one's livelihood. Moreover, being a security guard has its own merits. Each day is free of burdens, the work is light and carefree, and I need not worry about a myriad of trifles. In the grand scheme of life, what is the purpose of toiling relentlessly for wealth? As long as I live joyfully and contentedly, is that not sufficient?" His words momentarily stunned Lu Shui, who soon regained her composure and exclaimed, "I never anticipated your perspective on life to be so profound." Zhao Tianyu nodded, affirming indeed. Lu Shui then inquired, "Do you not have any ambitions?" Zhao Tianyu responded, "I possess no grand aspirations. I merely wish to find someone to marry and raise a family, living a simple and unremarkable life." Hearing this, Lu Shui and the others were taken aback once more. Lin Yu, smiling, asked, "What kind of person do you intend to marry?" Zhao Tianyu replied with a grin, "As long as she treats me and my family well, I have no other demands." As they spoke, Zhao Tianyu had already fashioned a rather exquisite bow frame with his military knife. He then opened his suitcase and began rummaging through it. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved a set of alluring lingerie. The sight caused Lu Shui and the others to blush profusely. Zhou Wanning, her cheeks flushed, exclaimed, "You pervert! Why on earth are you pulling out that clothing?" Zhao Tianyu shot her an exasperated glare and muttered, "What on earth occupies your mind, Zhou, my beautiful friend? Could you not think more straightforwardly? I merely intend to extract the elastic from this garment to craft a slingshot. Where did your thoughts wander off to?" Chastened by Zhao Tianyu's reprimand, Zhou Wanning felt a surge of embarrassment wash over her, wishing desperately to find a crevice in the ground to hide away. Zhao Tianyu, holding his military knife, delicately and cautiously made a small incision in the elastic section of the lingerie. He then carefully inserted his fingers into the opening, grasped the rubber band, and slowly drew it out. In no time, a complete rubber band was successfully extracted, after which he returned the lingerie to the suitcase. At that moment, the bow frame and rubber band required for the slingshot were ready. All that remained was a suitable leather pad. Just then, Zhao Tianyu caught sight of the rabbit skin he had recently stripped. Was this not the perfect material? He swiftly picked up his military knife once more, aimed at the rabbit skin, and expertly cut out a small piece. Following this, he meticulously plucked all the fur from the rabbit skin, ensuring its surface was smooth and even. With that, all the materials needed to craft the slingshot were finally gathered. Zhao Tianyu wasted no time and immediately immersed himself in the focused and industrious task of slingshot creation. As seconds turned into minutes, approximately 20 minutes later, he successfully fashioned a slingshot. Holding a slingshot, Zhao Tianyu approached the riverbank and picked up a small round stone, placing it atop a leather pad. He aimed at a slender branch, situated over 10 meters away, and let fly. Ever since his childhood, Zhao Tianyu had harbored a fondness for slingshots. Boasting commendable accuracy, within 30 meters, he could strike with pinpoint precision. The stone, propelled from the slingshot, struck the branch with unerring accuracy, resulting in it snapping cleanly in two. Satisfied, Zhao Tianyu nodded approvingly and turned to Lu Shui and the others, instructing them, "Focus on twisting the ropes. I shall venture into the nearby woods to search for bamboo, and perhaps hunt a couple of wild chickens for our meal." The four nodded obediently in response. He then collected several round stones from the riverbank, pocketed them, and set off into the woods with his military knife and slingshot in hand. Time passed swiftly, and he walked for nearly half an hour before discovering a lush grove of bamboo. The verdant bamboo swayed gracefully in the breeze, as if beckoning him closer. A sense of joy surged within Zhao Tianyu, prompting him to quicken his pace toward the bamboo thicket. However, just as he neared the grove, he noticed something unusual at the base of one of the bamboo stalks. He halted, squinting for a better view. To his astonishment, he spotted a plump bamboo rat, weighing around 2 to 3 pounds, leisurely nibbling on the tender shoots of bamboo leaves. Zhao Tianyu's heart soared with delight. He had set out merely to find bamboo. Yet here lay an unexpected treasure. With steady footing, he skillfully retrieved his homemade slingshot from his pocket, along with a smooth, rounded stone, which he carefully placed on the leather pad. He squinted with his left eye, gripping the slingshot firmly with his right hand, and began to adjust his aim and force. Fully concentrating on the rat's head, the distance between him and the bamboo rat was a mere 10 meters, a trivial distance for Zhao Tianyu, who had confidence in his accuracy. Taking a deep breath, he released his grip, and the stone shot forth like an arrow, tracing a graceful arc through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. In an instant, the stone struck the bamboo rat squarely on the head. The rat emitted a horrifying shriek that echoed through the bamboo grove, collapsing to the ground like a broken puppet, writhing in agony as it endured immense pain. Chapter 29. The Slaying of the Bamboo Rat. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu quickened his steps, rushing forward with the swiftness of an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he reached the side of the struggling bamboo rat, unhesitatingly extending his right hand to firmly grasp the creature as it continued to thrash about. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, he lifted the bamboo rat high above his head and brought it crashing down onto the unforgiving ground. A dull thud echoed as the unfortunate creature's skull shattered instantly. Its earlier struggles ceased, and it lay motionless in a pool of blood. However, Zhao Tianyu appeared utterly indifferent to the gruesome scene. He did not spare a glance at the lifeless bamboo rat. Instead, he swiftly turned his gaze upward, meticulously surveying his surroundings. The bamboo grove sprawled extensively, densely populated with numerous bamboo stalks. A rough estimate suggested there were at least several hundred. These bamboos varied in thickness, some even exceeding the width of a bowl, rising majestically toward the heavens at heights of 20 to 30 meters. Amidst these towering giants, tender young shoots had just begun to emerge, vibrant and full of life. To his delight, Zhao Tianyu discovered that the grove concealed a wealth of fresh bamboo shoots, shyly peeking out from behind the grass like bashful children. When his eyes fell upon these shoots, a radiant smile illuminated his face, and he marveled inwardly at his extraordinary fortune. Who could have anticipated such a stroke of luck? First, he stumbled upon this lush bamboo grove, then managed to dispatch a plump bamboo rat with his slingshot, and now he was surrounded by an abundance of bamboo shoots. With excitement bubbling within him, Zhao Tianyu crouched down, unsheathing his military knife without hesitation, and began to excavate the base of a bamboo shoot. Before long, a shoot as thick as an adult's arm broke through the soil. He carefully peeled away the hard outer skin, revealing the pristine white, translucent flesh within, which exuded an enticing fragrance. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Zhao Tianyu eagerly took a hearty bite. To his delight, the flesh was devoid of bitterness, instead offering a delicate, refreshing sweetness. Thus, he devoured the entire shoot ravenously, feeling satisfied enough to let out a contented burp before gradually rising to his feet. Rolling up his sleeves, selecting a bamboo of similar thickness to a bowl, he took up his military knife and began to chop. With a crisp sound, the razor-sharp blade sliced effortlessly into the bamboo, leaving a profound gash on its surface. He continued his work with relentless vigor, each stroke accompanied by the delightful crack of bamboo splitting. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the once stalwart bamboo succumbed to Zhao Tianyu's relentless assault and toppled with a resounding crash. He dragged the fallen stalk aside, using his knife to remove its branches before cutting it into lengths of 3 to 4 meters. Hours passed, and by now, Zhao Tianyu had felled over 10 bamboo stalks of similar thickness, neatly stacking them together in 3 to 4 meter lengths. At this moment, he was already drenched in sweat, panting heavily, his clothes entirely soaked through. Realizing that time was not on his side, Zhao Tianyu chopped down a bamboo pole as thick as his arm and crouched down to dig up several bamboo shoots. With the hefty bamboo balanced on his shoulder and the bamboo shoots and bamboo rat clutched in his arms, he made his way to the riverbank. Upon his return, he spotted Lu Shui and the others seated together, fully engrossed in twisting the ropes in their hands. In the few hours he had been away, they had managed to produce a considerable amount of rope. Witnessing this scene filled Zhao Tianyu with a sense of satisfaction. As he approached, the group paused their work and looked up at him. Their faces lit up upon seeing the bamboo rat and bamboo shoots he had brought back. He settled beside the fire, placing the bamboo rat and shoots on the ground before laying the bamboo pole aside. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Observing his labored breaths, Lu Shui inquired with concern, "Why did you take so long to return? We were worried that you might encounter danger." Touched by her words, Zhao Tianyu smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry. Me perfectly fine. I merely found a vast bamboo grove in the woods and spent some time cutting bamboo there." After saying this, he glanced at the pile of rope the girls had twisted and remarked with a grin, "It seems you all are not entirely useless. You managed to create so much rope. I thought you might have taken the opportunity to slack off while I was away." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, who had been delighted, suddenly pouted, her expression turning sour as she retorted, "Humph. Do you truly think so little of us? Look at my hands. They are covered in blisters from twisting these ropes." She extended her slightly swollen palm to display the painful blisters. Seeing the injuries on her hand, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of sympathy. He replied, "Don't be upset. I was merely joking. In truth, I'm quite moved to see how much rope you've managed to make. You don't need to push yourself so hard. If your hands hurt, take a break." Hearing his words lightened the mood for Lu Shui and the others. Zhou Wanning then pointed at the bamboo rat and asked Zhao Tianyu, "Where did you find such a large rat? You're not planning to eat it, are you?" Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle at her remark, responding, "Zhou dear, open your eyes and see if this resembles a rat. Have you ever seen a rat this big? This is a bamboo rat, raised on bamboo, and it tastes delightful." Zhou Wanting felt embarrassed by his response and muttered softly, "I've just never seen one before." After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Zhao Tianyu took the bamboo rat to the riverbank to begin processing it. Within 20 minutes, he had cleaned and prepared the bamboo rat, returning to the fire with it. Using his military knife, he chopped the bamboo rat into small pieces and placed them in 2 bamboo tubes. Water was poured into the bamboo tube, which was then placed directly over the fire to begin boiling. As the bamboo rat within neared its tender completion, Zhao Tianyu took a fresh bamboo shoot, peeled away its outer skin, and sliced the tender flesh into thin pieces to add to the bamboo tube, allowing it to simmer alongside the rat meat. Chapter 30. Crafting a fishing trap. Zhao Tianyu skillfully grasped another bamboo tube, wielding a razor-sharp military knife that glinted menacingly. With a swift motion, he cleaved the bamboo, transforming it into slender strips. After meticulous crafting and refinement, a pair of exquisite bamboo chopsticks emerged. Before long, the fragrant concoction of bamboo, rat, and bamboo shoots was thoroughly cooked, with an enticing aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing everyone's senses. Eager hands reached for the freshly crafted chopsticks, competing to delve into the bamboo tube. They deftly picked up the succulent, juicy rat meat and the crisp, refreshing bamboo shoots, indulging in the feast with great delight. It is worth noting that despite the absence of any seasoning, the unique, unadulterated flavors captivated the diners, offering an indescribable and exquisite taste. In less than 10 minutes, the bamboo, rat, and bamboo shoots from both tubes were devoured with astonishing speed, leaving not a drop of the delicious broth behind. As twilight descended and nightfall quietly enveloped the surroundings, Zhao Tianyu led Lu Shui and the others into the woods to gather firewood, which they brought back to the fire pit. After resting for a moment by the warmth of the flames, Zhao Tianyu picked up a bamboo pole as thick as his arm and raised his military knife to chop vigorously. With each crisp sound, the bamboo was sliced into evenly sized strips. Watching Zhao Tianyu busily at work, Su Ran felt a surge of curiosity and asked, "What are you doing now?" Without lifting his gaze, Zhao Tianyu replied, "I noticed there are plenty of small fish and shrimp in the river, so I plan to weave a fishing trap to see if I can catch some." Upon hearing this, Su Ran turned her eyes towards him, admiration illuminating her face, and promptly gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "I am increasingly impressed by your skills. How come you could do everything? You are truly a jack of all trades. What did you do before?" Zhao Tianyu slightly raised his head, a proud smile gracing his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Well, this is merely a trivial matter for me. What do you think? Are you starting to be infatuated with me?" His teasing caused Su Ran's face to flush with embarrassment. She retorted playfully, "Enough of your self-admiration. I wouldn't be enamored with you. I merely complimented you a couple of times. Look at how pleased you are, as if your tail is about to soar to the heavens." Zhao Tianyu remained unperturbed, his smile unwavering as he cheerfully continued. "Beautiful Su, don't speak so definitively. While I may currently be just a humble security guard, I possess a considerable amount of confidence in my looks and charm. Perhaps one day, I shall capture your heart." His shameless self-praise elicited hearty laughter from Lu Shui and the others. Lu Shui, covering her mouth with mirth, teased Zhao Tianyu, saying, "I must say, your face is thicker than the corner of a city wall." Lin Yu chimed in with a laugh. "To me, you resemble an old peacock." Meanwhile, Wan Ting remarked, "Who bestowed upon you such confidence? What charm or allure do you possess?" Upon hearing the girl's banter, Zhao Tianyu chose not to retort, focusing intently on carving bamboo strips. The girls, sensing his concentration, decided to refrain from further interruptions. After a considerable pause, Lu Shui suddenly spoke up, "Since we have been stranded on this deserted island, we haven't bathed, and we reek of an unpleasant odor. Our clothes are filthy. We thought we might wash ourselves in the little river." At her words, Zhao Tianyu immediately lifted his head, his tone serious as he replied, "What are you thinking? Bathing in that murky water? Are you courting danger?" Lu Shui responded promptly, "Isn't it just a bath? Is it really that perilous?" Zhao Tianyu continued, "You must understand, this is a deserted island. Who knows how many venomous snakes and insects lurk by that river? If you were to be bitten, I assure you, you wouldn't survive until morning." His words left Lu Shui and the others momentarily speechless, for there was undeniable reason in what he said. After a moment, Lu Shui queried, "So by your logic, are we never to bathe again?" Zhao Tianyu shot her a glance, slightly exasperated. "I must say, Lu Shui, you are usually so clever. How is it that you have suddenly become so foolish? Why not bathe during the day? Must it be at night? Are you afraid I might peek?" Zhao Tianyu's words left Lu Shui feeling embarrassed, thinking to herself, "Indeed, how could I be so foolish? Bathing can very well be done during the day." Thus, in less than half an hour, Zhao Tianyu had skillfully crafted a pile of bamboo strips. He picked them up to begin weaving a fishing net, which took him over an hour to complete. He then approached the riverbank, stuffing the entrails of a wild rabbit and bamboo rat into the net. Finding a spot abundant with water plants, he lowered the fishing net and secured it with a stone. Returning to the fire, he announced to Lu Shui and the others, "You four will take turns keeping watch tonight while I rest." Lin Yu protested, "Why should only be us four on watch?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "Simply because you all must heed my command, and tomorrow morning I shall need to search for food and cut more bamboo. Would you prefer I take the watch while you forego foraging and chopping?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu fell silent. Zhao Tianyu smiled, saying nothing further, and lay down on the ground, quickly drifting into a deep sleep. Observing the peacefully slumbering Zhao Tianyu, Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter, "What an odd fellow," utterly lacking in consideration for the delicate beauty around him. To which Lu Shui responded with a smile, "Isn't that rather nice?" Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What's so good about that?" Lu Shui smiled and explained, "This indicates that he harbors no ill intentions towards us. If he were overly kind, that would pose a danger." Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Lin Yu, Zhou Wanting, and Su Ran were momentarily stunned, but after a brief contemplation, they found her reasoning to be sound. Lu Shui glanced at the peacefully slumbering Zhao Tianyu and continued, "Although we have only spent a single day together, I can sense that he is a good person. His strictness and insistence on our participation in various tasks are ultimately for our benefit. After all, in this environment, we cannot always rely on him. We must depend more on ourselves. His actions are designed to hone our resilience." Chapter 31. The hunt for wild chickens. It must be said that Lu Shui's intellect is remarkably sharp, as she quickly discerned Zhao Tianyu's well-meaning intentions. Upon hearing Lu Shui's remarks, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting all nodded in silent agreement. Su Ran spoke up, "You all should get some rest. I will take the watch tonight. If I find myself unable to stay awake, I will wake you." Hearing Su Ran's words, the three did not say anything further. They lay down beside the fire, closed their eyes, and swiftly drifted into slumber. As time passed quietly, the next morning dawned with the first light of daybreak, and Zhao Tianyu awoke leisurely. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Lin Yu, who was sitting by the fire. She had her head slightly tilted, resting on her knees, with her eyes tightly shut, clearly in a light slumber. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu quickly stood up and walked briskly to Lin Yu's side, gently patting her back. The touch startled Lin Yu awake. She lifted her head, a hint of confusion in her expression as she rubbed her still sleepy eyes, revealing a flicker of embarrassment as she addressed Zhao Tianyu. "Oh dear, how did I fall asleep? I truly apologize." Zhao Tianyu, instead of reproaching her, smiled reassuringly. "It's quite all right. Dawn has already broken, and there is no danger now. Please, take a moment to rest more." Lin Yu gratefully glanced at Zhao Tianyu, nodded, and obediently lay back down, soon succumbing to sleep once more. Zhao Tianyu then stood and made his way to the riverbank, splashing some water on his face, which invigorated him considerably. He subsequently returned to the spot where he had set the fishing traps and examined them. To his delight, he discovered dozens of small fish and shrimp within the trap. He thought to himself, "It seems we can indeed catch small fish and shrimp. I ought to craft several more traps." Returning to the fire, he retrieved a bamboo tube, went back to the river, and transferred the small fish and shrimp into the tube to keep them alive. He then placed the traps back into the river. Realizing that this meager catch would not suffice for the five of them, they needed to seek additional food. Zhao Tianyu rose once more and ventured into the woods. After wandering for over half an hour, he was greeted by the melodious call of a wild chicken. Looking up, he beheld a plump wild chicken perched upon a branch of a grand tree, incessantly calling out as if to proclaim its existence to the world. A surge of joy welled up in Zhao Tianyu's heart. He swiftly retrieved a slingshot from his pocket, carefully placing a smooth stone upon its leather pad. He advanced cautiously towards the wild chicken, each step taken with utmost lightness, fearing that he might startle this prey so close at hand. The wild chicken appeared blissfully unaware of Zhao Tianyu's approach, still standing on the branch, curiously observing him while occasionally emitting crisp calls as if greeting him. Elated, Zhao Tianyu continued his steady advance until he found himself within 10 meters of the wild chicken. He halted, inhaled deeply, then raised the slingshot, aiming directly at the bird. At such a close range, it was an effortless task for him. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The stone shot forth like lightning, hurtling straight towards the wild chicken. With a resounding crack, the stone struck true, hitting the bird's body. The wild chicken let out a piercing cry before soaring forward several meters like a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing to the ground and rolling about. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu hurriedly approached, anxious that the injured bird might escape. He quickly grasped the flailing wild chicken, one hand clutching its neck while the other held its body firmly, then twisted with force. A sharp crack echoed as he broke the bird's neck, and it convulsed a few times before succumbing completely. This wild chicken weighed a good 4 to 5 pounds, ample sustenance for the five of them. Zhao Tianyu chose not to search for additional food and turned towards the riverbank. Upon his return, he found Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting awake and intrigued by the small fish and shrimp contained within a bamboo tube, while only Lin Yu remained soundly asleep on the ground. The sight of Zhao Tianyu returning with a wild chicken sparked immense joy and excitement among Lu Shui and the others. Su Ran, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Wow, Zhao Tianyu. You're incredible. You actually brought back a wild chicken. It seems we will feast today." Zhao Tianyu merely smiled in response, tossing the wild chicken directly onto the fire. The acrid scent of burning feathers wafted through the air, prompting Lu Shui and her companions to shield their noses and step back. Observing their reaction, Zhao Tianyu remarked with a hint of teasing, "Look at you all, such delicate sensibilities." Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Soon, the feathers of the wild chicken were completely singed away. Zhao Tianyu retrieved it with a stick, washed it clean in the river, and set aside its innards. Returning to the fire, he chopped the chicken into smaller pieces, placing them into 2 bamboo tubes, into which he also poured some water. He set the bamboo tubes atop the fire, and within an hour, the aroma of the cooking chicken began to waft enticingly, causing everyone to salivate in anticipation. Zhao Tianyu picked up a bamboo shoot once more, slicing it into thin pieces before placing them into a bamboo tube to stew alongside the wild chicken. At that moment, Lin Yu had also awakened. The others eagerly took up their bamboo bowls and chopsticks, savoring the wild chicken and bamboo shoots with great delight. It must be said that the combination of stewed wild chicken and bamboo shoots offered a unique and exquisite flavor. After enjoying the savory dish, Zhao Tianyu addressed the girls, saying, "You may stay here to twist the ropes while I go chop some bamboo. If you wish to bathe, feel free, but do exercise caution." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the girls nodded obediently. He said no more, rising to make his way toward the grove of bamboo. Upon reaching the bamboo forest, he drew out his military knife and began to chop. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and the other girls twisted ropes by the fire as the sun climbed higher, casting a sweltering heat over the entire woodland. Su Ran then suggested, "On such a hot day, let us take a dip in the river. After all, Zhao Tianyu will not return anytime soon." Hearing her suggestion, Lu Shui and the others nodded in agreement. The girls stood up and made their way to the riverbank, shedding their garments, revealing their flawless, fair skin and alluring figures in all their glory. One could only wonder what Zhao Tianyu would think if he were to witness this scene. Chapter 32. Conversations among the girls, brimming with excitement, stepped into the river, relishing this rare opportunity to bathe. After several days on the deserted island without a proper chance to cleanse themselves, they felt immense joy as they finally submerged in the cool waters. After nearly half an hour of soaking, they left the water, satisfied, and returned to the shore. They carefully washed their discarded clothes and brought them to the fire. Next, the girls ingeniously constructed a simple wooden rack using sticks by the fire, hanging their clean garments to dry. The 4 girls sat naked by the fire, entirely unreserved with one another. Suddenly, Lin Yu expressed her concern. "Do you think that if Zhao Tianyu were to return now and see us in this state, he might lose control and act improperly towards us?" Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Su Ran couldn't help but laugh, reassuring her, "Do not overthink it. Zhao Tianyu is not that kind of person. However, if he were to see us like this, his heart would undoubtedly race." Lin Yu, encouraged by Su Ran's words, joined in the laughter and curiously asked, "How can you be so confident in Zhao Tianyu? You've only known him for a few days. Is it because he saved your life that you've fallen for him so quickly?" At this, Su Ran blushed and replied, "Do not speak nonsense. I do not like him." Observing her expression, Lu Shui teased, "You claim you do not like him, yet your face tells a different story. However, on another note, Zhao Tianyu is indeed quite a decent person. Though not conventionally handsome, he possesses that rare charm which grows on one the more they observe him. His extensive wilderness survival experience makes it entirely reasonable for you to develop feelings for him." Upon hearing Lu Shui's remark, Su Ran's face flushed in even deeper shade of crimson. Zhou Wanting immediately chimed in, stating, "While he is a good person, at the end of the day, he is merely a security guard, someone from a different stratum than us. Even if we were to be together, happiness would elude us." Upon hearing Zhou Wanting's words, Su Ran retorted defiantly, "What is wrong with being a security guard? Should he be looked down upon? I am not a materialistic woman. I care not for wealth or occupation, but rather for the person I admire." Zhou Wanting quickly defended herself. "Su, that's not my intention. I do not look down on security guards." Before Su Ran could respond further, Lu Shui interjected, "All right, enough of the quarrel. In my view, Zhao Tianyu is no ordinary man. His skills are remarkable. Even a Bao was easily subdued by him. Moreover, his wealth of survival experience suggests he harbors untold stories. As for why he would choose to be a mere security guard, that remains a mystery." Listening to Lu Shui, the 3 of them sank into contemplation, growing increasingly curious about Zhao Tianyu. As twilight approached, Zhao Tianyu had felled dozens of bamboo stalks, each as thick as a bowl, skillfully removing their branches. When he returned to the riverside, he found Lu Shui and the others still busy braiding ropes, and a gratifying smile spread across his face at the sight. Settling down by the fire, he took a bamboo tube filled with cool water and drank heartily, emptying it in one go. After placing the tube on the ground, he sighed, "Damn it, chopping bamboo all day has worn me out." Lin Yu retorted, slightly annoyed, "Zhao Tianyu, we are all girls here. Could you refrain from such coarse language? Can you be a bit more refined?" Zhao Tianyu shot her a glare and replied gruffly, "This is just who I am. I say what I think. Why pretend to be genteel?" After resting for a while and regaining some energy, Zhao Tianyu approached the river again to examine the fishing trap. Discovering it had caught dozens of small fish and shrimp, each about the length of a finger. He returned to the fire, poured the catch into a bamboo tube, and placed the fishing trap back into the river. Together with the morning s-haul, they had enough for a satisfying meal. He then found a flat stone by the river and carried it back to the fire, placing it on the flames before laying the fish and shrimp atop it to roast. In less than half an hour, the seafood was perfectly cooked, and everyone eagerly dug in, savoring their meal. After feasting on the grilled fish and shrimp, night had fully descended. Zhao Tianyu resumed his work with a machete, swiftly crafting a pile of bamboo strips, and began weaving a new fishing trap. After nearly 2 hours of effort, I fashioned a fishing trap and made my way to the riverbank. I placed the entrails of the wild chickens into the trap and set it in the water, securing it with a stone. Returning to the campfire, I observed Lu Shui and the others diligently twisting a pile of ropes. I remarked, "These ropes are more than sufficient for constructing a shelter. Tomorrow, you need not twist anymore. Instead, venture into the woods and bring back some bamboo that I have prepared for you." The girls nodded obediently at my words, and seeing their compliance, Zhao Tianyu also nodded in satisfaction. He added, "Tonight, you shall take turns keeping watch, as I must rise early to seek out food in the forest." With that, he lay down beside the fire and fell asleep within minutes, snoring softly. The girls exchanged glances, a mixture of amusement and exasperation evident on their faces. At dawn the next day, as the first light broke, Zhao Tianyu awoke to find Su Ran sitting by the fire, looking weary and with slightly swollen eyes. Upon noticing his awakening, she immediately inquired, "Why are you up so early? Shouldn't you sleep a bit longer?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied, "I too wish for more rest, but circumstances do not permit it. I must search for food. You should rest a little longer." Su Ran nodded and lay down by the fire, quickly drifting off to sleep within moments. Zhao Tianyu approached the riverbank to wash his face and check the fishing traps. Each contained a fair number of small fish and shrimp, totaling around 2 or 3 pounds, enough for the 5 of them to have a meal. However, he understood that solely relying on fish and shrimp lacked nutritional value, and he needed to supplement their diet with protein. He found a stick and dug a small pit, nearly half a meter deep, by the riverbank, allowing water to seep into it. He transferred the small fish and shrimp from the traps into this pit for temporary keeping and returned the traps to the river, securing them with stones. Chapter 33. The hunt for the porcupine. Having arranged the fishing traps, Zhao Tianyu turned back to the campfire, gathering some dry twigs and gently placing them into the flames. His gaze fell upon the 4 girls still peacefully asleep, resembling angels in slumber. A tender smile graced his lips as he quietly turned and ventured deeper into the woods. As he navigated through the trees, his eyes scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch sight of any wild animals. However, as time passed, the only sounds were the occasional chirps of birds from the branches, with no other creatures in sight. A wave of disappointment and frustration washed over Zhao Tianyu. He pondered, where have all the wild chickens and rabbits gone? Is it truly impossible to find food today? He paused, leaning against the trunk of a large tree to rest. The rough texture of the bark provided a sense of grounding, and he closed his eyes, adjusting his breathing in an attempt to quell the unease within. After a brief respite, Zhao Tianyu opened his eyes once more, took a deep breath, and continued his exploration into the depths of the forest. Thus, he continued on his path. Suddenly, from a nearby thicket, a faint rustling sound broke the serene silence of the forest. Though subtle, the noise resonated distinctly in the stillness. Zhao Tianyu's nerves instantly tensed. He gripped his military knife with vigilance, treading lightly as he cautiously approached the underbrush. Before he could draw near, a cacophony of rustling erupted from within the thicket, and in an instant, a large porcupine, bristling with sharp quills, darted out like a bolt of lightning, sprinting away into the distance like an arrow released from its bow. This unexpected turn of events startled Zhao Tianyu, his heart racing as he exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, you nearly scared me to death. I thought it was something else. Turns out it's just a porcupine. Huh, looks like I'm in for a treat. I shall savor the taste of porcupine meat." His trepidation swiftly transformed into exhilaration, and without hesitation, he took off in pursuit of the fleeing creature. Although the porcupine was quick, it was still merely an animal, and how could it outrun the robust Zhao Tianyu? Before long, he had significantly closed the gap between them. Nearly catching up, the The porcupine seemed to sense the impending danger and desperately quickened its pace, attempting to escape Zhao Tianyu's relentless chase. However, Zhao Tianyu was determined not to afford an opportunity. As the porcupine neared a thicket, he lunged forward, successfully cornering it within the bushes. With nowhere to flee, the porcupine curled into a ball, trembling in the corner of the underbrush. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of triumph. He swiftly picked up a sturdy branch, about the width of an arm, gripping it tightly as he swung it down with all his might upon the porcupine's head. The resounding thud echoed as the branch struck true, eliciting a piercing cry from the creature, which then flew backward like a soccer ball, crashing heavily to the ground. It rolled about, seemingly trying to alleviate the intense pain in its head. Zhao Tianyu showed no mercy. He lifted the branch once more, raining down blows upon the porcupine's head. 1, 2, 3 strikes, until it lay still, casually discarding the branch as if it were refuse. He swiftly drew his military knife and severed a thick vine. With great care, he bound the porcupine tightly with the vine. This massive creature, weighing an estimated 20 pounds, would ensure that they need not worry about food for the next 2 or 3 days, allowing them to focus entirely on cutting bamboo and constructing shelter. Moreover, the porcupine's sharp quills could be fashioned into arrows. Perhaps it was due to the acquisition of the porcupine that Zhao Tianyu felt an extraordinary sense of joy, compelling him to burst into song. Ah, today is a splendid day. All my wishes shall come true. Today is a splendid day. As I open my door to welcome the spring breeze. His voice resonated like thunder, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. The birds, which had been peacefully resting on the branches, were startled into a frenzy, fluttering away in disarray, as if confronted by some dreadful beast. Observing the scene, Zhao Tianyu could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. He ceased his singing, gazing at the departing birds, silently pondering, goodness, am I truly that unpleasant to listen to? What caused them to flee? As he contemplated this, he continued to stroll back, humming the tune he had just sung. After more than an hour, he finally returned to the riverbank. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her companions had awakened and were gathered around the fire, engaged in cheerful conversation. Before Zhao Tianyu even reached their side, his singing had already reached them. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Shui and her friends exchanged bewildered glances. Zhou Wanting burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Has Zhao Tianyu lost his mind? What is he singing? It's atrocious." The other 3 nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the fire, Zhao Tianyu tossed the porcupine onto the ground, clapped his hands, and looked at Lu Shui and her friends with a smug expression. When they beheld the porcupine he had brought back, their eyes widened in astonishment, gazing up at him with a near-worshipful admiration. Witnessing their adoring gazes, Zhao Tianyu's heart swelled with delight. He chuckled, "Ladies, please don't look at me with such reverence. I might just get shy." He feigned a bashful demeanor, prompting hearty laughter from Lu Shui and her friends. Hearing his words, Lu Shui and the others fell silent, inwardly contemplating. This fellow is exceedingly narcissistic. Yet Zhao Tianyu remained unfazed, still smiling at Lu Shui. "Oh, Lu, the stunning beauty, do you think my singing is pleasant?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied gently, "Do you wish to hear the truth or a white lie?" Zhao Tianyu, quick to respond, exclaimed, "Is there any need to ask? I naturally wish to hear the truth." Lu Shui, no longer teasing, candidly stated, "Then I shall speak plainly. Your singing is utterly dreadful." Zhou Wanting chimed in, "Indeed, not only are you tone-deaf, but it is sheer noise." Lin Yu added with a laugh, "While others sing for a fee, you seem to sing for one's life." Su Ran could not help but say, "I must admit, your singing leaves much to be desired. It is truly terrifying." Chapter 34. The resilient 4 girls faced with a unanimous criticism from the ladies. Zhao Tianyu felt his face flush with embarrassment, and he retorted stubbornly, "You all simply lack appreciation. I couldn't care less about your opinions." Despite his bravado, Zhao Tianyu felt somewhat awkward, hastily picking up the porcupine from the ground and turning towards the riverbank to begin his preparations. Observing the awkward expression on Zhao Tianyu's face, Lu Shui and several others could no longer contain themselves, erupting into peals of laughter. Hearing the giggles of the girls, Zhao Tianyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and cautiously began to handle the porcupine. He first grasped one of the long quills with his hand, applying a bit of force to extract it, placing it aside. One by one, he gently removed all the quills from the porcupine, his movements tender and deliberate, fearful of causing it pain. Once all the quills were removed, Zhao Tianyu exhaled in relief. He took out his military knife, gestured over the porcupine's body, and then meticulously made a cut along its back, skillfully peeling off the entire skin in one piece. Next, he gently incised the porcupine's belly, reaching inside to extract the innards bit by bit, setting them aside. After completing these tasks, he meticulously cleaned the porcupine meat, ensuring that no stray hairs or dirt remained. With the porcupine meat cleaned, Zhao Tianyu rose and ventured into the woods. Before long, he returned with several sticks, each as thick as his fingers. He sharpened one end of the sticks, then cut a sizable piece of porcupine meat into smaller chunks, skewering them onto the pointed stick. Once everything was prepared, Zhao Tianyu rummaged through the fire pit to retrieve some smoldering charcoal, propping the skewer of porcupine meat over the flames to roast slowly. As time passed, the meat gradually turned a golden hue, sizzling and exuding an enticing aroma that wafted through the air, making mouths water. In scarcely 20 minutes, the skewered porcupine meat was perfectly roasted, crispy on the outside and tender within, its fragrance wafting enticingly. The group gathered around the fire, their eyes fixed on the golden brown skewers, unable to suppress their salivation. Once the porcupine meat was ready, Zhao Tianyu distributed large skewers to Lu Shui and the others, before taking one for himself and indulging in hearty bites. After savoring the roasted porcupine, Zhao Tianyu retrieved 2 bamboo tubes, filling them with water from the nearby stream, and placing them over the fire. Once the water boiled and cooled, everyone enjoyed a refreshing drink. Zhao Tianyu then led the girls to the bamboo grove, where he took on the task of cutting bamboo, instructing the 4 girls to carry the harvested bamboo back to the riverbank. Having grown up in the city, the girls had never engaged in such laborious work. Each bamboo pole weighed at least several dozen pounds. Although they lifted them 2 at a time, they quickly found their shoulders reddened and aching from the strain. Despite this, the 4 girls endured, knowing that survival on this desolate island required them to strengthen themselves rather than rely solely on Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu observed this scene, silently admiring Lu Shui and the other girls even more. It wasn't until the sun was nearly setting that he called a halt to their bamboo hauling. He addressed them. "You have all worked hard today. Why not return to the riverside and rest? I shall venture into the woods to see if I can find some food." Upon hearing this, Su Ran expressed her concern, saying, "It's nearly dark. Venturing into the woods for food may not be safe. Besides, we still have porcupine meat and some small fish and shrimp, which should suffice for a couple of days." Lu Shui promptly added, "Indeed, it's almost nightfall. It's best not to go." Feeling warmed by their concern, Zhao Tianyu smiled and reassured them, "Do not worry. I will merely take a leisurely stroll and will return shortly." With that, the girls refrained from further protest, and 2 of them hoisted a bamboo pole, heading towards the riverside. Upon reaching the riverbank, they dropped the bamboo and collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. They lifted their garments to inspect their shoulders, revealing the tender skin had been chafed and was bleeding, causing them to wince in pain, yet they did not utter a complaint. As Zhao Tianyu wandered through the woods, his eyes scanned the surroundings. Before long, he spotted some vibrant green plants beneath a large tree, which brought him immediate joy. He quickly approached to examine them. These were mugwort, known not only for repelling mosquitoes, but also for its hemostatic properties. Aware that Lu Shui and the others had carried bamboo all day, he knew their shoulders must be sore and bleeding. However, due to his pride, he refrained from disclosing that he had come to the woods in search of medicinal herbs for them, opting instead to claim he was searching for food. Using his military knife, he severed the mugwort at the roots, bound it with a vine, and made his way back to the riverside. When he returned to the campfire, he found Lu Shui and the others seated on the ground, blowing on their bleeding shoulders. Upon his arrival, the girls hastily pulled their garments up. Zhao Tianyu set the bundle of mugwort on the ground and collapsed beside them, gasping for breath. He picked up a bamboo tube filled with cool boiled water and drank it all in one go. Noticing the bundle of mugwort on the ground, Lu Shui curiously inquired, "What is this? Is it wild vegetables?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled and explained, "This is not wild vegetables, it is mugwort. When made into moxa sticks, it can repel mosquitoes and also has hemostatic and analgesic effects. I wandered through the woods but found no signs of animals. Instead, I came across these mugwort, so I brought some back." After speaking, he glanced at the girl's shoulders and remarked, "You all have such delicate skin. After carrying bamboo all day, your shoulders must be bleeding and quite painful. Each of you should chew some of the mugwort and apply it to your wounds. It will not only stop the bleeding, but also alleviate the pain." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the other girls were taken aback, sharing knowing glances that filled their hearts with warmth. They were astute enough to realize that Zhao Tianyu had not gone in search of food at all, but had intentionally sought out the mugwort for their benefit. They are aware that Zhao Tianyu genuinely cares for them, yet they feign indifference. Since Zhao Tianyu did not broach the subject, the 4 of them refrained from addressing it directly. In Chapter 35, Thoughtful Zhao Tianyu, Lu Shui and her companions each took some mugwort and chewed it meticulously. Once it was thoroughly pulverized, they lifted their garments and applied the crushed mugwort to their shoulders. It must be said that the hemostatic and analgesic effects of the mugwort were indeed remarkable. Before long, the pain that had once been unbearable in their shoulders had significantly subsided. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu rose and walked towards the riverbank. After a brief search, he finally discovered a suitable large stone. He exerted considerable effort to carry the stone back to the fire pit, where he laid the mugwort atop it, preparing to roast it. Subsequently, Zhao Tianyu returned to the river, retrieving 2 fishing nets from the water. He inspected each net carefully and found them filled with numerous small fish and shrimp. Satisfied, he nodded and returned to the fire pit with his catch. Zhao Tianyu picked up a bamboo tube and gently poured the small fish and shrimp into it. He then placed the 2 fishing nets back into the river, allowing them to continue capturing more aquatic life. After completing these tasks, he did not pause. He approached a small pit and collected the small fish and shrimp residing within, placing them into the bamboo tube as well. Finally, Zhao Tianyu carefully poured the contents of the bamboo tube onto a stone slab, beginning the roasting process. In less than half an hour, the fish and shrimp on the slab were transformed into a golden hue, emanating an enticing aroma. The group, already famished, could scarcely contain their excitement at the sight of the delectable food. They eagerly reached out, seizing the roasted fish and shrimp, devouring them ravenously. To be candid, the small fish and shrimp had not been seasoned, and their flavor was far from exquisite. However, they all understood that in this desolate isle, the mere availability of sustenance was a stroke of fortune, and thus they relished every bite, feeling immensely pleased. After dinner, the mugwort on the large stone had dried to a semi-dry state. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu promptly gathered the semi-dried mugwort and began to knead it. Su Ran, intrigued by the sight, blinked her large eyes and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Zhao Tianyu looked up, a gentle smile gracing his face as he explained, "I am transforming this mugwort into moxa sticks. Once ignited, they will not only repel mosquitoes, but also emit a distinctive fragrance that will aid us in falling asleep." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's explanation, the eyes of Lu Shui and her companions brightened, filled with admiration as they gazed at him, as if he were an omnipotent hero. In the days spent with Zhao Tianyu, he consistently astonished them, leading them to believe that he possessed an extraordinary wealth of knowledge and skills. Lu Shui and her companions hurriedly picked up the semi-dried mugwort and began to roll it into small strips alongside Zhao Tianyu. Time flew by, and in less than half an hour, they had transformed all the mugwort into bundles. Zhao Tianyu then lit several bundles and placed them around. And it must be said that the efficacy of these bundles in repelling mosquitoes was indeed remarkable. As the smoke wafted through the air, the previously bothersome swarm of mosquitoes noticeably diminished. As night deepened and the hour grew late, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lu Shui and her friends, gently saying, "It's getting late. You should rest early. You all must be exhausted today. I will take the watch tonight." The 4 girls were taken aback by his words, pondering inwardly, what has gotten into him today? Could it be that he has taken the wrong medicine? Why is he suddenly so proactive about keeping watch? The 4 girls stared intently at Zhao Tianyu, as if trying to peer into the depths of his thoughts through his eyes. Feeling their gaze, Zhao Tianyu awkwardly remarked, "Why are you staring at me? Aren't you tired? Hurry up and sleep. Your shoulders must be sore. Make sure to rest well tomorrow." Hearing this, Lu Shui and her friends were momentarily surprised but said nothing further, lying down beside the fire to sleep. Zhao Tianyu sat beside the fire, his mind wandering in contemplation. Before long, Lu Shui and her friends had fallen into a deep slumber. Observing the 4 girls in their peaceful sleep, Zhao Tianyu pondered, "They have no experience in wilderness survival, and I wonder if I can truly guide them to survive on this deserted island? Although I am skilled and possess considerable outdoor survival knowledge, this island is fraught with danger, and a moment's carelessness could prove fatal." With this thought, Zhao Tianyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He remained seated by the fire until dawn approached, feeling as though his eyelids were growing heavier. He mused, "The sun is about to rise. Surely there won't be any dangers now." He added more firewood to the embers, then laid down beside the fire, quickly succumbing to slumber. When Lu Shui and her friends awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Noticing Zhao Tianyu still asleep, the girls chose not to disturb him. They added more firewood to the dwindling flames and then stood by the river to wash their faces, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Lu Shui led Lin Yu and Zhu Wanting into the woods to gather firewood, while Su Ran picked up the 2 fishing traps placed in the river to inspect their catch. Each trap yielded a bounty of fish and shrimp, and mimicking Zhao Tianyu, Su Ran poured the catch into a bamboo tube. After returning the traps to the river, she carried the tube filled with fish and shrimp back to the fire. Shortly thereafter, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhu Wanting returned, each with an armful of firewood. Seeing Zhao Tianyu still sound asleep, the 4 girls instinctively made their way to the riverbank, finding a large stone to sit upon. Lin Yu softly remarked, "I never expected Zhao Tianyu to possess such kindness. Yesterday, upon learning that we had endured blisters from carrying bamboo, he intentionally ventured into the woods to fetch some mugwort." Upon hearing her words, Lu Shui and the others nodded in agreement. It was not until nearly noon that the 4 girls returned to the campfire, where Su Ran poured the fish and shrimp from the bamboo tube onto a flat stone to begin roasting. Lu Shui picked up a military knife sliced off some porcupine meat, skewered it with a stick, and, mimicking Zhao Tianyu, retrieved a burning piece of charcoal from the fire to place the porcupine meat over it for a slow roast. Chapter 36. The Great Watermelon Before Long. Zhao Tianyu stirred awake, slowly rising from the ground, rubbing his eyes as if he had not yet fully emerged from a delightful dream. As his vision sharpened and he noticed Lu Shui and the others industriously grilling fish, shrimp, and porcupine meat, a hint of a contented smile graced his face. At that moment, Su Ran noticed that Zhao Tianyu had awakened. Her lips curved into a brilliant smile as she warmly addressed him. Your timing is impeccable. The fish, shrimp, and porcupine meat are nearly ready. Why not wash your face in the stream first? Zhao Tianyu, hearing her, smiled and nodded, rising to his feet and briskly walking toward the stream. Crouching down, he carefully scooped a handful of crystal-clear river water, gently splashing it on his face, relishing the coolness that seeped into his skin, invigorating him with a refreshing sensation. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated, as if all his fatigue had been washed away by the river. After freshening up, Zhao Tianyu returned to the fire and sat down comfortably. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasted porcupine meat and seafood wafted through the air, making everyone's mouths water. Unable to contain their eagerness, they eagerly grabbed the grilled porcupine meat and fish, savoring the delectable breakfast. Once everyone had their fill, Lu Shui suddenly turned to Zhao Tianyu and asked, "Are we not transporting bamboo today?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a gentle smile as he softly replied, "You all have worked hard these past few days. Let us take a day to relax." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the others exchanged incredulous glances, visibly surprised by his decision. Curiously, Su Ran inquired, "Did you not say we should quickly construct the shelter? Why take a day off?" With a smile gracing his lips, Zhao Tianyu casually explained, "I noticed how exhausted you all have been, so I thought a day of relaxation would be beneficial. Besides, there is no rush in building the shelter. A little extra rest will do everyone good." His gaze swept over Lu Shui and the other three girls before he added with a smile, "And from now on, please refrain from addressing me by my name. It feels a bit odd. I am a bit older than all of you, so you may call me Zhao Ge. It sounds much more affectionate." Hearing this, Zhou Wanting felt somewhat indignant and pouted, retorting, "How do you know we are younger than you? Perhaps we are older than you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu, far from being angered, chuckled and patiently elucidated, "Of course, I am aware. Lu Shui and Su Ran are both 26 this year, with Lu Shui being 2 months older than Su Ran. Meanwhile, you and Lin Yu are both 25. If I remember correctly, you were born in March, while Lin Yu was born in August, making you 5 months her senior." Zhao Tianyu's words left Lu Shui and her companions momentarily speechless, as they had not anticipated his thorough knowledge of their ages, even down to the specific months. With a look of skepticism, Lu Shui inquired, "How do you know our ages so precisely?" Unyielding, Lin Yu echoed Lu Shui's curiosity, pressing Zhao Tianyu, "Come on, confess honestly. Did you secretly investigate us?" Zhou Wanting, not wanting to be left out, added with a relatively gentle tone, yet equally inquisitive, "Stop keeping us in suspense. Please clarify who you are and how you possess such intimate knowledge of our birth dates." In the face of Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting's barrage of questions, Zhao Tianyu exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips. He leisurely replied, "Haha, this isn't just my secret. Many in our company are aware. After all, you four are renowned as the 4 beauties of the firm." As Zhao Tianyu's words faded, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting gasped in unison. "What 4 beauties?" At that moment, Su Ran, who had been seated nearby, interjected. "He mentioned to me before that we were informally voted as the 4 beauties by the employees." This revelation left Lu Shui and her friends both astonished and intrigued. Lu Shui remarked, "When did this happen? I've never heard of it." Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting concurred, expressing their own ignorance regarding such matters. With a smile, Zhao Tianyu responded, "You are all high-ranking executives. It is quite normal not to have heard such rumors, as you interact less with the staff. Since my first day at the company, I have often overheard the security team discussing the 4 beauties." This statement left Lu Shui and her companions momentarily taken aback once more. Lu Shui, evidently intrigued by the topic, eagerly probed, "Apart from knowing our ages, what else do you know about us?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he replied, "Oh, I know quite a bit more." Sensing the urgency in Lu Shui's demeanor, he playfully teased, "But you must promise not to be upset with what I reveal." Before he could finish, Lin Yu interjected impatiently, "Oh, stop being so cryptic. Just tell us, and we promise we won't be angry." Zhao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction, then smiled as he remarked, "I must mention that Lu Shui has a bust size of 34, while Su Ran and Zhou Wanting both boast a size of 36. And you, Lin Yu, yours is also a 36. Hence, we secretly refer to you as Big Watermelon behind your back." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the faces of Lu Shui and the other girls flushed crimson. Simultaneously, they were curious about how the employees had come to know such intimate details. Lin Yu, puffing up in indignation, retorted, "Men are truly no good." Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "Big watermelon, do you harbor some misconceptions about men? Or have you been deeply hurt by them?" Fuming at being called Big Watermelon, Lin Yu erupted, "You're talking nonsense. I have never been in a relationship. When have I ever been hurt by a man? Try calling me Big Watermelon again, and see if I don't take you down." Chapter 37. Taking advantage hearing her outburst, Zhao Tianyu quickly interjected, "Didn't we agree just now not to get angry? Why the sudden rage?" Lin Yu shot him an exasperated glare. "Who is joking with you? Who asked you to call me Big Watermelon? It's such an ugly name." Zhao Tianyu, grinning, replied, "It's not just me. Many in the company refer to you that way behind your back. After all, you do have quite the figure." As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Lin Yu, particularly at her prominent chest, licking his lips lightly. Lin Yu witnessed this and felt her anger flare up. Pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Tianyu, she scolded, "You lewd scoundrel. If you keep staring at me, I'll gouge your eyes out." Zhao Tianyu, unfazed, grinned cheekily. "What is wrong with looking? It's not like you're missing any flesh. No wonder you can't find a boyfriend with such ferocity." His words struck Lin Yu like a dagger, turning her face beet red and making her neck swell with fury. She bellowed, "I'll take you on." Without another word, Lin Yu sprang to her feet like an enraged lioness, charging at Zhao Tianyu. Before he could react, she had clasped him tightly, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. To Zhao Tianyu, her onslaught felt akin to a mere tickle, devoid of any real impact. The corners of his mouth curled into a teasing smile as he languidly said, all right, I admit my fault. I promise I won't call you Big Watermelon again." Yet, Lin Yu seemed unyielding, clinging to him and continuing her relentless assault, as if she aimed to torment every inch of his skin. Observing this comical scene, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Yu, seemingly oblivious to their amusement, was entirely focused on subduing Zhao Tianyu, persisting with her vigorous attack. Zhao Tianyu, thoroughly vexed by Lin Yu's antics and the laughter of Lu Shui and her companions, felt an embarrassing flush creep across his face. Irritated, he shouted at Lin Yu, "All right, stop messing around. If you don't cease this nonsense, I might just retaliate." However, to his astonishment, Lin Yu ignored his warning and continued her playful behavior. This infuriated Zhao Tianyu, causing his temper to flare. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and seized Lin Yu's well-endowed bosom. Caught entirely off guard, Lin Yu froze in place, as if immobilized by a spell. Utterly bewildered, seizing the opportunity, Zhao Tianyu quickly extricated himself from her grasp, rising to his feet with a triumphant grin. "Huh, I refuse to believe I cannot handle you. I must say, though, your watermelon-like attributes are remarkably soft to the touch." With that, fearing Lin Yu's wrath, he turned and dashed into the woods. As Zhao Tianyu disappeared into the trees, Lin Yu regained her composure, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she shouted, "Zhao Tianyu, you lecherous scoundrel! How dare you squeeze my chest?" The sight elicited hearty laughter from Lu Shui and the others. Lu Shui chuckled, "Well, you provoked him, didn't you? How do you feel now, having been taken advantage of?" Su Ran teasingly added, "So little you, what was it like to be groped by Zhao Tianyu?" Their playful banter intensified Lin Yu's blush, rendering her speechless with indignation. Observing her reaction, Zhou Wanting interjected with a smile, "All right, don't be so upset. It was just a little squeeze. It's not like you lost any flesh." Lin Yu, still fuming, retorted, "You're not the one who was taken advantage of. So of course, you wouldn't be upset." Su Ran laughed. "Well, who asked you to provoke him?" Lin Yu snapped back, "Who called me a watermelon? It's utterly ridiculous. If I find out who gave me that nickname, I'll make them pay." Lu Shui continued to tease, "Just look at you. You do resemble two watermelons. It's no wonder he called you that." Embarrassed by Lu Shui's remark, Lin Yu replied, "Do you think I want to grow this way? It's infuriating." Lu Shui laughed heartily. "What is there to be upset about? I wish I had your figure." Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu had retreated into the woods, leaning against a sturdy tree, his mind replaying the scene of his earlier encounter with Lin Yu. He thought to himself, indeed, she is a watermelon, quite authentic, and, I must admit, it felt rather pleasant. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the sudden call of a wild chicken snapped him back to reality. He looked up to see a wild chicken perched on a nearby branch, squawking incessantly. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he reached into his pocket, retrieving his slingshot, and placed a stone on the leather pouch. He stealthily approached the wild chicken, closing the distance to within 20 meters, where he steadied himself and took aim. The stone launched from the slingshot struck the wild chicken squarely upon its head, eliciting a desperate cry from the creature as it tumbled to the ground, rolling incessantly. Zhao Tianyu hastened forward, grasping the wild chicken by its neck with one hand while the other seized its head, twisting forcefully. A sharp crack echoed as the chicken's neck was swiftly severed, and after a few convulsive spasms, it lay still. Clutching the bird, he made his way toward the riverbank. Upon his return, he found Lu Shui and others seated around the fire, engaged in light-hearted conversation. The sight of him bringing back another wild chicken brought joy to Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting, while Lin Yu glared at him with fiery eyes. Before Zhao Tianyu could reach the fire, Lin Yu sprang to her feet and exclaimed, "You scoundrel! So you finally returned? Let me show you how I will deal with you." In response, Zhao Tianyu promptly tossed the wild chicken to the ground, spreading his arms wide with a grin. "It seems that a day without some sparring has left you eager. Let us see how you plan to handle me. Clearly, you Haven T had enough yet." Hearing this, Lin Yu's bravado waned as she observed his outstretched arms, deflating her earlier confidence. Fearing that rushing at him would only give him an advantage, she sulkily sat back down on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Tianyu wore a triumphant smile, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he remarked, "With such feeble attempts, do you truly think you can contend with me? Am I not capable of dealing with you?" Lin Yu, incensed by his words, felt her temper flare, yet she refrained from acting against him, wary of his opportunistic nature. The sight of Lin Yu's flustered demeanor provoked laughter from Lu Shui and the others. Zhao Tianyu nonchalantly retrieved the wild chicken from the ground and placed it directly onto the fire. As the flames licked at the bird, its feathers ignited swiftly, releasing a pungent aroma of charred feathers that filled the air, causing the girls to wrinkle their noses in distaste. Covering their mouths and noses, Lu Shui and her companions instinctively retreated several paces. However, Zhao Tianyu appeared unfazed by the odor, intently watching the chicken turn over in the flames. Before long, the feathers were completely incinerated, leaving the chicken charred and blackened, as though it had been overcooked. He procured a stick and deftly extracted the roasted bird from the fire. Carrying it to the riverbank, he submerged the chicken in the water, allowing the current to wash away the charred remnants, revealing the tender meat beneath. With meticulous care, Zhao Tianyu cleaned the bird, removing its innards one by one and setting them aside. Satisfied with his handiwork, he returned to the fire with the cleaned chicken. Turning to Lu Shui and her companions, he suggested, "If you find yourselves with nothing to do, perhaps you might take a stroll nearby." Lin Yu, upon hearing his words, pouted in displeasure and muttered, "Why on earth should we take a stroll?" Observing her reaction, Zhao Tianyu hastily clarified, "I merely wish to take a proper bath today. As it has been several days since my last one, with you all here, I feel quite embarrassed." In response to his statement, Lin Yu retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh please, you shameless rogue, as if you would feel embarrassed. Are you worried that the four of us might sneak a peek at you?" Zhao Tianyu refrained from further comment and proceeded to the riverbank, where he began to remove his clothes. As he stripped, Lu Shui and the others turned their heads, their cheeks flushed. Soon, Zhao Tianyu was left in nothing but his underwear as he waded into the river to bathe. Immersed in the cool water, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort and delight. After nearly half an hour, he reluctantly climbed back onto the shore, rinsed his discarded clothes in the river, and hung them on a sturdy branch of a nearby tree to dry. Returning to the campfire clad in damp underwear, he opened his suitcase and began rummaging through it. Observing Zhao Tianyu's bronze skin and muscular physique, Lu Shui and her companions felt their faces heat up again, contemplating, who would have thought he had such an impressive figure. Before long, Zhao Tianyu emerged from his suitcase wearing a set of clothes belonging to Yue Wei. Noticing the girls' flushed faces, he couldn't help but tease, "Why are your faces so rosy? Are you captivated by my physique?" At his playful remark, Lu Shui and the others blushed once more. Zhao Tianyu ceased his teasing and, sitting by the fire, picked up a bamboo stick and began to split it into strips. Curious, Su Ran inquired, "What are you doing? Are you making fish traps again?" Zhao Tianyu shook his head, replying, "2 fish traps are already sufficient, and the fish and shrimp we've caught will be enough for our meals. Since I have some spare time, I intend to weave a bamboo basket for carrying things." The 4 girls were taken aback by his response, and Lu Shui remarked, "I didn't realize you could weave a basket." Zhao Tianyu nonchalantly replied, "Is it really that difficult to weave a basket? In my hometown, every family makes and sells bamboo crafts during the off-season to supplement their income." The girls nodded in understanding. Lu Shui then asked, "Is your family from a rural area?" Zhao Tianyu nodded, "Yes, indeed." "What of it? Do you look down upon rural people?" Lu Shui quickly shook her head, "No, not at all. I didn't mean it that way. I was just asking. By the way, I've never heard you mention your family." At her question, Zhao Tianyu's expression changed, and he slowly replied, "My family has all passed away. I am the only one left." The girls were taken aback by his admission, and Lu Shui promptly apologized. "I'm so sorry, I didn't know." Zhao Tianyu shook his head, "It's all right." Upon finishing his words, he raised his head to glance at Lu Shui and the other 3, and began to speak. "I have never seen my grandfather since birth. When I was 3, my parents went to work in a coal mine, where a gas explosion claimed their lives. From that moment on, I relied solely on my grandmother. I could have pursued higher education, but our family's circumstances did not permit it, so I enlisted in the military. In my 3rd year of service, my grandmother also passed away, leaving me all alone. Hearing him speak so, Lu Shui and the others were momentarily taken aback, their hearts heavy with sympathy, as they had not anticipated Zhao Tianyu's tragic background. For a moment, the girls were at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, Lu Shui finally spoke. With your remarkable skills, even Ah Bao is no match for you. You must be part of Special Forces Unit. Zhao Tianyu nodded and replied, that would be accurate. However, upon uttering those words, he seemed to recall some painful memories, his expression darkening for a while before he returned to normalcy. He said nothing more and resumed splitting bamboo strips. His changing demeanor did not escape the attentive eyes of Lu Shui and her companions. Lu Shui continued, I can see that you are a person with a story to tell. Would you share with us? Some things are better not kept buried in the heart. Perhaps speaking about them would bring some relief. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu lifted his gaze to meet the four girls' eyes and replied, there is not much to say. With that, he lowered his head once more to split bamboo. Noticing Zhao Tianyu's reluctance, Lu Shui chose not to press further. Time passed, and, after more than an hour, Zhao Tianyu had crafted a substantial pile of bamboo strips, which he began to weave into a basket. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and the others sat nearby, watching him with keen interest. Feeling somewhat shy under their scrutiny, Zhao Tianyu addressed them. Tonight, you four will take turns keeping watch. Tomorrow morning, we will transport the bamboo back. You can catch up on your sleep now. Chapter 39. Startling the girls upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others nodded and promptly lay down on the ground beside the fire to sleep. Perhaps due to fatigue from the past few days, it wasn't long before the girls fell into a deep slumber. Zhao Tianyu, meanwhile, was diligently weaving the basket. As dusk approached, he completed the bamboo basket. After glancing at the still sleeping girls, he stood up to stretch his stiff body. He ventured into the woods to gather some firewood, binding it with vines and carrying it back to the fire. He found a stick about the thickness of a finger, sharpened one end, and skewered a wild chicken. He retrieved some glowing charcoal from the fire and placed the chicken above it to slowly roast. As the chicken neared completion, he noticed the four girls still lost in slumber. Zhao Tianyu reached out towards Lu Shui, intending to wake her, but a sudden thought crossed his mind, and a smile crept across his face as he withdrew his hand. Clearing his throat, he called out loudly, trouble. The wolves are coming. At the sound of Zhao Tianyu's call, Lu Shui and her companions were startled awake, their faces filled with terror as they scrambled to their feet. Observing their reaction, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was only then that Lu Shui and the others regained their composure, glaring at him with irritation. Lu Shui, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, are you not aware that scaring someone can be fatal? Is there anyone who does such a thing? Lin Yu, equally incensed, added, I knew you were wicked. Could you not have awakened us gently instead of frightening us? Zhao Tianyu, still chuckling, replied, I merely wish to witness your startled expressions. Are you all not aware that it is already dark? Now, enough of the chatter. The wild chickens are roasted and ready. Hurry to the river to wash your faces before we eat. With another glare directed towards him, Lu Shui and her friends proceeded to the river, splashed some water on their faces, and returned to the warmth of the fire. Before long, the roasted wild chickens were devoured, the group tearing into the succulent meat with fervor. In a brief time, one chicken was reduced to a mere pile of bones, and the company still appeared unsatisfied. After a while of chatting by the fire, Zhao Tianyu announced, you all will take turns keeping watch. I shall rest now. Without waiting for a response from the girls, he lay down beside the fire, and was soon snoring within 3 minutes. Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter, what a pig. He falls asleep instantly. Reflecting on the earlier incident when Zhao Tianyu had touched her chest and then startled her again, her frustration boiled over. She quietly suggested to Lu Shui and the others, this Zhao Tianyu is too mischievous. He just scared us. Should we not frighten him in return? Hearing this, Lu Shui quickly interjected, perhaps it's best to let it go. He has been quite exhausted these past few days, and tomorrow he must chop bamboo to build shelter. Let him rest. With Lu Shui's words, Lin Yu felt it prudent to refrain from further comment. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Tianyu awoke to find Su Ran still seated by the fire. Slowly rising from the ground, he noticed her turning to him and saying, it is still early. You could sleep a little longer. Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied, I have had sufficient rest and am accustomed to rising early. You, on the other hand, could lie down for a bit longer. Su Ran shook her head, asserting, I am not sleepy. Zhao Tianyu said nothing further and walked to the river to wash his face, instantly feeling invigorated. He then picked up the 2 fishing traps to inspect their contents, discovering a bounty of small fish and shrimp. Su Ran, carrying a bamboo tube, joined him at the riverbank. Zhao Tianyu poured the fish and shrimp into the bamboo tube and returned the traps to the water. The two returned to the fire with their catch, placing it on a large stone to roast slowly. Zhao Tianyu took another bamboo tube to collect some water from the river, placing it over the fire, and added some porcupine meat to simmer. As the fish and shrimp sizzled on the stone and the aroma of the stewing porcupine meat filled the air, Su Ran called to awaken Lu Shui and the others. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu led 4 girls towards the bamboo grove. Just like the previous day, Zhao Tianyu was responsible for cutting the bamboo, while Lu Shui and the other girls carried it back to the riverbank. By evening, they had successfully transported all the bamboo needed for constructing the shelter. The girls' shoulders were sore and bleeding from the effort, so Zhao Tianyu gathered some mugwort and instructed them to chew the leaves and apply them to their wounds. After consuming the remaining piece of roasted porcupine meat, Zhao Tianyu assigned the girls to take turns keeping watch while he lay down beside the fire to rest. The next morning, he awoke early and opened his eyes to find Lu Shui sitting by the fire, her face haggard and her eyes swollen. Zhao Tianyu got up from the ground and said to her, "You should lie down and rest for a while. I will go into the woods to find some food." Hearing his words, Lu Shui nodded and lay down to rest. Zhao Tianyu went to the riverbank to wash up briefly, checked the 2 fishing traps he had set, and found them filled with a good number of small fish and shrimp. He poured the catch into a small pit to keep them alive and returned the traps to the river. Upon returning to the fire, he added some firewood to the nearly extinguished flames, slung a bamboo basket over his back, and ventured into the woods. The sun had just risen, and the forest was shrouded in mist, reducing visibility. With each step, Zhao Tianyu proceeded with utmost caution. After wandering in the woods for nearly an hour, he heard only the occasional bird calls from the branches and saw no other signs of wildlife, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed and disheartened. Fortunately, the sun had risen higher, dispersing the mist and improving visibility. Sunlight filtered through the trees, warming his body, and as he breathed in the fresh morning air, his spirits lifted. As he continued along the path, a sudden rustling from some nearby bushes caught his attention. Instantly alert, Zhao Tianyu stopped in his tracks, eyeing the underbrush warily. Drawing his military knife from his waist, he cautiously approached the bushes. Before he reached them, he faintly heard a rustling sound and detected a subtle, foul odor in the air. A sense of danger washed over him, prompting him to halt, his gaze fixed intently on the bushes. Chapter 40. A simple resolution to the python at that moment. A massive python emerged like a specter from the foliage, revealing its terrifying head. Its dark, inky head resembled a vast plate, and its gaping maw was fearsome, constantly flicking its crimson tongue as if to taunt Zhao Tianyu. Most individuals would likely be paralyzed with fear at the sight of such a monstrous serpent. However, Zhao Tianyu was no ordinary person. Instead of feeling terror, he scoffed and exclaimed, "Damn it, I thought it was something formidable. Turns out it's just a python." A sudden shock jolted Zhao Tianyu, who cursed under his breath yet secretly reveled in his fortune. Just as he was lamenting his struggle to find sustenance, this python had fortuitously presented itself. It was indeed a case of fortune arriving just when one was in need. With no hesitation, he declared to the serpent, "Today, you shall be the first to meet your end." Although the python was of considerable size, measuring only 4 to 5 meters in length, it posed little challenge to Zhao Tianyu. He calmly set down the bamboo basket slung across his back and swiftly gripped his military knife, its blade gleaming ominously, exuding an aura of lethal intent. With a slight smirk of disdain gracing his lips, he provocatively taunted the python, "Fool, if you have the guts, come and bite me. Let us see if I don't dismember you." Perhaps comprehending Zhao Tianyu's words, the python seemed enraged, suddenly rearing up like a streak of black lightning. It opened its cavernous maw, wide enough to swallow a man, and lunged at him with ferocity akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. At the crucial moment when the python was nearly upon him, Zhao Tianyu reacted with lightning speed, deftly sidestepping the snake's lethal strike. Simultaneously, his knife sliced through the air with deadly precision, aimed straight at the python. With a sharp hiss, the knife found its mark, cleaving into the python's rough scales and leaving a deep gash. Blood erupted from the wound like a fountain, splattering onto the surrounding grass and creating a disturbing pool of crimson. Infuriated by the grievous injury, the python writhed violently, its already fearsome head rearing even higher. With its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, it launched a furious counterattack toward Zhao Tianyu. Undaunted by the python's frenzied retaliation, Zhao Tianyu remained composed, keenly observing the serpent's movements in search of an opportune moment to strike back. Just as the python's fangs were poised to sink into him, he swiftly bent down, snatched the bamboo basket from the ground, and decisively slammed it onto the snake's head. The basket effectively obscured the python's vision, causing its assault to veer off course. Seizing the moment, Zhao Tianyu forcefully pressed the basket down, pinning the serpent beneath it. In a flash, he thrust his knife downward like a bolt of lightning, plunging it into the python's abdomen with tremendous force. The blade pierced through the creature's body. As Zhao Tianyu withdrew the knife, a torrent of hot blood erupted forth, splattering onto his face and body. However, he had no time to evade the crimson spray. He simply allowed it to drench him. Despite its injuries, the python did not relent. It continued to thrash wildly, striving to escape the confines of the basket and ensnare Zhao Tianyu. Yet, he would not allow it to prevail. With agility, he dodged to the side, easily evading the serpent's attempts to coil around him. He casually picked up a wooden stick as thick as an arm. Just as the python freed itself from the confines of the bamboo basket and lunged at Zhao Tianyu with its gaping maw. With all his might, Zhao Tianyu struck the python's head with the stick, sending it crashing to the ground where it writhed in agony. Seizing the moment, he relentlessly battered the serpent's head with a flurry of blows. After more than a dozen strikes, the python's head was utterly crushed, leaving it motionless. Only after confirming the creature's demise did Zhao Tianyu discard the bloodied stick onto the ground. He then stuffed the python's carcass into the bamboo basket and, hoisting it upon his back, made his way toward the riverbank. The python weighed a hefty 40 to 50 pounds, providing ample meat for several days' sustenance. After over an hour, Zhao Tianyu finally returned to the riverbank, where he found Lu Shui and the other girls awake, chatting and laughing by the fire. Upon his arrival, he set the bamboo basket down and collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. The girls were astonished to see the python within the basket, and upon noticing Zhao Tianyu's bloodied visage, they shrieked in alarm, fearing he had been injured. Hearing their cries, Zhao Tianyu, panting, exclaimed, "Why the commotion?" Su ran, her face etched with concern, inquired, "Why is there so much blood on you? Are you hurt? Let me see." Zhao Tianyu felt warmth in his heart at her worry and replied with a smile, "There is no need for alarm. I'm unscathed. The blood is merely from the python." With this revelation, the girls collectively exhaled in relief. Zhou Wanning promptly handed Zhao Tianyu a bamboo tube filled with cool water. Gratefully accepting it, he tilted his head back and drained the tube in one go. After discarding the empty vessel, he resumed his heavy breathing. After a brief respite, feeling somewhat revitalized, he rose to the riverbank and submerged his head in the water, cleansing the blood from his face. Returning to the fire, he dragged the python from the bamboo basket to the riverbank, drew his military knife, and made an incision in the snake's skin. Grasping the skin with both hands, he tore it away and then sliced open the python's belly, extracting the entrails and setting them aside. After washing the snake meat, he chopped a portion into small pieces and placed them in 2 bamboo tubes to begin simmering. He then fashioned a wooden rack beside the fire, binding the remaining meat with twine and suspending it above the flames to dry. Given the sweltering heat, timely processing was crucial to prevent spoilage. Without sea salt for curing, the only option was to dry the meat on the rack, thereby preserving it for several days. In less than half an hour, the aroma of the snake meat wafted from the bamboo tubes, enticing everyone to come and partake in the feast. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, the crowd could not suppress their salivation, eagerly grasping their bowls and chopsticks to partake in the tender, succulent snake meat that had been meticulously stewed. Each morsel melted in their mouths, leaving an indelible aftertaste that lingered delightfully on their palates. After relishing the hearty dish, they boiled some water to quench their thirst, and then set about constructing a shelter. Zhao Tianyu procured a few stout branches, roughly the thickness of an arm, sharpening one end of each and distributing them among the 4 girls, including Lu Shui. He then marked certain spots on the ground and, accompanied by the girls, began to dig pits. Although the girls were unsure of the reason behind Zhao Tianyu's request, they did not inquire further, silently taking up their wooden sticks and starting to excavate as instructed. Despite the rudimentary tools at their disposal, the proximity to the river rendered the soil relatively soft, making their labor somewhat manageable. Nevertheless, the 4 girls, being delicate and fair-skinned, soon found their palms blistered from the toil. Yet, they did not utter a word of fatigue, gritting their teeth and persevering. Zhao Tianyu observed their determination with a sense of satisfaction, nodding approvingly with a smile. As time elapsed, after 4 to 5 hours of relentless effort, they had successfully dug dozens of small pits, each over half a meter deep. Exhaustion had overtaken them. It felt as though all their strength had been siphoned away. Their garments clung to their bodies, drenched in sweat, causing considerable discomfort. Lu Shui and her companions were flushed, resembling ripe apples, panting heavily as if to expel all their fatigue through their breaths. Their palms bore the marks of labor, riddled with blisters that evoked a pang of compassion in Zhao Tianyu's heart. He recognized that such trials were essential for their adaptation to life on this desolate island, a means to ensure their survival. Suppressing his sympathy, he addressed the girls. "Everyone is weary. Let us pause and rest." Upon hearing his words, Lu Shui and her companions felt as if a great weight had been lifted, dragging their fatigued bodies back to the fire pit, where they collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily as if to regain their strength. Seeing their plight, Zhao Tianyu promptly approached the fire, adding more firewood to stoke the flames. He then seized 2 bamboo tubes, hastily making his way to the riverbank to fill them with water, returning carefully to place them atop the fire to boil. He split a bamboo tube into strips, sharpening one end, and retrieved a sizable piece of snake meat from the wooden rack, slicing it into smaller chunks to skewer onto the pointed bamboo strips. With a wooden stick, he prodded some still-burning charcoal from the fire, positioning the skewered snake meat above the glowing embers, and patiently awaited the outcome. As time passed, the snake meat gradually turned a crispy golden under the licking flames, exuding an irresistible aroma. In less than 20 minutes, the meat was perfectly roasted, crisp on the outside, tender within, and fragrant all around. Zhao Tianyu shared the delectable snake meat with Lu Shui and the others. The moment Lu Shui and her companions received the meat, their ravenous appetites took over, and they devoured it eagerly, disregarding the heat. After savoring the roasted snake, they each drank some warm water and rested beside the fire for a while. Zhao Tianyu instructed Lu Shui and her companions, "Take the bamboo baskets to the stream and gather some fist-sized stones." Upon hearing this, they promptly rose and made their way to the stream to collect stones. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu approached the pile of bamboo and meticulously examined each stalk. He selected the thickest ones and, wielding a military knife, skillfully cut them to the desired lengths. Thus, he immersed himself in his task, time slipping away unnoticed. After 2 to 3 hours of diligent work, he successfully fashioned all the bamboo to his specifications. Lu Shui and her companions returned with a substantial collection of fist-sized stones. Noticing that it was getting late, Zhao Tianyu addressed them again, saying, "Let us call it a day. We'll continue tomorrow." Hearing this, Lu Shui and her friends, exhausted, returned to their seats by the fire. With still some time before darkness fell, Zhao Tianyu glanced at the sky and gauged the time. He then turned to Lu Shui and the others, saying, "Stay here and don't wander off. I'll take a stroll in the woods to see if I can find more food." Upon hearing this, Su Ran looked at Zhao Tianyu with concern and said, "It's getting dark. It's not safe for you to go alone into the woods. Perhaps you should stay?" Zhao Tianyu, noticing her worry, smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'll just look around nearby and be back quickly." Though still uneasy, Su Ran, seeing his determination, refrained from further protest and cautioned, "Just be careful." Zhao Tianyu replied cheerfully, then slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder and set off towards the woods with a light step. He was acutely aware that constructing a shelter was a physically demanding task that required significant energy. Therefore, he aimed to find additional food to replenish their nutrition while there was still time. Having been on the deserted island for several days, they had scarcely consumed any green vegetables, which had begun to take a toll on Zhao Tianyu's digestive system, leading to constipation. Thus, he particularly hoped to discover some wild vegetables or fruits in the woods to enhance their meals. As he wandered aimlessly through the forest, his eyes continuously scanned the grass and shrubbery, hoping to uncover edible wild plants or fruits. However, after more than half an hour of searching, he had yet to encounter a single edible wild plant, let alone any fruits. This left Zhao Tianyu feeling somewhat disappointed and disheartened. With a deep sigh, he pressed on deeper into the woods. As they ventured further along the path, Zhao Tianyu's eyes were suddenly drawn to a cluster of purple wild fruits not far ahead. He hastened towards them, and upon closer inspection, a surge of joy filled his heart. "Goodness, are these not wild blueberries?" he exclaimed, astonished to discover such a delightful treasure on this desolate island. Zhao Tianyu was well aware of the myriad benefits of wild blueberries, including their ability to lower cholesterol, enhance vision, improve memory, and promote gut health. Eagerly, he plucked a handful and savored their sweet and tangy flavor, relishing the delightful taste. After indulging in a few wild blueberries, Zhao Tianyu could hardly contain his enthusiasm and began to gather more. Time slipped away, and after more than half an hour, he had successfully harvested all the wild blueberries and placed them into a bamboo basket. However, the sun was steadily descending, painting the sky with hues of orange and red. Realizing the urgency, he quickly shouldered the basket and made his way towards the riverbank. By the time he returned to the campfire, the sun had completely vanished, and the night enveloped the island. Lu Shui and her 3 companions sat anxiously by the fire, awaiting his return. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu safely back, their hearts finally eased, and they let out a quiet sigh of relief. As he set the bamboo basket down, the girl's eyes were immediately drawn to the wild blueberries inside. Curiously, Lu Shui inquired, "What are these?" Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied, "These are wild blueberries. You must try them. They are quite delightful." Hearing his words, the faces of Lu Shui and her friends lit up with joy. They eagerly grabbed handfuls of the wild blueberries, popping them into their mouths and savoring the unique balance of sweetness and tartness. Lu Shui marveled, "I never imagined we could find such delicious fruit on this island." Lin Yu chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, these wild blueberries are wonderfully refreshing." Su Ran turned to Zhao Tianyu and said, "Brother Zhao, you seem to know so much. Who would have thought we could find fruit on this deserted island? It appears we will never go hungry with you around." Zhao Tianyu, feigning annoyance, retorted, "No need for flattery. Remember, Survival on this island relies on your own efforts. After speaking, he took 2 bamboo tubes to the riverbank, filled them with water, and placed them over the fire. He cut the snake meat into small pieces and stewed it in the bamboo tubes. After a prolonged wait, the snake meat was finally ready. By this time, night had fully descended, shrouding the land in darkness, save for the flickering light of the blazing fire. Gathered around the fire, everyone eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, delighting in the aromatic, stewed snake meat. After a hearty meal, they sat by the fire, basking in the warmth of the flames. Zhao Tianyu glanced at Lu Shui and the others and said, "Tonight, you 4 should take turns keeping watch. I will retire for the night." Before his words could fully dissipate, he reclined beside the fire like a weary old bull, and within 5 minutes, the sound of his snoring echoed through the air. Lu Shui and the others observed the slumbering Zhao Tianyu, their hearts silently cursing. This fellow is truly a glutton for sleep. Time slipped away quietly, and by dawn on the morrow, as the sky began to blush with the first light of day, Zhao Tianyu awoke early. He rubbed his bleary eyes and noticed Zhou Wanting sitting beside the fire, her face a portrait of exhaustion, evidently having endured a sleepless night. Zhao Tianyu quickly urged Zhou Wanted to lie down and rest, while he rose and ambled to a nearby stream. Crouching down, he cupped his hands to gather some cool water, splashing it gently upon his face. The refreshing chill instantly invigorated him, revitalizing his spirit. After freshening up, he retrieved the 2 fishing traps to inspect them, discovering a bountiful catch of small fish and shrimp in each. Returning to the fire, he fetched a bamboo tube and poured the fish and shrimp into it before placing the traps back into the water. By the fire, he spread the catch upon a stone slab to commence roasting. When the fish and shrimp were nearing perfection, he called out to awaken Lu Shui and the others. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu led Lu Shui and the others to erect the selected bamboo poles, inserting them into the pre-dug deep holes. Each pole was set firmly in place, and he meticulously adjusted their positions to ensure a tight alignment. Subsequently, he filled the gaps between the poles with stones and earth, compacting the mixture with his foot for added stability. One by one, the bamboo poles stood erect, and after 4 to 5 hours of diligent labor, the support structure of the shelter was finally complete. Exhausted from hours of continuous work, the group was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Seated on the ground, Zhao Tianyu skewered some snake meat with a wooden stick and roasted it over the fire. Once they finished the snake meat, they resumed their efforts without a moment's pause, connecting the poles with bamboo and rope to form a robust framework. As night descended, the main structure of the shelter was at last erected. After a week's worth of tireless endeavor, they successfully completed the shelter, even constructing 2 beds of different sizes within. An additional 3 days were devoted to building a kitchen outside the shelter, complete with a fireplace. Nearly half a month had elapsed since their arrival from the coast, and throughout these days, they had been preoccupied with the construction of the shelter and kitchen, engaging in strenuous labor that had thoroughly exhausted them. Now that the shelter and kitchen were established, they could finally enjoy a well-deserved rest. On that morning, Zhao Tianyu did not awaken until nearly noon, opening his eyes to find Lu Shui and the others still peacefully slumbering upon the large bamboo bed. Observing the tranquil slumber of the others, Zhao Tianyu allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He rose from the bed, donned his shoes, and stealthily made his way to the entrance of the shelter. Upon opening the bamboo door and gazing upward, he noted the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, indicating a torrential downpour was imminent. However, with the shelter already constructed, he felt no apprehension regarding the impending rain. Approaching the riverbank, he splashed his face with water and lifted the fishing traps to inspect them. Each trap had yielded a bountiful catch of fish and shrimp, which he carefully transferred into a small pit by the riverbank for safekeeping before returning the traps to the water. He then headed to the kitchen, slinging a bamboo basket over his shoulder as he ventured into the woods. Not far into his journey, he was greeted by the unmistakable call of a wild hen. Looking up, he spotted the hen perched on a nearby tree, incessantly calling out. Zhao Tianyu swiftly retrieved his slingshot from his pocket, placed a stone on the leather pad, and approached the hen with quiet determination. Soon enough, he stood beneath the tree where the hen had settled. He took aim with the slingshot and released the stone, which struck the hen with a resounding thud. The hen squawked in distress, soaring a few meters before crashing to the ground, flapping helplessly. Chapter 43. A scene of blood and vitality. Zhao Tianyu hastened forward, seizing the still flapping hen by the neck and twisting it with force. A sharp crack echoed as the hen's neck snapped instantly, and he placed it into the bamboo basket before continuing deeper into the woods. After traversing a short distance without encountering any other wildlife, he noticed the sky darkening further and a strong wind swept through the forest. Promptly, he turned and made his way back to the shelter. Upon his return, he found Lu Shui and the others already awake, gathered around the kitchen fireplace, engaged in conversation. Zhao Tianyu entered the kitchen and unceremoniously placed the wild hen onto the fire, the acrid scent of singed feathers wafting through the air. The others quickly shielded their mouths and noses, and in no time, the hen was rendered completely featherless. He then took the hen to the river to wash it thoroughly, removing the innards and placing them into the fishing trap. Returning to the kitchen with the prepared hen, he found a stick of suitable thickness and skewered the bird. Rummaging through the fireplace for some charcoal, he positioned the hen above the coals, allowing it to roast slowly. At that moment, large raindrops began to fall from the sky, escalating into a torrential downpour. Fortunately, the roofs of both the shelter and kitchen had been thickly coated with mud, ensuring no rainwater leaked through. In less than half an hour, the hen had been roasted to a golden crisp, sizzling and oozing with juice, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. The delightful scent caused everyone's mouths to water as they eagerly tore into the succulent meat, devouring it with great relish. Within 10 minutes, the once whole roasted hen was reduced to a mere pile of bones, yet the group remained visibly unsatisfied, yearning for more. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu suddenly recalled the 2 fishing traps he had placed in the river. He immediately stood up, braving the rain, and hurried to the riverbank. To his dismay, the once crystal-clear water had become murky. The flow had also increased significantly, yet fortunately, the 2 fishing traps remained intact, not swept away by the current. Zhao Tianyu quickly retrieved the traps and returned them to the kitchen. He then took 2 bamboo tubes to the riverbank, catching the fish and shrimp from the small pit and placing them into the tubes to carry back to the kitchen. In no time, his clothes were soaked by the rain. Su Ran promptly advised him, "Brother Zhao, quickly change your clothes. Be cautious of falling ill." Zhao Tianyu nodded and returned to the shelter to change into a dry set of clothes, hanging the wet ones on a wooden rack by the fireplace to dry. The rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, and by evening, the skies had cleared. After cooking a bit of fish and shrimp in the bamboo tubes, everyone sat by the fireplace, engaging in casual conversation. After a while, Zhao Tianyu addressed Lu Shui and the others, saying, "Now that the shelter and kitchen are completed, these resources are insufficient for our survival here. I plan to visit the coastline tomorrow to gather some useful supplies and to extract sea salt from seawater, as prolonged absence of salt intake is detrimental to our health. You all should remain here in the shelter and await my return." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui immediately replied, "I want to accompany you." Lin Yu quickly added, "I wish to go as well. I'm nearly going stir-crazy staying here." Su Ran chimed in, "If you leave, we would not feel safe remaining here alone." Hearing their responses, Zhao Tianyu consented, "Very well. We shall all go to the coastline tomorrow." The next morning, everyone awoke early. After roasting a few small fish and shrimp, Zhao Tianyu, accompanied by several girls, took some empty bottles to the riverbank to fill with water and place them in a bamboo basket. They set off toward the coastline. Perhaps due to the rain from the previous day, the paths in the woods had turned muddy and exceedingly slippery. Zhao Tianyu had no choice but to chop several tree branches as thick as his arm, distributing one to each person to aid in maintaining balance. Carrying the bamboo basket on his back and wielding a military knife, Zhao Tianyu led the way, with Lu Shui and the others closely following behind. After nearly 3 hours of walking, they had only covered less than half the distance. The sun had risen high, and the entire forest felt oppressively humid. Having trekked such a long way, everyone was thoroughly exhausted, their clothes drenched in sweat, clinging uncomfortably to their skin. Numerous mosquitoes buzzed around them. Zhao Tianyu was slightly better off, while Lu Shui and the others were flushed and panting heavily. Observing the girls' weary states, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of sympathy and sought out a large shady tree. After scanning the surroundings to ensure there was no potential danger, he decided to take a brief respite. Drawing out his military knife, he cut several branches to lay on the ground and said to Lu Shui and the others, "Let us rest under the tree for a moment." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and her companions felt an immense sense of relief. As if all their strength had been drained away, they plopped down onto the branches beneath the large tree, panting heavily like deflated balloons. Zhao Tianyu gently placed the bamboo basket on the ground and slowly leaned against the trunk of the tree, allowing his body a brief respite. His eyes remained open, vigilantly observing the surroundings. The loose collars of Lu Shui and her friend's garments afforded Zhao Tianyu a vantage point to glimpse the alluring sights beyond. Through those relaxed necklines, he could discern the color of their undergarments and the hint of their curves, evoking a whirlwind of thoughts. Such vivid imagery quickened Zhao Tianyu's heartbeat. Leaving his throat slightly parched, he swallowed hard, attempting to alleviate the rising heat within. Yet, his mind raced like a wild stallion, spiraling into unbidden fantasies, particularly when his gaze fell upon Lin Yu, whose ample bosom intensified his heart's tempo. Inwardly, he marveled how splendidly large and fair, truly a magnificent sight. His eyes flitted between the 4 girls, indulging in a visual feast. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her companions were still catching their breath, oblivious to Zhao Tianyu's covert admiration. He remained captivated by their necklines for nearly 10 minutes before reluctantly averting his gaze. Chapter 44. Joyful rivals. After resting beneath the tree for nearly half an hour, the group felt their strength gradually returning, prompting them to continue their journey toward the coast. However, they had scarcely moved when Zhao Tianyu, leading the way, suddenly heard a faint rustling from the nearby bushes. Although the sound was subtle, it stood out in the tranquil environment. Instantly alert, Zhao Tianyu halted abruptly. Unfortunately, Lin Yu, trailing behind, was unable to stop in time and collided into him. With a thud, Lin Yu's generous bosom pressed against Zhao Tianyu's waist. The unexpected impact sent a jolt through Zhao Tianyu, stirring a peculiar sensation within him. He turned to Lin Yu, a smile gracing his face. "Why did you bump into me?" Zhao Tianyu teased lightly, his tone laced with playful banter. Lin Yu's face flushed crimson at his words, embarrassed. She lowered her head and reproached, "Why did you stop so suddenly?" Zhao Tianyu pointed towards the distant bushes and spoke in a hushed tone to the group. "It seems there's something behind those bushes. You all stay here. I will go take a look." Having spoken, Zhao Tianyu drew a military knife from his waist, gripping it firmly in his hand before cautiously approaching the thicket, each step imbued with deliberation. As he reached the edge of the underbrush, his gaze was captivated by the scene before him. There, nestled within the foliage, were two wild hares, huddled closely together, seemingly engaged in an intimate act. Zhao Tianyu could not help but mutter under his breath, "These two rascals, hiding here to indulge in their affection." He pondered what to eat by the coast, only to find the two hares had presented themselves to him. Without hesitation, he raised the knife, aimed at the mating hares, and with a swift flick of his wrist, the blade soared through the air like a flash of lightning. With a muffled thud, the sharp knife struck true, piercing one of the hares with deadly precision. The creature, grievously wounded, collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. The other hare, startled by the sudden turn of events, fled with the speed of a bolt of lightning, vanishing in an instant. Zhao Tianyu did not pursue the fleeing hare. His focus remained solely on the one that had been struck. He reached into the thicket, cautiously retrieving the injured hare, and forcefully withdrew the knife from its body. As the blade was extracted, a torrent of blood gushed forth from the hare. It did not succumb immediately. It continued to thrash in Zhao Tianyu's grasp, seemingly fighting for its last breath. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu clenched his fist and delivered a decisive blow to the hare's head. The force of his strike caused the creature to convulse a few times before it ultimately ceased all signs of life. He wiped the bloodied knife clean on the hare's fur before returning it to his waist and carried the hare back to where Lu Shui and the others waited. The moment he had launched the knife had been witnessed clearly by the four girls, and upon seeing him return with the hare, they gazed at him with admiration. Lin Yu, her face aglow with joy, exclaimed, "It seems we'll be enjoying roasted hare again today." In response to her remark, Zhao Tianyu could not resist a playful tease. "You're all grown up, yet you still think only of food. Aren't you afraid of bursting?" He then unabashedly cast a glance at Lin Yu's ample bosom. Flushed with indignation at his teasing, Lin Yu retorted, "Say that again, and I swear I'll take you on." Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "Come on, let us see if you can make me fear you." At his words, Lin Yu was suddenly reminded of the moment he had pinched her chest, causing her to wilt in exasperation, standing there momentarily speechless. Lu Shui and the other two girls were amused by the exchange, with Lu Shui laughing. "All right, enough of the banter. You two are clearly rivals, always bickering." Zhou Wanting chimed in with a grin, "Sister Shui is right. I suspect you two were family in a past life. Otherwise, why would you constantly be at each other's throats?" Upon hearing Lu Shui and Zhou Wanting's remarks, Lin Yu blushed and retorted, "Who considers him an adversary? This fellow is utterly insufferable, always bullying me." Observing Lin Yu's indignant demeanor, Zhao Tianyu could not suppress a chuckle and said to her, all right, I won't tease you any longer. Once we reach the coast, I'll roast this wild rabbit and treat you to a rabbit leg." Lin Yu huffed, turning her head away from Zhao Tianyu. He tossed the rabbit into the bamboo basket on his back and, accompanied by several girls, proceeded towards the coastline. After nearly 4 hours of trekking, they finally arrived at the shore. The journey from the shelter had taken them a full 6 to 7 hours, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Their clothes were drenched in sweat, clinging uncomfortably to their skin. Lu Shui and the others collapsed onto the sandy beach, gasping for breath. Zhao Tianyu, equally fatigued from the long trek, set down the bamboo basket and sat down heavily on the ground, panting. After a considerable rest, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, Zhao Tianyu addressed Lu Shui and her companions. "You all go gather some firewood to ignite a fire while I prepare the rabbit." With that, he retrieved a lighter from his pocket and handed it to Su Ran, before taking the rabbit from the bamboo basket and walking towards the coast. Lu Shui and her friends promptly stood up and ventured into the woods to collect some firewood, which they carried back to the sandy beach to kindle a fire. Before long, Zhao Tianyu had processed the rabbit, rinsing it clean with seawater before returning to the fire. He found a stick thicker than his finger to skewer the rabbit, using some still-burning charcoal from the fire to roast it slowly. Approximately half an hour later, the rabbit was perfectly roasted to a golden brown, sizzling with juices, and its enticing aroma wafted through the air. The group, already starving, could not help but salivate at the delightful scent. Once the rabbit was ready, Zhao Tianyu tore off 4 pieces and handed them to Lu Shui and her companions. Seeing Zhao Tianyu generously offer her the meatiest rabbit leg, Lu Shui and the others felt a wave of gratitude. In less than 10 minutes, the roasted rabbit was reduced to a mere pile of bones, leaving everyone only partially satisfied, their appetites still yearning for more. Yet, with no other food available, they could only endure their hunger. Zhao Tianyu retrieved a bamboo tube from the basket and carefully placed it atop the roaring fire. Then, he took out 2 bottles of river water brought from the shelter and cautiously poured them into the bamboo tube. As time passed, steam began to rise from the water in the bamboo tube, gradually reaching a boil. Zhao Tianyu patiently awaited the water to heat up before allowing it to cool naturally. When the temperature was just right, he passed the bamboo tube to each person, signaling them to take a sip to alleviate their thirst and hunger. After everyone had finished drinking water, Zhao Tianyu looked at Lu Shui and the other 3 with a serious expression and said, "You stay here while I explore along the coast. Perhaps I can find some useful supplies to bring back." Before he could finish speaking, Lu Shui and the others almost simultaneously expressed their desire to accompany him, exclaiming, "We want to go with you." Zhao Tianyu nodded and replied, "All right then, let's go together." Thus, the 5 of them began their search along the coastline for any usable materials. Although the shore was littered with debris washed ashore by the sea, they found little of value. After walking for quite a distance, they had only collected a few plastic bottles. At that moment, Su Ran suddenly noticed a peculiar detail. Every time Zhao Tianyu spotted an empty cigarette box, he would unhesitatingly pick it up to inspect it. This piqued Su Ran's curiosity, prompting her to ask, "Brother Zhao, what are you doing?" Zhao Tianyu chuckled awkwardly. "I have a penchant for smoking, and I haven't had a cigarette in days, which has left me feeling quite miserable. I'm just hoping to find an unopened pack." Hearing this, Lin Yu interjected with annoyance. "Don't you know smoking is harmful to your health? Quitting would be better." Zhao Tianyu retorted, "I wouldn't quit for you." Seeing the 2 about to bicker again, Lu Shui quickly intervened, saying, all right, enough with the arguing. Save your energy." With Lu Shui's remark, Zhao Tianyu and Lin Yu ceased their banter, and the group continued walking along the coast. Now, Lu Shui and the others began to check every cigarette box they encountered. After some time, Su Ran indeed spotted a pack of cigarettes that had not been opened. A surge of joy filled her heart as she quickly picked up the pack, raising it high like a treasure, and excitedly called out to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, look." Hearing her shout, Zhao Tianyu turned around. Upon seeing the pack of cigarettes in Su Ran's hand, his eyes lit up. He hurried over, almost sprinting, and snatched the pack from her, as if fearing it might vanish. Zhao Tianyu examined the cigarette pack closely, first checking the plastic wrapping and finding no signs of damage. Then, he carefully tore open the plastic and opened the box, revealing that the cigarettes inside were still relatively dry and showed no signs of moisture. The joy in Zhao Tianyu's heart was beyond words. He embraced Su Ran tightly, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek, then exclaimed, "You truly are my lucky star. I can't believe you found this unopened pack of cigarettes. I adore you." After saying this, Zhao Tianyu released Su Ran and eagerly pulled a cigarette from the pack, swiftly placing it between his lips. He then retrieved a lighter from his pocket, igniting the cigarette with a satisfying click. Taking a deep drag, he savored the sensation of smoke in his throat, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Su Ran, taken aback by Zhao Tianyu's sudden embrace and kiss, was momentarily stunned, only regaining her composure once he let her go. Uncertain of the reason, I found myself not only unperturbed by Zhao Tianyu's actions, but rather delighted. My cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as I lowered my gaze. Lu Shui and her companion stood there, dumbfounded, until Lin Yu finally broke the silence, exclaiming, "Well done." Seizing the opportunity to take advantage of our sister Su Ran. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Tianyu realized he had been overly exuberant. Feeling a tad embarrassed, he addressed Su Ran, saying, "My apologies, Miss Su. I had no intention of taking advantage of you. I was merely overwhelmed by the sight of this box of cigarettes." With a slight blush, Su Ran softly replied, "It's all right. I bear no ill will." Observing her flushed cheeks, Zhao Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, pondering, given her reaction. She doesn't seem to resent me. Could it be that she has developed feelings for me? A surge of joy filled his heart at this thought, prompting him to test the waters with Su Ran. With a playful grin, he suggested, "Miss Su, considering I nearly kissed you, how about you return the favor and kiss me? That way, we would both have shared a kiss." Su Ran's face reddened even further at his proposition. From her expression, Zhao Tianyu felt confident that Su Ran harbored feelings for him. Lin Yu, irritated, retorted, "You, my friend, have quite a thick skin. It's one thing to kiss our sister Su Ran, but to shamelessly wish for her to kiss you in return? What folly is this in broad daylight? Zhao Tianyu, undaunted, countered. What are you prattling on about? Miss Su hasn't objected, yet you meddle in our affairs. As for your kiss, I wouldn't even entertain the thought. You oversized watermelon. Enraged, Lin Yu's anger flared, her chest heaving as she stomped her foot in fury, shouting, "Who are you calling a watermelon? Dare to say that again, and I shall not hold back." Yet Zhao Tianyu appeared unfazed, continuing to cheekily call out, "Watermelon, watermelon, I shall keep calling you that. What will you do about it?" Lin Yu's patience had reached its breaking point. Unable to tolerate Zhao Tianyu's provocation any longer, she charged at him like an agitated bull, intent on teaching him a lesson. In a swift moment, Zhao Tianyu, quick on his feet, extended his arms and enveloped Lin Yu in a tight embrace. Caught off guard, she found herself momentarily disoriented, her body surrendering its freedom as she struggled within his hold. "You scoundrel, let me go!" Lin Yu shouted in exasperation, her voice laced with anger and helplessness. With a chuckle, Zhao Tianyu responded, "Oh, you think I can't handle you? Just because the tiger doesn't roar, you assume I'm a feeble cat?" With that, he freed one hand and playfully slapped Lin Yu on her pert rear. The unexpected contact sent a rush of warmth to her face, and she exclaimed, "Release me at once, you despicable rogue. How dare you strike my backside?" Chapter 46. Farewell to Yi Wei. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a subtle smirk, revealing a hint of mockery. He chuckled softly. "It seems you haven't had enough of a beating, even now." He still refused to admit defeat. Before his words had fully settled in the air, Zhao Tianyu's hand swiftly descended, producing two crisp slaps that echoed through the atmosphere, landing once more on Lin Yu's pert backside. However, he did not exert much force. His actions bore the semblance of playful jest. Yet, these seemingly gentle strikes sent a shiver coursing through Lin Yu's body, an electric sensation radiating throughout her being. This unexpected feeling caught her off guard, causing her to tremble involuntarily, while her once defiant lips parted slightly, releasing a barely audible sigh. Though the sound was faint, it resonated strikingly in the stillness, prompting Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui to glance at Lin Yu in astonishment. Zhao Tianyu found himself perplexed. What was happening with Lin Yu? Did she possess a penchant for masochism? How could she emit such a sound when struck? Instantly, Zhao Tianyu withdrew his hand, and Lin Yu fell silent. Her face flushed a deep crimson, resembling that of a monkey's rear, as she lowered her gaze. The atmosphere thickened with awkwardness, lingering for several seconds until Lu Shui, eager to alleviate the tension, spoke up, "Are we done with the antics? Let's move on." At her words, Zhao Tianyu offered an awkward smile and resumed his brisk pace toward the coastline, with Lu Shui and the others hastily following suit. Trailing behind, Lin Yu felt her cheeks burn. She reflected, "How could I have made such a sound? This is mortifying." Glancing at Zhao Tianyu's back, she couldn't help but mutter a curse. "It's all that damn Zhao Tianyu's fault for embarrassing me. I won't let this go unpunished." Thus, the group ambled along the coastline. After a considerable distance, Lu Shui's eyes suddenly lit up as she spotted a rusty oil drum amidst a heap of disorganized refuse. She hurried forward, gingerly retrieving the drum from the debris. Cradling the oil drum, she approached Zhao Tianyu, her face alight with anticipation, and said, "Brother Zhao, look what I found. Do you think it could be of any use?" Hearing her, Zhao Tianyu promptly halted, accepting the oil drum from Lu Shui's hands and inspecting it closely. After a thorough examination, he discovered that although the exterior was corroded, no significant damage was apparent. Moreover, through the faded lettering on the drum, he could vaguely discern that it was originally intended for edible oil. Joy surged within him, and he grinned at Lu Shui, exclaiming, "This oil drum is truly a treasure. With it, we can craft a pot." Before he could finish, Zhao Tianyu eagerly reached to twist off the drum's lid, eager to discover its contents. However, due to prolonged exposure to seawater and corrosion, the lid of the oil barrel had become exceedingly tight. Zhao Tianyu exerted all his strength, even utilizing every ounce of energy he could muster, yet he still could not budge the obstinate lid. With no other recourse, he slowly drew his military knife from his waist and, with steady steps, approached the shoreline, his gaze piercing as it swept across the surroundings. Ultimately, he spotted a relatively flat stone not far off. He carefully placed the oil barrel atop the stone, treating it as though it were a precious treasure. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he began to methodically slice off the top of the barrel with his knife. This endeavor was no simple task. Zhao Tianyu needed to deftly control the knife's pressure and angle to avoid injuring himself or damaging the barrel. After more than 10 minutes of diligent effort, he finally succeeded in severing the top of the barrel, revealing its contents. Inside, he discovered a residue of darkened cooking oil, long spoiled and emitting a foul odor that was nearly nauseating. Frowning, Zhao Tianyu quickly submerged the barrel in the seawater and began to wash it meticulously. Just then, Lu Shui suddenly exclaimed, "Look, A group of people is approaching from the distant shoreline. Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu and the others raised their heads and gazed in the direction Lu Shui indicated. Indeed, on the far-off coastline, a cluster of indistinct figures was making their way toward them. The distance rendered it impossible to discern the individual's features at that moment. The group on the distant shore also spotted Zhao Tianyu and his companions, hastening their pace toward them. Moments later, the keen-eyed Zhou Wanting remarked, "It's Yi Wei and a Bao." Soon after, Zhao Tianyu and the others recognized the familiar faces of Yi Wei and his group. Before long, Yi Wei's party had reached Zhao Tianyu and his companions. A silence enveloped them as they regarded one another. At this juncture, Zhao Tianyu noticed that, after a fortnight apart, Yi Wei and his companions appeared considerably haggard and emaciated, each bearing a look of dejection. It was evident that their past 2 weeks had not been kind to them. Seeing their condition stirred a wave of sympathy in Lu Shui, for they were her employees. Conversely, Yi Wei's group observed that, aside from appearing slightly worn, Lu Shui and her companions had not changed much. It seemed they had fared quite well under Zhao Tianyu's care. This realization stirred feelings of imbalance within Yi Wei's group, who felt a burning desire to confront Zhao Tianyu, though they knew collectively they were no match for him. After nearly a minute of silence, Yi Wei finally broke the tension, cheerfully addressing Lu Shui. "Lu, it's truly wonderful to see you all. I was beginning to worry something had happened to you." His words incited an eruption of frustration in Su Ran, who retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you wishing for us to encounter some misfortune?" Yi Wei immediately responded with a smile. "Su Ran, why take it that way? I was merely expressing concern for your well-being. I feared you might not fare well in the woods with this security guard." Su Ran let out a cold snort and spoke, "You need not worry about that. As we follow Brother Zhao, we indulge in delightful feasts daily, whether it be roasted wild chicken or roasted hare, complemented by wild fruits and vegetables. I feel as though I have gained weight during this time." Upon hearing Su Ran's words, the expressions of Yi Wei and his companions instantly shifted, and they could not help but swallow hard. Ever since Zhao Tianyu departed with Lu Shui and the others, they had constructed a shelter along the coast. Although they had a place to shield themselves from the elements, their food supply was far from sufficient. Chapter 47. Unmasking a Bao scheme despite discovering 2 tattered fishing nets along the shore and casting them into the sea. Their daily catch of fish proved inadequate to meet the needs of their numerous group. More often than not, they resorted to smashing mollusks against the large rocks by the coast and roasting them to stave off hunger. Over the days, they had nearly exhausted all the mussels clinging to the nearby stones, and even the coconuts from the few palm trees had been plucked and consumed. Their daily existence revolved around foraging for food or embarking on journeys in search of it. A Bao had led them into the woods several times in pursuit of sustenance. But after numerous attempts, they had only managed to capture 2 wild rabbits. This meager amount of food was utterly insufficient for their collective needs. When they heard Su Ran recount her experiences with Zhao Tianyu, where they enjoyed roasted wild fowl and hare, alongside an abundance of wild fruits and vegetables, envy inevitably stirred within them. As the group became lost in their yearning for such culinary delights, suddenly, a senior executive stepped forward, dropping to his knees with a thud, kneeling directly before Lu Shui. The others were momentarily taken aback by this scene. Lu Shui quickly interjected, "Chun Ming, what are you doing? Please get up." The man, tears streaming down his face, implored, "Director Lu, I beg you to take me in. This wretched place is unbearable. I have not had enough to eat for days. If this continues, I will surely starve to death on this desolate island. Please, have mercy on me. I do not wish to perish here." No sooner had he finished speaking than another executive approached and similarly fell to his knees, weeping, "Director Lu, I implore you to show me compassion. I have elderly parents and young children relying on me. I cannot bear the thought of dying here. If you take me in, I will do anything you ask." Just as he finished, yet another executive came forward, kneeling on the ground, pleading for Lu Shui's mercy. Witnessing their desperate pleas tugged at Lu Shui's heart, yet she found herself in a precarious situation. Were it not for Zhao Tianyu's presence, she doubted she would have survived thus far. She then turned her gaze to Zhao Tianyu, her eyes reflecting a plea. "Brother Zhao, look at these individuals. They are from our company. Surely, you cannot bear to see them perish here. With your capabilities, perhaps you could consider taking them in? Having more people could provide mutual support, after all." Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Zhao Tianyu coldly retorted, "What do their lives or deaths have to do with me? You overestimate my capabilities. I am uncertain if I can even survive here myself, let alone take them in." Lu Shui, slightly angered by Zhao Tianyu's response, exclaimed, "How can you be so heartless?" Lin Yu quickly chimed in, "Indeed. Zhao Gu, please do not be so unfeeling. After all, they are our colleagues. We cannot simply watch them starve to death on this desolate island." Zhou Wanting, equally indignant, added, "Zhao Gu, it is said that a man's knees are worth gold. Look, they are on their knees pleading with us. Please take them in." Su Ran also spoke up. Yes, Zhao Tianyu, they seem quite pitiful. Why not consider taking them in? Zhao Tianyu sneered. If I were truly heartless, would I have taken you in at all? Perhaps you would have already fallen victim to these individuals. Let me make it clear. This is not the time for your compassion to overflow. You are barely able to safeguard your own well-being, and yet you wish to concern yourselves with others? Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others fell momentarily silent. Zhao Tianyu continued. If you believe you possess the ability to help them survive here, then feel free to take them in. I shall not interfere. With this, Lu Shui and her companions dared not utter another word, their hearts heavy as they averted their gazes from the three executives kneeling before them. A sardonic smile graced Zhao Tianyu's lips, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the three individuals on their knees, seemingly capable of discerning their innermost thoughts. You three, cease your feigned pity, he said coldly, his voice laced with unabashed disdain. Even if you were to tear the heavens apart with your pleas, I would never take you in. Here, survival hinges solely on one's own capabilities. He paused momentarily before adding, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your ulterior motives. Your actions are undoubtedly orchestrated by a Bao, are they not? Zhao Tianyu's words struck like thunder, reverberating through the air. Lu Shui and the others were momentarily taken aback, their gazes instinctively shifting towards the three kneeling men. The trio's faces paled instantly, their bodies trembling slightly, clearly struck by the accuracy of Zhao Tianyu's assertion. A sheen of sweat broke out on Chun Ming's forehead as he hastily defended. Do not speak recklessly. We genuinely wish for you to take us in. Brother Bao has said nothing to us. However, as soon as he spoke, Lu Shui and her companions detected a hint of something amiss. They exchanged glances, a shared question surging within them. Could this matter truly be as simple as it seemed? Lu Shui pondered to herself. Could it be that their request for asylum was indeed instigated by Bao? But what could his motive possibly be? At that moment, a Bao felt a tightening in his chest, realizing that Zhao Tianyu had effortlessly unraveled his scheme. He hurriedly stepped forward, his face a mask of anxiety as he implored Zhao Tianyu, do not speak out of turn. I have not said anything to them. However, Zhao Tianyu seemed utterly indifferent to a Bao's justifications. A faint smile graced his lips as he leisurely remarked, I must admit, your intellect is quite commendable. You've managed to devise such a clever ruse. Following this statement, Zhao Tianyu unhurriedly retrieved the pack of cigarettes that Su Ran had found. He gently opened the box, extracted a cigarette, and placed it between his lips, igniting it with a lighter. As the flame sparked, the cigarette lit up, and Zhao Tianyu inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke that billowed into the air, forming a delicate white haze. Gazing through the wisps of smoke, he fixed his eyes on a Bao and continued in a leisurely tone. As Lu Shui's personal bodyguard, you are undoubtedly well acquainted with her character. You know she possesses a soft heart, which is why you instructed those three to feign misery and plead for her mercy. After a brief pause, he took another drag from the cigarette and added, seeing them kneeling in desperation, given the nature of Lu Shui and Lin Yu, they would undoubtedly agree to take them in. At this juncture, Zhao Tianyu abruptly shifted his tone, adopting a more serious demeanor. However, you are aware that any decision to shelter them must meet with my approval. Should I refuse, Lu Shui and her companions would perceive me as heartless and harbor resentment towards me. I must commend you on your skillful manipulation. Yet, should I acquiesce to their sheltering, they would become a ticking time bomb nestled beside me. Chapter 48. The enraged Bao upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's exposition, Lu Shui and her companions were left astounded, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. If what he stated was indeed accurate, then Bao's intentions were nothing short of insidious, chilling to the bone. Clearly, Bao had not anticipated that Zhao Tianyu would unravel his scheme with such ease. His countenance shifted erratically between darkness and fear, as if grappling with an internal turmoil. Meanwhile, the three kneeling before him, Chun Ming and his cohorts, felt the weight of humiliation as their deceit was laid bare, rising awkwardly from the ground. Their previous pitiable facade utterly stripped away, replaced instead by a visage of embarrassment and discomfort. Witnessing this unfold, the fury within Lu Shui and her friends erupted like a volcano. With unrestrained anger, Lu Shui scolded Bao sharply. Bao, I have always placed my trust in you, yet I never imagined you could harbor such treachery, meticulously conjuring such despicable tactics to sow discord between us and Brother Zhao. Beside her, Su Ran was equally incensed, glaring fiercely at Chun Ming, rebuking, Chun Ming, do you have no shame? Reflect on how much support President Liu has extended to you within the company. When has she ever treated you poorly? Yet here you are, colluding with a Bao to employ such despicable tactics, feigning pity to elicit our sympathy. Do you possess no sense of honor? Under the harsh reprimand from Su Ran, Chun Ming and the two company executives who had just been feigning helplessness were suddenly engulfed in shame, their heads nearly bowing to the ground like errant children. Witnessing their meticulously crafted scheme effortlessly unraveled by Zhao Tianyu, Bao realized that no amount of denial would suffice. Thus, he ceased his defenses and, with a frigid gaze fixed upon Zhao Tianyu, coldly remarked, I initially perceived you as merely a somewhat capable security guard, yet it appears you possess a modicum of intellect. Following this statement, Bao redirected his ire towards Lu Shui, indignantly asserting, President Liu, my actions were compelled by your relentless pressure. Taken aback by Bao's words, Lu Shui inquired, when did I ever pressure you? A cold smirk crept across Bao's lips as he derisively retorted, I, Bao, have always been devoted to you. And what of this assembly of executives? He gestured towards Yi Wei and the others, continuing, which among them is not unwaveringly loyal to you? Yet as the president, you abandoned us without uttering a single word, choosing instead to accompany the security guard. What do you expect us to think? Before Lu Shui could respond, Su Ran interjected without mercy, her voice laced with scorn, do not elevate yourself so high. Had we four remained with you instead of departing with Brother Zhao, we would have long since been ravaged by your heartless ilk. Her words struck Bao like a sharpened blade, rendering him momentarily speechless. However, Yi Wei quickly regained his composure and rushed to Bao's defense, exclaiming, Su Ran, your words are utterly excessive. How could we possibly be such people? His tone bore hints of dissatisfaction and anger, seemingly aggrieved by Su Ran's accusations. Yet, Su Ran was unfazed, her indignation intensifying as she countered, Yi Wei, I once believed you to be a person of integrity, but it appears you are merely a hypocrite. Spare us your evasions. The truth speaks for itself. With her piercing gaze locked onto Yi Wei, she continued, the suitcase that Brother Zhao and I found belongs to you, and that is irrefutable evidence. Pray, elucidate for everyone why, on a leisurely outing, your suitcase contains such provocative undergarments, contraceptives, and virility enhancers? Su Ran's inquiries rained down like a barrage of artillery. Catching Yi Wei off guard, his complexion oscillated between crimson and pallor, clearly struck at a sensitive spot. At that moment, Bao and the other executives turned their attention towards Yi Wei, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Realizing all eyes were upon him, Yi Wei felt a jolt of panic, but quickly regained his composure and hastily defended himself. You must not heed her baseless fabrications. She is entirely conjuring falsehoods, seeking to sow discord among us. How could I, Yi Wei, possibly be that kind of person? Why would I carry such items? Despite Yi Wei's impassioned and righteous declarations, his panicked expression betrayed him. The assembled company executives were not fools. They were swayed by Su Ran's assertions. Realizing that his scheming had been exposed by Zhao Tianyu, Bao understood that lingering any longer would only lead to further humiliation. He shot a venomous glare at Zhao Tianyu before turning to Yi Wei and the group of executives, declaring, we shall take our leave. With that, Bao pivoted and prepared to escort his companions away from this mortifying situation. However, as they had barely taken 2 steps, Zhao Tianyu's voice thundered behind them, halt. Do I permit your departure? This sudden command sent a tremor through Bao and the executives, causing them to stop in their tracks and turn, bewildered, to face Zhao Tianyu. Bao's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Tianyu, coldly retorting, what do you intend to do? A sardonic smile crept across Zhao Tianyu's lips as he taunted, you lot are rather presumptuous, aren't you? Arriving and departing at will. Do you truly believe this is your familial marketplace? In response, Bao smirked, refusing to back down. This deserted island does not belong to you. I shall go wherever I please. Why do you have to dictate my movements? Do not assume your skills make you formidable. I harbor no fear of you. Should you provoke me, I will not hesitate to confront you. I am eager to see how one man might contend with so many. Before he could finish, Bao's gaze shifted to Lu Shui and the other 3, his mocking grin widening as he cruelly remarked, and you 4 harlots, spare us the pretense of virtue. Having spent half a month in the woods with this lad, I wager you have long since surrendered your virtue to him. His words pierced like a dagger into the hearts of Lu Shui and her companions, their faces flushing crimson as if they had been publicly slapped. Overwhelmed by shame and fury, Su Ran trembled with indignation, her eyes wide as she vehemently rebuked Bao. You speak nonsense. Do you think Zhao Gu is like you vile wretches? You are nothing but a scoundrel. Yet, Bao dismissed Su Ran's fury with a scoff, further provoking her. Oh dear, look at you, so familiar with Zhao Gu. If you hadn't shared something with him, who would believe you? Chapter 49. Terrifying strength upon hearing Bao's words. Su Ran trembled with rage. Observing her distress, Zhao Tianyu reassured her, it is not worth your ire. Watch how I handle him. If I do not beat the very essence out of him, then I shall write my name in reverse. With that, Zhao Tianyu abruptly turned, his gaze piercing like an arrow aimed at Bao. A chilling smile graced his lips, instilling dread in those who beheld it. I see you are itching for a lesson. Zhao Tianyu's tone dripped with sarcasm and menace. Coincidentally, I too have not engaged my limbs in quite some time. Today, I shall practice my skills on you, this oblivious fool. Bao was evidently intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's imposing presence, involuntarily retreating 2 steps, his face betraying a look of sheer terror. However, after this brief moment of hesitation, Bao quickly regained his composure. He widened his eyes and bellowed at Yi Wei and the other company executives. Let us all attack together. Let's dispose of this security guard. After we have dealt with those 4 wretches, we can indulge ourselves. Upon hearing Bao's rallying cry, Yi Wei and the other executives responded in kind. They swiftly assumed their stances, akin to ravenous tigers pouncing on their prey, evidently intending to overwhelm Zhao Tianyu with sheer numbers and eliminate him. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Zhao Tianyu remained utterly unfazed. The smirk at the corner of his mouth grew more pronounced, as if these individuals were naught but fragile ants in his eyes. Do not accuse me of bullying. Zhao Tianyu's voice resonated through the crowd, imbued with an unshakable confidence. Come me all at once. Seeing this, Bao unabashedly shouted, charge. With this furious command, a throng surged forward towards Zhao Tianyu like a formidable tidal wave. However, at that critical moment, Zhao Tianyu swiftly sidestepped, evading the oncoming assault with the grace of Spectre. Immediately after, he unleashed a kick, swift as lightning, aimed squarely at Yi Wei's abdomen. The force of this blow was akin to a thunderclap, imbued with immense power and might. Yi Wei barely had time to react. Resembling a kite severed from its string, as he was violently propelled away, he traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, emitting a piercing scream. This cry seemed to signal a cascade of calamity. Soon after, Zhao Tianyu's fist, as swift as a bolt of lightning, struck a company executive squarely on the head. The executive did not have time to utter a sound. As if his very soul had been extracted, he collapsed instantly, unconscious. Zhao Tianyu wove through the crowd, each of his strikes as rapid as the wind and as precise as lightning, unerringly hitting their targets. Each individual he struck succumbed to the ground. Some fainted instantly, while others writhed in agony, howling in pain. In less than a minute, all had been felled, save for Bao, who stood aghast, rendered speechless. Though he was aware of Zhao Tianyu's prowess, he had never anticipated such overwhelming might. In his original plan, the collective strength of their numbers would surely have subdued Zhao Tianyu. Yet, he could hardly fathom that Yi Wei and the dozen or so executives would falter within a mere minute, effortlessly dispatched by Zhao Tianyu. At this moment, Bao realized that Zhao Tianyu had not exerted his full strength during their previous confrontation. The arrogance he had just displayed had dissipated, replaced by a gaze towards Zhao Tianyu filled with trepidation. Even his limbs trembled uncontrollably. Lu Shui and her companions were left speechless, their mouths agape as if they could accommodate an egg. Although they were aware of Zhao Tianyu's formidable skills, they could not fathom the sheer terror he exuded. In a mere minute, he had effortlessly dispatched Yi Wei and his crew. Zhao Tianyu casually dusted off his hands, a broad smile gracing his face as he regarded Bao, teasingly remarking, "Oh dear, is that all you can take? I haven't even had my fill yet. Now, it's your turn." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Bao seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground in a heap, his body quaking in fear. He looked up at Zhao Tianyu, his face a mask of horror, stammering, Zhao Gano, Zhao Odi, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. I beg you, show mercy and spare me. I promise I will never provoke you again. Just consider it a minor inconvenience and let me go." Zhao Tianyu was taken aback by Bao's display of supplication. He had anticipated that even if Bao could not best him, he would at least put up some resistance. He never expected this cowardice. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her companions regarded Bao with disdain and contempt. Lu Shui, in particular, was incensed, her chest heaving with frustration as she internally cursed. How could I have chosen such a spineless wretch to be my bodyguard? My judgment must be clouded. Seeing Bao beg for mercy stirred an unexpected sense of pity in Zhao Tianyu. Yet he also considered that if he did not teach him a stern lesson, Bao might dare to provoke him again in the future. Reflecting on his earlier words, he said to Bao, "I did mention that I would beat the very essence out of you. If I did so, wouldn't that mean I have to write my name backward?" With that, he began to approach Bao, who felt a tightening in his very core, trembling all over. He quickly blurted out, "As long as you don't hit me, I can offer you some valuable items." Intrigued by this proposition, Zhao Tianyu responded, "Do tell, what could you possibly offer me? If it pleases me, I might reconsider my intentions." Bao hastily replied, "You enjoy smoking, don't you? I can provide you with cigarettes and some substances along with." He glanced at Lu Shui and the others before continuing, "Some women's clothing and supplies." Zhao Tianyu was taken aback, wondering where Bao had acquired such items. Could he be deceiving me? He then inquired, "Don't mislead me. Where did you procure these things?" Bao quickly responded, "I wouldn't dare deceive you. A few days ago, we stumbled upon several suitcases along the coast, and all these items were found inside them. Chapter 50. Following Bao to retrieve the item upon hearing his words. Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of joy and pondered to himself. How fortunate these individuals are to have stumbled upon a suitcase along the shore. A slight smile graced Zhao Tianyu's lips as he replied, "Take me to retrieve that suitcase now. If it truly contains what you claim, I shall release you." Bao, relieved by Zhao Tianyu's words, eagerly nodded and exclaimed, "I will take you there right away." He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, though his movements appeared somewhat clumsy. Zhao Tianyu then addressed Lu Shui and the others, saying, "You all should return. I will go with him to collect the item." However, before he could finish, Lu Shui and the others chimed in unison, "We want to go with you." Acknowledging their wishes, Zhao Tianyu consented. "Very well, since you all wish to accompany me. Let's go together." He then turned to Bao, his expression darkening, and commanded sternly, "You will lead us now, and do not dare to play any tricks, or I shall not spare you." Bao, intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's imposing presence, repeatedly nodded and assured, "Rest assured, I would never dare to deceive you. I will take you there immediately." With that, Bao turned to lead the way, yet in that fleeting moment, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Zhao Tianyu and his companions followed Bao toward their shelter. Meanwhile, Yi Wei and the group of company executives struggled to rise from the ground, supporting one another as they trailed behind. After more than an hour of travel under Bao's guidance, they finally arrived at the shelter. Though not as sturdy as the one Zhao Tianyu and his companions had constructed by the riverbank, it was sufficient to withstand some elements. Outside the shelter lay a large pile of mussel shells and a few coconut shells, indicating that they had subsisted on these for the past half-month. Zhao Tianyu halted, his gaze piercing as he fixed his stare on Bao, bluntly demanding, "Where are the items? Do not dawdle. Bring them to me at once." A hint of panic crossed Bao's face at Zhao Tianyu's words, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, "I have hidden those items in the woods. I will take you to retrieve them." Yet, at that moment, a flicker of malice crossed Bao's eyes, so fleeting that it might have gone unnoticed, but Zhao Tianyu, ever perceptive, caught it. Inwardly, he mused, "This fellow surely harbors ill intentions. I must discern his true motives." Nevertheless, Zhao Tianyu chose not to expose Bao immediately and coldly responded, "Then lead us there now." Seeing this, Bao nodded vigorously and swiftly made his way toward the woods, with Zhao Tianyu and the others following at a measured pace. Just then, Lu Shui gracefully approached Zhao Tianyu, leaning slightly towards him as she whispered into his ear, "Brother Zhao, I sense that Bao is up to no good. He seems intent on luring us into this forest." Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Zhao Tianyu felt a jolt of surprise within him. He couldn't help but admire Lu Shui's keen insight, pondering how astute she was to perceive Bao's ulterior motives. Nodding slightly, Zhao Tianyu responded in a hushed tone, "Rest assured, I am eager to uncover what tricks he is attempting to play." Thus, the group followed closely behind Bao, gradually venturing deeper into the woods. After traversing a few hundred meters, Bao abruptly halted without warning. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu and the others also came to a stop, maintaining a distance of 3 to 4 meters from him. Zhao Tianyu's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze on Bao, inquiring coldly, "Where is it?" Seemingly unfazed by Zhao Tianyu's indifference, Bao's lips curled into a sly smile as he gestured towards a dense thicket nearby, saying, "The item is hidden behind those bushes." Following Bao's, Zhao Tianyu's eyes fell upon the lush greenery, which effectively concealed whatever lay beyond. Increasingly suspicious, he maintained his frosty tone and urged Bao, "Then go retrieve it." Bao nodded, slowly making his way toward the thicket, while Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui observed him intently. Before long, Bao reached the rear of the bushes, crouching down to extract a suitcase. Straightening up, he held the suitcase aloft and exclaimed to Zhao Tianyu and the others, "Look, it's a suitcase. I wasn't lying. Come over and take it." Zhao Tianyu, taken aback by the sight of the suitcase, thought to himself, "This rascal actually has a suitcase." However, as this thought crossed his mind, he recalled the glimmer of cunning and malice that had flickered in Bao's eyes moments prior. In an instant, Zhao Tianyu understood that Bao's invitation to retrieve the suitcase was laden with ulterior motives, likely concealing some devious scheme. Nevertheless, emboldened by his skills and audacity, he turned to Lu Shui and the others, instructing, "Stay here and do not move. I will assess the situation." Seeing this, Lu Shui hastily grabbed Zhao Tianyu's arm, her face a mask of skepticism as she glared at Bao behind the bushes. "You surely harbor ill intentions. What trickery are you attempting? Just bring the suitcase here, and we will wait for you." Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Bao's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly masked it with an unnatural smile. "Lu Zong, what are you saying? How could I possibly be plotting anything? It's simply that there are too many suitcases, and I cannot manage them alone. So I thought I'd ask for your assistance." Gazing at Abao's hypocritical smile, Zhao Tianyu was now utterly convinced that Abao's invitation was a ruse. He whispered to Lu Shui and the others, "I shall see what trick he is up to." Before they could respond, Zhao Tianyu swiftly strode towards the thicket like a gust of wind. As Lu Shui and her companions exchanged glances, they promptly moved forward. Upon reaching Abao's side, they indeed discovered 3 or 4 suitcases placed on the ground. Abao, sensing their arrival, eagerly nodded and bowed, exclaiming, "See, I did not deceive you. There are indeed suitcases here." Chapter 51. Lu Shui is taken hostage. Zhao Tianyu's expression remained impassive as he fixed his cold gaze upon Abao. Speaking in a tone devoid of warmth, "Consider yourself fortunate. I shall let you off this time." Abao, immediately resembling a sycophantic dog, nodded enthusiastically with a face full of obsequiousness, replying, "Rest assured, I will never trouble you again." Yet, Zhao Tianyu's suspicions lingered. He recalled the fleeting, barely perceptible malice that had glimmered in Abao's eyes moments ago. He pondered silently. How could this fellow so easily relinquish these suitcases to me? Surely, there is some hidden agenda. Perhaps these suitcases conceal something perilous. With this thought, Zhao Tianyu's brow furrowed slightly, his voice growing even more austere as he commanded Abao, "Open the suitcases. I wish to inspect their contents." Startled by Zhao Tianyu's demand, Abao was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a request. However, he quickly regained his composure, donning a smile as he chuckled. "Ah, you are indeed cautious. Are you worried there might be something dangerous within? Very well. I shall open them for you." With that, Abao slowly crouched down, gingerly opening each suitcase one by one. The moment the suitcases were unzipped, Zhao Tianyu and his companions widened their eyes in unison. The sight that greeted them was nothing short of astonishing. One suitcase was filled to the brim with an array of women's clothing and accessories, a vibrant spectacle of colors and styles. Lu Shui and the others also knelt down, their curiosity piqued as they carefully examined the garments. In a surprising turn, another suitcase contained 5 or 6 packs of cigarettes and several lighters. Zhao Tianyu's attention was immediately captivated by these items, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The remaining 2 suitcases held various men's clothing and commonly used medications. Abao, wearing a grin, looked at Zhao Tianyu and cheerfully declared, "All these items are yours." His tone was light and casual, as though he were indifferent to the ownership of these possessions. However, with a sudden shift, Abao feigned embarrassment, saying, "But, you see, giving you all these things seems a bit inappropriate, doesn't it? After all, we worked hard to find these suitcases. Could you perhaps leave us a little something?" Hearing Abao's words, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, "Worry not. I'm not one to be greedy. Here's what we shall do. We will take half of these items and leave the other half for you." With that, Zhao Tianyu bent down, preparing to retrieve the cigarettes from within the suitcase. His attention was wholly consumed by the contents, leaving him oblivious to the shifting dynamics of the surrounding environment. However, at that moment, Abao stealthily produced a sharp wooden stick from behind him, gripping it tightly as though it were a lethal weapon. As Zhao Tianyu bent down, Abao swiftly extended a hand and tightly embraced Lu Shui's body. Startled by this sudden act, Lu Shui trembled involuntarily. Abao pressed the sharp stick firmly against Lu Shui's neck. With just a slight exertion, he could pierce her skin. "Everyone stay back!" Abao shouted at Zhao Tianyu and the others, his voice tinged with ferocity and resolve. Zhao Tianyu and the others were utterly unprepared for Abao's abrupt aggression towards Lu Shui, their faces displaying shock. Regret surged within Zhao Tianyu. He had suspected Abao might resort to trickery, yet he remained heedless, allowing Lu Shui to fall into peril. Suppressing his inner fury, Zhao Tianyu coldly addressed Abao. "Release her, and I shall pretend this never occurred." Abao, however, let out a derisive laugh in response, saying, "Do you take me for a child? If I let her go, do you think you would spare me?" Zhao Tianyu's brow furrowed tightly as he continued, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Abao's eyes glimmered with malevolence as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Tianyu, gritting his teeth and declaring, "What do I want? Huh, I intend to eliminate you, this oblivious fool. You wretched security guard should never have been here. If it weren't for you, these 4 beauties would have long since been my playthings. You have brought me disgrace. Do you think I would let you go so easily?" In the face of Abao's threats, Zhao Tianyu's expression remained unchanged. He merely regarded him coldly, a sneer tugging at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Release her now, and I may spare your wretched life. Otherwise, this day next year shall mark your demise." Abao's mocking grin deepened at his words, and he taunted, "Don't think you can intimidate me. If it comes to it, we'll both perish in this struggle. She is in my grasp, and even in death, I would have a companion. To die alongside such a stunning beauty as Lu Shui, I would consider it a noble end." As his words faded, Su ran, unable to contain her fury any longer, glared at Abao and rebuked him fiercely. "Abao, do you even consider yourself human? Lu Shui has always treated you well in the company, and you repay her kindness with betrayal, taking her hostage. Release her at once. Bao sneered. I know Lu Shui has been good to me and the company. But upon arriving at this desolate island, she abandoned us to side with this detestable little security guard. How could I possibly feel any loyalty? And you, Su Ran. Let me be frank. I've long desired you. Hearing this, Su Ran's face flushed with anger, and she couldn't help but curse, Bao. You're truly despicable. Lu Shui must be blind to have chosen you as her bodyguard. Unfazed by Su Ran's scorn, Bao retorted with a cold laugh. Say what you will. Once I dispose of this security guard, I shall enjoy dealing with you. Upon uttering these words, he turned to Zhao Tianyu and commanded, Now, you will do as I say. Draw the military knife from your waist. Quickly, or I shall kill her right now. Zhao Tianyu remained silent, drawing the knife from his waist and holding it in his hand. Bao coldly remarked, Excellent. Now immediately stab yourself in the leg with that knife. Zhao Tianyu, unfazed, scoffed, Are you foolish or am I? Am I insane? Why would I stab myself in the leg? Bao, filled with rage, retorted, If you do not comply, I will slay General Lu right this moment. Do you believe me? Chapter 52, Resolving Bao. The corners of Zhao Tianyu's mouth curled into a subtle smile, and he nonchalantly replied, Of course, I believe you. Moreover, I have complete faith in your capabilities. Go ahead, kill her. His words dripped with mockery and disdain, as if he held the current predicament in contempt. Upon hearing this, Bao was momentarily taken aback, his facial muscles tightening as he widened his eyes, furiously shouting, You truly do not care for her life? Zhao Tianyu's smile remained intact, and with a cold chuckle, he countered, How could I not care for her life? However, I refuse to be coerced by you on her account. I am not foolish enough to stab myself. After saying this, he cast a deliberate glance at Lu Shui, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Then, addressing Lu Shui, Zhao Tianyu reassured, Lu Shui, do not worry. If he truly kills you, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance. Lu Shui understood Zhao Tianyu's intentions well. She took a deep breath and calmly replied, All right, I trust you. If he truly takes my life, you must remember to avenge me. After speaking, Lu Shui turned her icy gaze upon Bao, fearlessly stating, Bao, go ahead. I no longer wish to live. Bao was utterly unprepared for Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui's responses. He had assumed that by taking Lu Shui hostage, Zhao Tianyu would comply with his every demand. However, the current situation was entirely beyond his expectations, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Zhao Tianyu maintained a smirk, his voice echoing with sarcasm and urgency. Hasten to kill her. I am eagerly awaiting the opportunity to end your life. Rest assured, after I slay you, I will find a picturesque resting place for your burial. This locale is splendidly scenic. It would be fitting for your final repose. Bao's countenance grew increasingly grim, his lips quivering slightly, and the hand that had once gripped the wooden stick now trembled uncontrollably. His heart was consumed by fear and conflict. He understood that once he committed the act of killing Lu Shui, Zhao Tianyu would not spare him. In truth, Bao was a man deeply afraid of death, and he did not wish to meet his end here. Yet, faced with the dire circumstances, he seemed to have no other choice. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to steady his voice. Then shall I proceed? You're the one forcing my hand. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile grew even more radiant as he mocked. Hurry up and act. How can a grown man like you dawdle like a coward? A shudder coursed through Bao's body as he stared wide-eyed at Zhao Tianyu, his fear intensifying. Despite the harshness of Zhao Tianyu's words, he found himself unable to muster the courage to harm Lu Shui. Observing his demeanor, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a cold smirk as he spoke icily. I shall say this one last time. Release her at once, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. With that, Zhao Tianyu gripped the military knife tightly, advancing step by step towards Bao, each stride imbued with an unsettling determination, emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent. As Bao watched Zhao Tianyu draw closer, his dread escalated, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. When confronted with Zhao Tianyu's murderous gaze, he finally succumbed to despair, his voice tinged with fear as he shouted, Do you truly mean what you say? If I let her go, will you genuinely spare me? Zhao Tianyu's smile broadened noticeably as he derisively replied, Of course I mean what I say. Do you think I am as fickle and unreliable as you? Hearing Zhao Tianyu's unwavering assurance, Bao's fears slightly abated. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to trust Zhao Tianyu. With a swift motion, he released Lu Shui, giving her a forceful push on her back, causing her to stumble forward. Seizing the opportunity, Bao turned and fled like a terrified rabbit, sprinting into the distance. Seeing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Without hesitation, he raised the military knife, swinging his arm with great force as the blade shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Bao's back. A sickening thud echoed as the knife plunged deep into Bao, who immediately let out a harrowing scream, collapsing violently to the ground. This sudden turn of events left Su Ran and the others utterly stunned, their eyes wide in terror as they beheld the unfolding scene. momentarily forgetting to scream. Zhao Tianyu approached Bao with an impassive expression, each step heavy with gravity, as if the entire world held its breath for this moment. He crouched down, his movements gentle as a soft breeze, yet when his hand grasped the knife lodged in Bao's side, all semblance of tenderness vanished, replaced by cold resolve. In an instant, he yanked the knife free, a flash of cold light accompanying a torrent of crimson blood that erupted from Bao's back like a fountain. The blood splattered onto the ground, creating a harrowing tableau. Bao's cries of anguish reverberated through the space as his body convulsed in agony, his face contorted in unbearable pain as he screamed. "Did you not promise to spare me?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a frosty smile, his voice as chilling as the frost of a wintry night, mercilessly declaring, "A person like you, even if I spare you this time, will undoubtedly seek to trouble us again. I have already granted you an opportunity. Yet you persist in choosing the path of destruction. This cannot be attributed to me. I shall now send you on your way, and I hope that in your next life, you may be reborn as a better person." A glimmer of despair flickered in Bao's eyes as his pleas grew increasingly desperate. "Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die yet." However, Zhao Tianyu's resolve was unwavering, and he paid no heed to Bao's entreaties. In a swift motion, Zhao Tianyu grasped Bao's hair with one hand. Akin to a vice, while wielding a bloodied military knife in the other, he swung it decisively across Bao's neck. Instantly, blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain, splattering onto Zhao Tianyu and enveloping him in a crimson mist. Bao's eyes widened in disbelief and terror. His life extinguished in that very moment. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Lu Shui and the others turned pale, erupting into terrified screams. Chapter 53. The shock of the onlookers gazing upon the lifeless Bao, Zhao Tianyu exhibited not a flicker of emotion, as if he had merely dispatched a trivial chicken. With an impassive demeanor, he wiped the bloody knife on Bao's clothing until it gleamed once more, then casually sheathed it at his waist. After completing this task, Zhao Tianyu bent down and meticulously searched Bao's corpse. Moments later, he retrieved a nearly finished pack of cigarettes and a lighter from Bao's pocket. Rising to his feet, he approached Lu Shui and Su Ran with measured strides. Su Ran, visibly shaken, stammered, Zhao Guyu. "You kill someone?" Zhao Tianyu nodded expressionlessly, responding coolly. Wasn't he deserving of death? Before Su Ran could utter a reply, Lin Yu, standing nearby, suddenly exclaimed in terror. "Though he deserved to die, must you have killed him?" Zhao Tianyu's gaze turned icy as he regarded Lin Yu, coldly stating, "You all witnessed the situation. He had taken Lu Shui hostage, intending to kill me and then violate you. Such a person is utterly deserving of death, and sympathy is unwarranted." Lin Yu appeared momentarily intimidated by Zhao Tianyu's intensity, yet she mustered the courage to retort, "But this is still a human life. How can you be so heartless?" Fury emanated from Zhao Tianyu as he replied harshly, "If I were not resolute, it would have been my life lost. You would all have fallen victim to these scoundrels." His voice resonated with anger and helplessness. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lin Yu seemed poised to respond, but before she could speak, Lu Shui seized her arm. Locking eyes with Zhao Tianyu, Lu Shui spoke with unwavering conviction. "I believe Zhao Gu is right. It is better for someone like Bao to be eliminated. If we spare him this time, he will undoubtedly return to trouble us again." Pausing briefly, she continued, "As Zhao Gu has said, on this deserted island, there are no legal constraints, and anything could happen. At times, we must adopt a more ruthless demeanor to better safeguard ourselves." Although her words may seem somewhat cold, they convey a sense of helplessness and stark reality. It must be said that Lu Shui's perspective is quite astute. Upon hearing her speak, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting fell into silence, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhao Tianyu gazed at Lu Shui, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over him. He nodded slightly and then remarked, "It is getting late. Let us depart." With that, he crouched down, secured the zippers of several suitcases, and effortlessly hoisted one onto his shoulder. Observing this, Lu Shui and the others each picked up a suitcase, following in his stride. As they returned to the shoreline with their luggage, Yi Wei and a group of company executives were outside the shelter, their anguished cries piercing the air. This suggested that Zhao Tianyu had indeed dealt them a substantial blow. Upon spotting Zhao Tianyu, fear flickered across the faces of Yi Wei and his companions. Zhao Tianyu halted, placing the suitcase firmly on the ground, and fixed a chilling gaze upon Yi Wei's group. Under such scrutiny, a shiver of dread coursed through them, as if they were prey in the sights of a ferocious beast. Yi Wei stammered, "What do you want? Where's Brother Bao? Didn't he take you to get the suitcases?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a grim smile, his voice equally frosty. "That scoundrel Bao dared to abduct General Manager Liu in the woods to threaten me. So I have dealt with him." His words struck like thunder, reverberating in the ears of Yi Wei and his cohort. They had not anticipated that Zhao Tianyu would kill Bao. Momentarily, they were rendered speechless, their hearts filled with panic and unease, fearing that Zhao Tianyu might treat them with the same mercilessness he had shown Bao. Yi Wei's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he stuttered. I understand my mistake. I will never trouble you again. Please, spare me. Don't kill me. His voice was laden with terror and desperation. Indeed, we all acknowledge our errors and will no longer provoke you. We plead for your mercy. Please let us go. A terrified executive echoed, his legs trembling slightly. Chen Ming, in a pitiful tone, cried out to Lu Shui, General Manager Lu, I truly recognize my fault. It was that scoundrel, Bao, who forced me to feign weakness before you, attempting to sow discord between us. I had no choice. Please, I beg you, do not take my life. I have elders and children at home who depend on me. I do not wish to die. General Manager Lu, I too have family responsibilities. I implore you, show mercy and spare my life. I cannot bear the thought of dying here without cause. Another executive quickly added, his voice trembling with emotion. However, just as everyone believed their demise was imminent, Zhao Tianyu unexpectedly interjected, all right, cease your feigned misery. I never claimed I would kill you. There is no need for such distress. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Yi Wei and his companions secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhao Tianyu coldly remarked, I hope you will refrain from provoking me in the future. If there's a next time, I shall not hesitate to end your lives. Do you understand? Yi Wei and his group promptly assured him that they would no longer trouble them. Zhao Tianyu nodded, then opened several suitcases, retrieving clothing and medicine for Yi Wei and his companions, though he was reluctant to part with any of his cigarettes. Observing that Zhao Tianyu not only spared their lives, but also provided them with essentials, Yi Wei and his companions felt a twinge of gratitude. Even Lu Shui and the others were taken aback by Zhao Tianyu's unexpected generosity. Zhao Tianyu addressed Yi Wei's group again, saying, You should not linger by the coast any longer. The rescue team will not reach this location. You have exhausted the mussels and coconuts along the shore. If you remain here, you will surely perish from hunger. There is a small river within the forest, approximately 8 to 9 kilometers from the coast. Although the woods may be perilous, they also offer ample food. Relocating to the riverbank to erect a shelter may provide you with a chance of survival. Chapter 54. Zhao Tianyu teases Lin Yu. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's counsel, Yi Wei and his companions appeared astonished, exchanging glances, unable to fathom his unexpected kindness. After a moment, they regained their composure and expressed their gratitude once more. Zhao Tianyu said nothing further and turned to leave with Lu Shui and the others. Thus, the group walked in silence for a considerable distance, with no one uttering a word. Suddenly, Su Ran broke the silence, gazing at Zhao Tianyu thoughtfully. Brother Zhao, she began, I find myself increasingly perplexed by you. At times, you seem ruthless and unyielding, yet at other moments, you exude a warmth and kindness. Zhao Tianyu paused, intrigued, and smiled as he inquired, Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion? After a slight hesitation, Su Ran continued, My reasoning is this. Having already taken a Bao's life, one would expect you to eliminate Yi Wei and his group as well, to prevent them from leaving this island and spreading word of your actions. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Lin Yu chimed in indeed. I share the same sentiment. I initially believed you would mercilessly silence Yi Wei and his companions, yet you not only spared them, but provided them with clothing and medicine, even informing them of the river and the woods. This is truly beyond my expectations. In response to their comments, Zhao Tianyu retorted, By your logic, you have witnessed my act of murder. Should I then consider eliminating you as well? Su Ran laughed. We are all beauties. You wouldn't dare harm us. Zhao Tianyu found himself momentarily speechless, replying, Ruthlessness must be reserved for the deserving. In truth, I do not relish taking lives. My actions today against a Bao were compelled by circumstance. Now that a Bao has passed away, Yi Wei and his group no longer pose a threat to us. Moreover, after today's events, I believe they would think twice before provoking us again. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the others nodded in agreement. However, Lu Shui expressed her concerns. Yi Wei's group has no survival experience in the wild. I wonder if they will manage to survive on this deserted island. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and replied, You needn't worry about them. Focus on taking care of yourself first. If you cannot safeguard your own well-being, how can you concern yourself with theirs? With Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui chose not to press the matter further. Upon returning to the campfire, they found it completely extinguished. The group sank onto the ground, panting heavily as they set down their luggage. At that moment, the sun was nearing its descent, and they were all quite famished, their stomachs pressing against their backs. However, venturing into the woods to search for food seemed improbable at that hour. After resting for a while, Zhao Tianyu spoke to Lu Shui and the others. Why don't you gather some firewood and cut down a few palm leaves? I will head to the shore to collect some mussels for roasting. After saying this, he drew his military knife from his waist and handed it to Lu Shui before turning towards the coastline. Lu Shui and the others stood up and ventured into the woods to gather firewood and palm leaves. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Lu Shui and her companions returned with firewood and palm leaves, igniting the campfire. Zhao Tianyu, having smashed some mussels against rocks and gathered them in his clothing, returned as well. He placed the mussels atop the smoldering charcoal and began to roast them. Once the mussels were cooked, they eagerly cracked open the shells and indulged in the feast. After enjoying the roasted mussels, Zhao Tianyu retrieved a pot made from an oil drum and filled it with seawater at the shore, setting it over the fire to extract sea salt crystals. He lit a cigarette, savoring the moment with a look of pleasure. With a sufficient supply of cigarettes now at hand, Zhao Tianyu felt he had found a source of mental sustenance for the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her 3 companions opened a suitcase containing women's toiletries, taking out cosmetics to begin their makeup routine. Observing this scene, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a teasing smile as he jested. Ah, women truly have a penchant for vanity. In this desolate wilderness, where not a soul resides, you still find the leisure to beautify yourselves. Who are you dressing up for? Lin Yu, overhearing his remark, raised an eyebrow and retorted, what do you know? The desire to be beautiful is innate to women. It has nothing to do with the surroundings. Have you ever met a girl who doesn't enjoy makeup? Zhao Tianyu pondered her words for a moment and nodded, conceding, indeed, you have a point. But honestly, the 4 of you are already quite stunning. Even without makeup, you possess an undeniable charm. His compliment caused a warm glow to spread among Lu Shui and her companions. Lin Yu, with a playful tone, inquired, oh, is that so? Then tell us, who do you think is the most beautiful among us 4? Zhao Tianyu, without hesitation, replied, isn't it obvious? Of course, it's Lu Shui. Her beauty is akin to that of a celestial being, and her grace is unparalleled. Though the 3 of you are indeed beautiful, you pale in comparison to her, just a tad. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui felt a blush rise to her cheeks, lowering her gaze in modesty. However, Zhao Tianyu swiftly changed his tone, adding, but if I were to choose a wife among the 4 of you, I would undoubtedly select you. Lin Yu, taken aback by his words, blinked her large eyes in surprise and inquired curiously, oh, why is that? Zhao Tianyu's smile grew even more radiant as he cheerfully replied, because I have a preference for ample bosoms. After all, your generous curves could serve as a pillow at night. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face turned as red as a ripe apple, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation as she retorted, do you even know how to speak? Such nonsense is unbecoming. Yet, Zhao Tianyu remained unfazed, still chuckling as he remarked, if a dog could indeed speak wisdom, that would be truly extraordinary. But speaking of which, how is it that someone as slender as you possesses such ample bosoms? Surely, you haven't undergone augmentation? Lin Yu's complexion shifted from crimson to a deep green, her eyes widening in fury as she vehemently countered, you're talking nonsense. This is all natural, a genuine figure. Zhao Tianyu seemed quite pleased with Lin Yu's reaction. Continuing to tease, I simply don't believe you unless you allow me to verify it personally. How else can I discern the truth of your claims? Lin Yu was nearly driven to the brink of fainting, her chest heaving with indignation as she shouted, you wish. How dare you try to take advantage of me? Zhao Tianyu chuckled, if you want tea let me inspect, then why be so angry? Chapter 55. Discovering Porcini in the forest. Lin Yu's face burned with rage at Zhao Tianyu's words, her chest rising and falling dramatically. You infuriate me, truly. This is not over, Zhao. Her voice was sharp and piercing, filled with ire and dissatisfaction. Seeing her in such a state, Lu Shui and the others could not help but laugh heartily. Su Ran, with a smile, said to Lin Yu, yeah, why engage in a war of words with Brother Zhao? You know his character. It's only self-inflicted misery. Observing Lin Yu's flustered demeanor, Zhao Tianyu could not help but smile slightly. He quickly added, all right, don't be upset. Anger is detrimental to your health. I was merely jesting. There is no need to take it so seriously. Lin Yu was well aware that continuing to argue with Zhao Tianyu would only lead to her own detriment. With a huff, she turned her head away, refusing to look at him any longer as a sign of her displeasure. Time passed slowly, and after nearly an hour, the seawater in the pot had completely evaporated, leaving behind a layer of grayish-white sea salt crystals at the bottom. Zhao Tianyu cautiously picked up an empty bottle, collecting the salt crystals bit by bit. Observing the grayish-white crystals within the bottle, Lu Shui curiously asked, Brother Zhao, is this sea salt? Why is it a different color from the salt we usually consume? Hearing her inquiry, Zhao Tianyu smiled and explained, these sea salt crystals still contain some toxic impurities, which is why they appear this color. They must be filtered and then boiled down into edible sea salt. Upon hearing his words, the girls cast admiring glances at him. Zhao Tianyu then addressed Lu Shui and the others, saying, it's getting late, and you all must be quite exhausted. It's best to rest now. I will keep watch. No sooner had he spoken than Su Ran interjected, let the 4 of us take turns keeping watch. You still need to search for food tomorrow. Zhao Tianyu, acknowledging her suggestion, refrained from further protest. He proceeded to light several campfires around them, laid down on the palm leaves beside the flames, and soon fell into a deep slumber, snoring within minutes. The following morning, Zhao Tianyu awoke early, and upon opening his eyes, he noticed Zhou wanting sitting by the fire. Her face weary and her eyes slightly swollen. Seeing him awake, she remarked, "Brother Zhao, it's barely dawn. Why are you up so early? You should sleep a bit longer." Zhao Tianyu rose from the palm leaves, smiling as he replied, "I've had sufficient rest. However, your eyes appear quite red. You should lie down and get some proper sleep." Zhou Wanting, feeling utterly fatigued, nodded and reclined on the palm leaves to rest. After stretching his somewhat stiff body, Zhao Tianyu approached the shoreline and dipped his head into the ocean, instantly feeling invigorated. After freshening up, he returned to the fire, shouldered his bamboo basket, and ventured into the woods. At that moment, the sun had yet to rise, and a thin mist enveloped the forest, reducing visibility. Zhao Tianyu treaded carefully, each step taken with utmost caution. As he advanced a short distance, a sharp and melodious cry from an animal pierced the stillness. Curiosity piqued. He glanced up to see a diminutive squirrel perched on a nearby pine tree, its round, bright eyes fixed on him, emitting a series of high-pitched calls. Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a mischievous smile at the sight. He swiftly retrieved a slingshot from his pocket and then pulled out a stone. Carefully placing the stone on the slingshot's rubber pad, he drew it back, aimed at the squirrel, and released it without hesitation. With a distance of merely 10 meters separating him from the squirrel, Zhao Tianyu, a skilled slingshot marksman, found the task effortless. The stone darted like a bolt of lightning towards its target. In the blink of an eye, the stone struck the squirrel squarely on its head, causing it to emit a shrill cry before plummeting from the tree like a broken kite, tumbling on the ground. Zhao Tianyu, feeling a surge of triumph, hurried forward to retrieve the injured squirrel. However, just as he neared it, the squirrel suddenly opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, attempting to bite him. Quick to react, Zhao Tianyu evaded the danger. Fearless, he seized the squirrel with a swift motion and, summoning all his strength, hurled it forcefully against the trunk of a grand pine tree. A resounding thud echoed through the air as the squirrel collided with the bark, resembling a cannonball, before plummeting to the ground like a deflated balloon, lifeless and still. Zhao Tianyu picked up the diminutive creature, noting its trivial weight, which stirred a sense of disappointment within him. After all, the squirrel weighed scarcely a pound. Hardly a significant catch. Yet, he consoled himself, reminding that even the smallest grasshopper is still meat. He placed the squirrel into his bamboo basket and ventured deeper into the woods, his steps resolute, yearning to encounter more wildlife. However, after traversing a considerable distance, the absence of any other animal shadows left him feeling disheartened. Just then, the sun began to ascend slowly, casting rays of light through the gaps in the leaves, creating a mosaic of dappled shadows on the ground. The thin mist in the woods gradually dissipated, revealing a clear vista. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Tianyu adjusted his mindset and continued onward. Not far ahead, his eyes gleamed with delight as he spotted mushrooms growing beneath a large pine tree. He hastened towards them, scrutinizing the fungi with keen interest. Upon discerning their shape, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. These were porcini mushrooms. Zhao Tianyu was well acquainted with these delicacies, having grown up in a mountainous region where, during the rainy season of June and July, a plethora of wild mushrooms flourished, with porcini being the most abundant. To find them on this desolate island was a delightful surprise. He promptly set down his bamboo basket and placed several pine branches at its base, carefully uprooting the porcini and depositing them inside. Knowing that porcini thrived on this island, he began a meticulous search through the forest for more of these prized mushrooms. After over an hour of diligent foraging, he managed to gather 3 to 4 pounds of porcini, a bountiful harvest indeed. Just as he was preparing to return to the shore, the sudden call of a wild chicken pierced the air. Chapter 56. A rare delicacy. Zhao Tianyu looked up to see a vividly colored wild chicken perched on a branch of a large tree, chirping incessantly. Its feathers, a kaleidoscope of colors, shimmered in the sunlight, resembling a meticulously crafted masterpiece of nature. The bird's melodious call seemed to beckon Zhao Tianyu, announcing its presence. A surge of joy erupted within him as he mused to himself. It truly is remarkable how thoughts manifest. Just moments ago, he had contemplated where to find a wild chicken for a stew with porcini, and here it was, presenting itself so conveniently. Swiftly, he drew his slingshot from his waist and retrieved a smooth stone from his pocket, carefully placing it on the leather pad. Taking a deep breath, he aimed at the wild chicken and released his fingers with a sudden flick. With a swift whoosh, the stone shot forth like lightning, striking the chicken with pinpoint accuracy. The wild hen emitted a piercing cry, soaring forward like a kite severed from its string, only to crash heavily to the ground moments later. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu hurriedly approached, retrieving the thrashing creature. He firmly grasped the hen by its neck, and with a decisive twist, a sharp crack echoed as the neck snapped, and the body convulsed a few times before succumbing to death. Satisfied with his prize, Zhao Tianyu tossed the lifeless bird into his bamboo basket and continued toward the coastline. His spirits elevated. This expedition not only yielded a bountiful harvest of tender beef liver mushrooms, but also resulted in the capture of a wild hen and a squirrel with his slingshot. Marking a fruitful outing, in high spirits, he couldn't help but burst into song, inadvertently startling the birds perched on the branches, causing them to scatter in alarm. Watching the birds flee, Zhao Tianyu chuckled while playfully chastising them. Damn, is my singing really that terrible? By the time he returned to the shore, it was already noon. At that moment, Lu Shui and her companions had awakened and were gathered around the fire, boiling sea salt crystals. Exhausted, Zhao Tianyu slowly made his way to the fire, gently placing the bamboo basket on the ground before collapsing onto the earth like a deflated balloon, gasping deeply as if trying to expel every ounce of fatigue from his body. The sight of the mushrooms, the wild hen, and the squirrel in the basket brought joy to Lu Shui and her friends. Without hesitation, Su Ran retrieved the wild hen and tossed it into the flames. As the fire licked at the hen, the scent of singed feathers wafted through the air. However, at that moment, Lin Yu suddenly picked up the deceased squirrel and addressed Zhao Tianyu. Brother Zhao, how could you be so heartless? This squirrel is so adorable and has so little meat. How can you bear to kill it? Already fatigued, Zhao Tianyu felt a twinge of annoyance at Lin Yu's words and replied curtly, I say, big watermelon, what time is it? And you're still pitying small animals? I don't care whether it's cute or not. It fills the belly, that's all that matters. Hearing Zhao Tianyu call her big watermelon again, Lin Yu's face flushed crimson, her anger causing her to stomp her foot, her voice rising an octave. I told you not to call me big watermelon. If you do it again, I will. Zhao Tianyu found her indignant expression amusing, and, rather than ceasing, he grinned impressed. What will you do? Provoked by his teasing, Lin Yu glared at him, her eyes wide with fury. I simply won't talk to you anymore. At that moment, Lu Shui, unable to bear the escalating tension, interjected, All right. You two are truly a pair of playful adversaries. Can you not go a day without bantering? Her words acted like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flames of conflict between Lin Yu and Zhao Tianyu. At this moment, the wild chicken in the fire had been charred to a deep black. Upon noticing this, Su Ran promptly retrieved a stick and carefully extricated it from the flames, then hastened to the shore to cleanse and prepare it. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lu Shui and said, Please bring some porcini mushrooms to the shore for cleaning. I will handle this squirrel. Soon, I shall prepare a delightful feast for you all. Upon hearing that Zhao Tianyu intended to create a culinary masterpiece, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting displayed expressions of eager anticipation, each retrieving a handful of porcini mushrooms from their bamboo baskets to wash at the shoreline. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu took the squirrel to the edge of the coast to begin his preparations. By the time he had finished with the squirrel, Su Ran had also completed the preparation of the wild chicken, and Lu Shui's group had thoroughly cleaned the porcini mushrooms. At that moment, the seawater in the pot had completely evaporated, leaving behind a crystalline layer of sea salt at the bottom. Zhao Tianyu meticulously collected these salt crystals into an empty bottle and instructed Su Ran to wash the pot in seawater. He then ventured to the shoreline to find a piece of driftwood, which he cleaned with seawater before placing it next to the fire. He arranged the wild chicken and squirrel atop the wooden board, chopping them into smaller pieces with a military knife. Lifting the pot onto the flames, he added the diced wild chicken and squirrel meat, stirring with a dry stick to release their enticing aromas. He then poured several bottles of water he had brought from the shelter into the pot and began to simmer the contents slowly. As time passed, the wild chicken and squirrel meat gradually softened, filling the air with a mouth-watering fragrance. Zhao Tianyu sliced the cleaned porcini mushrooms into thin pieces and gently added them to the pot to simmer alongside the meats. Subsequently, he took a pinch of sea salt crystals from the bottle and sprinkled it into the mix. Observing this, Lu Shui felt a twinge of concern. She furrowed her brow and inquired, Brother Zhao, did you not mention that these sea salt crystals contain toxic impurities? If you add them directly to the pot, will we not risk poisoning ourselves? Zhao Tianyu smiled at her words, offering reassurance. Do not worry. This small amount of sea salt crystals will not be your undoing. While they do indeed contain some toxic impurities, consuming them occasionally poses no significant threat. With Zhao Tianyu's explanation, Lu Shui felt her anxieties ease. After a while, the wild chicken, squirrel meat, and porcini mushrooms in the pot had finally cooked to perfection. The rich aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. The group, already famished, could no longer contain their hunger and eagerly reached for bowls and chopsticks. They impatiently scooped up the wild chicken, squirrel meat, and porcini mushrooms, relishing each bite. With the first mouthful, a burst of exquisite flavors erupted in their mouths. The wild chicken was tender and juicy. The squirrel meat bore a unique fragrance, and the texture of the porcini mushrooms was delightfully smooth. The subtle hint of sea salt further enriched the dish, creating a complex flavor profile that left them yearning for more. Chapter 57. The coconut trees revisited a large pot of steaming Aromatic wild chicken and squirrel stew with porcini mushrooms was devoured with remarkable fervor by a handful of individuals, leaving not even a drop of broth behind. After satisfying their appetites, Zhao Tianyu instructed Su Ran to remain by the fire to continue the process of boiling sea salt crystals. He then set off with Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou wandering along the coastline in search of usable resources. The four of them traversed the shore, pausing intermittently, their eyes scanning the surroundings. After walking 7 or 8 kilometers along the coast, they managed to find only a tattered fishing net and 2 rusted iron containers. Given the desolation of the island, Zhao Tianyu felt a sense of contentment with their modest haul. After such an extensive trek, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanning were utterly exhausted. Beads of sweat adorned their foreheads, their breaths becoming rapid, and their garments clung to them, drenched in perspiration. Observing their weary state, Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of sympathy and sought out a shady tree amidst the coastal woods. After ensuring there were no lurking dangers, he allowed the 3 women to rest beneath its boughs. Leaning against the trunk, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and inhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of smoke. Habitually, his gaze fell upon the 3 girls, specifically on the loose necklines of their attire. Through the slightly open collars, he could glimpse their undergarments and the alluring curves of their forms, causing his heart to race involuntarily. Unrealistic fantasies began to flicker in his mind, akin to a film playing before his eyes. Time slipped by unnoticed as he fixated on the neckline of the 3 girls, completely oblivious to his surroundings. It was only when the burning cigarette grazed his fingers that he jolted back to reality, hastily discarding the smoldering end. Zhao Tianyu swallowed hard, the sound of his gulp echoing softly in his throat. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze, though his mind lingered on the tantalizing scene he had just witnessed. After nearly 20 minutes of rest, feeling somewhat rejuvenated, they all rose to continue their journey along the shoreline. As they proceeded further, Zhou Wanning suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there. It appears there are coconut trees." Upon hearing her shout, Zhao Tianyu and the others abruptly lifted their heads, their eyes bright with anticipation as they gazed into the distance. There, along the coastline, stood several tall coconut trees, their silhouettes barely discernible. A wave of exhilaration surged through them, and their pace quickened as they raced toward the trees like the wind. Upon nearing, they beheld the full grandeur of the coconut trees, towering over 10 meters high. Their lush foliage swayed gently in the sea breeze, as if beckoning to them. Dotted among the branches were coconuts of varying sizes, resembling strings of verdant gems, emanating an enticing sheen. Moreover, the ground was scattered with a number of fully ripened coconuts, some of which were already decayed, infested with flies and ants, eliciting a sense of disgust. However, there were also a few that appeared relatively fresh, likely having just fallen from a tree. Since relocating to the woods to construct their shelter, they had not savored the delightful sweetness of coconut water in quite some time. At this moment, the sight of these coconuts filled their hearts with exhilaration and anticipation. Zhao Tianyu, quick-witted and nimble, swiftly picked up a few of the fresher coconuts from the ground, then drew a sharp knife from his waist, expertly cleaving the coconuts open. He handed one to each of Lu Shui and the other 2, taking one for himself as well. With eager anticipation, he brought it to his lips, gulping down the coconut water in one go. After finishing, he could not help but exclaim, "What a delight! This coconut water is simply exquisite." The suddenness of his outburst startled Lu Shui and the others, causing Lin Yu to cough violently as she choked on the coconut water. In a huff, she retorted, "Zhao, don't you know that scaring someone can be dangerous? You needn't be so loud about how delicious it is. You gave us quite a fright." Zhao Tianyu, unfazed, replied, "Why is your courage so feeble?" With that, he ignored her, spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, and clamped the knife between his teeth. He then embraced the bare coconut tree and began to ascend. Climbing this 10-meter-high coconut tree would be a challenge for most, yet for Zhao Tianyu, it was effortless. In less than a minute, he deftly scaled to the top like a monkey. The sight of him climbing so swiftly left Lu Shui and the others in awe, their mouths agape. Lin Yu could not resist teasing. Could he possibly be part monkey? How else could he be so agile? Her comment drew laughter from Lu Shui and Zhou Wanning. Securing himself on the trunk of the coconut tree, Zhao Tianyu freed one hand from the embrace to wield the knife, striking at the junction of the coconuts and the trunk. The coconuts tumbled down incessantly until he had severed every one from the tree. He then returned the knife to his mouth, wrapped his arms around the trunk, and with a gentle release of his feet, slid down to the ground below. After a brief respite, he continued his ascent to the second coconut tree. Thus, after more than half an hour, he finally harvested all the coconuts from these trees. Altogether, there were around 70 or 80 coconuts. Zhao Tianyu made his way to the shore, rummaging through debris washed ashore by the sea, retrieving a few relatively intact woven bags to store the coconuts. Selecting the largest bag, he slung it over his shoulder, while Lu Shui and the others each took a bag as well, and they began their return journey. with each person burdened by a bag of coconuts. Their pace was understandably slow. While Zhao Tianyu felt little strain, Lu Shui and the others struggled under the weight, often stopping to rest after a short distance. After meandering for over 3 hours, the group finally returned to the fire pit. As they placed the woven bags on the ground, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the earth and gasping for breath. Zhao Tianyu, equally fatigued, stood still, panting heavily. Su Ran, upon noticing the coconuts within the woven bags, was filled with both surprise and joy. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu gradually regained his composure, while Lu Shui and her companions continued to catch their breath. Observing that time was not on their side, Zhao Tianyu addressed Lu Shui and the others, suggesting they remain behind to gather firewood while he ventured into the woods in search of food while there was still a little daylight left. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran promptly declared, "I shall accompany you." The prospect of mutual support and companionship, coupled with the opportunity to learn how to forage for food, motivated her decision. Zhao Tianyu, far from objecting to Su Ran's proposal, readily agreed with a nod, saying, "Very well, you may join me." Thus, the two of them shouldered bamboo baskets and set off into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting rose to their feet and ventured into a nearby thicket to collect firewood, having scarcely traveled a short distance. Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran were suddenly alerted by a faint rustling in the nearby bushes. Though the sound was subtle, it resonated with clarity in the tranquil woods. They stopped in their tracks, eyes fixated on the source of the disturbance. Zhao Tianyu lowered his voice and instructed Su Ran, "Stay here and do not move. I will investigate." Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sharp military knife and cautiously approached the thicket. However, before he could draw near, a gray rabbit, seemingly startled, darted out from the underbrush and bolted away like an arrow. Seizing the moment, Zhao Tianyu wasted no time, quickening his pace in a swift pursuit of the creature. Su Ran, witnessing the unfolding scene, hurriedly followed suit, eager to join the chase. Despite Zhao Tianyu's impressive speed, the rabbit proved remarkably agile, evading capture with deft maneuvers. Thus, Zhao Tianyu pursued relentlessly, covering a distance of nearly 80 or 90 meters. Suddenly, the rabbit dashed towards a large tree and vanished beneath it in an instant. Reaching the tree, Zhao Tianyu focused his gaze and discovered a hole the size of a bowl at its base. It was evident that the rabbit had taken refuge within, suggesting this was its burrow. Moments later, Su Ran arrived, breathless, at the foot of the tree. Understanding the adage about cunning rabbits having multiple burrows, Zhao Tianyu was acutely aware that this rabbit likely had more than one escape route. Without hesitation, he instructed Su Ran to guard the hole, ensuring the rabbit could not flee from that entrance. After ensuring everything was in order with Su Ran, Zhao Tianyu began to meticulously search around the large tree. Indeed, it wasn't long before he discovered another hole of similar size beneath a nearby tree. Zhao Tianyu pondered to himself, "This hole must serve as another escape route for the wild rabbit." He quickly crouched down, drew his military knife from his waist, and began to excavate some soil, meticulously blocking the entrance to the hole. Finally, he stamped down hard several times with his foot to ensure the earth was compacted firmly, preventing the rabbit from escaping easily. After a thorough inspection of the surroundings yielded no additional holes, he returned to Su Ran's side. Su Ran blinked her large eyes, her face a canvas of curiosity as she inquired, "Brother Zhao, since the rabbit has entered that hole, how can we capture it?" A confident smile played at the corners of Zhao Tianyu's lips as he softly responded, "It's quite simple. We can smoke it out. You stay here and ensure the rabbit doesn't escape while I gather a few items nearby." Without waiting for a reply, Zhao Tianyu turned and departed. Before long, he returned to the hole with a bundle of dry grass, having also cut some fresh branches from a nearby tree and a few broad palm leaves. With agility, he used his military knife to dig a small pit about several centimeters deep at the hole's entrance, carefully placing the dry grass within. He then ignited the grass with a lighter. As the flames gradually spread, the dry grass ignited fiercely, sending a roaring fire leaping at the entrance of the hole. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu promptly added the fresh branches to the blaze. In an instant, a thick plume of smoke billowed upwards, resembling a great gray dragon, clawing its way into the hole. Zhao Tianyu called out to Su Ran, "Quickly, fan the smoke into the hole with the palm leaves, let it fill the interior." Not daring to delay, Su Ran immediately grabbed the palm leaves and began to fan the smoke vigorously, much like a diligent little bee. Under her earnest efforts, the rolling smoke surged like a powerful torrent into the hole. Zhao Tianyu cautiously placed his hand at the entrance, holding his breath and focusing intently on the opening. Time ticked by, yet he remained as still as a statue. The thick smoke continued to pour into the hole, and after approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the rabbit, unable to endure the torment of the smoke any longer, bolted from the hole like an arrow released from a bow. In a split second, Zhao Tianyu reacted swiftly, seizing the rabbit with deftness, gripping its body tightly lest it escape. Without a hint of mercy, he hoisted the rabbit up and, akin to tossing a sandbag, hurled it forcefully against a nearby tree. With a resounding thud, the rabbit made contact with the trunk and then fell to the ground like a kite with severed strings, lying still and silent. Upon witnessing the capture of the rabbit, Su Ran ceased her actions. Zhao Tianyu turned to her, exclaiming, "Hurry, keep fanning. Why have you stopped?" A look of confusion crossed Su Ran's face as she gazed at Zhao Tianyu, inquiring with bewilderment, "Have we not already captured a wild rabbit?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he patiently elucidated, "Wild rabbits are social creatures. There's likely more than one in this burrow. Thus, continue fanning the smoke, as I advised." Heeding Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran grasped the palm leaves once more and persistently directed the dense smoke into the burrow. Within a mere minute, another wild rabbit darted from its lair. Zhao Tianyu, quick-witted and agile, swiftly subdued it, lifting it and forcefully striking it against a nearby tree, thereby sending the hapless creature to its demise. While Su Ran continued to fan the smoke into the burrow, several minutes elapsed without any further rabbits emerging. Zhao Tianyu mused to himself, "It appears that no more rabbits remain in the burrow." This prompted Su Ran to cease her efforts. Placing the two captured rabbits into a bamboo basket, they extinguished the fire and, with the basket slung over his shoulder, Zhao Tianyu led Su Ran toward the coastline. By the time they returned to the shore, the sun was gradually sinking below the horizon. Lu Shui and her companions had also gathered a considerable amount of firewood, and upon seeing Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran's haul of two wild rabbits, their faces lit up with joy. Chapter 59. Lin Yu's encounter with a snake. After a brief respite, Zhao Tianyu picked up the two wild rabbits and strolled leisurely to the shoreline. Skillfully, he placed the rabbits upon a large rock and commenced the process of preparing them. His deft hands worked with remarkable efficiency, and in less than half an hour, he had expertly cleaned and returned the rabbits to the fire pit, having rinsed them in seawater. As night fully enveloped the surroundings, darkness descended, leaving only the fire's flickering glow to illuminate a small area. Zhao Tianyu rose and ventured into the nearby woods, procuring a stick of suitable thickness which he brought back to the fire. Armed with a military knife, he sharpened one end of the stick, transforming it into a perfect skewer for roasting. He then impaled one of the wild rabbits onto the stick and arranged it over the smoldering embers, commencing the slow process of roasting. As time steadily passed, within 20 minutes the rabbit turned a delectable golden brown, its surface sizzling and exuding enticing aromas that wafted through the air. The tantalizing scent stirred the appetites of the onlookers, their stomachs rumbling and saliva involuntarily pooling in their mouths. Just as the rabbit neared completion, Zhao Tianyu retrieved some crystalline sea salt from a bottle, evenly distributing it over the meat. At last, he tore the 4 rabbit legs from the carcass and handed them to Lu Shui and her companions. As they received the tender legs, a wave of gratitude surged within them. Although Zhao Tianyu maintained high expectations of the 4, it was undeniable that he treated them with kindness. Whenever he procured food, he generously reserved the finest portions for their enjoyment. Perhaps due to the addition of sea salt, the roasted rabbit was exceptionally flavorful, tantalizingly irresistible. In a short span, the succulent rabbit was devoured by the group, leaving behind a mere collection of lonely bones. However, it seemed that everyone was still unsatisfied, wearing expressions of lingering desire. At that moment, Lin Yu took the initiative to speak to Zhao Tianyu, saying, "Brother Zhao, I feel as if I haven't had enough to eat. Why don't we roast the remaining wild rabbit and enjoy it?" Her words revealed a strong craving for delicious food. Seeing this, Zhou Wanning quickly chimed in, "Yes, Brother Zhao, I too am still hungry. Shall we roast the remaining wild rabbit, please?" Her tone held a hint of playfulness, making it difficult to refuse. Zhao Tianyu, observing the eager gazes of the two, smiled and nodded in agreement. He promptly took the wild rabbit, expertly skewered it on a stick, and placed it over the fire to roast. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, the wild rabbit was finally ready. Zhao Tianyu carefully removed it from the fire, skillfully tearing off the 4 rabbit legs and offering them to Lu Shui and the others. After savoring the roasted rabbit, Zhao Tianyu split open several coconuts, handing one to each of them, while he took one for himself and swiftly drank the refreshing coconut water. Once they were well fed and satisfied, everyone gathered around the roaring fire, quietly listening to the gentle sound of the waves lapping against the rocks, gazing up at the night sky adorned with twinkling stars akin to gemstones. The soft sea breeze caressed their skin, as if all troubles were consumed by this tranquil atmosphere, lifting their spirits. At that moment, Lu Shui suddenly broke the silence. She turned to Zhao Tianyu, her delicate voice ringing clear in the night. "Brother Zhao, we've sweated a lot today, and we smell quite unpleasant, plus our clothes are all dirty. May we wash up by the shore?" Zhao Tianyu, hearing this, smiled slightly and nodded in consent. "Sure, go ahead, but do be careful." With Zhao Tianyu's permission, Lu Shui and the others were filled with excitement, quickly rummaging through their luggage for a set of clean clothes before joyfully running towards the shore. Upon reaching a large rock by the coastline, Lu Shui and the others eagerly stripped off their clothes and leaped into the sea, reveling in the coolness and comfort of the water. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu remained by the fire, leisurely pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, expertly placing it between his lips and lighting it with a lighter. As the smoke wafted upward, he took a deep breath, letting the subtle taste of tobacco fill his mouth, contentedly enjoying his cigarette. As time seemed to stand still, a sudden scream from Lin Yu shattered the tranquility of the night, piercing the silence as if the entire world were shaken by that cry. Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet like an arrow released from a bow and dashed towards the shore. His steps were swift as lightning, as if the very wind propelled him forward, and in mere seconds he reached the large rock where the four were bathing, illuminated by the bright moonlight. He immediately spotted Lu Shui and her companions. They stood on the shore, completely bare, illuminated by the moonlight, which accentuated their alluring figures and flawless, fair skin. Zhao Tianyu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to them, his throat parched, and his heart began to race. The four women, Lu Shui and her companions, were evidently taken aback by Zhao Tianyu's sudden appearance. They hurriedly covered their private areas with their hands, letting out a collective shriek. This unexpected scene left Zhao Tianyu feeling rather awkward, prompting him to turn away and ask, "What happened? What is going on?" Su Ran's voice trembled as she quickly replied, "Just now, Lin Yu was bitten by a snake." Zhao Tianyu's expression turned grave, his heart filled with concern and anxiety. He urgently pressed on, "Lin Yu, were you bitten? Please tell me, how are you feeling now?" Lin Yu's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She lowered her head, shyly murmuring, "I was bitten on my backside and it hurts a lot right now." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's worry intensified, compelling him to urge, "Stop hesitating. Come over quickly so I can see how serious the injury is." Lin Yu's face reddened even further, her voice barely above a whisper, But I'm not wearing any clothes. Isn't that inappropriate?" Zhao Tianyu, exasperated, raised his voice. "What does that matter at a time like this? This is a matter of life and death. Hurry over here. I need to examine the wound. If the snake that bit you is venomous and we don't act promptly, it could be life-threatening." Chapter 60. Examining Lin Yu's wound, startled by Zhao Tianyu's words. Lin Yu trembled, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Though she was still overwhelmed with shyness, the fear of death surged within her, propelling her to act. She swiftly grabbed a piece of clothing, hurriedly draping it over herself to cover her modesty. Then, like a frightened little lamb, she tiptoed her way to Zhao Tianyu, standing with her back to him. Seeing this, Zhao Tianyu wasted no time. He pulled out a lighter from his pocket and flicked it on with a snap. He then crouched down, directing his gaze towards Lin Yu's backside. Under the dim glow of the flame, her rounded, pert form was fully revealed. On that shapely rear, the marks of the snake's bite were starkly visible, as if branded by malevolent force. More alarmingly, blood oozed from the wound, flowing like a gentle stream, staining the surrounding skin crimson. Feeling Zhao Tianyu's scrutinizing gaze upon her exposed backside, Lin Yu was engulfed in embarrassment. Her cheeks flared a vibrant red, surpassing even the hue of a ripe fruit. She felt the urge to sink into the ground, desperate to escape the mortifying situation. Yet, Zhao Tianyu's focus did not merely linger on the wound. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward Lin Yu's private area. Though only faintly visible, the subtle outline caused his throat to tighten, and a wave of heat surged through his body. His mind began to spiral into a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts, racing uncontrollably like wild horses. Yet, he soon recognized his indiscretion and steadied himself, redirecting his focus to the wound on Lin Yu's leg, where she had been bitten by the snake. Upon closer examination, he noted that the blood oozing from the wound was a vivid crimson, and there was no evident swelling or discoloration surrounding it. Zhao Tianyu secretly exhaled in relief and asked Lin Yu, "How are you feeling now?" Lin Yu's cheeks were flushed like ripe apples, and she shyly replied, "It's just a bit sore in my backside. Otherwise, I feel fine." Hearing her response, and considering the condition of her wound, Zhao Tianyu deduced that the snake which had bitten her was non-venomous. He breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up and reassured her, "Fortunately, the snake that bit you was not poisonous. Otherwise, I truly would not have known how to handle the situation." Lin Yu also felt a wave of relief wash over her, her mood visibly lightening. Nearby, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanning shared in the quiet relief, their earlier worries dissipating significantly. Zhao Tianyu turned to Su Ran and instructed, "Su Ran, I noticed there are anti-inflammatory medications in the suitcase. Please apply some to her wound later and ensure it does not become infected." Su Ran quickly nodded in acknowledgement. "Okay, I understand." Zhao Tianyu refrained from saying more and turned away, his steps somewhat unsteady as he made his way toward the fire. However, his mind was besieged by a tempest of memories, the earlier scene of Lu Shui and the others in their natural state replaying like a film in his head. The images were so vivid that he could almost feel their smooth skin and graceful curves, causing his heart to race and his thoughts to drift erratically. Goodness, he thought to himself, astonished at the splendid figures of the four girls. Tonight had indeed been a feast for the eyes. After the recent events, the girls dared not bathe again. In a flurry, they hastily donned their clothes and clutched the garments they had just changed out of, scurrying back to the fire like thieves. The atmosphere around the fire became palpably awkward, with no one knowing how to alleviate the uncomfortable silence. The girls' faces remained flushed, their gazes cast downward, unable to meet Zhao Tianyu's eyes. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He resolved to break the tension, looking at Su Ran with a smile as he said, "Su Ran, please apply some anti-inflammatory ointment to Lin Yu's wound. I'll take a stroll along the shore." With that, he stood up, his movements appearing somewhat stiff. He slowly made his way to the seaside, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with trembling hands. As the smoke gradually ascended, he took a deep breath, allowing the nicotine to momentarily quell the turmoil within his heart. Standing by the shore, he gazed quietly at the waves crashing rhythmically upon the sand, listening to their soothing sounds, his mood gradually returning to tranquility. After finishing a cigarette, he lingered by the coast for over 10 minutes, pondering that Su Ran had likely finished applying medicine to Lin Yu, before finally turning back to sit beside the fire. At that moment, Lu Shui and her companions' faces retained a rosy hue, reminiscent of ripe apples. They gathered around the fire, occasionally exchanging glances, seemingly uncomfortable in the silence. As several minutes passed, Su Ran could no longer contain herself. Lowering her voice slightly, she addressed Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, when you rushed to the shore earlier, did you see us in our entirety?" Hearing Su Ran's question, Zhao Tianyu's heart tightened. Naturally, he would not admit to having seen the four girls in their undress. With an expression that conveyed a mixture of innocence and assurance, he replied, "I saw nothing at all." Upon hearing Lin Yu scream, my immediate reaction was concern for her safety, and I rushed over without a second thought. By the time I reached the rocks where you were bathing, I heard your screams and promptly turned away. However, Lu Shui and her friends appeared unconvinced by Zhao Tianyu's explanation. Su Ran pressed further. "Are you truly saying you saw nothing at all?" A hint of skepticism lingered in her gaze. Noticing her doubt, Zhao Tianyu quickly reiterated at that moment, "My mind was solely focused on whether Lin Yu was in danger. I had no capacity to consider anything else. Upon hearing your screams, I immediately turned around, unable to look at anything else." Seeing that Zhao Tianyu steadfastly refused to concede, Lu Shui and her companions found themselves in an impasse. Lin Yu blushed and confronted him. "You expect me to believe that you examined my wound without seeing anything?" In response, Zhao Tianyu earnestly stated, "I was solely focused on checking your wound. How could I have thought of anything else?" His words left Lin Yu momentarily speechless, aware that even if Zhao Tianyu had indeed seen something, he would never admit it. The memory of her positioning herself for him to inspect her wound made her cheeks flush a deeper shade. Chapter 61. Seeking food with Lu Shui in an effort to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Zhao Tianyu hastily addressed Lu Shui and the others. "It is quite late. You should all get some rest. I will take the watch tonight." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's arrangement, Lu Shui and her friends refrained from further discussion, quietly lying down on the palm leaves beside the fire, preparing to sleep. Zhao Tianyu gathered some firewood, igniting several small fires around them. Sitting by the flames, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and indulged in its calming embrace. Yet, his thoughts did not dissipate with the smoke. Instead, images of Lu Shui and her companions in their vulnerable state, along with the scene of him examining Lin Yu's wound, incessantly replayed in his mind. These visions intertwined, leading him into a spiral of errant thoughts. As such, Zhao Tianyu, while indulging in a cigarette, succumbed to a whirlwind of thoughts, time slipping away unnoticed. As dawn approached, he felt his eyelids growing heavy, contemplating that perhaps the danger had passed. He then rose to add some firewood to the smoldering heaps, ensuring their flames would persist. Before reclining contentedly on the palm leaves beside the fire, closing his eyes in preparation for slumber. In less than 3 minutes, his snores resonated through the air. Lu Shui and her companions slept soundly until the sun rose high in the sky, its rays filtering through the leaves to warm their faces, awakening them one by one. Observing Zhao Tianyu still lost in his dreams, they exchanged glances, refraining from disturbing him. Gradually rising from the palm leaves, they dragged their somewhat weary bodies towards the shore. The morning sea breeze caressed their hair, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Upon reaching the coastline, they squatted down, splashing their faces with the cool seawater, invigorating their spirits. To avoid disrupting Zhao Tianyu's rest, Lu Shui and her friends chose not to return to the fire, but instead settled on a large rock by the shore. "Do you think Brother Zhao saw us all last night? How embarrassing," Zhou Wanning suddenly remarked, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness and awkwardness. Upon hearing her words, Lu Shui promptly replied, "Is that even a question? The moonlight was so bright, he surely saw everything. But so what? We're not at a loss. Her tone was remarkably carefree, as though she cared little for the matter at hand. Su Ran chimed in with a smile. Sister Shui is right. Even if he did see us, we have nothing to lose. However, Lin Yu's reaction diverged from theirs. Her face flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple, as she stammered. You may not feel ashamed, but I certainly do, being stared at with my backside exposed. At her words, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting erupted into laughter. Their amusement only intensified Lin Yu's embarrassment, causing her to lower her head shyly. All right, enough laughter. If you keep it up, I'll truly be angry. Lin Yu said with mock annoyance. Su Ran, still chuckling, replied, You lighten up. Even if Brother Zhao looked at your backside, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Lu Shui added, Su Ran is right. Besides, who told you to get bitten by a snake? Brother Zhao was merely checking your injury. Time flew by swiftly, and before they knew it, midday approached. Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes, as if still enveloped in dreams. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he laboriously rose from the palm leaves. Once fully awake, he staggered towards the shore. The sunlight illuminated his figure, revealing his slight weariness. With a smile, he called out to Lin Yu, who sat on a nearby rock. Yeah. Does her backside still hurt? Would you like me to check it again? We must ensure it doesn't become infected. As Zhao Tianyu's words fell, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting erupted into laughter, as if triggered by an invisible cue. Their laughter echoed across the expansive coastline, resonating with a particularly crystalline clarity. Lin Yu's complexion instantaneously turned as red as a ripened apple, and she awkwardly exclaimed, You needn't check. It no longer hurts. At that moment, Su Ran interjected, Yeah, Brother Zhao is kindly offering to examine your wound. You should let him. Her tone carried a hint of playful mockery. Relishing Lin Yu's embarrassment, Lin Yu's face deepened in crimson, and she retorted in mild irritation, I certainly won't let him check. If you wish to be examined, why not remove your pants and let him check you instead? Upon hearing this, Su Ran not only remained unperturbed but laughed even more heartily. I would quite like for him to examine me. Too bad I haven't been bitten by a snake. Lin Yu was momentarily rendered speechless by her response. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and addressed Su Ran. Beautiful Su, even if you haven't been bitten, I can still examine you. This time, it was Su Ran who blushed, replying indignantly. Dream on. Zhao Tianyu smiled and chose not to respond further. He squatted down to splash his face with some cool seawater, instantly feeling more invigorated. Standing up, he turned to Lu Shui and the others, instructing, You all should gather some firewood and prepare to boil some sea salt crystals. We'll return to the shelter early tomorrow. I will venture into the woods to find food. At his suggestion, Lu Shui promptly volunteered. I'll accompany you into the woods to search for food. It's good to have each other as company. With a beautiful companion at his side, Zhao Tianyu was more than agreeable, nodding in assent. Very well. You shall join me in the woods. He then instructed Su Ran and the others. You three remain by the shore and refrain from wandering too far. After speaking, he returned to the large tree, donned a bamboo basket, and set off toward the woods with Lu Shui. Meanwhile, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting began collecting firewood in the nearby forest. By now, the sun was high in the sky, and the entire woodland was oppressively warm, swarming with bothersome mosquitoes buzzing around the two. Having walked only a short distance, they were already drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging uncomfortably to their bodies. Yet, in their quest for sustenance, they gritted their teeth and pressed on deeper into the woods. After more than half an hour of trekking, the only sounds accompanying them were the occasional calls of birds from the branches above. No other signs of wildlife were in sight, leaving them both somewhat disappointed and disheartened. Chapter 62. The venomous snake appears. Observing Lu Shui's breathless state, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of compassion and inquired with concern, Shall we pause for a moment? You seem a bit fatigued. Lu Shui, panting, gently shook her head and resolutely replied, Let us continue searching for food. I'm fine. Zhao Tianyu nodded, refraining from saying more, and they continued deeper into the woods. Thus, they continued their journey for nearly 2 kilometers. Suddenly, a crisp call of a wild chicken shattered the surrounding silence. The two exchanged a glance and promptly halted, their senses heightened as they looked up. There, perched on a branch of a large tree a dozen meters away, was a wild chicken, incessantly vocalizing. A flicker of excitement gleamed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes as he swiftly retrieved his slingshot from his pocket, deftly placed a stone upon the leather pad, and aimed at the wild chicken. With a swift whoosh, the stone shot forth from the slingshot like a bolt of lightning, striking the wild chicken squarely. The bird emitted a mournful cry, lunging forward abruptly before it soared several meters, ultimately crashing down to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lu Shui's eyes widened in admiration as she exclaimed, Brother Zhao, your aim with that slingshot is impeccable. You are truly a master marksman. Could you possibly teach me? Zhao Tianyu smiled, teasingly replying, If the people at the company were to see their esteemed president playing with a slingshot, I dare say their jaws would drop in disbelief. Lu Shui chuckled in response. And what if I am the president? Here, I still rely on you. Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement with a grin and promptly strode towards where the wild chicken had fallen. He bent down to pick it up, grasping its neck firmly, and with a swift motion, a crisp crack echoed as the chicken's neck snapped. The bird struggled a couple of times before it lay still, lifeless. Zhao Tianyu returned to Lu Shui's side, stating, "Let us go back. I am nearly starving, and this wild chicken should suffice for a meal for us." Lu Shui nodded obediently, and together they walked toward the coastline. However, they had not ventured far when Zhao Tianyu, walking ahead, suddenly halted as if sensing something. His gaze fixated on a nearby thicket, where subtle rustling could be discerned. Noticing Zhao Tianyu's sudden stop, Lu Shui immediately followed suit and asked Brother Zhao, "Why have you stopped?" Zhao Tianyu pointed towards the thicket, saying, "There seems to be something in that thicket. Stay here while I investigate." He handed the wild chicken to Lu Shui, then swiftly drew his knife from his waist, gripping it firmly as he cautiously approached the dense underbrush. As he neared the thicket, an air of tension enveloped the atmosphere. Zhao Tianyu carefully parted the branches, revealing a curled-up porcupine hiding within. A surge of joy flooded his heart. Initially concerned that one wild chicken would not suffice for their meal, he had not anticipated the porcupine would present itself so readily. Taking a deep breath to steady his composure, he slowly sheathed his knife to avoid startling the creature. Continuing, he nimbly picked up a stone the size of a fist from the ground, gripping it tightly as he adjusted his stance and aimed for the porcupine's head. Striking down with unwavering resolve, a dull thud resonated as the stone accurately struck the porcupine's skull. The creature emitted a piercing cry, its body writhing in agony, clearly gravely injured. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu hesitated not for a moment. He swiftly retrieved another stone from the ground and, with equal ferocity, hurled it at the porcupine's head once more. This time, his force was greater, his speed swifter. The stone soared through the air like a meteor, crashing down onto the porcupine's head. With the impact of the second stone, the porcupine's skull was obliterated, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The creature convulsed a few times before succumbing to death, lying motionless on the ground. Zhao Tianyu cautiously dragged the lifeless porcupine from the thicket. He gathered several dry grasses, kneaded them together to fashion a rudimentary rope, and then securely bound the porcupine's hind legs with it. He effortlessly lifted the porcupine as one would a chick and strode purposefully toward Lu Shui. Lu Shui stood in a rather unique position, directly beneath the branches of a large tree. As Zhao Tianyu approached about 3 meters away from her, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the branches overhead. Upon closer inspection, a chill gripped his heart as he realized that a snake, entirely cloaked in dark green, was coiled upon a branch less than 2 meters above Lu Shui's head. The serpent blended seamlessly with the surrounding branches and leaves, making it nearly impossible to detect without careful observation. Measuring approximately 2 to 3 meters in length, its body was as robust as an adult's arm. Most terrifyingly, its triangular head appeared exceptionally menacing, unmistakably indicative of its lethal venom. At that moment, the snake was fixated on Lu Shui, flicking its tongue as if poised to launch a fatal strike at any moment. Zhao Tianyu's eyes were drawn to the venomous snake above Lu Shui, as if magnetically compelled, not daring to blink, fearful that a moment's inattention might precipitate an attack. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tension within him, and endeavored to keep his voice steady as he softly cautioned Lu Shui, "Do not move from your spot. Remain calm." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words and observing his anxious demeanor, Lu Shui's heart tightened, realizing the gravity of the situation. Steeling herself, she listened intently and indeed discerned a faint hissing sound, the serpent flicking its tongue. Her heartbeat quickened, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. With cautious, sidelong glances, she looked up and confirmed the presence of the serpent poised above her. This sight sent a jolt of terror through her. Her complexion paled instantly, and her limbs trembled uncontrollably, as if they had lost all strength. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Zhao Tianyu dared not delay even for a moment. He gently placed the porcupine he had been carrying onto the ground, then cautiously reached for the military knife at his waist. His movements were tender and deliberate, as he feared provoking the venomous snake that loomed above Lu Shui's head. Meanwhile, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the serpent. In that heart-stopping instant, the snake suddenly unleashed its menacing jaws, striking toward Lu Shui with the swiftness of lightning, as if propelled by an unseen force. Zhao Tianyu's reaction was nothing short of astonishing. He darted to Lu Shui's side with the speed of a flash, unhesitatingly shoving her aside. Simultaneously, the military knife in his hand sliced through the air, glinting like a shooting star as it descended upon the snake. The blade was extraordinarily sharp, as if it could sever steel. With a resounding crack, the snake was cleaved in two, its severed body writhing on the ground as if still engaged in a final struggle. Without a trace of mercy, Zhao Tianyu raised his foot and brought it down upon the snake's head with the force of a mountain, relentlessly grinding it beneath his heel. Each stomp was imbued with immense power, as if he sought to obliterate the serpent's skull entirely. At last, under Zhao Tianyu's relentless pressure, the snake ceased its movements. Falling silent, he then slowly lifted his foot, gazing down to find the creature's head reduced to a grotesque pulp. Reflecting on the harrowing moment, both Lu Shui and Zhao Tianyu felt a chill run down their spines. Had it not been for Zhao Tianyu's swift actions in pushing Lu Shui away, she might well have suffered a venomous bite, the consequences of which would have been dire. Lu Shui's face was as pale as parchment, clearly shaken by the encounter. With a tremor in her voice, she looked at Zhao Tianyu and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Brother Zhao, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I would have surely been bitten by that snake. Zhao Tianyu shook his head and replied, I am merely relieved that you are unharmed. There are many venomous snakes in these woods. It seems we must exercise greater caution in the future. Having spoken, Zhao Tianyu did not hesitate to crouch down, his movements swift and decisive. He gripped the military knife firmly, aimed it accurately at the snake's head, and with a forceful swing, severed it cleanly. He collected the snake's body and the porcupine, making his way toward the coast, with Lu Shui closely trailing behind. Throughout their journey, the duo exchanged little conversation, opting instead for a quiet, reflective walk. After more than an hour, they finally returned to the fire pit, where Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wan were gathered, chatting and laughing merrily. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui return with the porcupine, wild chicken, and snake, their excitement was palpable. Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui placed their quarry on the ground and collapsed onto the earth, breathing heavily from the exertion. Especially Lu Shui. Her chest heaved violently, as if she were expelling all her weariness. Observing this, Su Ran promptly rose and approached Zhao Tianyu, drawing a military knife from his waist. He then retrieved 2 coconuts from a bamboo basket, skillfully splitting them open and offering the coconut water to Zhao Tianyu and Lu Shui. Without a moment's hesitation, they pressed their mouths to the coconuts and eagerly drank, the sweet liquid sliding down their throats, refreshing them and restoring a measure of their strength. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Ran tossed a wild chicken into the roaring flames of the fire. The flames eagerly consumed the bird, and in no time, the feathers were singed away, leaving the skin charred. He carefully used a stick to extract the roasted chicken from the flames and made his way toward the shore. Lin Yu and Zhou Wan quickly rose to their feet, joining Su Ran in the task of preparing the wild chicken. Within 20 minutes, the bird was thoroughly cleaned and rinsed with seawater, then returned to the fire. As they gazed upon the prepared chicken and the coconuts in the bamboo basket, Zhao Tianyu's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight. With a broad smile, he proclaimed, "Allow me to prepare a delectable dish for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the other 3 displayed expressions of eager anticipation, particularly Lin Yu, who curiously inquired, "What delicious creation do you have in mind?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he replied leisurely, "Coconut stew with dragon and phoenix meat." The name instantly captivated the attention of Lu Shui and the others. Curiosity etched on their faces as if they were enchanted by this unique title. Lu Shui blinked her large eyes, filled with wonder, and asked, "What is that?" With a chuckle, Zhao Tianyu explained, "It is simply coconut stew with wild chicken and snake meat." At his words, laughter erupted among Lu Shui and her companions. Lin Yu chimed in, "Couldn't you just say coconut stew with wild chicken and snake meat instead of calling it dragon and phoenix meat?" Zhao Tianyu chose not to elaborate further. First, he gently placed the cleaned wild chicken on a wooden plank he had gathered from the shore. Then, wielding the military knife, he expertly chopped the chicken into uniformly sized pieces. Next, he swiftly approached the coast with the carcass of the venomous snake, meticulously cleaning it and rinsing it with seawater before returning to the fire to cut it into small chunks. With all preparations complete, he placed the pot steadily over the flames, then cracked open several coconuts, pouring the clear coconut water into the pot. The moment the coconut water met the pot, a refreshing aroma wafted into the air, invigorating the senses. Finally, Zhao Tianyu added the chopped wild chicken and snake meat into the pot, beginning the patient process of simmering them together. As time passed, nearly an hour slipped by, and at last, the wild chicken and snake meat simmering in the pot reached perfection. A rich aroma surged forth like a torrent, permeating the air. The enticing scent compelled everyone present to swallow audibly, their appetites stirred. Those who had been ravenous, with stomachs pressing against their backs, eagerly grasped their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the succulent wild chicken and snake meat with gusto. The snake and wild chicken, tenderized in coconut milk, delivered a flavor that was nothing short of astonishing. Not only did it showcase the inherent deliciousness of the meats, but it also embraced the unique sweetness of the coconut milk, creating an indescribable and delightful taste. As they feasted, praises flowed forth, accompanied by sounds of appreciation echoing from their lips. In less than 10 minutes, the pot was rendered empty, every drop of broth consumed. Yet, despite their satiation, their expressions betrayed a lingering desire for more, as if they had not yet had their fill. Satisfied, Zhao Tianyu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, leisurely igniting it and taking a deep drag. As the smoke spiraled upwards, an expression of pure enjoyment graced his face, as though he were the happiest man on earth in that moment. A smoke after a meal, life is more than divine, he mused, his voice imbued with contentment for the meal and a zest for life. Chapter 64, Crafting Bows and Arrows. After finishing his cigarette, Zhao Tianyu rose to gather a porcupine by the shoreline. With utmost care, he meticulously plucked each sharp quill from the creature and set them aside. Once all the quills were removed, he skillfully used his military knife to carefully strip away the porcupine's hide. He extracted the internal organs, setting aside the liver while discarding the rest into the sea. With the prepared porcupine and its quills in hand, he returned to the fire and addressed Lu Shui and the others. Why don't you all venture to the coastline and see if you can gather some fishing line? I will search the woods for some sticks, as I intend to craft a few bows and arrows. Once we return to the shelter, I will teach you how to shoot. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and her companions promptly stood and made their way towards the coastline, while Zhao Tianyu ventured into the woods with his knife in hand. Wandering through the forest, he soon discovered a tall elm tree, and a wave of joy washed over him, for he knew it was an excellent material for making bows and arrows. Without hesitation, he raised his knife and struck the trunk with force. With a resounding crack, a stick the thickness of a child's arm fell to the ground. Zhao Tianyu continued to swing his knife, and in no time, 4 or 5 such sticks lay on the forest floor. Subsequently, he also chopped down some thinner sticks, which he planned to use for arrows. Once he had gathered the wood, Zhao Tianyu skillfully bound them together with tree bark, hoisting the bundle over his shoulder and striding purposefully back towards the coastline. Upon his return to the fire, he found that Lu Shui and the others had yet to arrive. Zhao Tianyu remained unhurried as he placed the cut wooden sticks on the ground. He then grasped his military knife and began to meticulously shape them. Firstly, he whittled the sticks, each resembling the thickness of a child's arm, into the ideal form envisioned in his mind. Each stroke was precise and forceful, sending wood shavings flying. Next, he carefully carved the sticks of a finger's width into the dimensions of chopsticks. Finally, he placed the processed sticks over the fire to roast, allowing them to become a deep, lustrous black. This method not only enhanced the stick's resilience, but also endowed them with greater flexibility, thereby improving the quality of the bows and arrows. With great enthusiasm, Zhao Tianyu picked up one of the sticks designated for bow making. He gripped both ends tightly and exerted all his strength, bending the stick into the desired arc. However, upon releasing his grip, the stick promptly returned to its straight form. Seizing the military knife once more, he carved shallow grooves at both ends of the stick. These grooves would serve as critical points for binding the bowstring. While Zhao Tianyu was focused on crafting the bow, Lu Shui and several others returned, panting and carrying a jumbled assortment of fishing lines. They collapsed by the fire, gasping for breath. Upon seeing the fishing lines they had brought back, Zhao Tianyu's heart leapt with joy. He carefully untangled the chaotic mess of lines. Using his military knife, he cut the fishing lines to the lengths he required, then took 3 strands and meticulously twisted them together for added strength. Next, he picked up the stick once more, bending it again into the shape of a bow. Finally, he secured the intertwined fishing lines firmly into the grooves at both ends of the stick. After considerable effort, he successfully fashioned a rudimentary bow. Zhao Tianyu tested the bowstring made of fishing line. Upon releasing it, it produced a crisp sound. He nodded in satisfaction. In less than an hour, Zhao Tianyu had crafted 4 bows. Although they appeared somewhat rudimentary, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Having completed the bow, he did not pause. Instead, he grabbed a stick the thickness of a chopstick and, wielding his military knife with practiced ease, carved a groove at one end. He then swiftly made a cross-shaped incision at the opposite end. This incision was perfectly executed, neither compromising the stick's integrity nor allowing the porcupine quills to slip out. Carefully, he extracted a sharp quill from a porcupine and inserted it into the cross-shaped slot. He then bound the quill tightly to the stick with fishing line, ensuring it would remain secure. Thus, a simple yet practical arrow was completed. Zhao Tianyu gazed at his creation, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Eagerly, he picked up one of the bows and knocked the freshly crafted arrow onto the bowstring. Adjusting his stance, he aimed at the trunk of a large tree approximately 8 or 9 meters away. He gently released his grip, and the bowstring emitted a sharp twang as the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the tree trunk with unwavering precision. The porcupine quill arrowhead embedded itself deeply into the bark, and Zhao Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. The expressions of admiration and awe on the faces of Lu Shui and her companions reflected their astonishment. In the days spent with Zhao Tianyu, he had consistently brought them unexpected delights. Whether crafting tools, foraging for sustenance, or addressing various unforeseen circumstances, Zhao Tianyu seemed to possess boundless capabilities. As if there were no challenge he could not surmount. Lu Shui and the others silently rejoiced in their decision to ally with Zhao Tianyu. Having such a remarkably skilled individual by their side filled them with a profound sense of security. As Zhao Tianyu tirelessly fashioned arrows, by nightfall he had completed nearly 20. After savoring some roasted porcupine meat, he instructed Lu Shui and the trio, "Tonight, you four will take turns keeping watch." With that, he collapsed onto the palm leaves like a rag doll, and soon the sound of thunderous snoring filled the air. On the following morning, just as the sky began to pale with dawn, Zhao Tianyu awoke as if summoned by an invisible alarm. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he noticed Lu Shui still seated by the fire, her bloodshot eyes betraying her exhaustion. He quickly rose from the palm leaves and approached her, saying, "You should rest for a while. Once it's light, we'll return to the shelter." Lu Shui shook her head, mustering her energy to reply, "I'm not that tired. Let us wait until we get back to the shelter to sleep." Seeing her resolve, Zhao Tianyu refrained from insisting further. Nodding in acknowledgement before turning to rouse the still slumbering Su Ran, Linyu, and Zhou Wanting. As they arrived at the coastline, they splashed their faces with the refreshing sea water, the coolness invigorating their spirits. Returning to the fire, Zhao Tianyu roasted more porcupine meat, and after a hearty meal together, they began to pack their belongings. They stuffed all the coconuts they had gathered into several suitcases, each person shouldering one as they set off toward the shelter. Greeted by the rising sun. Chapter 65. Encounter with a leopard. As each person carried a suitcase filled with coconuts and clothing, their physical burden was compounded, necessitating constant vigilance for potential dangers lurking nearby, resulting in a notably slow pace. Particularly for Lu Shui and the other three. They had scarcely ventured far before the weight of the heavy suitcases rendered them nearly unable to stand upright. Their clothes were thoroughly soaked with perspiration, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads as they gasped for breath, each inhalation seemingly demanding every ounce of their strength. Observing their plight, Zhao Tianyu allowed them to take breaks after short stretches of walking to alleviate their fatigue. However, with nearly 10 kilometers remaining to the shelter, even with their intermittent pauses, 3 hours had elapsed, and they had covered less than half the distance. Linyu, utterly exhausted and panting heavily, struggled to lift her head and address Zhao Tianyu. "Brother Zhao, we truly cannot proceed any further. This suitcase is excessively heavy, nearly suffocating me. Moreover, my stomach is growling with hunger. Could we perhaps take a moment to rest?" Observing the flushed faces and labored breaths of the four girls, Zhao Tianyu could only nod in agreement. He soon located a large, shady tree, carefully scanning the surroundings to ensure no lurking dangers were present, before allowing the four girls to sit beneath its branches to recuperate. Lu Shui and her companions dropped their heavy suitcases to the ground and sank down, gasping for air. Zhao Tianyu also set his suitcase and bamboo basket on the ground, leaning against the tree trunk while catching his breath. After nearly 10 minutes of rest, feeling somewhat revitalized, Zhao Tianyu gathered some firewood and dry grass from the vicinity and ignited a small fire beneath the tree. He sharpened several sticks to a point and retrieved a piece of porcupine meat from his bamboo basket, skewering it onto the sticks. Carefully, he placed the meat over the glowing embers, allowing it to roast slowly. Within 10 minutes, the porcupine meat turned a golden brown, sizzling and releasing a tantalizing aroma that made Lu Shui and her friend salivate. Once the meat was ready, Zhao Tianyu handed each girl 2 skewers. Gratefully accepting the skewers, Lu Shui and her friends eagerly devoured the sizzling meat, disregarding the heat. After relishing the roasted delicacy, Zhao Tianyu opened a few coconuts from his suitcase, distributing one to each of the girls. He took one for himself, tilting his head back and drinking every drop of coconut water in a single gulp. He then pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and smoked leisurely. After finishing his cigarette, he extinguished the fire, hoisted the bamboo basket onto his back, and lifted the suitcase to continue toward the shelter. Lu Shui and her friends also shouldered their suitcases and followed Zhao Tianyu's lead. As they ambled forward, a sudden cacophony of birdsong shattered the serene atmosphere. Startled, they looked up to see the birds in the branches take flight in a panic, disappearing instantly into the dense foliage. Zhao Tianyu's heart raced, and he stopped abruptly, gazing warily into the depths of the forest. Simultaneously, Lu Shui and her companions halted, tense and alert. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, every gaze fixed on the woods, awaiting the unknown peril. Though less than a minute passed, it felt interminable to each of them. Finally, a massive leopard appeared silently, akin to a specter in their line of sight. Its size was astonishing. The creature's head was nearly the size of a basin, standing over a meter tall, with a body exceeding 2 meters in length and limbs as robust as an adult's calves. Zhao Tianyu's eyes widened as he gazed upon the colossal creature before him, a surge of fear welling up within him. He pondered silently. Had this leopard somehow transformed into a formidable entity? How could it possibly be so immense? Confronted by such a ferocious beast, Zhao Tianyu dared not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. He swiftly placed his suitcase and bamboo basket on the ground, then, without hesitation, drew a sharp military knife from his waist, gripping it firmly in hand, positioned defensively in front of him. His eyes fixed on the leopard with hawk-like intensity, refusing to relent. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and her companions had already turned pale with terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They were completely paralyzed by the sight of the gigantic leopard, their limbs shaking as if caught in a tempest. Zhao Tianyu, his expression grave, shouted at Lu Shui and her friends, "Quickly put down your luggage and find a safe place to hide." Upon hearing his words, Lu Shui and her companions snapped back to reality, hastily placing their luggage on the ground and darting behind a large tree like startled rabbits. Zhao Tianyu, however, remained steadfast, his grip on the military knife unwavering as he maintained his unwavering gaze upon the leopard. The leopard, sensing their presence, halted, its sharp eyes locking onto Zhao Tianyu and his friends, exuding an aura of ferocity. Thus, the two sides remained locked in a tense standoff for less than half a minute, time seemingly suspended. Suddenly, the leopard raised its head and unleashed a deafening roar. The sound reverberated through the air like thunder, instilling fear in all who heard it. In the next instant, the leopard lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging straight at Zhao Tianyu. Unfazed, Zhao Tianyu shouted defiantly, "Beast, you come at the perfect time. Let me show you how I shall deal with you today." It is well known that leopards possess incredible speed, ranking among the swiftest in the animal kingdom, particularly with a specimen as massive as this one before him. Its velocity was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the leopard had closed the distance to within 5 meters of Zhao Tianyu. It leaped high, baring its gaping maw and sharp fangs, preparing to sink its teeth into him. In that heart-stopping moment, Zhao Tianyu exhibited extraordinary agility and reflexes. His body moved with lightning speed, evading the leopard's lethal strike as if he were a specter. Simultaneously, the military knife in his hand sliced through the air with a glint of cold steel, striking fiercely at the menacing leopard. The knife, as sharp as the scythe of death, mercilessly carved a gaping wound over several centimeters long into the leopard's body. In an instant, blood gushed forth from the leopard's injury like a fountain, staining the surrounding grass crimson. The leopard, grievously wounded, let out a heart-wrenching, soul-piercing cry that echoed throughout the forest, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Chapter 66. The defeat of the leopard in agony. The leopard struggled, sprinting forward several meters before finally managing to come to an unsteady halt. However, the injured leopard did not retreat. Instead, it became enraged. With blood-red eyes and a low, rumbling growl, it clearly harbored deep resentment toward Zhao Tianyu for the earlier attack. Unexpectedly, the leopard chose not to assault the 4 individuals hiding behind a massive tree, but rather resolutely turned back to pounce once more at Zhao Tianyu. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu stood before a grand tree, observing as the leopard charged towards him with the ferocity of a famished tiger. His nerves instantly tightened to their utmost. Yet, he did not succumb to panic. Instead, he reacted swiftly, deftly sidestepping to the side. The leopard, like a bolt of lightning, sped past with astonishing velocity, unable to halt its momentum, and crashed directly into the trunk of the tree like a cannonball. A resounding thud echoed as the tree shuddered violently from the impact, teetering as if it might topple at any moment. Leaves cascaded down like startled butterflies, creating a verdant shower. From this breathtaking spectacle, one could easily fathom the immense force behind the leopard's charge. The leopard itself was momentarily dazed by the unexpected collision, its hefty head bobbing like a rattling drum, seemingly unable to regain its senses. Seizing this fleeting opportunity during the leopard's brief stupor, Zhao Tianyu gripped his military knife tightly and, without hesitation, struck fiercely at one of the leopard's legs. The knife gleamed as it sliced through the air, accurately landing upon the leopard's ankle. With a sharp crack, the leopard's leg snapped like a broken branch. It emitted an agonizing shriek that pierced the air, echoing like a chilling wail that could rattle one's very core. Nonetheless, this did not deter it. Rather, it ignited its ferocity. Enduring the excruciating pain, the leopard turned its head, baring its formidable maw like a frenzied beast, and lunged again at Zhao Tianyu. This time, Zhao Tianyu did not choose to evade. He stood steadfast, eyes locked onto the leopard. As it lunged towards him, he suddenly raised his foot and, channeling all his strength, delivered a powerful kick to the leopard's head. The strike was thunderous, infused with Zhao Tianyu's fury and resolve, landing squarely on the leopard's jaw. A muffled thud resonated as the leopard's body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Zhao Tianyu's foot throbbed from the recoil, aching as if it might fracture. With the leopard now down, he dared not hesitate. He swiftly advanced, right hand gripping the knife as he thrust it with the speed of lightning towards the leopard's neck. With a swift, decisive thrust, the knife penetrated effortlessly through the leopard's fur and flesh, embedding itself deep within its throat. Zhao Tianyu unsheathed his military knife without hesitation, and in an instant, a torrent of hot blood gushed forth from the leopard's neck, splattering onto the ground and forming a pool of crimson. The leopard, struck by such a fatal blow, emitted a chilling scream that echoed through the silent forest, sending shivers down one's spine. It writhed on the ground in agony, desperately attempting to escape the sudden and excruciating pain. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu dared not relent for a moment. He quickly retreated several meters, gripping the knife tightly, while keeping his eyes fixed on the dying leopard. The severely wounded creature thrashed about with increasing intensity, its cries gradually growing weaker. Nevertheless, Zhao Tianyu remained undeterred by its plight, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance, prepared for any eventuality. As time ticked by, nearly 10 minutes passed before the leopard's cries finally subsided, ultimately fading into silence. Only then did Zhao Tianyu cautiously approach, gently nudging the leopard's body with his foot to confirm its lifelessness. Sighing in relief at the realization of the leopard's demise, he exhaled heavily, his breath coming in deep gasps. Concealed behind a large tree, Lu Shui and her companions stood in stunned disbelief at the scene before them, their mouths agape in incredulity. They could hardly fathom that Zhao Tianyu had so effortlessly vanquished such a formidable leopard. In that moment, their admiration for him surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming them beyond the capacity for words. Slowly, the four emerged from their hiding place, approaching Zhao Tianyu. They exchanged glances at the leopard's carcass before turning their gaze to him, their faces radiating awe and reverence. Feeling somewhat bashful under their unabashed scrutiny, Zhao Tianyu chuckled and asked, "Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Lu Shui, her voice trembling with excitement, expressed, "Brother Zhao, your bravery is astounding. To have dispatched that leopard so swiftly is truly impressive. I am in absolute awe of you." Lin Yu quickly echoed, "Indeed, Brother Zhao, your prowess has taken me by surprise. My admiration for you flows like the mighty yellow river, ceaseless and boundless." However, before Lin Yu could finish her sentence, Zhao Tianyu hastily waved his hand to interrupt her, laughing, "Stop. Stop. That is quite an exaggeration. I'm starting to get goosebumps." Su Ran chimed in, "Brother Zhao, you are truly a man, to have dealt with that leopard so decisively." To which Zhao Tianyu replied, slightly amused, "What are you implying? Am I not a man, but a woman?" Lastly, Zhouan looked at the leopard's body and inquired, "Brother Zhao, what should we do with the leopard's carcass?" With a smile, Zhao Tianyu responded, "Is that even a question? Of course, we'll take it back to eat. I've never had leopard meat before. I wonder what it tastes like." Hearing his words, Zhou Wanning inquired once more, "That leopard must weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds. How do we intend to carry it back?" Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile, "You need not worry about that. I possess considerable strength. I will entrust my suitcase and bamboo basket to you." With that, he wiped the blood from his military knife onto the leopard's fur and secured it at his waist. Chapter 67. Returned to the sanctuary before long, Zhao Tianyu grasped the leopard's legs firmly with both hands, and with a sudden heave, he effortlessly hoisted the 200 to 300-pound creature onto his shoulder. Lu Shui and the others were left astounded by this remarkable display, silently exclaiming, "Good heavens! Is this still a mere mortal? How could he lift such a heavy leopard with such ease?" Yet Zhao Tianyu appeared oblivious to the weight of the leopard, steadily carrying it as he strode towards the sanctuary. Observing this, Lu Shui and her companions dared not delay, swiftly shouldering their own suitcases and following closely behind him. Lu Shui and Su Ran teamed up to lift the suitcase that Zhao Tianyu had previously carried. Although it was considerably lighter than the leopard, it was still a considerable burden for the two young women. Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting similarly combined their efforts to hoist the heavy bamboo basket. As a result, everyone's load grew increasingly cumbersome, and their pace slowed. They could only traverse short distances before needing to pause and rest. Thus, they trudged onward, taking over 3 hours to finally return to the riverbank. By that time, the 5 of them were utterly exhausted, feeling as if their bodies were no longer their own. Their clothes were drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to their forms, and they gasped for breath as if they would never inhale sufficiently again. Zhao Tianyu tossed the leopard to the ground and collapsed like a heap of clay, sitting down heavily and wishing to move no more. Lu Shui and the others followed suit, dropping their burdens and sinking to the ground, panting heavily, too fatigued to utter a word. As time ticked by, nearly half an hour passed before they began to feel a semblance of recovery. Zhao Tianyu stood up and approached the suitcase, opening it to extract several coconuts, which he skillfully split open with his knife. He distributed one to each of Lu Shui's group and took one for himself, drinking the coconut water in one go, leaving not a drop behind. After quenching his thirst, Zhao Tianyu dragged the leopard's carcass to the riverbank, preparing to commence its processing. Seeing this, Lu Shui and the others quickly rose to their feet and hurried to assist. However, in truth, they could only stand by and observe as Zhao Tianyu adeptly carried out the task. It took him nearly half an hour to completely skin the leopard. He then used his knife to make an incision in the creature's abdomen, carefully extracting its innards one by one. He left a portion of the entrails, intending to place them into the fishing trap as bait, while the remainder was callously discarded into the small river, allowing the water to carry them away. After dealing with the entrails, Zhao Tianyu picked up his military knife and began to slice the leopard meat into smaller pieces. Lu Shui and the others transported the diced leopard meat into the kitchen, carefully placing it atop palm leaves. It took nearly half an hour to transfer all the leopard meat, which weighed close to 200 pounds, into the kitchen. This ample supply would suffice for the 5 of them for nearly a month, alleviating the need to forage for food in the woods for some time. Zhao Tianyu then took a piece of leopard meat, skillfully cutting it into even smaller chunks before gently placing it into a pot to stew. During the time the leopard meat simmered, Zhao Tianyu remained industrious. He meticulously scraped away the residual fat from the leopard skin, anxious not to damage the precious hide. Once the fat was entirely removed and the skin was washed clean with river water, he hung it on a tree branch to dry. As time passed, the savory aroma of the stewing leopard meat began to waft through the air. When the meat was finally ready, Zhao Tianyu added some sea salt crystals to enhance the flavor. The group, already famished, could hardly contain their anticipation as they caught a whiff of the enticing scent. They eagerly grabbed their bowls and chopsticks, diving into the pot to savor the tender, succulent leopard meat. Each bite captivated them with its unique flavor. The meat was juicy and rich, each morsel intoxicatingly delicious. "This leopard meat is absolutely exquisite," exclaimed Linyu, her face aglow with delight. "I never imagined I would have a chance to taste such a delectable dish in my lifetime. It surpasses ordinary beef and lamb by several folds." Her enthusiasm resonated with Zhao Tianyu and the others, who nodded in agreement, praising the meal. After indulging in the stewed leopard meat, night had fully descended. Exhausted from the day's exertions, the group sat by the fireplace for a while, conversing, before retiring early to their shelter for a well-deserved rest. Perhaps due to the physical fatigue, they all enjoyed a deep and peaceful sleep that night. The following morning, the sky was still draped in a gray haze, the sun yet to fully rise, and the world was enveloped in a delicate layer of morning mist. Zhao Tianyu, as was his custom, awoke early from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze settling on Lu Shui and the others sprawled on a large bed. They were still lost in sweet dreams, sleeping soundly, even emitting soft snores. Zhao Tianyu chose not to disturb them. Instead, he carefully climbed out of bed, cautious not to awaken their peaceful reverie. He tiptoed to the entrance of the shelter, gently pushing open the bamboo door. The morning air was particularly invigorating, imbued with a refreshing coolness that uplifted the spirit. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, Zhao Tianyu felt revitalized, his mood brightening. He strolled to the riverbank, crouching down to dip his hands into the cool waters, relishing the sensation of the refreshing flow cascading through his fingers. He cupped his hands, gently splashing water upon his face. The icy sensation sent a shiver down his spine, yet invigorated him considerably. After washing his face, Zhao Tianyu recalled the 2 fishing traps he had placed in the river. Having spent the past few days by the coast without the opportunity to check on them, he decided to retrieve the traps from the water. Each trap contained a fair number of small fish and shrimp, though many had perished due to a lack of oxygen. He carefully removed the deceased fish and shrimp, discarding them back into the river, and then gently placed the surviving ones into a small puddle by the riverbank for safekeeping. He added some leopard innards to the traps before returning them to the water. Upon entering the kitchen, he noticed a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing around the leopard meat. Zhao Tianyu swiftly picked up a piece of leopard meat and brought it to his nose for a sniff, relieved to find that it had not spoiled, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 68. Boiling sea salt and constructing a smokehouse. Zhao Tianyu pondered deeply. With the weather so sweltering, if he did not promptly process the leopard meat, it would soon rot, a lamentable loss indeed. However, to cure the leopard meat, he first needed to boil the sea salt crystals he had brought back from the coast. Resolute, he wasted no time, swiftly rising and striding towards the woods. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the grove of bamboo. Selecting a stalk as thick as a bowl, he unsheathed his military knife and began to chop vigorously. The blade flashed, bamboo shavings flew, and within 5 minutes, the stalk fell with a resounding crack. Zhao Tianyu deftly removed all the branches from the bamboo, cutting it into small segments. He then bound these segments tightly together with the branches he had just severed, hoisting the bundle and making his way back to the shelter with determined strides. Upon reaching the kitchen's exterior, he further processed the bamboo, slicing it into individual tubes. Armed with these tubes, he dashed to the riverbank, filling them with water before hastily returning to the kitchen. He then carefully poured the sea salt crystals into the water-filled bamboo tubes. From a bamboo basket, he retrieved a large plastic bottle he had brought back from the coast. With a swift motion, he cut off the bottom, creating a clean opening. He found a stick and extracted some charcoal from the fireplace, placing it inside the bottle, and then carried the bottle to the river. Submerging it, he allowed the river water to wash the charcoal thoroughly. Afterward, he poured the washed charcoal onto the grass by the riverbank. He also gathered some clean river sand, layering it with a few centimeters of charcoal in the bottle, arranging the pieces tightly to form a solid base. Continuing, he placed a layer of fine river sand, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick, atop the charcoal, allowing the delicate and even sand to cover it seamlessly. Thus, he meticulously filled the empty bottle by alternating layers of charcoal and river sand, ensuring each stratum was laid with utmost precision, devoid of any carelessness. Finally, he employed a military knife to pierce several minuscule holes, akin to grains of rice, into the bottle cap. To enhance the efficacy of this filtration apparatus, he judiciously cut a strip of cloth from his garment and securely bound it around the mouth of the bottle with fishing line. This cloth served to prevent any charcoal and river sand from escaping. After a meticulous crafting process, a rudimentary filtration device was thus born. Meanwhile, the sea salt crystals had completely dissolved in the water, awaiting the moment of filtration. At this juncture, Lu Shui and her 3 companions leisurely emerged from the shelter. With sleepy eyes, they rubbed their eyelids and yawned, as though still partially ensnared in the realm of dreams. Upon reaching the riverbank, they briefly washed up before heading straight to the kitchen. Upon entering, their eyes were captivated by the bamboo tubes. Su Ran was the first to inquire, "Brother Zhao, what are you up to?" Zhao Tianyu smiled slightly, explaining, "I am filtering these sea salt crystals so that we can swiftly extract the sea salt, which will then be used to cure the leopard meat." After speaking, he handed the filtration device to Su Ran, requesting her assistance in holding it. Subsequently, he positioned the pot beneath the filtration apparatus, ready to collect the filtered brine. Once everything was prepared, Zhao Tianyu cautiously lifted a bamboo tube filled with brine and slowly poured its contents into the filtration device. The brine trickled down the bamboo, passing through the layers of charcoal and river sand, ultimately dripping drop by drop into the pot below. While this process appeared straightforward, it required immense caution and patience. Zhao Tianyu was wholly focused on the task, wary of any slip-ups. Thus, as time elapsed, nearly half an hour later, a pot brimming with clear brine finally presented itself before them. Zhao Tianyu then placed the full pot atop the hearth to commence the process of boiling the sea salt. Transforming such a large quantity of brine into sea salt would demand several hours of diligence. Observing the pile of leopard meat atop the palm leaves, Zhao Tianyu contemplated inwardly. In such sweltering weather, merely using sea salt to cure the leopard meat would likely prove insufficient for long-term preservation. It appeared that smoking was also necessary. He turned to Lu Shui and the others, stating, "We must construct a smoking chamber to ensure the leopard meat remains unspoiled." Lu Shui and the others nodded in agreement, prompting Zhao Tianyu to rise and lead the way into the woods, with the 4 girls promptly following suit. Upon entering the bamboo grove, Zhao Tianyu began to carefully select bamboo. With keen eyes, he soon identified several pieces of bamboo, roughly the thickness of an arm, and swiftly began to fell them. Since only a smoking chamber was required, the sturdiness akin to that of the shelter was unnecessary, making these bamboo poles entirely sufficient. In less than half an hour, Zhao Tianyu had already felled a substantial pile of bamboo. Subsequently, he cut these bamboo stalks into segments of 2 to 3 meters in length, binding them together with rope before shouldering the load back to the area outside the kitchen. Upon returning, Zhao Tianyu did not pause for breath. He swiftly grasped a military knife and meticulously sliced the bamboo to his desired lengths, skillfully carving out mortise and tenon joints. Once everything was prepared, he, alongside Lu Shui and the others, commenced the construction of the smokehouse. They toiled diligently until midday, yet scarcely half of the smokehouse was completed. Although Lu Shui and her companions had not engaged in much labor, they were exhausted and their stomachs growled with hunger. The group retreated to the kitchen for a brief respite, at which point the brine simmering in the pot was nearly evaporated. Zhao Tianyu, dismissing the need for rest, seized a small stick and began stirring vigorously. After another half hour had passed, the brine had completely evaporated, leaving a layer of white sea salt at the bottom of the pot. Zhao Tianyu promptly removed the pot from the hearth, allowing it to cool slightly before carefully transferring the sea salt into bottles for storage. He then took the pot to the riverbank to wash it thoroughly, fetching some water to bring back to the kitchen, where he placed it on the hearth. He added a piece of marbled leopard meat to the pot and began to simmer it slowly. After enjoying the stewed leopard meat, Zhao Tianyu instructed Lu Shui and Su Ran to filter and continue boiling the brine from the bamboo tubes to produce more sea salt, while he, along with Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, resumed the construction of the smokehouse. As the sun began its descent, casting a tinge of orange-red across the horizon, Zhao Tianyu, accompanied by Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, finally completed the smokehouse. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and Su Ran successfully boiled down all the seawater from the bamboo tubes into sea salt, yielding no less than 5 or 6 bottles. This ample supply of sea salt was more than sufficient for curing the leopard meat, with plenty remaining. With time of the essence, Zhao Tianyu seized the opportunity before darkness enveloped the land, leading the girls into the woods to gather some pine branches. They brought the branches back to the smokehouse and ignited a fire within. As the flame spread, the firewood gradually burned down, leaving behind only glowing embers. Zhao Tianyu carefully arranged the pine branches atop the charcoal, allowing them to continue burning and releasing a rich pine aroma. Next, he took some sea salt and evenly sprinkled it over the leopard meat, ensuring that each piece absorbed the seasoning thoroughly. The marinated leopard meat was then delicately placed inside the smokehouse. Observing the leopard meat enveloped in swirling smoke, Lu Shui could not suppress her curiosity. Her eyes wide with wonder, she inquired, "Brother Zhao, after such a smoking treatment, can we really eat this leopard meat?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a confident smile as he patiently explained, "Of course, it can be eaten, and it will taste remarkably good. This smoking method not only extends the preservation of the meat, but also imparts a unique flavor." Hearing his assurance, Lu Shui and the others remained somewhat skeptical. After savoring a stew of leopard meat, the group returned to the shelter early and settled into their beds for the night. The next morning, before the sun had risen, Zhao Tianyu awoke as he usually did, his eyes fluttering open in the early dawn. He gently rolled out of bed, careful not to disturb Lu Shui and the others who were still in slumber. Stealthily, he made his way out of the shelter and approached the smoking chamber. After a night of smoking, the leopard meat had undergone a noticeable transformation. Its moisture had gradually evaporated, resulting in a slightly dehydrated texture, while the surface had taken on a darkened hue from the smoke. Zhao Tianyu observed these changes meticulously, nodding to himself in approval, signifying that the smoking process had proven effective. Subsequently, he turned and ventured into the woods, armed with a military knife, skillfully chopping down some fresh pine branches. He carried the freshly cut branches back to the smoking chamber, delicately removing the leopard meat within. He added some kindling to the chamber, igniting a small fire. Once the flames had dwindled to glowing embers, he swiftly covered them with the newly gathered pine branches. Zhao Tianyu then rehung the leopard meat in the smoking chamber, allowing it to continue absorbing the aromatic smoke. After completing this task, he made his way to the riverbank. He crouched down and splashed his face with the cool river water. In that moment, he felt rejuvenated, as though all his fatigue had been washed away by the refreshing current. He checked the 2 fish traps he had set, discovering a bountiful catch of small fish and shrimp in each. With great care, he poured the fish and shrimp into a small puddle by the riverbank before gently returning the traps to the water. After finishing these tasks, he glanced down at his soiled clothes, a strong odor of sweat wafting toward him. Frowning, he muttered to himself, "Oh dear, I'm in quite a state. I must clean up." His gaze fell upon the crystal-clear river, and an idea struck him. It had been days since his last bath. Why not take advantage of the fact that Lu Shui and the others were still asleep and indulge in a refreshing wash? With this thought, Zhao Tianyu promptly returned to the shelter, quickly retrieving a set of clean clothes before hastening back to the riverbank. Standing at the water's edge, he disrobed completely and stepped into the river to bathe. Although the water was a tad chilly, the morning sun rendered it not too uncomfortable. Zhao Tianyu reveled in the water, feeling the gentle caress of the stream, as if all his weariness and grime were being swept away. Just as he was lost in this blissful bathing experience, Su Ran emerged from the shelter, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she ambled toward the riverbank, seemingly oblivious to Zhao Tianyu's presence in the water. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu, with his back turned to her, remained unaware of her approach. However, when Su Ran reached the riverbank, her gaze suddenly fell upon a shocking sight. Zhao Tianyu was bathing in the river, completely unclothed. The sudden sight left Su Ran utterly astonished, her small face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. With a hint of shyness, she ventured, "Zhao Ge, why are you bathing so early in the morning? You truly startled me." Her voice trembled slightly, indicating she had yet to fully recover from her earlier shock. Upon hearing Su Ran's voice, Zhao Tianyu quickly turned his head. Upon seeing her face ablaze with embarrassment, he too felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He hastily explained, "Oh, I just felt incredibly dirty, so I decided to take a quick shower while you all were still asleep. Please, turn away for a moment. I'll be done shortly." However, contrary to Zhao Tianyu's expectations, Su Ran did not turn to leave. Instead, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips as she replied, "Why should I turn away? You're a grown man. Are you afraid I might see? Besides, when we were by the shore, you already saw all of us." Zhao Tianyu was momentarily speechless. He hadn't anticipated her directness, which caught him off guard. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and chuckled, "Huh, you have a point. If that's the case, feel free to look. After all, my physique is quite admirable, so I'm not worried about your gaze." Having said that, Zhao Tianyu seemed to shed all inhibitions, continuing his shower as if Su Ran were no longer present. Su Ran's eyes were magnetically drawn to Zhao Tianyu's bronzed skin and muscular physique. She couldn't help but think, how unexpectedly splendid his figure is. This thought flitted across her mind, and her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple once more, as she internally berated herself. "Su Ran, what has happened to you? Why have you become so infatuated?" Nevertheless, her eyes seemed to have a will of their own, irresistibly lingering on Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu, sensing her gaze, shyly remarked, I say, Suda Mei, have you finished looking? If you have, please turn your head. I need to get dressed. Upon hearing his words, Su Ran's face reddened further. Like a startled rabbit, she hastily turned away, unable to glance at him again. Observing her reaction, Zhao Tianyu quickly climbed out of the small river, grabbed his clothes, and donned them with remarkable speed. Once dressed, he addressed Su Ran. I'm all set. You can turn back now. Slowly, she turned around, her cheeks still adorned with a rosy hue, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Zhao Tianyu, captivated by her bashful demeanor, felt a stir in his heart and teasingly remarked, Suda Mei, were you thinking of something scandalous while you were staring at me? At his playful banter, Su Ran's face grew even redder. She shot him an annoyed glare and retorted, I don't know what you're talking about. After saying this, she swiftly moved to the riverbank, crouched down, and began to wash her face with the water. Zhao Tianyu refrained from further teasing her, taking the freshly changed clothes to the riverbank to wash and hang them on a nearby branch to dry. Returning to the kitchen, he settled beside the fireplace, lighting a cigarette and indulging in its smoke with a sense of leisure. After finishing her ablutions, Su Ran re-entered the kitchen and, noticing Zhao Tianyu smoking by the fireplace, expressed her concern. Brother Zhao, smoking is detrimental to your health. You ought to reduce your intake. Zhao Tianyu chuckled, replying, I have few other indulgences, but my craving for cigarettes is quite robust. You cannot imagine how restless I felt recently without any to smoke. Hearing this, Su Ran smiled gently and refrained from further admonishments. She gathered some firewood and kindled it in the fireplace, then fetched water from the river in a metal pot and placed it over the fire. Having completed these tasks, she hurried off to the smokehouse. Upon opening the door, a faint aroma of smoke enveloped her. Inside, she selected a piece of meat from a leopard, bringing it back to the riverbank to wash thoroughly before returning to the kitchen to cut it into small chunks and place them in the pot to simmer. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu sat contentedly by the fireplace, a cigarette dangling from his lips, watching Su Ran's industrious figure with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. When Su Ran finally finished her tasks and sat beside Zhao Tianyu, he could not help but praise her. Beauty Su, I never anticipated your industriousness. Not only are you amiable and beautiful, but you're also incredibly capable. Any man fortunate enough to marry you must have accumulated great merit in a past life. Su Ran felt a surge of joy at Zhao Tianyu's compliments. With a slight smile, she playfully retorted, Since you praise me so highly, why not just marry me? We're stranded on this deserted island, after all, with no idea when we might leave. Zhao Tianyu, clearly taken aback by her words, froze momentarily, an expression of astonishment crossing his face. However, he quickly regained his composure, laughingly responding, Haha, do not jest with me. I am merely a humble security guard, devoid of wealth or possessions. No car, no money, no savings. My monthly salary is but a few thousand. Yet you, Beauty Su, are a distinguished human resources manager, with countless suitors. How could you possibly consider me? Su Ran, unfazed, chuckled and countered, That may not be the case at all. Perhaps I am particularly drawn to a humble security guard like you. Zhao Tianyu, taken aback once more, widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at Su Ran as if struggling to accept her words. Su Ran, witnessing his reaction, beamed even brighter, akin to a blooming flower. She continued with enthusiasm. Look at you. Your skills are truly remarkable. You can handle even the leopard with such ease. I am quite curious. Someone as capable as you, why not seek a higher paying job? Did you know that the bodyguard for Mr. Liu commands a salary of 50,000 a month? At her words, Zhao Tianyu smiled faintly, revealing a subtle grin. He replied leisurely, I'm the only one at home now. As the saying goes, when one person is full, the whole family is not hungry. I find being a security guard quite agreeable. This way, I am not obliged to cater to others' moods and can live freely, which is wonderful, don't you think? Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran nodded in agreement. She smiled and said, Indeed, you are quite perceptive in your approach to life. Seeing her response, Zhao Tianyu's smile grew even brighter. He continued, Of course, life is but a brief span of decades. Why burden oneself unnecessarily? The essence lies in savoring the present joyfully. What is the use of amassing wealth? After all, tomorrow and the unexpected are unpredictable. Who knows which will come first? Don't you agree? Su Ran, upon hearing this, smiled gently, her lips curving upwards in acknowledgement. Just then, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting entered the kitchen together. As they stepped inside, Lin Yu, wearing a bright smile, inquired, What are you two discussing? You both seem so happy. Zhao Tianyu's smile widened, and in a light-hearted tone, he replied, The beautiful Su has just proposed to me, and we are discussing how to host a grand wedding once we leave this place. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting burst into laughter in unison. Lin Yu teased, without reservation, Are you trying to amuse a 3-year-old? How could Sister Su possibly marry you? Zhao Tianyu appeared unfazed by Lin Yu's jest, still smiling as he said, "What you say is quite absurd. How could the beautiful Su not marry me? Ask her. Did she not just say she wants me to marry her?" With that, he playfully winked at Su Ran. Lin Yu then turned her gaze to Su Ran and asked, "Sister Su, is what this guy's saying true?" Su Ran nodded and chuckled. "I did indeed mention that I wanted brother Zhao to marry me." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui and the others were expressions of disbelief. Zhao Tianyu, still grinning, said to Lin Yu, "See, watermelon, I wasn't lying. The beautiful Su has confirmed it herself. Moreover, I just bathed in the river with her." At this declaration, Lu Shui and the others directed their gaze towards Su Ran. She quickly interjected, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I did not bathe with him." Lin Yu then looked at Zhao Tianyu, feigning anger, and said, "I've told you not to call me watermelon. It sounds terrible. If you keep calling me that, I'll be upset." Zhao Tianyu laughed. "All right, I won't call you that anymore." Chapter 71. Lin Yu is once again teased by Zhao Tianyu. Before long, the leopard meat in the pot was simmered to perfection, releasing an irresistible aroma. As everyone caught a whiff of the enticing scent, they eagerly grabbed their bowls and chopsticks, diving into the tender and flavorful leopard meat, relishing the satisfaction brought by the exquisite dish. After finishing breakfast, Lu Shui smiled at Zhao Tianyu and said, "Brother Zhao, what delightful weather we have. Would you care to take a leisurely stroll in the woods?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle, curiously inquiring, "Why would I want to wander into the woods on such a fine day? We have an abundance of leopard meat, enough to last us a fortnight." Seeing his reaction, Lu Shui quickly explained, "Oh, come now. Eating leopard meat every day can become quite tiresome over time. If you take a little walk in the woods, you might discover some wild vegetables or fruits to savor as a delightful change. Moreover, we are running low on mugwort sticks to fend off mosquitoes. Could you please gather some while you're out?" Zhao Tianyu, amused by her suggestion, replied with a grin, "Honestly, what are you all trying to accomplish by sending me away?" Before he could finish, Lin Yu could no longer contain herself and interjected, "We want to take a bath in the river, but we're afraid you might peek, so we thought it best to send you for a stroll." Zhao Tianyu scoffed, "Am I that kind of person? Besides, would I even need to sneak a glance? That day by the coast, I saw everything quite clearly." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had misspoken, but it was too late to retract. The faces of Lu Shui and the others instantly flushed a vivid red, akin to ripe apples, while Zhou Wanting, visibly upset, chided, "Brother Zhao, you deceiver. Did you not claim to have seen nothing?" Lin Yu, equally defiant, pressed, "Come on, what exactly did you see?" Confronted with this barrage of questions, Zhao Tianyu felt as if he were perched upon a bed of nails, overwhelmed with embarrassment. In a moment of inspiration, he shifted the focus onto Lin Yu, nonchalantly stating, "When you were bent over for me to check your wound, what do you think I could have possibly seen?" Zhao Tianyu's words detonated like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through Lin Yu's heart. Her face flushed as if scorched by fire, crimson to the point of seeming as though it could bleed, her shyness prompting her to wish for a place to hide. "You scoundrel, Zhao. I shall have my revenge." Lin Yu, flustered and incensed, shouted playfully. Before her words could fully register, she lunged at Zhao Tianyu like an enraged little tiger, claws bared. Quick as lightning, Zhao Tianyu extended his arms and embraced her tightly, his swift motions leaving her no time to react. Without hesitation, he reached out and firmly grasped her ample bosom, applying pressure without remorse. This was the second time Zhao Tianyu had so brazenly seized her chest, causing Lin Yu's body to tremble involuntarily. A strange sensation coursed through her like a current, rendering her body momentarily powerless, as if she had been struck by a spell of paralysis. Observing this scene, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting stood nearby, initially stunned, before erupting into a chorus of hearty laughter. As Lin Yu gradually calmed down, Zhao Tianyu did not cease his antics. Instead, he audaciously pinched her chest twice more before finally relenting. A mischievous grin adorned his face as he taunted Lin Yu. "What is the matter? Can't I handle you?" With that, he sprang to his feet, snatched up a bamboo basket that lay nearby, and dashed out of the kitchen like a gust of wind, leaving Lin Yu blushing furiously, a mix of embarrassment and anger etched on her features. After a considerable moment, Lin Yu regained her composure, her face aflame with rage as she shouted after Zhao Tianyu, "You scoundrel, taking advantage of me again." Yet, Zhao Tianyu had already sprinted several meters away. Upon hearing her furious outburst, he halted, turned back to her, and made a silly face, cheerfully exclaiming, "Big watermelon, it feels rather delightful, doesn't it?" This remark only served to stoke the flames of Lin Yu's ire further. She stomped her feet in frustration, utterly powerless against his provocations. Zhao Tianyu, emboldened, continued, "Big watermelon, don't be shy. Just confess, when I examined your wound that day, I accidentally glimpsed your private parts, and oh my, they are quite lovely. Before his words could fully settle, he dashed into the woods with the swiftness of a rabbit, disappearing in an instant. Hearing such brazen and ill-intentioned words from Zhao Tianyu made Lin Yu's face flush crimson, her body trembling with indignation as she inwardly cursed. What kind of misfortune is this? Why must I always be the one suffering? Meanwhile, Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanning continued to laugh unabashedly. Witnessing their mirth only fueled Lin Yu's fury. She glared at the trio, exclaiming, "Are you still laughing? Do you not regard me as your dear sister? Just standing by while he bullies me is exceedingly unkind." Lu Shui, stifling her laughter, replied, "Who told you to provoke him? Look where that S got you. Zhao Gu has caught your chest again, haha." Su Ran chimed in, chuckling, "But honestly, you and Zhao Gu are quite the pair. Always bickering and bringing us endless amusement." Zhou Wanning laughed heartily, adding, "Who told you to have such ample assets? If not you, whom else would he grab?" Lin Yu huffed, retorting, "Haven't you three been exposed to him as well?" To which Su Ran grinned and responded, "Though we might have been seen. We didn't present ourselves like that. Besides, he hasn't grabbed our chests." At Su Ran's words, Lin Yu felt a mix of anger and embarrassment. Lu Shui swiftly intervened, "All right, enough of this. While Zhao Gu is off in the woods, let us hurry to the river for a bath. It'll be troublesome if he returns." With that, she stood up and walked towards the shelter, and Su Ran promptly followed her lead. Upon returning to the shelter, they collected a change of clothes and headed to the riverbank, where they stripped completely and began to wash themselves in the cool waters. Chapter 72. The awakening of spring. As Lin Yu took a bath, her mind incessantly replayed the recent moment when Zhao Tianyu had caressed her chest. The sensation coursed through her body like an electric current, leaving her feeling flustered. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she pondered, how could this be? The brief touch from brother Zhao had elicited such a pleasant response. With her heart racing, it felt as though it might leap from her throat. At that moment, Su Ran noticed Lin Yu's unusual demeanor. Observing her rosy cheeks, Su Ran inquired with a teasing smile, "Yeah, what's the matter? Your face is as red as a ripe apple. Are you experiencing spring fever?" Lu Shui chimed in, joining the playful banter. "Isn't it obvious? Just look at how shy she is. She must be feeling quite amorous." Zhou Wanning laughed in agreement, adding, "I believe Ye is relishing the delightful sensation of being touched by brother Zhao." The teasing from Lu Shui and the others made Lin Yu's face turn an even deeper shade of red, resembling a perfectly ripe apple, or perhaps a monkey's rear. She pouted playfully, retorting, "Who's feeling amorous? I think it's the three of you who are truly lovesick." Without missing a beat, she scooped up some river water and splashed it toward Lu Shui and the others. Taken by surprise, they were drenched, but they quickly retaliated by scooping water and splashing it back at Lin Yu. In an instant, the river's surface erupted with splashes, and the laughter and shrieks of the four girls harmonized in joyous revelry. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu had wandered quite a distance with a bamboo basket on his back until he discovered Shady Tree. After cautiously surveying his surroundings for any potential threats, he leaned against the trunk with ease. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, expertly placed it between his lips, and lit it with his lighter. As he inhaled deeply, the smoke enveloped his mouth. The earlier scene of touching Lin Yu's chest flashed through his mind repeatedly, eliciting an involuntary smirk of satisfaction. Indeed, he mused, the sensation of Lin Yu's chest was rather pleasant. In the solitude of this deserted island, being accompanied by four beautiful women was certainly a unique form of indulgence. Zhao Tianyu continued to smoke, lost in his thoughts, before eventually snapping back to reality and resuming his journey deeper into the woods. After walking for some time, he stumbled upon a lush patch of mugwort growing beneath a large tree. He halted, drew a sharp military knife from his waist, and skillfully cut the mugwort from its roots, carefully placing it into his bamboo basket. Once he had collected a substantial amount, he stood and ventured further into the thicket. As he walked, his eyes brightened upon spotting some freshly sprouted wild ferns. These ferns, dripping with freshness, were clearly newly grown. Zhao Tianyu's heart soared with delight as he hurried over. He had not anticipated discovering wild ferns on this desolate island. What a delightful surprise. It seemed he would soon have an additional delectable dish to enjoy. Eagerly, he crouched down, unable to contain his excitement as he began to harvest the tender wild ferns. After nearly an hour spent in the woods, I finally gathered 3 to 4 pounds of wild ferns, a sufficient quantity for several meals. I pondered that since I'd been away for quite some time, Lu Shui and the others must have finished their bath. Turning, I made my way back toward the shelter. However, before I had ventured far, a sudden, melodious call of a wild chicken reached my ears. I instinctively lifted my head and followed the sound, spotting a vividly colored wild chicken perched on a branch of a nearby tree, incessantly calling out. A spark ignited in Zhao Tianyu's eyes as he halted in his tracks, swiftly retrieving the slingshot he had crafted from his pocket. He bent down to pick up a small, round stone from the ground, placing it on the slingshot's leather pad, before tautening the rubber and aiming at the wild chicken. With a release of his grip, the stone zipped through the air like an arrow, striking the wild chicken with precision. The bird emitted a piercing cry, flapping its wings as it soared 4 or 5 meters forward before crashing to the ground, flailing about. Zhao Tianyu quickly approached, seizing the still struggling wild chicken, grasping its neck and twisting with force. A sharp crack echoed as the chicken's neck snapped, its struggles ceasing almost immediately. Upon finally returning to the shelter, I found Lu Shui and the other seated on a rock by the stream, engaged in cheerful conversation. Noticing my return, they promptly halted their chatter and rose to approach me. Among them, Lin Yu stood with an unusual expression, her brow furrowed slightly, evidently still miffed about the incident where I had grabbed her chest. Her gaze fixed on me, tinged with a hint of anger and discontent. Observing Lin Yu's demeanor, I chuckled and asked, "Yeah, why do you look at me like that?" My tone was lighthearted and teasing, seemingly unfazed by her irritation. Lin Yu's expression darkened further, and she retorted, "Who told you to bully me?" I remained unperturbed, continuing to smile as I replied, "When did I bully you?" Momentarily at a loss for words, Lin Yu struggled to respond. I placed the bamboo basket on the ground and instructed Lu Shui, "Please take care of the wild chicken." Lu Shui nodded and bent to retrieve the chicken from the basket, but her attention was soon captivated by the wild ferns nestled within. Curiously, she inquired, "Brother Zhao, what is this?" With a grin, I responded, "These are wild ferns. Don't you recognize them?" Embarrassed, Lu Shui admitted, "I don't cook at home. So how would I know these things?" I nodded in jest. "That's true. As a big CEO, you surely don't need to cook for yourself." Her cheeks flushed at my remark, and she laughed. "Brother Zhao, please don't tease me. Here on this deserted island, I still have to listen to you." With that, she picked up the wild chicken and headed to the kitchen, intending to toss it into the fireplace to burn off the feathers. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Tianyu promptly intervened with a smile, stating, "Now that we have a pot, we cannot treat the wild chicken in that manner. You should take the mugwort outside to dry. I will handle the wild chicken." As soon as he finished speaking, he seized the pot and filled it with water from the nearby stream, placing it over the fireplace. In a mere 10 minutes, the water reached a boil. Carefully, he removed the pot and immersed the wild chicken in the scalding water for 3 to 4 minutes. He then carried the pot to the riverbank to process the wild chicken, accomplishing the task in under 20 minutes. Soon, the wild chicken was cleaned and returned to the kitchen. Chapter 73. Conversations on a rainy night as evening fell. Zhao Tianyu chopped the prepared wild chicken into small pieces and placed them in the pot for stewing. When the meat was nearly cooked, he added some freshly washed wild ferns, cutting them into small segments to stew alongside the chicken. It must be said that the combination of wild chicken and ferns offered a delightful culinary experience. After dinner, Lu Shui and the others gathered the pots and bowls to wash them by the river. Zhao Tianyu, meanwhile, took the partially dried mugwort to the kitchen, beginning to knead it into small strips. Lu Shui and the others joined him in this task after cleaning the dishes. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days had swiftly passed. During this period, their lives were simple yet orderly. Aside from the occasional foray into the woods for firewood, most of their time was spent within the confines of their modest shelter. One evening, after dinner, they sat by the fireplace engaging in light conversation before retreating early to their beds. In the dead of night, the once tranquil sky was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds, rolling like ink and threatening to engulf the world. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared as a fierce wind swept through, battering against the bamboo door of the shelter with a creaking sound. Before long, torrential raindrops began to pour from the heavens, striking the roof with a cacophonous rhythm akin to a stampede, deafening in its intensity. The sudden downpour caught them off guard, rousing Zhao Tianyu and the others from their slumber. Lying in their beds, they listened to the rain mercilessly pelting the roof, a sense of inexplicable oppression swelling within them. "I miss home," Su Ran suddenly uttered, her voice soft yet piercing through the night like a bolt of lightning, shattering the room's previous calm. This statement seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment, stirring a wave of homesickness in Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanning. The images of their families flickered in their minds like scenes from a film, familiar smiles and warm embraces igniting a profound longing. Thoughts of home erased any lingering drowsiness, and the 4 girls sat up in their beds. Zhao Tianyu also rose, silently pulling out a cigarette, igniting it, and taking a deep drag. At that moment, Lin Yu abruptly shattered the silence, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Brother Zhao, you don't suppose we will be trapped on this deserted island for the rest of our lives, do you?" "I certainly do not wish to spend my remaining days here." Zhao Tianyu, upon hearing this, slightly curved his lips into a faint smile. He reassured her, "Do not worry. One day, we shall leave this deserted island. However, I must confess, even if I were to spend my entire life here, it wouldn't be so bad." Lin Yu clearly expressed her discontent with Zhao Tianyu's words, retorting, "What is so great about this wretched place? Do you actually wish to remain here for eternity?" A teasing smile danced on Zhao Tianyu's lips as he continued, "For me, Even if I had to live on this deserted island for a lifetime, I would gladly accept. After all, surrounded by 4 enchanting beauties like you, it would be a tremendous joy in life. Just imagine, I would marry all 4 of you, and we would have a multitude of adorable little ones, flourishing on this very island. Upon hearing his proclamation, Lu Shui and the others were momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. After a brief pause, Zhou Wanting was the first to regain her composure. Chuckling softly as she teased, "Your idea is rather unique. Are you envisioning yourself as an ancient emperor, hoping to take us all as wives?" Lin Yu quickly chimed in. "Indeed, you are rather greedy. If you could marry even one of us, you should be overjoyed. I suspect you must still be half asleep, spouting such nonsense." Zhao Tianyu, however, remained unfazed, still grinning as he replied, "Ah, one must have dreams. Who knows, perhaps one day they might come true. Look around this deserted island. Apart from me and Yi Wei's group, there is no one else. If we are to be forever stranded here, are you truly going to marry me? Or would you rather wed that scoundrel Yi Wei and his lot?" Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. After a while, Lu Shui turned to Zhao Tianyu and inquired, "Brother Zhao, you must have had your share of girlfriends, haven't you?" Zhao Tianyu was taken aback by Lu Shui's question, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. After a moment's hesitation, he awkwardly responded, "To be honest, I joined the military at 18 and only returned from service 2 years ago. I have never been in a relationship. As of now, I'm still a complete novice in matters of love." As soon as Zhao Tianyu finished speaking, Lu Shui and the others burst into laughter in unison. Su Ran, still chuckling, teased, "You can't possibly be deceiving us, can you? You really have never been in love?" Zhao Tianyu retorted with mild irritation, "Why would I lie to you? I speak nothing but the truth." Su Ran pressed on. "Under normal circumstances, a man of your age should have been married by now. How is it that you have yet to even find a girlfriend?" Zhao Tianyu, upon hearing this, became somewhat displeased, countering, "How old am I? I'm only a year older than you, and you dare to chide me. Yet here you are, already 26, and still unmarried. In our countryside, women your age are already raising children." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's remarks, Su Ran smiled and replied, "I, too, have been preoccupied with work, leaving me little time or energy for romance. Above all, I have yet to encounter a man who stirs my heart." Zhao Tianyu then turned to Lu Shui and inquired, "And what about you, Lu Shui?" With a smile, Lu Shui responded, "I am so overwhelmed with work each day that I hardly have time to ponder such matters." Zhao Tianyu then addressed Lin Yu, asking, "And you, Lin Yu? Surely, you haven't been in a relationship either?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Yu chuckled and replied, "I did have a relationship during university, but it ended after 6 months." Zhao Tianyu, amused, remarked, "Oh, you must have been taken advantage of. Otherwise, it would have ended." Lin Yu, her temper flaring, retorted, "Nonsense. I was not taken advantage of. We didn't even hold hands. I am still a virgin." Hearing this, Zhao Tianyu playfully teased, "I find that hard to believe, unless you allow me to verify." Lin Yu indignant shot back, "You wish. You're just trying to take advantage of me." Chapter 74. After the rain, Zhao Tianyu chose not to further tease Lin Yu, and instead turned to Zhou Wanting, asking, "What about you, the stunning beauty Zhou? How many relationships have you had?" Zhou Wanting smiled faintly and replied, "I had one relationship in university, but we broke up afterward. Since starting work, I haven't dated anyone." Intrigued, Zhao Tianyu pressed on, "Oh, what led to the breakup?" Zhou Wanting's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly explained, "There wasn't any particularly special reason. He wanted to invite me to a hotel, but I felt it wasn't appropriate, so I declined, and we parted ways." At this, Zhao Tianyu chuckled and asked, "Why didn't you go? Isn't that quite normal in today, as society?" Zhou Wanting shot him a disapproving glance and replied, "A girl's first time is not something to be given away so easily. I intend to save it for the one I truly love." Zhao Tianyu suddenly laughed heartily, his laughter tinged with a hint of mockery. Curious, Zhou Wanting asked, "What is so funny?" He finally quelled his laughter and said, "I just find it surprising. I never expected that our company's 4 leading beauties are all still virgins. If the others in the company found out, they would surely be astounded." Hearing this, Lu Shui and the others were left speechless. Outside the shelter, the rain continued to fall steadily, and the group sat on the bed, listening to the sound of the thunderstorm. After an indeterminate amount of time, fatigue washed over them once more, and they lay back down to sleep. The following day, just before noon, Zhao Tianyu awakened slowly, blinking his eyes open. As he groggily lifted his head, he noticed that Lu Shui and the others were still fast asleep. Choosing not to rouse them, he quietly climbed out of bed, careful not to disturb the slumbering women. He tiptoed to the bamboo door of the shelter and gently pushed it open. Outside, the sky remained shrouded in thick clouds, with rain pouring incessantly as if it would never cease. The entire atmosphere was cloaked in a dreary gray, casting a pall over one's spirits. Zhao Tianyu gazed at the relentless downpour, musing to himself that it seemed unlikely to abate any time soon. With a resigned shake of his head, he hastened through the rain towards the riverbank. Upon arrival, he was astounded to discover that the once crystal-clear waters of the river had transformed into a murky torrent, resembling sludge. Moreover, the water level had risen significantly, and the current had become tumultuous, roaring as it surged, while debris, branches, leaves, and even the remains of small creatures floated upon the surface. Zhao Tianyu's gaze fell upon a small pond by the riverside that had previously served as a habitat for fish and shrimp, now completely submerged, with its aquatic inhabitants long gone. Suddenly, he recalled the 2 fishing traps he had placed in the river earlier, a pang of anxiety gripping his heart as he rushed to the location where he had set them. However, upon surveying the empty river surface, a wave of disappointment washed over him. The traps had evidently been swept away by the fierce waters. With a heavy sigh, he turned back toward the kitchen, gathered some firewood, and ignited a blaze in the hearth. He then positioned several bamboo tubes beneath the eaves outside to collect rainwater. Seated beside the fire, he lit a cigarette, savoring the moment of respite. After finishing his smoke, he retrieved a pot and poured the collected rainwater into it, placing it atop the hearth to heat. Once the water was warmed, he fetched a piece of smoke-cured leopard meat from a nearby bamboo rack and began to clean it. After more than 10 minutes, he had thoroughly washed the meat, cutting it into small chunks and sought ing them in the pot until fragrant, gradually adding rainwater for a slow simmer. As the leopard meat neared completion, Lu Shui and her companions began to awaken one by one. They stumbled groggily into the kitchen, rubbing their eyes and using the rainwater from the bamboo tubes for a quick wash. Once the meat was ready, everyone eagerly took their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the succulent dish with hearty appetite. The rain showed no signs of stopping. For the next 3 days, it continued unabated, forcing everyone to brave the elements only when nature called, while the remaining hours were spent in the kitchen and shelter, languidly passing the time. On the 4th morning, Zhao Tianyu awoke early, while Lu Shui and her friends remained in deep slumber. Gently pushing open the bamboo door of the shelter, a refreshing breeze greeted him. Looking up, he beheld a sky of brilliant blue, with the sun gradually rising above the horizon. Breathing in the crisp morning air, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of elation. He silently mused, "How wonderful it is that this wretched rain has finally ceased. These past few days have truly been stifling." Approaching the riverbank, he gazed at the still, murky waters, shaking his head in resignation. It appears that the river water will require at least 5 or 6 days to regain its clarity. Fortunately, during these days, a considerable amount of rainwater has been collected in bamboo tubes, which, if used judiciously, will suffice to sustain them for several days. Turning back to the kitchen, he retrieved some mugwort sticks, ignited them, and placed them within a bamboo tube. Subsequently, he secured the tube tightly to a bamboo basket with a length of rope. With everything in place, he hoisted the basket onto his back and set off towards the woods with a light-hearted gait. Given the continuous downpour over the past 3 days, Zhao Tianyu surmised that the porcini mushrooms in the forest would have emerged. Thus, he resolved to gather some to dry and savor at leisure. Despite the sun breaking through the clouds, the ground in the woods remained treacherously muddy, and the path was exceedingly slippery. Zhao Tianyu treaded carefully, wary of the slightest misstep that could send him sprawling. To enhance his stability, he picked up a sturdy branch, about the thickness of his arm, and gripped it firmly. Not far into his journey, his clothes were splattered with mud, yet he seemed oblivious, continuing to stride forward, undeterred by the muck. After traversing a distance, he finally discovered several freshly sprouted porcini mushrooms beneath a pine tree. They appeared remarkably tender, still imbued with a hint of earthy fragrance. Zhao Tianyu approached the pine tree with caution, crouched down, and gently plucked them one by one. To safeguard the mushrooms, he thoughtfully gathered a few pine branches to cushion the bottom of the bamboo basket before carefully placing the harvested mushrooms inside. Chapter 75. Searching for food with 4 beauties after meandering through the woods for nearly 2 hours. Zhao Tianyu had collected a substantial portion of porcini mushrooms that filled the basket to the brim. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he gazed at the bounty. Aware that he had been away for quite some time, he refrained from further foraging and turned towards the direction of the shelter, picking some wild ferns along the way. Upon his return to the kitchen, he found Lu Shui and the others gathered around the fireplace, engaged in cheerful conversation, while the pot simmered with fragrant leopard meat. Seeing Zhao Tianyu return, caked in mud, Lu Shui inquired, "Brother Zhao, what have you been up to? Why are you covered in dirt?" Zhao Tianyu replied with a grin, "I thought that after the heavy rain, there would be plenty of porcini mushrooms to gather, so I went to collect some." He set the basket down, and as Lu Shui and the others beheld the nearly full basket of mushrooms and ferns, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Ran, her face alight with admiration, exclaimed, "Brother Zhao, you are incredible. How did you manage to bring back so many porcini mushrooms and ferns?" Lu Shui, however, expressed a note of concern. "These wild mushrooms are not easy to preserve. We cannot consume them all at once. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and explained, "We can dry them for storage. This way, they will remain good for several years." After uttering these words, Lu Shui and her companions cleaned some porcini mushrooms with rainwater collected in bamboo tubes, sliced them, and stewed them with leopard meat in a pot. After breakfast, they washed the remaining porcini mushrooms and laid them out to dry in the sunlight. Time swiftly passed, and a month slipped away like a fleeting shadow. During this month, their lives appeared somewhat monotonous. Occasionally, they ventured into the woods to gather firewood for storage, or sought out more porcini mushrooms to dry as provisions, or forage for wild vegetables to add a hint of variety to their daily meals. Beyond these activities, they mostly chose to remain in the shelter, savoring the rare tranquility. During this period, Zhao Tianyu occasionally took some time to impart wilderness survival skills and taught them how to use bows and arrows. Unbeknownst to them, they had been stranded on this deserted island for 2 months, and Lu Shui and her friends had gradually adapted to life here. Now autumn had arrived, and the temperature on the island began to decline. Simultaneously, the number of mosquitoes had significantly decreased, no longer causing the same level of disturbance as before. One evening, after dinner, they gathered around the fireplace, engaging in cheerful conversation and laughter. Zhao Tianyu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the bamboo rack, where only a meager amount of leopard meat remained. He pondered to himself, "This leopard meat will likely last no more than 2 or 3 days. It seems we must venture into the woods for food tomorrow." He then addressed Lu Shui and the others, stating, "The leopard meat will only suffice for another 2 or 3 days. We must search for food in the woods tomorrow, and you all should join me to test your archery skills over the past month." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and her companions appeared eager and enthusiastic. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Zhao Tianyu awoke and roused the still sleeping Lu Shui and her friends. They stepped out of the shelter, washed up by the small river, and tidied themselves before heading into the woods. With a military knife in hand, Zhao Tianyu led the way, while Lu Shui and her companions followed closely behind, armed with bows and arrows. After approximately half an hour of walking, a sudden, melodious call of a wild chicken resonated through the air. In the stillness of the woods, the sound was particularly striking, akin to a morning serenade from nature. The group halted, looking up to see a plump wild chicken perched on a nearby branch, calling out incessantly. Its feathers were resplendent, shimmering brilliantly in the morning light. Noticing this, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lu Shui and her friends and asked, "Who among you will shoot down that wild chicken?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran eagerly volunteered, "I will." Without hesitation, she swiftly grasped her bow and gracefully approached the tree where the wild chicken stood. The wild chicken seemed to sense Su Ran's approach. Instead of panicking like others of its kind, it curiously regarded her from its branch, emitting a series of bright, clear calls. Su Ran arrived beneath the tree where the wild chicken had alighted. Knocking an arrow onto her bowstring, she aimed at the bird perched on a branch. Taking a deep breath, she decisively released the bowstring, and the arrow soared through the air like a flash of lightning, propelled by immense power and speed, hurtling straight towards the wild chicken. However, despite having practiced archery for a month, this was her first genuine attempt at hunting a wild chicken, and a twinge of anxiety coursed through her. The arrow whizzed past the wild chicken at an astonishing speed. Startled, the bird took flight, swiftly ascending to a large tree some 50 to 60 meters away. Seeing that she had missed her target, Su Ran's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Zhao Tianyu and his companions hurried to her side. Feeling a pang of guilt, Su Ran said, "Brother Zhao, am I too clumsy? I couldn't even hit the wild chicken from such a close distance." Zhao Tianyu regarded her with a gentle smile, offering reassurance. "You did wonderfully. After all, this is your first time shooting a wild chicken. With a bit more practice, you'll improve." His words flowed into Su Ran's heart like a gentle stream, imparting warmth and solace. After speaking, Zhao Tianyu quickly retrieved the fallen arrow and approached her, handing it back with encouragement. "Don't lose heart. Try again. I believe you can hit that wild chicken." Bolstered by his support, Su Ran took a deep breath, steadied herself, and nodded slowly. Her gaze fixated on the tree where the wild chicken had settled. She walked towards it step by step. Reaching the base of the tree, she picked up another arrow, carefully knocking it onto the bowstring. Her hands trembled slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply, striving to calm her racing heart. Silently, she reassured herself, "I can do this. I will hit that wild chicken." When she opened her eyes again, her gaze was sharp and focused. Gradually lifting her bow, she aimed the arrow at the wild chicken, which seemed blissfully unaware of the impending danger, leisurely preening its feathers on the branch. Chapter 76. Encounter with a wild boar. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ran released the bowstring decisively, and with a swift whoosh, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. It struck the wild chicken squarely, the quilled arrowhead piercing its body with force. The wild chicken barely had time to emit a cry before it was propelled away by the tremendous impact. It traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. The bird flailed desperately, attempting to escape the arrow's grasp. But it was far too late. Witnessing her successful shot, an overwhelming surge of exhilaration and joy surged within Su Ran. Turning excitedly, she shouted to Zhao Tianyu and the others, "Brother Zhao, I finally hit the wild chicken." Upon hearing Su Ran's exclamation, Zhao Tianyu's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. He hastily made his way to the spot where the wild chicken had fallen, picked it up, grasped its neck, and with a decisive twist, he heard a sharp crack, and the chicken's struggles ceased instantly. Extracting the arrow from the creature's body, he handed it to Su Ran with a smile, proclaiming, "See, I told you. You could do it. You've brought down the wild chicken." Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Ting joined in praising her. Hearing their commendations, Su Ran felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The group continued on their journey, traversing a considerable distance. Aside from the occasional bird calls from the branches above and scattered animal bones on the ground, no other signs of wildlife were evident. By now, the sun had risen high in the sky. Although autumn had arrived, the forest still felt stiflingly warm. The four of them were soon drenched in sweat, panting heavily, their clothes soaked through. Noticing their plight, Zhao Tianyu sought refuge under a large, shady tree. After scanning the surroundings for potential dangers and ensuring it was safe, he allowed Lu Shui and the others to rest beneath its branches. Leaning against the tree trunk, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, expertly lit it, and took a deep drag. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the neckline of Lu Shui and her companions, and he found himself captivated by such voyeuristic tendencies. From this vantage point, the loose collars of their garments revealed the color of their undergarments and the alluring contours of their bosoms. Especially when his eyes landed on Lin Yu, her ample figure quickened his heartbeat, and he swallowed hard, thinking, "Goodness, that is quite impressive." Just as he was lost in this secretive world of observation, Su Ran unexpectedly lifted her head. Her penetrating gaze landed squarely on him. Caught off guard, Zhao Tianyu's heart raced as if it would leap from his throat. To his further embarrassment, he realized that he had been staring unabashedly at Lin Yu's neckline. Su Ran had clearly noticed. She paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Realizing the predicament, Zhao Tianyu inwardly cursed himself for his carelessness in being so brazenly caught by Su Ran. Observing his flustered expression, Su Ran could not help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "No wonder Zhao Gu always leaned against the tree during breaks. It was to sneak glances at us." As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed even deeper, and her heart raced as if a little deer was bounding within her. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu felt thoroughly embarrassed. Never expecting his secret thoughts would be exposed to Su Ran, especially in such a scenario. What a disgrace. Just then, Su Ran, with a playful smile, asked Zhao Gu, "Do you find it appealing?" Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just perfect for everyone present to hear with clarity. Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Ting simultaneously lifted their heads, curiosity etched upon their faces as they gazed at Zhao Tianyu. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks, and he stammered in response, What did you say? I don't understand your meaning." As he spoke, he feigned a look of utter bewilderment, seemingly oblivious to what Su Ran was implying. Noticing Zhao Tianyu's denial, Su Ran chose not to expose him. Instead, she winked playfully and said with a smile, "It's nothing. I was merely asking if the scenery in this forest is beautiful." Seeing that she did not unveil his pretense, Zhao Tianyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, "The scenery is quite lovely. Are we all rested? Let us continue our search for food." With that, he proceeded deeper into the forest, and Lu Shui and the others hurriedly followed in his wake. As they ventured further, an enveloping silence surrounded them, broken only by the sound of their footsteps echoing through the woods. Suddenly, a tremendous commotion erupted from a dense thicket not far away, as if some colossal creature were thrashing about within. The group halted, their senses heightened, and turned their attention towards the source of the disturbance. Zhao Tianyu furrowed his brow and instructed Lu Shui and the others, "Stay here. I will investigate." Before they could respond, he brandished his military knife and approached the thicket. Lu Shui and her companions quickly readied their bows, aiming at the bush from which the noise emanated. Just as Zhao Tianyu neared the thicket, a hefty head suddenly surged forth from the underbrush. This unexpected sight startled Zhao Tianyu, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a massive wild boar, its head immense, with sharp, curved tusks and small eyes glinting with ferocity and cunning. Zhao Tianyu's heart raced as he gripped his knife tightly, fixated on the boar, unwilling to let his guard down for an instant. Simultaneously, Lu Shui and the others were taken aback by the boar's sudden appearance, their hearts racing and their hands trembling slightly with the bows they held. The boar glared at Zhao Tianyu, emitting deep, rumbling growls that seemed to serve as a warning. Unfazed by the boar's threat, Zhao Tianyu retorted defiantly, "You beast. Come at me if you dare. Watch how I deal with you. Perhaps sensing Zhao Tianyu's challenge, the wild boar grew increasingly agitated, its growls intensifying as it began to paw the ground restlessly. Zhao Tianyu recognized that the boar was preparing to charge. Chapter 77. Easily dealing with the wild boar indeed. As the thought flickered through Zhao Tianyu's mind, the ferocious boar lunged at him like a deranged creature, teeth bared and claws extended. Zhao Tianyu, undeterred, shouted fiercely, "What a reckless beast! You come at just the right time. Let me show you how I handle you today." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the vast mountain forest, as if the very air had been rendered submissive by his formidable presence. Yet, the wild boar paid no heed to Zhao Tianyu's furious roar, charging at him with relentless ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the boar surged forward like an out-of-control truck, bearing down upon Zhao Tianyu with tremendous force. At that critical moment, Zhao Tianyu's reflexes were nothing short of astonishing. Just as the boar was about to collide with him, he swiftly raised his military knife, delivering a fierce blow to the creature's robust head. A sharp crack resounded, and the blade sliced through the boar's skull with the ease of cutting through vegetables, leaving a deep gash. Instantly, blood gushed forth from the wound, splattering Zhao Tianyu's face. In pain, the boar emitted a heart-wrenching cry and stumbled forward for several meters, as if drained of all energy, before finally coming to a halt. However, it was evident that Zhao Tianyu's strike had not intimidated the beast. After catching its breath, it turned back, glaring at him with blood-red eyes, and lunged at him once more. This time, Zhao Tianyu chose not to evade. He stood firm, his gaze fixed on the approaching boar. As the creature closed the distance, he took a deep breath and suddenly lifted his enormous foot, concentrating all his strength into that singular kick. The force was astounding. With a resounding thud, the boar, weighing between 140 to 150 pounds, was sent flying like a kicked football. It soared through the air, tracing an arc before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The spectacle was utterly shocking, leaving Lu Shui and others at a distance utterly speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. Lin Yu gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this even human?" She could scarcely believe her eyes as Zhao Tianyu effortlessly launched the massive boar. Yet, Zhao Tianyu did not pause in his actions. Seeing the boar sprawled on the ground, he advanced with a military knife in hand, moving with ghostly speed. He placed his foot firmly on the boar's head, immobilizing it, and without hesitation, plunged the knife into its neck. The blade sank deep, and as he withdrew it, a torrent of blood erupted, drenching him. The boar let out a soul-wrenching scream, thrashing on the ground. Zhao Tianyu quickly retreated, maintaining a distance of 4 to 5 meters to avoid any sudden attacks. As time passed, approximately 7 to 8 minutes later, the boar's cries gradually faded, ultimately falling silent. Cautiously, Zhao Tianyu approached and gently kicked the boar with his foot. It remained unresponsive, clearly devoid of life, and he sighed with relief. He bent down and extracted the bloodied military knife from the wild boar's body, meticulously wiping it clean on the creature's hide before sheathing it at his waist. At that moment, Lu Shui and her 3 companions approached Zhao Tianyu, their gazes fixated on the lifeless boar sprawled on the ground. Lu Shui's eyes widened in admiration as she exclaimed, "Brother Zhao, you are truly remarkable. Your prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. To have vanquished such a ferocious wild boar with such ease is simply astonishing." Beside her, Su Ran mirrored her awe, her voice brimming with excitement as she remarked, "Brother Zhao, your strength is incredible. I am utterly speechless. You subdued this massive boar with such grace and ease. It's truly impressive." Lin Yu, unable to believe her eyes, gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Zhao, are you even human? To kick this wild boar away with such force is terrifying." Zhou Wanning also praised him with admiration, saying, "Brother Zhao, you are so dashing. You remind me of a superhero from the movies. Absolutely incredible." In the face of the 4 beautiful women's accolades, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of delight within, yet he feigned modesty as he chuckled, "Huh? Don't be too enamored with me. I'm just a legend after all. Now, let us hurry back. This wild boar will provide us with sustenance for a good while." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Tianyu grasped the boar's 2 legs and, with a powerful heave, tossed the hefty creature onto his shoulder as if it were a mere sack of sand. He effortlessly bore the wild boar and strode purposefully toward the shelter, prompting Lu Shui and her companions to hastily follow in his wake. Time passed slowly, and nearly 2 hours later, Zhao Tianyu finally managed to bring the enormous wild boar to the vicinity of the shelter. Despite his considerable stamina, the weight of the boar had taken its toll, leaving him somewhat fatigued. At that moment, he felt as if every last ounce of energy had been drained from his body. His clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. After laboriously dropping the boar onto the ground, Zhao Tianyu collapsed beside it, utterly spent, resembling a heap of discarded clay, incapable of moving. He gasped for breath, as if trying to exhale the weariness accumulated throughout the journey. Observing Zhao Tianyu struggle, Su Ran felt a pang of sympathy. She quickly darted to the kitchen, seized a bamboo tube, and without hesitation filled it with cool water from the pot. Hurriedly returning to Zhao Tianyu's side, she offered him the tube of water. Zhao Tianyu, noticing her gesture, eagerly accepted the bamboo tube and tilted his head back, gulping down the refreshing liquid. The cool water flowed down his throat, bringing a wave of rejuvenation that helped him regain a measure of his vitality. After finishing his drink, Zhao Tianyu handed the bamboo tube to Su Ran and continued to breathe heavily, as if he had yet to recover from his extreme fatigue. Chapter 78. Lin Yu's complaints. After resting for a while, Zhao felt his strength returning somewhat. He addressed Lu Shui and the others. Please gather some firewood and light a fire by the riverbank. Lu Shui and her companions promptly went to the kitchen, collected some firewood, and ignited a fire near the river. Zhao Tianyu then dragged the wild boar to the riverbank and placed it over the fire to roast. As the boar made contact with the flames, a pungent scent of burnt hair wafted through the air. Upon catching a whiff of this aroma, Lu Shui and her friends quickly covered their mouths and noses and stepped back. As time passed, nearly 10 minutes later, the hair of the wild boar was completely singed away, leaving the skin charred and unrecognizable. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu found a sturdy piece of wood, using it to remove the now blackened boar from the fire. He then instructed Lu Shui and the others to fetch bamboo tubes to draw water from the river and began the painstaking process of cleaning the boar. Cleaning the boar was no simple task, especially given its charred appearance. Zhao Tianyu and his companions spent nearly half an hour before the boar was thoroughly cleaned. Gazing at the beautifully roasted skin, Zhao Tianyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eagerly, he picked up a military knife, carefully sliced off a piece, and without hesitation, placed it in his mouth, savoring it slowly. This action left Lu Shui, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou wanting momentarily stunned. They widened their eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Su Ran was the first to recover, her expression filled with concern as she addressed Zhao Tianyu. Brother Zhao, are you that hungry? Why eat raw meat? Aren't you afraid of parasites? Instead of reacting with anger, Zhao Tianyu smiled and explained, this roasted skin is a delicacy in southwest Yunnan. You should try it. I assure you it will leave an unforgettable impression. With that, he sliced off another piece of the roasted skin and handed it to Su Ran. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted it and took a bite. The instant she bit down, a unique aroma spread through her mouth. Her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, I must say, this roasted skin is truly delicious. It's fragrant and has a delightful chewiness. Upon hearing Su Ran's praise, Lin Yu's face immediately brightened with anticipation. She eagerly told Zhao Tianyu, I want some too. Seeing her enthusiasm, Zhao Tianyu quickly sliced several more pieces of the skin and distributed them to Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanning. The group accepted the pieces and began to chew, soon captivated by this unique culinary delight, relishing every bite and expressing their admiration. Zhao Tianyu chuckled. Isn't it delicious? I wasn't lying, was I? Lu Shui and the others nodded in agreement. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and remarked, it is a pity that there are no condiments on this deserted island. Otherwise, the flavor would be even more exquisite. Each person indulged in the raw meat, and Zhao Tianyu then took up a military knife to make a cut in the belly of the wild boar. He extracted the entrails, preserving only the liver while discarding the rest into the nearby stream, allowing the current to carry it away. He proceeded to slice the boar meat into small chunks, which Lu Shui and the others transported to the kitchen. In less than half an hour, they had effectively cut and moved the boar meat, and the group eagerly seasoned it with sea salt before placing it in the smokehouse for curing. After completing these tasks, Lu Shui glanced down at her clothes, now stained with pig's blood. Turning to Zhao Tianyu, she said, Brother Zhao, look at us. We are covered in blood and quite filthy. We wish to wash in the river, but do promise you one peek. Zhao Tianyu replied with a smile, Rest assured, I would never steal a glance. If I were to look, it would be with the utmost propriety. The four women exchanged glances, feeling somewhat speechless at his audacity, thinking how brazen he was. Su Ran, with a bemused smile, looked at Zhao Tianyu and asked, Are you sure you want peek? Her tone carried a hint of skepticism. Zhao Tianyu felt a twinge of guilt at her inquiry, as just yesterday he had covertly observed the girls in the woods, only to be caught red-handed by Su Ran. Yet, he maintained his composure and asserted, Of course, I am certain. I am a man of integrity, and I would never engage in such clandestine behavior. Su Ran merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon reaching the riverbank, the girls unhesitatingly shed their garments and stepped into the cool, crystalline waters, which invigorated them with its refreshing touch. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu sat beside the fireplace, leisurely lighting a cigarette and indulging in its calming embrace. Minutes turned into an hour, and soon the four returned, refreshed and clad in clean attire, gathering around the fireplace. Zhao Tianyu's gaze inadvertently fell upon the girls who had just bathed. Their skin glistened like freshly bloomed lotuses, radiant and captivating. He found himself momentarily entranced. Perhaps accustomed to Zhao Tianyu's scrutiny, Lu Shui and her companions felt little discontent, even harboring a subtle thrill within. At that moment, Lin Yu let out a sigh, expressing her frustration. Oh, how bothersome. Having gone so long without shampoo. My hair has become tangled beyond belief, and no matter how I try, I cannot detangle it. Additionally, without body wash, I feel sticky and utterly uncomfortable. Zhou Wanting chimed in. Indeed, I share your discomfort. Even our clothes seem to lack cleanliness. Upon hearing their complaints, an idea suddenly sparked in Lu Shui's mind. Her eyes brightened as she exclaimed, I noticed many bottles of shampoo and body wash washed ashore along the coastline. Shall we take a trip to the seaside one day? Perhaps we might even stumble upon some unused shampoo and shower gel. Upon hearing this, Su Ran expressed her concerns, saying, even if we were to find unused shampoo and shower gel, I wouldn't dare to use them. What if they cause hair loss or skin allergies? Lu Shui and the others found her reasoning quite valid. With words spoken casually, yet meaningfully, Zhao Tianyu chuckled, isn't that simple? I can make some soap for you. Not only can it be used for laundry, but it can also serve for washing hair and bathing. Chapter 79, A Wager at his suggestion. Lu Shui and the others turned their gazes toward him in unison. Observing their reaction, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he teased. Why are you all staring at me? Is there something amiss with my face? Lu Shui's eyes widened in disbelief as she queried, you claim you can make soap? How is that even possible? We are stranded on a deserted island. Zhao Tianyu chuckled dismissively, brimming with confidence. It's just soap. What is the big deal? For me, it's a matter of mere moments. Lin Yu scoffed from the side, mercilessly exposing his boast. Stop bragging. You're not even bothering to prepare a script for your lies. Zhao Tianyu's smile remained undiminished, growing even more radiant as he provocatively replied, oh, you don't believe me? What if I actually managed to make the soap? Lin Yu crossed her arms, responding with a smile of her own. All right. If you truly succeed in making soap, I will do whatever you ask of me. But if you fail, you'll have to comply with my every demand. Zhao Tianyu readily agreed. It's a deal. When I successfully create the soap, you mustn't go back on your word. Lin Yu's lips curled into a sly smile as she retorted, whoever goes back on their word is a little dog. I look forward to seeing how you'll manage to make that soap. Zhou Wanting chimed in with a gentle smile, saying, I'd like to place a bet with you as well. If Zhao Tianyu truly succeeds in making soap, I will unhesitatingly do whatever he asks. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile grew even brighter as he cheerfully replied, great. It's settled then. Tomorrow, I will showcase my soap-making skills. With that, he stood up, retrieved a set of clean clothes from the shelter, and proceeded to the riverbank, stripping down and immersing himself in the water to bathe. Meanwhile, Su Ran looked at Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, softly expressing, are you both really going to bet against Brother Zhao? If he truly makes soap, you must comply with whatever he demands. Lin Yu wore a confident smile as she casually replied, Sister Su Ran, I know Brother Zhao has some skills, but you must consider where we are. On this desolate island, attempting to make soap is nothing short of a fantasy. Zhou Wanting echoed her sentiments. Exactly, Sister Su Ran. Rest assured, we will not lose. Upon hearing their conversation, Su Ran chose to remain silent, shaking her head in resignation. In her eyes, Zhao Tianyu was akin to a deity, seemingly capable of accomplishing anything. If he claimed he could produce soap, she was certain he would succeed. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu was immersed in the somewhat chilly river, savoring the refreshing sensation of the water. He pondered to himself, the temperature on this deserted island was dropping, and even the river had grown colder. This could not continue. He needed to devise a plan to construct a bathing area and heat water for a proper wash. Thus, after nearly half an hour in the river, Zhao Tianyu returned to the shore, using his discarded clothing to dry his damp body. He donned a clean set of clothes and washed the garments stained with pig's blood, hanging them on a nearby tree branch to dry. Finding a flat stone by the riverbank, he sat down, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, skillfully lighting it before taking leisurely puffs. After finishing one cigarette, Zhao Tianyu rose slowly, stretching lazily, and turned to the kitchen where Lu Shui and the others were. He announced, you all stay here. I'll be stepping out for a moment. Before the words left his lips, he grabbed a bamboo basket and slung it over his back. Su Ran looked up. Curiosity etched on her face as she inquired, where are you off to? A subtle smile graced Zhao Tianyu's lips as he replied softly, I'm going to gather some mugwort from the woods. Su Ran pressed further, what do you need mugwort for? Don't we have plenty of mugwort sticks? Zhao Tianyu chuckled, patiently clarifying, I need mugwort to make soap. At this revelation, Su Ran's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, oh, I see. Then I'll go with you. Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of joy at the prospect of her company, which was truly a welcome delight. Without hesitation, he nodded affirmatively, saying, all right, let us go together. Thus, the two set off side by side toward the woods. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them, while a gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it refreshing air. After walking for a while, Su Ran suddenly halted and turned to Zhao Tianyu, asking, Brother Zhao, can you really make soap? Zhao Tianyu paused, looking at her with unwavering confidence and a broad smile. Of course. Do you not believe me? How about we make a bet? Su Ran quickly shook her head. I want to bet with you. If you say you can make soap, then you certainly can. Zhao Tianyu smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. They continued walking in silence for a considerable distance until they finally spotted some lush green mugwort beneath a large tree. He immediately stopped, set down his bamboo basket, and swiftly crouched down, carefully using his military knife to cut the mugwort at the roots, neatly placing them into the basket. I have just gathered a bouquet of fragrant wildflowers, and as the sun begins to set, the two of us promptly turn towards the direction of the shelter. After walking a short distance, Su Ran suddenly seems to recall something, a sly smile appearing on her face as she addresses Zhao Tianyu. Brother Zhao, when we went into the woods to forage for food today, did you happen to steal a glance at us? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyu's heart jolts, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washing over him. He quickly denies, don't say such things. How could I possibly be watching you? Observing his denial, Su Ran chuckles and continues. You needn't try to argue. I saw it all. When we were resting under the tree, you were leaning against the trunk, your gaze fixed intently on our necklines. I was puzzled as to why, whenever we rested beneath the great tree, you would lean against it, but now I understand, it was to sneak a look at us. Chapter 80. Su Ran's confession. Upon hearing Su Ran's words, Zhao Tianyu is momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing his reaction, Su Ran adds with a smile. But it's really nothing to worry about. Given your prowess, it would be a simple matter for you to take advantage of us for. Yet, despite our time together, you have never taken advantage of us, which is proof enough that you are a good person. If you wish to see something in the future, there is no need to be sneaky about it. Just let me know, and I will surely fulfill your request. As soon as she utters these words, a blush spreads across Su Ran's cheeks, and she shyly lowers her gaze, seemingly unable to meet Zhao Tianyu's eyes. In contrast, Zhao Tianyu is utterly astonished. He muses to himself, is this really happening? From Su Ran's tone, it seems she has developed feelings for me. Such is my irresistible charm. With a grin, he asks Su Ran, is what you said truly the case? Su Ran's face reddens further, and she gently nods, indicating her affirmation to his question. Zhao Tianyu, feeling increasingly exhilarated, eagerly exclaims, then show me now. At Zhao Tianyu's unabashed request, Su Ran's petite face flushes even more, and with her head bowed, she timidly inquires, where do you want to look? Seizing the moment, Zhao Tianyu, filled with delight, responds, of course, I mean your enviable figure. At his words, Su Ran's body trembles slightly, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, clearly flustered and embarrassed by his statement. However, despite her hesitance, she ultimately extends a hand, cautiously grasping her neckline and gently tugging it outward. Zhao Tianyu, captivated by her action, leans in quickly, eager for a glimpse. As his gaze falls upon Su Ran's elevated, flawless bosom, his eyes widen in astonishment. The voluptuous curves, the delicate skin, and the hint of a cleavage leave him parched with desire. He cannot help but swallow hard, silently marveling. So this is what they call an enviable figure. Truly astounding. Zhao Tianyu's gaze lingered on Su Ran's bosom for several moments before reluctantly averting his eyes. He was acutely aware that if he continued to stare, he might succumb to his desires and impulsively act upon them. Su Ran's face had already turned a deep shade of crimson. She shyly withdrew her hand, lowering her head and murmuring in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Brother Zhao, do you think it's beautiful? Zhao Tianyu quickly nodded, unabashedly replying, it's quite lovely. Truly, it's both ample and firm. His tone conveyed an unmistakable admiration and appreciation. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's response, Su Ran felt even more embarrassed, her face burning like a ripened apple, her ears blushing a deeper hue. The two continued their walk towards the shelter, and after a while, Su Ran suddenly halted, taking a deep breath as if summoning great courage. She lifted her head, gazing directly at Zhao Tianyu, and softly asked, Brother Zhao, do you like me? At this unexpected question, Zhao Tianyu's body stiffened momentarily, clearly taken aback by her inquiry. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure, even as his heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his throat. Looking into Su Ran's clear, water-like eyes, a wave of indescribable joy surged within him. He nodded, smiling as he said, You are so beautiful and have such a wonderful character. Which man wouldn't be fond of you? Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's answer, Su Ran's face blossomed into a radiant smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. Her heart brimmed with sweetness as she quietly confessed, Brother Zhao, I like you too. In fact, I have developed feelings for you within just a few days of being stranded on this deserted island. Zhao Tianyu, delighted by Su Ran's words, could hardly contain his laughter as he inquired, I'm just a security guard. Don't you find that unappealing? Su Ran promptly shook her head, asserting, if I like someone, those things don't matter to me. Seeing the determination in Su Ran's expression deepened Zhao Tianyu's emotions. He suddenly chuckled and said, "Look, I like you, and you like me. Shouldn't we do something about it?" Su Ran's face flushed a bright red at Zhao Tianyu's words, and she lowered her head shyly, asking, "Brother Zhao, what do you want to do?" Observing her demeanor, Zhao Tianyu smiled and replied, all right, I won't tease you anymore. It's getting dark. Let's head back." By the time they returned to the kitchen, night had fallen. Zhao Tianyu set the mugwort and wildflowers by the fireplace to slowly dry. As she watched the mugwort and wildflowers beside the hearth, Lin Yu asked, "Are you planning to make soap with those?" Zhao Tianyu responded with a grin, "Of course. Don't forget our wager. If I truly manage to make the soap, you mustn't go back on your word." Lin Yu laughed and replied, "Rest assured, I won to your renege. I'm eager to see how you will craft the soap." After stewing some wild boar meat, the group gathered by the fireplace to engage in light conversation. Soon, a wave of drowsiness washed over them, prompting everyone to rise and retreat to the shelter, where they lay down to rest. The following morning, Zhao Tianyu awoke early, observing the still, slumbering Lu Shui and the others, choosing not to disturb them. He opened the bamboo door of the shelter and inhaled the fresh morning air, feeling an uplift in his spirits. After stretching his somewhat stiff body, he made his way to the small river to wash his face, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Since the last 2 fishing traps had been swept away by the river, Zhao Tianyu had crafted 2 new traps to place in the water. Approaching the location of the traps, he retrieved them for inspection. Perhaps due to the cooling weather, the small fish and shrimp had become less active. Each trap yielded merely a few tiny fish and shrimp, causing Zhao Tianyu to sigh as he released his meager catch into a small puddle by the riverbank before returning the traps to the water. Back in the kitchen, he noticed the mugwort and wildflowers drying by the fireplace, thoroughly desiccated after a night of roasting. Carefully, he gathered the dried herbs and flowers and transported them to the riverbank, placing them atop a large, flat stone. Chapter 81. The ancient method of soap making. Zhao Tianyu retrieved a lighter from his pocket. With practiced ease, he flicked open the lid and pressed down with his thumb, igniting a flame. He leaned the lighter towards the mugwort and wildflowers, which were immediately enveloped by the licking flames, quickly consumed by the fire. As time drifted by, approximately 10 minutes later, the herbs and flowers were reduced to ashes. He returned to the kitchen, fetching 2 bamboo tubes, and approached the large stone by the riverbank. Slowly squatting down, he meticulously collected the ashes from the burned herbs into the tubes. Upon returning to the shelter, he glanced at the wall, his gaze landing on the shells that Lu Shui and the others had gathered from the beach. He took the shells to the kitchen, retrieving some still-burning charcoal from the fireplace and placing the shells atop it to heat them gradually. After nearly half an hour of gentle roasting, he transported the shells back to the riverbank, delicately setting them upon the stone. He then searched for a suitably sized rock, grasped it firmly, and without hesitation, struck the shells. With a sharp crack, the shell shattered. Zhao Tianyu continued his task, persistently striking the shells until they were reduced to fine fragments. Next, he set down the stone and began to grind the shell pieces between his hands. As time passed, the fragments were transformed into a fine powder, resembling flour. Satisfied with the shell powder, Zhao Tianyu poured it into the 2 bamboo tubes containing the ashes of the mugwort and wildflowers. He then added some water to both tubes and found a small stick to stir the mixture vigorously. After stirring for several minutes, he finally ceased, carefully carrying 2 bamboo tubes to the kitchen and placing them beside the fireplace. He took some wild boar fat, chopped it into small pieces, and began rendering the lard. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and the others had gradually awoken, their eyes still heavy with sleep. After a brief wash by the riverside, they made their way to the kitchen together. Upon entering, they found Zhao Tianyu standing at the stove, diligently rendering the lard. Seeing this, Su Ran curiously inquired, "Brother Zhao, are you rendering lard for cooking?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, You possess quite an understanding, recognizing this as lard." Su Ran, slightly displeased, muttered, "Though I haven't cooked much, I certainly know what lard is." Noticing her reaction, Zhao Tianyu chuckled and explained, Don't be upset. I was merely joking. Actually, I'm not rendering this lard for cooking." "Oh, then what purpose does the lard serve?" Su Ran's curiosity was thoroughly piqued as she pressed on. Zhao Tianyu smiled mysteriously and said, "This lard has significant utility. I intend to use it to make soap." "What? You're making soap from lard?" His declaration struck Lu Shui and the others like a bolt from the blue. Lin Yu gazed at Zhao Tianyu with skepticism, incredulity written across her face. Zhao Tianyu, noting Lin Yu's astonishment, felt a surge of pride and replied with a grin, "Indeed. Once I produce the soap, you mustn't forget our wager." Lin Yu, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This is utterly hilarious. I've never heard of anyone using lard to make soap." In response to her remark, Zhao Tianyu quickly countered, "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Perhaps you should read more. This is an ancient method of soap making, one our ancestors employed." Lin Yu, intrigued by Zhao Tianyu's words, donned a smirk and provocatively stated, "Oh, is that so? I am keen to see how you managed to make soap from this lard." Realizing further discussion was futile, Zhao Tianyu chose to ignore Lin Yu and focused intently on rendering the lard. As time passed, nearly half an hour later, the wild boar fat had completely rendered into lard. Zhao Tianyu promptly removed the pot and set it down, then carefully extracted the residue with chopsticks. Next, he rummaged through a suitcase for a relatively clean piece of clothing, using his military knife to cut off a strip of fabric. He took the fabric to the riverside and diligently washed it clean. Upon returning to the kitchen, he picked up a large bamboo tube, placing the cleaned fabric atop it. With utmost care, he grasped another bamboo tube containing a mixture of mugwort, wildflower ashes, shell powder, and water, gently tilting it to allow the solution to flow along the edges and drip onto the fabric. The solution gradually seeped along the fabric's texture, leaving impurities on the surface. Zhao Tianyu patiently repeated this process until the mixture of mugwort ash, wildflowers, and shell powder in the two bamboo tubes was completely filtered. At this moment, the lard in the pot had cooled down. Zhao Tianyu carefully poured the filtered solution into the lard, then picked up a small stick and began to stir incessantly. As he stirred, the once tranquil lard began to ripple, and the solution gradually melded with the lard. Suddenly, a remarkable transformation occurred. The lard, as if enchanted, slowly shifted from yellow to white, its texture becoming increasingly viscous, ultimately forming a white, sticky substance. Witnessing the spectacle, Lu Shui and her companions were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they observed the pot's transformation. Zhao Tianyu, noticing their astonished expressions, couldn't help but smile slightly. With a grin, he explained to Lu Shui and her friends, "There is nothing miraculous about this. The mugwort and wildflower ashes, when combined with shell powder and dissolved in water, become alkaline water after filtration. When this alkaline water is poured into the lard, a chemical reaction occurs, resulting in this transformation. Our ancestors used this method to make soap." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and her companions gazed at him in awe, never having imagined he possessed such extensive knowledge. At that moment, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting felt a twinge of regret for having bet against Zhao Tianyu. He then retrieved several bamboo tubes, about the thickness of an arm, and carefully transferred the now white, viscous lard into them, setting them aside to air dry naturally. Once he completed this task, Zhao Tianyu raised his head and addressed Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting. "The soap is ready. Do you admit defeat?" Chapter 82. Constructing the bathroom and toilet. Lin Yu feigned calmness, defiantly retorting, "How do we know if your soap is effective? We need to use it to find out." Zhou Wanting quickly chimed in, "Exactly. How can we be sure you didn't just trick us with some lard?" Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a confident smile as he leisurely replied, "You two truly will not shed tears until you see the coffin. This time, I will ensure your defeat is thoroughly convincing. Let us wait until you have used it to judge." With that, he turned and took the pot, strolling leisurely to the riverbank to wash it meticulously. Afterward, he returned to the kitchen with a light step, placing the pot securely on the hearth. After a brief rest, Zhao Tianyu retrieved a piece of wild boar meat, marbled with fat and lean, from the smokehouse and washed it clean by the river. Back in the kitchen, he skillfully cut the wild boar meat into uniformly sized pieces, placing them into the pot, adding an appropriate amount of water, and began to simmer. While the wild boar meat cooked, Zhao Tianyu remarked to Lu Shui and her friends, "Autumn has now arrived, and the temperature on this deserted island will gradually decline. I contemplated constructing a bathing facility by the river, complete with a bathtub inside. We would then heat water for bathing. What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the four girls sparkled with enthusiasm, as if ignited by this suggestion, and they nodded in agreement. Lin Yu immediately added, "I believe we should also build a toilet. That way, we won't have to venture into the woods daily." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu and the others nodded in concurrence. After breakfast, Zhao Tianyu led Lu Shui and the others to the bamboo grove to fell bamboo for the construction of the bathing facility and toilet. The structure did not need to be overly sturdy. Sufficient coverage from wind and rain would suffice. Therefore, the bamboo did not need to be particularly thick. Zhao Tianyu deliberately selected bamboo the thickness of an arm and began to chop with his machete. Lu Shui and the other four were responsible for transporting the cut bamboo to the riverbank. After several hours of labor, they had successfully moved dozens of bamboo poles of similar thickness to the riverbank. Exhausted from the continuous effort, especially Lu Shui and her companions, they collapsed onto the ground after their final trip, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, Zhao Tianyu retrieved a piece of wild boar meat from the smokehouse, cutting it into small pieces to stew in a pot. After enjoying the stewed wild boar, Lu Shui and the others cleaned the pots and dishes and took them to the river to wash. Zhao Tianyu picked up the bamboo tubes containing the soap made from lard, inspecting them. He observed that the soap inside had completely solidified. With great care, he used his machete to split the bamboo tube, revealing cylindrical bars of soap, faintly scented with mugwort and wildflowers. He then cut the soap into smaller pieces and laid them out to dry on a large stone by the river. Thus, after a week of diligent labor, with everyone working together, a bathing facility and a toilet were successfully erected by the riverbank. Although the bathing facility was completed, constructing a bathtub capable of heating water was no simple task. However, the clever Zhao Tianyu was undeterred. He led Lu Shui and a few others to the riverbank, carefully selecting appropriately shaped stones, which they brought back to the bathing facility. First, Zhao Tianyu meticulously built a sturdy hearth on the ground, and then cleverly arranged the stones above it to form a spacious bathtub. To ensure the bathtub's seal and stability, he procured some adhesive soil, mixing it with an appropriate amount of water to create a soft clay. He then carefully applied the clay evenly to both the inner and outer surfaces of the bathtub, ensuring every inch was thickly coated. After allowing the clay to dry naturally, Zhao Tianyu ignited a roaring fire in the hearth to begin the firing process for the bathtub. The fire blazed throughout the entire day, its fierce flames continuously licking the bath pool, transforming the mud smeared upon it into a substance as hard as iron. Without a single crack, Zhao Tianyu instructed Lu Shui and the others to fetch some water using bamboo tubes, and as he poured the water into the bath pool, a wave of indescribable joy surged within him upon discovering that the meticulously crafted pool displayed no signs of leakage. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed to Lu Shui and the others, "Haha, splendid. We now have a bathroom and a bath pool, so we shall no longer need to trek to that small river for our bathing needs." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Lu Shui and the others were equally elated. They swiftly cleaned the bath pool and then took the bamboo tubes to draw water from the river, pouring it into the pool. Once everything was prepared, they ignited a fire beneath the stove to heat the water, eagerly anticipating a refreshing bath. At that moment, Lu Shui suddenly recalled something. She turned to Zhao Tianyu and said, "Brother Zhao, the soap you made has been drying for several days now, right? I believe it should be ready for use." Zhao Tianyu nodded in response, saying, "Indeed, it should be usable. Had he not mentioned it, I might have forgotten about it." After uttering this, he glanced at Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he cheerfully reminded them, "Do not forget our previous wager." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting's cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of ripe apples. Lin Yu playfully smirked, her lips curving into a teasing smile as she retorted, "Umph. If your soap proves ineffective, you mustn't resort to trickery." Observing this, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but smile as well. He winked and casually replied, "Haha, how could I possibly cheat? I'm more concerned that you two might try to deceive me." We agreed that whoever cheats shall be the little dog. Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting exchanged glances and simultaneously assured him, "Rest assured, we would never resort to deceit." Time flew swiftly, and within half an hour, the water in the bath pool was heated. Overjoyed, Lu Shui and the others hurriedly grabbed a set of clean clothes and 2 bars of the meticulously crafted soap made by Zhao Tianyu, proceeding to the bathroom. As soon as they entered, the 4 girls eagerly shed their garments, standing by the bath pool in their natural state, scooping up the warm water with the bamboo tubes, reveling in this rare opportunity for a hot bath. This was their first indulgence in such a comfortable hot water bath since arriving on the deserted island nearly 2 months ago. Moreover, Zhao Tianyu's soap delighted them. Its delicate lather, subtle fragrance, and exceptional cleansing properties left them singing its praises. In the small confines of the bathroom, the 4 girls laughed and played, seemingly forgetting all their worries and pressures. Chapter 83. Fulfilling the bet. Once they finished bathing, feeling refreshed, they changed into clean clothes and returned to the kitchen, settling by the hearth to tend to their still dripping hair. Gazing upon the 4 individuals who had just emerged from their baths, they resembled exquisite water lilies, radiant and enchanting. Perhaps it was the soap they used, for a delicate fragrance wafted from their bodies. Zhao Tianyu, with a beaming smile, looked at Lin Yu, a glimmer of mischief sparkling in his eyes. He cheerfully inquired, "Yeah, how do you find the soap I crafted?" Lin Yu's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she lowered her gaze and softly replied, It works quite well." Her voice was barely audible, reminiscent of a whispering mosquito. Noticing her reaction, Zhao Tianyu continued with his playful banter, "Since it's effective, should we not fulfill our wager?" His gaze shifted toward Zhou Wanting, and his smile broadened. Zhou Wanting, caught off guard by Zhao Tianyu's attention, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she timidly asked, "What do you want us to do?" Zhao Tianyu, reveling in his triumph, feigned contemplation and remarked jovially, "I can't help but feel a bit of tension in my shoulders. Perhaps you could assist me with a shoulder massage?" Upon hearing his request, Zhou Wanting's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Hesitantly, she rose and moved behind Zhao Tianyu, pausing for a moment before finally extending her hands to gently knead his shoulders. Zhao Tianyu wore a contented smile, exclaiming, "Ah, I must say your technique is quite impressive. It feels incredibly soothing." As he spoke, he closed his eyes, savoring Zhou Wanting's ministrations. However, Witnessing his sheer enjoyment ignited a simmering frustration within her. Yet, having already lost the bet, she suppressed her discontent and continued the task in silence. As time ticked by, Zhou Wanting felt her hands growing weary, yet Zhao Tianyu showed no signs of wanting to stop. Finally, she could no longer restrain herself and said, "All right, that's enough." Hearing her words, Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes and nodded in agreement. Zhou Wanting breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly returned to her seat by the fireplace. Zhao Tianyu's smile grew even more radiant as he turned his attention to Lin Yu, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Yeah, it's your turn." Lin Yu's face instantly flushed, and with a shy demeanor, she asked, "What do you want me to do?" Zhao Tianyu, inwardly pleased, let his gaze linger on Lin Yu's ample bosom before grinning mischievously. "Come here, let me have a good feel of your assets." As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Shui, Su ran, and Zhou Wanting erupted into laughter, while Lin Yu's face turned as crimson as a ripe apple. Nearly bursting with embarrassment, flustered and vexed, she retorted, "No way. Choose something else." Zhao Tianyu, with a teasing smile, gently reminded her, Yeah, a wager is a wager. We agreed that you would comply with my requests. Anyone who reneges is but a little puppy. Do you wish to be a puppy?" Lin Yu found herself momentarily speechless upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, as if a fishbone were lodged in her throat. Beside her, Su Ran wore a mischievous grin, reveling in the spectacle, and teasingly chimed in, "Yeah, since you've lost, you must follow through with your promise. A mere pinch from brother Zhao won't cost you a thing. So why the shyness?" Lu Shui joined in, her face alight with laughter, adding, "Exactly, yeah, a bet is a bet. It's not like you haven't been pinched by brother Zhao before." Their playful jabs rendered Lin Yu's cheeks crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she steeled herself and slowly approached Zhao Tianyu, closing her eyes tightly, embodying a demeanor of surrender, as if to convey, "Do as you wish." Observing this, Zhao Tianyu's smile broadened, and without hesitation, he extended his hands toward Lin Yu's prominent chest. The instant his hands made contact, a surge of electricity coursed through her body, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. This unexpected sensation sent a tremor through her, awakening every cell within her. Zhao Tianyu appeared blissfully unaware of the profound impact his actions had on Lin Yu, who lost all control over her body, involuntarily emitting a discordant sound that echoed sharply in the tranquil kitchen. The unexpected noise prompted laughter from Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Zhou Wanting, their mirth resonating in Lin Yu's ears, intensifying her embarrassment to an extreme. Internally chastising herself, she thought, "Lin Yu, what has become of you? This is utterly humiliating. How could I make such a sound?" Casting an angry glare at Zhao Tianyu, her heart swelled with indignation and shame. Her face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a fully ripened apple, as she hurried back to the fireplace and lowered her head in mortification. Zhao Tianyu stood up, chuckling, and remarked, "I shall take a refreshing shower." He returned to the shelter to fetch a change of clothes and entered the bathroom, shedding his garments entirely before reclining in the tub. The warm water enveloped his body, imparting an exquisite sense of comfort and relaxation. Leaning against the edge of the tub, he closed his eyes, savoring the moment of tranquility, though his mind repeatedly replayed the scene of him pinching Lin Yu's chest, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Thus, Zhao Tianyu lingered in the bath for nearly half an hour, only rising when the water began to cool. He picked up a bar of soap, gently kneading it until it yielded a wealth of fine lather. Carefully applying the foam to his hair and body, he ensured every inch of his skin was luxuriously pampered. He then took a bamboo scoop, ladled some water from the tub, and slowly rinsed away the suds, leaving himself immaculate. After his shower, he swiftly donned his clothes and placed his soiled garments into the tub, meticulously scrubbing them clean with his hands. After washing the clothes, Zhao Tianyu wrung them out and took them outside the bathroom, where he found a sturdy branch to hang them up for drying. Once this task was completed, he returned to the bathroom to scoop out the water from the bathing pool using a bamboo tube before making his way back to the kitchen. Chapter 84. The night of the wolf pack time slipped away swiftly, and mere days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, aside from the occasional venture into the woods to forage for wild vegetables or gather firewood, everyone mostly remained cocooned within a shelter. One evening, after simmering some wild boar meat for dinner, the group gathered around the fireplace, basking in its warmth while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Zhao Tianyu gazed at the scant portion of wild boar meat, pondering to himself. This meager supply would last at most 2 or 3 more days, and it was imperative to venture into the woods for food the following day. Moreover, the last batch of sea salt was nearly depleted. A trip to the coast was necessary to gather more sea salt crystals. It was late when the group finally stood up and returned to the shelter, settling down in their beds to sleep. In the dead of night, as silence enveloped the world, a pack of 7 or 8 gray wolves appeared like phantoms outside the shelter. It seemed they had caught a whiff of human presence within, for they raised their heads and unleashed a bone-chilling howl that shattered the tranquility of the night. The sudden howl struck like thunder, jolting Zhao Tianyu and the others from their peaceful slumber. Hearing the wolves' cries, Zhao Tianyu's heart raced, and he sprang from his bed in an instant. He quickly slipped on his shoes and dashed toward the entrance of the shelter with remarkable speed. When constructing the shelter, he had deliberately left a small window in the bamboo door. This window not only provided ventilation, but also allowed him to observe the outside world at any moment. As he approached the bamboo door and peered through the small opening, he beheld the sight of 7 or 8 formidable gray wolves encircling the shelter, their eyes fixed hungrily upon them. These gray wolves were massive, significantly larger than ordinary wolves, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light in the bright moonlight, as if they could penetrate one's very soul. Their sharp fangs glinted ominously in the darkness, evoking a sense of dread. However, in the face of such ferocious creatures, Zhao Tianyu remained remarkably composed. He was well aware of the shelter's robust construction. Its walls were made from thick bamboo, interconnected with mortise and tenon joints, making it as solid as a rock. Even the most ferocious gray wolves would find it impossible to breach this sanctuary. In contrast, Lu Shui and the others were far from calm. Their faces turned pale with fear, their bodies trembling involuntarily as they huddled tightly in their beds. Suran Istamidith. Brother Zhao, what on earth is making that terrifying sound? It's truly frightening. His voice quivered, clearly shaken by the wolves' howls. Seeing their distress, Zhao Tianyu quickly offered reassurance. There is no need to be overly afraid. It's just a few gray wolves. Rest assured, our shelter is impregnable, and those wolves cannot harm us. His tone was lighthearted, as if he held no concern for the looming threat of the wolves. Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, the mood of Lu Shui and her companions relaxed slightly, the previously taut nerves easing a bit. Although a lingering fear remained, it was no longer as overwhelming as before. The gray wolves, perhaps sensing Zhao Tianyu standing at the entrance of the shelter, grew increasingly agitated. Their howls escalated in volume, seemingly a challenge directed at him. Their paws scratched the ground restlessly, indicating a potential assault on the shelter at any moment. For 2 or 3 minutes, a standoff ensued, until the largest gray wolf suddenly took a few steps forward, raised its head, and let out a deafening howl. The sound reverberated through the quiet night, sending chills down the spine. Zhao Tianyu surmised that this wolf was the alpha. Accompanied by the alpha's piercing howl, the other gray wolves darted towards the shelter like arrows, their speed akin to lightning. In the blink of an eye, they collided forcefully with the sturdy walls of the shelter, producing a dull thud. The sudden impact sent Lu Shui and her companions, curled up on the bed, into a state of terror, prompting them to scream loudly. However, despite the immense force of the wolves' assault, the walls of the shelter displayed remarkable resilience, only swaying slightly without sustaining significant damage. Observing this, the wolves seemed discontented, retreating momentarily while emitting low growls, as if communicating among themselves. Then, like a tempest, they charged at the shelter once more, this time with even greater ferocity. The sound of the impact echoed in the air, reverberating painfully in the ears. Yet, the shelter remained steadfast, merely shaking again, as if mocking the wolves' futile attempts. Both assaults had failed to inflict any substantial harm, and the wolves' fury escalated, their howls growing ever more exalted, resonating through the forest as if to taunt Zhao Tianyu and the others inside the shelter. Watching the frenzied wolves outside, Zhao Tianyu's lips curled into a subtle, mocking smile. He unabashedly called out, "You fools. Do you really think a few gray wolves can breach my shelter? What a delusion. Just watch how I deal with you arrogant creatures." His voice echoed within the confines of the shelter, brimming with confidence and disdain. Hearing his audacious taunts, Lu Shui and her companions exchanged glances, silently marveling at Zhao's composure in such dire circumstances. Brother Zhao is truly remarkable, they thought. Even now, he remains so calm and collected. It's truly admirable. Zhao Tianyu swiftly approached the bed, taking a quick step forward to grasp the slingshot resting there. He then bent down to retrieve a handful of small stones from the foot of the bed, which he had previously collected from the riverbank. Standing resolutely at the entrance of the shelter, he held a slingshot in his hand, carefully placing a small stone upon its leather pad. Through the diminutive window above the bamboo door, his gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixated upon the head of the Wolf King. With preparations complete, Zhao Tianyu inhaled deeply, then released his grip. The slingshot twanged, propelling the stone forth like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling straight towards the Wolf King's head. A dull thud resounded as the stone struck the Wolf King, inflicting pain and eliciting a piercing howl that reverberated through the air, causing the creature to tremble involuntarily. Infuriated by the unexpected assault, the Wolf King threw back its head and unleashed a thunderous howl that echoed through the wilderness. Chapter 85. The departure of the wolf pack following the howl. The Wolf King charged towards the shelter with the swiftness of lightning, its speed akin to a tempest. In the blink of an eye, a resounding crash erupted as the Wolf King collided violently with the bamboo door, causing it to shudder and creak ominously. as if on the verge of splintering. The pack of gray wolves followed suit, launching themselves against the walls of the shelter with the ferocity of famished predators. This sudden onslaught caught Zhao Tianyu off guard as he stood at the entrance. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not suppress an exclamation of dismay. "Damn it! You wretched beast startled me. Clever of you to discern that this bamboo door is the most vulnerable point of the shelter, targeting it specifically. Just wait and see how I deal with you." Cursing under his breath, Zhao Tianyu swiftly moved to the foot of the bed, seizing a sharpened wooden stick, and dashed back to the entrance like an arrow released from its bow. Firmly grasping the stick, he braced himself, waiting silently for the Wolf King to strike once more. The Wolf King, witnessing that its formidable assault had failed to breach the bamboo door, became consumed with rage. It emitted a low growl, retreating several paces like an enraged bull, then fixed its gaze upon the door, seemingly preparing for an even more ferocious charge. As time passed, after what felt like an eternity of seconds, the Wolf King suddenly charged at the bamboo door with frenzied determination. Zhao Tianyu, quick to respond, tightened his grip on the sharpened stick, thrusting it through the window of the door just as the Wolf King collided with it. In that fleeting moment, the stick pierced the Wolf King's body like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, a gory spray of crimson surged forth from the wound, splattering onto the ground and forming a shocking pool of blood. The Wolf King, severely wounded, emitted a piercing howl before collapsing to the ground as if all its strength had been drained away. It writhed in agony, seemingly attempting to alleviate the excruciating pain. The other gray wolves, witnessing this scene, were rendered motionless with fear. The once cacophonous howls abruptly ceased, and the atmosphere became eerily silent. At that moment, the only sound outside the shelter was the Wolf King's anguished cries, echoing through the desolate wilderness, creating a profoundly tragic and sorrowful ambience. Standing at the entrance of the shelter, Zhao Tianyu could not help but burst into laughter at the sight before him. After rolling on the ground for a minute or two, the Wolf King, gritting its teeth against the pain, struggled to rise, retreating several meters. Its body trembled slightly. Blood continued to flow from its wounds, and it extended its tongue to lick the blood oozing from its injuries. Zhao Tianyu, addressing the beleaguered Wolf King, shouted mockingly, "You fool, do you now recognize my strength? Come at me again if you dare." His voice resonated outside the shelter, a clear taunt and provocation directed at the Wolf King. The Wolf King, seemingly understanding Zhao Tianyu's words, let out a low, menacing growl in response, betraying its irritation. However, despite its apparent anger, it did not immediately launch another attack on the shelter, but instead stood its ground, fixating Zhao Tianyu with a fierce gaze, as if weighing the risks of further confrontation. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu smirked with a hint of disdain. He set aside the sharpened stick he had been holding and casually picked up a slingshot nearby. He placed a stone on the slingshot's leather pad, drew back the elastic, and aimed at the Wolf King's head. With a swift, whistling sound, the stone shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the Wolf King squarely on the head. The Wolf King let out a heart-wrenching cry, its body jolting violently. Sensing his triumph, Zhao Tianyu prepared to launch another strike with the slingshot. However, this time, the Wolf King seemed to have learned from its experience. It swiftly turned and bolted towards the woods without a backward glance, vanishing into the dense foliage in the blink of an eye. The other gray wolves, witnessing their leader's retreat, followed suit, hastily dashing into the trees until they too disappeared from sight. With the wolf pack gone, Zhao Tianyu exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to the trembling Lu Shui and her companions, he smiled gently and reassured them, "It's all right now. The wolves have departed. You needn't be afraid any longer. Please, return to your slumber." Upon hearing his words, the tension in Lu Shui and her friends finally eased. The following morning, the sun had risen high, its rays filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Zhao Tianyu slowly opened his eyes, bleary from sleep, and glanced at Lu Shui and her companions, still deep in slumber. Choosing not to disturb them, he quietly rose from his bed, donned his shoes, and made his way to the entrance of the shelter. Zhao Tianyu gently pushed open the bamboo door and looked up, greeted by an expanse of azure sky. The dazzling sunlight seemed intent on piercing his eyes, causing him to squint. He took a deep breath of the fresh morning air, relishing the invigorating essence that flowed through him, which uplifted his spirits immensely. After stretching his somewhat stiff body to acclimate to the morning chill, Zhao Tianyu approached the riverside, crouched down, and cupped his hands to splash some cool river water onto his face. The icy sensation instantly invigorated him, sweeping away any lingering fatigue. He then retrieved the 2 fishing nets placed in the river for inspection, perhaps due to the dropping temperatures. Each net had only caught a meager handful of small fish and shrimp. He placed the little creatures into a small puddle by the riverbank to keep them alive and returned the nets to the water. Back at the shelter, he gathered a bow and arrows, placing them into a bamboo basket before slinging it over his shoulder, preparing to venture into the woods in search of sustenance. Just as he took a few steps, a crisp voice called out from behind him, "Brother Zhao, where are you off to? Immediately halting, Zhao Tianyu turned slowly to see Lu Shui standing at the entrance of the shelter, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Oh, I've noticed that the smoked wild boar meat is almost finished, so I thought I might look for more food in the woods, Zhao Tianyu explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, "Wait for me. I want to go with you." Without missing a beat, she dashed like a nimble deer towards the nearby restroom by the river. Before long, Lu Shui emerged from the restroom and quickly returned to the riverbank for a brief wash. Then, she hurried back to the shelter, grabbed a bow and arrows, and swiftly joined Zhao Tianyu as they made their way into the woods. Chapter 86. Searching for food in the woods with Lu Shui, Zhao Tianyu carried the bamboo basket on his back, wielding a military knife as he led the way. With Lu Shui closely following him, bow in hand, the two traversed the mountainous forest in silence for nearly half an hour, the tranquility punctuated only by the occasional chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves. Suddenly, the crisp call of a wild chicken shattered the stillness. In unison, they halted, lifting their heads to gaze in the direction of the sound. Before long, they spotted a plump wild chicken perched on a branch of a nearby tree, incessantly clucking. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu promptly set down his bamboo basket and swiftly retrieved the slingshot, ready to take aim at the bird. Just as he was about to make his move, Lu Shui interjected, "Brother Zhao, let me give it a try, if that's all right." Her voice was laced with eagerness and excitement. Turning to her, Zhao Tianyu couldn't help but smile at her enthusiastic demeanor and nodded in agreement. With his permission granted, Lu Shui's face lit up with joy as she grasped the bow and gradually approached the wild chicken. The wild hen seemed to have noticed the approaching Lu Shui, yet it did not flee in panic like most wildfowl would. Instead, it appeared somewhat curious, widening its eyes and fixating on Lu Shui, intermittently emitting a series of calls as if observing this unexpected guest. Shortly thereafter, Lu Shui arrived beneath the great tree. She steadied herself, took a deep breath, and then raised her bow, aiming at the wild hen perched on a branch. Despite the rigorous archery practice she and her companions had undertaken, this was her first attempt at hunting a wild hen with a bow, inducing a sense of nervousness within her. Drawing a deep breath, she slowly released the bowstring, and the arrow shot forth like a bolt from the blue, racing towards the wild hen. However, perhaps due to her anxiety, her hand trembled slightly, causing her aim to falter. The arrow struck the branch instead of the hen. With a resounding thud, the arrow embedded itself firmly in the wood, startling the wild hen, which then spread its wings and soared away like a flash of lightning to a nearby tree several dozen meters away. Realizing she had not only missed her target, but had also left the arrow lodged in the branch, Lu Shui's face flushed crimson, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. She lowered her head, feeling a mix of regret and embarrassment. Observing her plight, Zhao Tianyu quickly approached her side, offering gentle reassurance. "Do not fret. It is of no great consequence. Su Ran was the same way last time. Just practice a bit more. Come, give it another try. I believe you can hit that wild hen." His words seemed to infuse Lu Shui with renewed strength, calming her spirits somewhat. With determination, she retrieved her bow and strode purposefully towards the tree where the wild hen had landed. Soon, she stood beneath the tree, unwavering as she raised her bow once more, focusing intently on the plump wild hen perched above. She inhaled deeply, as if channeling all her strength into this shot, silently encouraging herself. "Lu Shui, you can do it. You will surely hit it." As she released the bowstring, the arrow surged forth like a streak of lightning, striking the wild hen with perfect precision. The hen, caught off guard by the sudden impact, trembled violently, propelled several meters forward along with the arrow, before crashing heavily to the ground. It writhed on the earth, emitting a series of anguished cries. Witnessing her success in hitting the wild hen, Lu Shui's heart swelled with excitement. She turned to Zhao Tianyu, exclaiming joyfully, "Brother Zhao, I finally hit the wild hen." Zhao Tianyu hurried to her side, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "I told you, you could do it." Without missing a beat, he swiftly moved to where the wild hen had fallen, bent down to retrieve the still struggling bird, and firmly grasped its neck, twisting it decisively. With a sharp crack, the neck of the wild chicken snapped, its anguished cries abruptly silenced. Removing the arrow from its body, he handed it to Lu Shui and placed the wild chicken into the bamboo basket. The two continued their trek deeper into the forest. They walked in silence for quite some time, with no other animals in sight, leaving them both feeling somewhat disappointed and disheartened. As time ticked away, the sun climbed higher in the sky. Despite the onset of autumn, the forest remained oppressively warm. Zhao Tianyu seemed largely unaffected, while Lu Shui was already panting, her clothes drenched in sweat. Observing her flushed face and labored breaths stirred a pang of sympathy within Zhao Tianyu. He soon found a large tree offering shade, carefully surveyed the surroundings for potential dangers, and then turned to Lu Shui, suggesting, "Let us rest here for a while." Lu Shui nodded slightly, collapsing under the tree in a breathless heap, as if striving to exhale all her exhaustion. Zhao Tianyu gently set the bamboo basket down and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, expertly lighting it. He inhaled deeply, the smoke swirling around him, exuding an air of tranquility. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the loose collar of Lu Shue's shirt. Through the slightly open neckline, he caught a glimpse of her alluring cleavage, evoking a myriad of thoughts. After lingering on that sight for a while, he reluctantly diverted his gaze. After resting for nearly 20 minutes and regaining some strength, the two resumed their journey deeper into the woods. They ventured another 2 to 3 kilometers, having only managed to shoot a single wild chicken. Realizing they had been out for several hours without venturing further into the dense forest, they turned back toward the shelter, encountering no other signs of wildlife on their return. By the time they reached the shelter, it was already noon. At that moment, Su Ran, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting were anxiously waiting at the kitchen door. Seeing them return, the trio's previously anxious hearts finally eased. Upon entering the kitchen, Lu Shue collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, while Zhao Tianyu set the bamboo basket down and joined her in catching his breath. Chapter 87. The awkward Su Ran observing the 2 wild chickens in a basket. Su Ran immediately grabbed a pot and went to the nearby river, filling it with water and placing it on the hearth to boil. In less than 20 minutes, the water was boiling, and Su Ran took the pot back to the riverbank. Lin Yu and Zhou Wanting each took a wild chicken to the river, submerging them in the scalding water for a few minutes before retrieving them to pluck their feathers. After months of island life, they had become adept at processing wild chickens, and in less than half an hour, they had cleaned and prepared both birds, returning them to the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu first chopped the prepared wild chicken into small pieces and then poured some lard into the pot. As the temperature of the oil rose, the lard began to smoke, exuding an enticing aroma. Zhao Tianyu swiftly added the chicken pieces to the pot, continuously stirring with his handmade wooden spatula, ensuring that each morsel was evenly coated in oil. Once the chicken became fragrant, he added a splash of water to commence a slow simmer. Seizing the opportunity while the wild chicken was stewing, Lin Yu smiled brightly and said to Lu Shui, "Sister Shui, did you arrange to go to the woods with Brother Zhao?" Lu Shui replied with a subtle smile, "This morning, I happened to see Brother Zhao heading into the woods while I was on my way to the bathroom, so I went along with him." Su Ran, wearing a mischievous grin, continued to probe Lu Shui. "So, were you and Brother Zhao really just looking for food in the woods?" Lu Shui's cheeks flushed with a hint of color as she shyly laughed and retorted, "Oh, Su Ran, can you not be so presumptuous? Brother Zhao and I merely went to the woods to find something to eat. What more could you possibly think?" However, Su Ran seemed unwilling to relent, her smile growing more pronounced as she teased, "Oh dear, a solitary man and woman venturing into the woods. It's hardly surprising if something were to happen." Lu Shui was taken aback by her remark, unable to suppress a mix of laughter and exasperation. She hurriedly clarified, "We truly were just searching for food. What else could possibly happen?" After saying this, she abruptly shifted the topic, adding, "But speaking of which, the last time you went to the woods with Brother Zhao, it seemed a bit peculiar, didn't it?" Upon hearing this, Su Ran's heart tightened as she recalled the moment when she had loosened her collar to reveal her chest to Zhao Tianyu in the woods. Lu Shui seemed to notice Su Ran's unease, her eyes sparkling as she inquired, "What is this? Have I hit the nail on the head? Come on, tell us what you and Brother Zhao really did in the woods." Su Ran's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she stammered, We didn't do anything. We just looked for some food." Observing her hesitation, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting exchanged glances, a wave of curiosity washing over them. They secretly speculated about what might have transpired between Su Ran and Zhao Tianyu during their last excursion into the woods. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Yu rushed to Su Ran, beaming as she pressed, "Sister Su Ran, stop keeping us in suspense. Please tell us what happened between you and Brother Zhao in the woods." Zhou Wanting, equally eager, chimed in with a playful grin, "Yes, Sister Su Ran. Don't hide it from us. Have you and Brother Zhao already made a secret pact to be together for life?" Su Ran's face flushed deeply as she shyly lowered her head, stammering, "Oh, don't jump to conclusions. Brother Zhao and I truly have nothing going on. It's just what?" Lin Yu interjected impatiently, her excitement palpable as she pressed for more details. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu, who had been silently smoking in the corner, suddenly erupted into laughter. He leisurely remarked, "In truth, nothing significant occurred between Su Ran and me. I merely glanced at her bosom." As soon as Zhao Tianyu's words left his lips, Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting appeared as though struck by lightning, their faces etched with shock, mouths agape as if one could fit an egg inside. Observing their astonished expressions, Zhao Tianyu chuckled, "What is there to be shocked about? I simply looked at her chest. Last time at the beach, I exposed all of you." The instant he uttered those words, Zhao Tianyu realized his blunder. Indeed, as soon as the statement escaped his mouth, Lu Shui and the others blushed crimson, with Zhou Wanting retorting, "Brother Zhao, you deceitful scoundrel. Didn't you claim you saw nothing at the beach?" Zhao Tianyu, still grinning, replied, "Why are you making such a fuss? If I saw everything, then I saw it. Didn't I? It's not as if you'd lose a piece of flesh." Hearing Zhao Tianyu's response, Lu Shui and her companions were momentarily rendered speechless. Before long, the two wild chickens simmering in the pot began to emit a tantalizing aroma, causing everyone's mouths to water. They eagerly picked up their bowls and chopsticks, devouring the tender chicken meat with gusto. After breakfast, Lu Shui and the others took the initiative to gather the dishes and wash them clean by the shore before bringing them back to the kitchen. Zhao Tianyu then addressed the group. "The wild boar meat hanging on the bamboo rack will only suffice for 2 or 3 days. I must venture into the woods to search for more food, perhaps another wild boar or a leopard." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shui and her companions responded almost in unison, "We'll accompany you." Zhao Tianyu made no objections. After all, having beautiful companions was a pleasant prospect, and it would also allow him to impart some wilderness survival skills to them. With a bamboo basket slung over his back, Zhao Tianyu led the way, while Lu Shui and the others each took up a bow and arrow. Thus, they set off in grand procession towards the woods, with Zhao Tianyu leading the charge wielding a military knife, while Lu Shui and her friends closely followed behind him. After nearly an hour of walking, aside from the occasional chirping of birds in the branches, not a single wild chicken was in sight, leaving everyone feeling somewhat disheartened. At this time, it was afternoon, the hottest part of the day. Although autumn had arrived, the woods remained stiflingly warm. Zhao Tianyu seemed unaffected, but Lu Shui and her companions were flushed and panting, their clothes soaked with sweat, accentuating their perfect figures. Observing their state, Zhao Tianyu inquired with a smile, "Shall we take a moment to rest?" Upon hearing his question, Lin Yu immediately suggested, "Let us take a break." Zhao Tianyu nodded in agreement, then sought out a cool, large tree. After surveying the surroundings, he instructed Lu Shui and her friends to sit beneath the tree and rest. He then set down the bamboo basket and leaned against the trunk, pulling a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it, and indulging in a leisurely smoke. A pair of eyes involuntarily gravitated towards the loose neckline of Lu Shui and her companions. Chapter 88. Encountering the leopard again. Ever since the first accidental glimpse of the color of Lu Shui's undergarments and the alluring contours of her cleavage, Zhao Tianyu's heart had ignited with an insatiable fervor, a thrill that he found utterly irresistible. At that moment, he leaned against a tree trunk, surveying the scene from above, his gaze captivated by the revealed colors and the profound allure of their forms. This tableau accelerated his heartbeat, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only this enchanting springtime vista. However, just as he was lost in this tantalizing view, Su Ran unexpectedly lifted her head. In an instant, their eyes met, and Zhao Tianyu was engulfed by a wave of embarrassment, as if his private indulgence had been laid bare. "Damn it! Why am I so unfortunate?" Zhao Tianyu cursed inwardly, realizing he had been caught again by Su Ran. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for his carelessness. Yet, Su Ran's reaction surprised him. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a fierce glare, her eyes seemingly conveying a message. "Didn't I tell you in the woods last time not to peek? If you want to see, just ask me." Yet, instead of confronting him directly, she lowered her head, extending a finger to gently tug at her loose neckline, slowly pulling it outward. This subtle gesture, though slight, was imbued with seduction, causing Zhao Tianyu's heart to race even more fervently. As Su Ran gradually revealed her previously concealed fair skin and prominent curves, it unfolded before him like a captivating painting. Zhao Tianyu felt an involuntary gulp in his throat, a warm surge rising to his heart, rendering him parched. His gaze was irrevocably ensnared by Su Ran's form, unable to divert, as he pondered, "What is she doing? Is she not deliberately enticing me towards wrongdoing?" His rational mind cautioned against continuing this gaze, warning that he might lose control and act in ways he would regret. Thus, he struggled to avert his eyes from Su Ran, inhaling deeply several times to calm his tumultuous emotions. Yet, that restless fervor blazed within him like an uncontrollable fire, making tranquility elusive. He resorted to deep breaths and a few puffs of smoke, hoping the nicotine might temper his inner turmoil. After a considerable time, his restless heart gradually settled. After nearly 20 minutes of respite, the group resumed their journey deeper into the woods. Throughout the trek, Zhao Tianyu endeavored to focus on the surrounding environment, striving to banish thoughts of Su Ran. Suddenly, a faint rustling emanated from the distant thicket. Though subtle, the sound was jarringly pronounced in the serene woods. The group immediately halted, alertly observing the source of the commotion. Zhao Tianyu whispered to Lu Shui and the others, "You all stay here. I will go check what is happening." Lu Shui gazed at him with a hint of concern, advising, "Be cautious." Zhao Tianyu nodded, then unsheathed the sharp military knife from his waist, gripping it tightly as he cautiously approached the thicket. When he was less than 5 meters away, a sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves. A sense of foreboding gripped Zhao Tianyu's heart, just as he was about to halt and assess his surroundings. A massive leopard leaped forth from the bushes like a bolt of lightning. It opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, and let out a deep growl that seemed to send tremors throughout the forest. Startled by this unexpected sight, Zhao Tianyu's body shuddered, his heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Yet, in this moment of peril, he did not succumb to panic. Instead, he reacted swiftly. As the leopard lunged towards him, Zhao Tianyu deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the predator's assault. In that same instant, he swung the military knife with precision, delivering a powerful strike to the leopard. The blade sliced through the leopard's fur, leaving a gaping wound several centimeters long. Instantly, blood gushed from the injury, splattering onto the ground and forming a shocking pool. The leopard, in pain, emitted a piercing roar and surged forward several meters before barely managing to halt. It was evident that Zhao Tianyu had thoroughly enraged the creature. Turning its head, the leopard fixed Zhao Tianyu with a gaze filled with hatred, growling ominously, as if warning him against provoking its wrath. Suddenly, the leopard lunged towards Zhao Tianyu again with astonishing speed, as if it had transcended space itself, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Zhao Tianyu had no time to think. His body instinctively reacted. He swiftly raised a foot, channeling all his strength into a powerful kick aimed at the leopard's jaw. The strike was thunderous, delivering a tremendous impact that sent the leopard flying backward, tumbling through the air several times before crashing to the ground. However, the leopard was not defeated by this blow. After rolling several times, it sprang back to its feet. Perhaps realizing that Zhao Tianyu was not an easy adversary, it redirected its aggression toward Lu Shui and her companions. The entire sequence of events, from the leopard's emergence to this moment, had unfolded in less than half a minute. It transpired with such rapidity that it left everyone in stunned disbelief. Lu Shui and her companions were completely paralyzed by the terrifying scene, standing frozen in place, even forgetting to scream. In an instant, the leopard charged at them like a black whirlwind, closing the distance with alarming speed. Before Lu Shui and her companions could recover from their astonishment, the leopard lunged at Zhou Wanting with the swiftness of lightning, striking her down with a force that sent her crashing to the ground. The impact reverberated with a dull thud. In an instant, the leopard bared its fearsome fangs, poised to sink its teeth into Zhou Wanting's neck without hesitation. This harrowing scene unfolded so rapidly that Zhou Wanting had no time to contemplate her fate. A singular thought consumed her. She must prevent the leopard from biting her neck. Perhaps a primal instinct for survival surged within her, prompting her to thrust her hands forward, desperately bracing against the leopard's jaw with all her strength, determined to keep its fangs from grazing her skin. Yet, the leopard's power was overwhelming, rendering her resistance nearly futile. Despite her utmost effort, the creature's maw inched closer to her throat, casting an ever-deepening shadow of death upon her. At that moment, Zhou Wanting's mind was a blank canvas, overwhelmed by despair. She was acutely aware of her precarious situation, fearing that in the next heartbeat, the leopard's fangs would pierce her throat, extinguishing her life. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Zhao Tianyu arrived like a shooting star. With remarkable speed, he extended his left hand, gripping the leopard's neck with the strength of a vice, and with all his might, he yanked the beast away from Zhou Wanting. This forceful tug disrupted the leopard's balance, sending it arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Tianyu seized the opportunity as the leopard struggled to regain its footing. He roared like an enraged lion and pressed it firmly to the earth with all his strength. The leopard writhed beneath him, but Zhao Tianyu's power was as unyielding as a mountain, rendering its escape impossible. He then swung his right hand, the gleaming blade of his military knife slicing through the air towards the leopard's abdomen. The knife pierced effortlessly into the creature, a fountain of blood erupting forth. The leopard emitted a piercing wail, a cry that echoed through the forest as it fought desperately to break free from Zhao Tianyu's grip. Yet, his left hand held its neck with an iron grip, preventing any chance of escape, while his knee pinned it down, robbing it of any ability to resist. With ruthless determination, Zhao Tianyu plunged the knife into the leopard's belly time and again, each thrust infused with his fury and resolve. The blade entered and exited the creature, blood splattering and staining the surrounding grass. Zhao Tianyu's face became smeared with blood as he relentlessly drove the knife in over a dozen times, until the leopard's struggles weakened and ultimately ceased. Its body gradually became rigid, devoid of any signs of life. Only after confirming that the leopard was utterly lifeless did Zhao Tianyu release his grip, allowing the creature's corpse to fall to the ground. He, too, was somewhat breathless from the exertion as he slowly rose from the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Shui and Su Ran hurriedly assisted Zhou Wanting to her feet. Zhao Tianyu quickly approached the still frightened Zhou Wanting and, with a look of concern, inquired, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Zhou Wanting, clearly still in shock from the earlier terror, dazedly shook her head, and then, suddenly, like a child, burst into tears. Her sobs echoed through the silent forest, evoking sympathy from all who heard. As she wept, she threw herself into Zhao Tianyu's embrace, as if only there could she find solace. Through her tears, she managed to say, "Brother Zhao, you terrified me. I am so grateful to you. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I would have been mauled by the leopard." Zhao Tianyu gently patted her back, comforting her. There. It's all right now. It's all over. After a few words of reassurance from Zhao Tianyu, Zhao Wanting's sobs gradually subsided, and her emotions settled somewhat. She slowly loosened her grip on him, her body trembling slightly. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu's gaze unexpectedly fell upon her chest. To his astonishment, he noticed that the fabric above her chest had been torn by the leopard, with blood seeping slowly from a gash. A pang of concern gripped Zhao Tianyu as he urgently asked, "Are you injured?" Zhao Wanting, hearing his voice, finally snapped back to reality and looked down her chest. Upon seeing her torn clothing and the blood, a wave of intense pain surged through her, likely from the leopard's sharp claws when it had pinned her to the ground. Witnessing this, Zhao Tianyu's anxiety deepened, and he quickly said, "Let me check your wound." Zhao Wanting's face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, appearing flustered. However, Zhao Tianyu paid no heed to her reaction, fixated solely on assessing her injury. He cautiously extended his hand and gently lifted her garment. Although Zhao Wanting felt embarrassed, she did not resist. She simply stood still, allowing Zhao Tianyu to examine her. Once he lifted her clothing, he discovered several deep gashes on her chest, inflicted by the leopard's razor-sharp claws, with blood continuously flowing from the wounds. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Lin Yu gasped in horror upon seeing her injuries. Lu Shui, filled with urgency, asked Brother Zhao, "How serious is Wanting's injury?" Zhao Tianyu replied, "It's not too severe. We can apply some anti-inflammatory ointment and bandage it when we get back." After saying this, he slowly lowered Zhao Wanting's clothing back down. Addressing Lu Shui and the others, he remarked, "This leopard will sustain us for quite some time. We must hasten our departure to avoid attracting other carnivores with the scent of its blood." Upon concluding his statement, he swiftly approached the lifeless body of the leopard, wiping his bloodied military knife across its hide before sheathing it at his waist. Grasping the leopard by its two legs, he hoisted the hefty creature onto his shoulder and set off in the direction of the shelter, with Lu Shui and her companions promptly following in his wake. After nearly 2 hours, they finally returned to the vicinity of the shelter. Zhao Tianyu unceremoniously dropped the leopard onto the ground and made his way to the kitchen, where he retrieved a bamboo bowl. He dipped it into the pot, scooping some cool boiled water to his lips, gulping it down eagerly. After consuming 3 generous bowls of refreshing water, he paused, sinking down beside the fireplace, gasping for breath. Turning to Su Ran, he instructed, "Please search the luggage in the shelter for some anti-inflammatory medication, disinfectant, and gauze. I need to tend to Wanting's wounds. Although they're not severely serious, neglecting them could easily lead to infection." Upon hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran felt an urgent need to act without delay. She quickly rose and hurried towards the shelter, anxiously searching for the necessary supplies. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu turned to Lin Yu, issuing his next command, "Fetch a pot and draw some water from the river, then place it over the fireplace to boil." Without hesitation, Lin Yu seized a pot and briskly made her way to the riverbank, cautiously collecting some water before returning to the kitchen and placing it securely above the fireplace. Noticing this, Lu Shui also sprang into action. She swiftly gathered some dry twigs and gently placed them into the fireplace, then ignited the kindling with a lighter. Zhao Tianyu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, expertly lighting it and inhaling slowly. The smoke curled around him, yet his thoughts drifted back to the harrowing scene in the woods. The mere recollection of how close Wanting had come to being fatally mauled by the ferocious leopard sent a shiver of fear through him. He privately thanked his quick reflexes for averting a tragedy. Indeed, over this period of time together, Zhao Tianyu had come to regard the 4 women as his own family. He sincerely wished for each of their safety, hoping none would encounter misfortune. This desolate island was far more perilous than he had initially imagined. He recognized that in future excursions into the woods, he must exercise utmost caution and never let his guard down. After finishing 2 cigarettes, the water in the pot above the fireplace had heated up, bubbling vigorously. Su Ran returned with a bottle of disinfectant, a bottle of anti-inflammatory medication, and a roll of gauze. Zhao Tianyu rose, carefully lifting the pot from the fireplace and setting it down on the ground. He then turned to Wanting and urged, "Please remove your clothing so I can attend to your wounds." Zhao Wanting felt her cheeks flush at Zhao Tianyu's words. Her head bowed as her hands tightly clutched the hem of her clothing, appearing somewhat at a loss. Observing her embarrassment, Lu Shui promptly interjected, "Wanting, were you shy about a time like this? Brother Zhao has already seen us in our entirety by the coast. There's no reason to feel bashful now. Quickly remove your clothing so that Brother Zhao can tend to your wound." Though Zhao Wanting hesitated, aware of the urgency of the situation, She knew delaying was not an option. Gritting her teeth, she slowly loosened her grip and began to unbutton her shirt. Once she had removed her outer garment and blouse, she was left with only a pink bra, partially concealing the wound on her chest. Zhao Tianyu then urged, "You should take off the bra as well." At this, Zhou Wanting's face turned a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, perhaps even more vividly than a monkey's rear. Shyly, she glanced at Zhao Tianyu and softly suggested, "Brother Zhao, perhaps it would be better if Sister Shui and the others helped me with the wound." However, before she could finish, Lin Yu eagerly chimed in, "Come on, Wanting. I've already bared myself for Brother Zhao to examine my wound. What is there to be shy about?" Lu Shui and Su Ran, as if in unison, echoed, "We want TB helping with the wound." Faced with their insistence, a hint of reluctance and resignation crossed Zhou Wanting's face. Ultimately, she extended her hand toward her back, deftly unfastening her bra. As she removed the garment, the pair of previously constrained curves were unveiled before Zhao Tianyu's gaze. Instantly captivated, he felt a dryness in his throat, as if a flame were igniting within. He swallowed hard, striving to quell his restless heart. After a moment, he regained his composure, inhaling deeply before taking a roll of gauze and carefully tearing off a small piece. He submerged the gauze in warm water, then gently began to cleanse the blood surrounding Zhou Wanting's wound. As his soft ministrations continued, Zhou Wanting experienced an unusual sensation emanating from her injury, a combination of mild stinging and an indescribable itch, rendering her flushed. Once the blood was entirely cleared away, Zhao Tianyu tore off another piece of fresh gauze. Opening a bottle of antiseptic, a sharp scent immediately filled the air. He dipped the gauze into the solution, lifted his gaze to Zhou Wanting, and cautioned, "This antiseptic may sting a bit when it touches your wound. Bear with it." Zhou Wanting's cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, and though she shyly nodded, her eyes remained averted from Zhao Tianyu's. Taking a deep breath, he gently applied the antiseptic-soaked gauze to her injury. In an instant, Zhou Wanting was overwhelmed by a piercing pain, clenching her teeth to suppress any sound. Zhao Tianyu, noticing the change in her expression, felt a surge of compassion, prompting him to handle her with greater tenderness. After disinfecting her wound, he carefully sprinkled some anti-inflammatory medication onto the injury. Finally, he took a clean piece of gauze and meticulously wrapped her wound. Once he had finished, he looked up at Zhou Wanting and said with concern, "The wound has been treated, but try to keep it dry over the next few days. Moreover, since the injury is located on your chest, it would be wise to refrain from wearing a bra until it heals to avoid hindering recovery." Zhou Wanting blushed and nodded, expressing her gratitude with a soft thank you. She hastily stood, returning to the shelter to retrieve a loose outfit from her suitcase. Her mind wandered back to the moment Zhao Tianyu had pulled the leopard away from her, as well as the tender scene of him treating her injury, causing her cheeks to flush once more. In truth, after spending some time together, she had developed feelings for Zhao Tianyu, and following today's events, she found herself hopelessly in love with him. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu dragged the leopard to a large rock by the riverbank to begin his work. Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Lin Yu quickly approached to assist him. In less than 20 minutes, they had skinned the leopard and made an incision in its belly to remove the entrails, discarding them into the river to be carried away by the current. They cut the leopard's meat into small pieces for Lu Shui and the others to transport back to the shelter. After finishing with the meat, Zhao Tianyu cleaned the hide and hung it from a branch of a large tree by the river to dry. Chapter 91. Will you kiss me? With the tasks completed, night had fully descended, and everyone was ravenous. Zhao Tianyu took a piece of leopard meat, cut it into smaller portions, and began to stew it in a pot. Covered in blood, Zhao Tianyu remained in the kitchen, while Lu Shui, Su Ran, and Lin Yu fetched water from the river in bamboo tubes and poured it into the large bath in the bathroom. They ignited a fire in the stove beneath the bath to prepare warm water for Zhao Tianyu's shower. At that moment, only Zhao Tianyu and Zhou Wanting remained in the kitchen. Perhaps due to the earlier events, Zhou Wanting felt shy and kept her head lowered, avoiding eye contact and refraining from initiating conversation with him. Observing her discomfort, Zhao Tianyu chose not to speak, instead pulling out a cigarette and leisurely smoking. Before long, Lu Shui and the others returned to the kitchen. Seeing the pile of leopard meat on the palm leaves, Su Ran expressed her concern, "Brother Zhao, we have only a little sea salt left, which is hardly enough to cure all this leopard meat. If we don't process it in time, it will easily spoil." Indeed, this matter had long been contemplated by Zhao Tianyu, who promptly spoke, "I shall venture to the coast tomorrow morning to procure some sea salt crystals. You all should place the leopard meat in the smokehouse for smoking. The weather has cooled somewhat, so it should preserve well for 3 or 4 days." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ran immediately responded, "I am uneasy about you going to the coast alone. I shall accompany you." Lu Shui, Lin Yu, and Zhou Wanting quickly echoed their desire to join him on the journey to the coast. Zhao Tianyu shook his head and replied, "Wanting is injured, and someone must remain to tend to the smoking of the leopard meat. You three should stay at the shelter. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Hearing this, Su Ran insisted, no, I must go with you to the coast. Let Sister Shui and the others remain at the shelter. Contemplating her words, Zhao Tianyu thought having a beautiful companion would be quite pleasant. Perhaps something remarkable might occur during their excursion. He nodded and said, very well. You may accompany me to the coast. Shui, you three shall stay at the shelter. Once we depart, please remain there and do not wander about. With Zhao Tianyu's arrangement, Su Ran felt a surge of happiness, while Lu Shui and the others reluctantly agreed. Before long, the leopard meat in the pot was perfectly stewed, and everyone eagerly took their bowls and utensils to savor the delicious dish. After dinner, the water in the bathing pool had been heated, and Zhao Tianyu inquired of Lu Shui and the others, would you like to take a bath? They all declined, prompting Zhao Tianyu to rise and return to the shelter to retrieve a change of clothes. He entered the bathroom and disrobed completely, luxuriating in the warm bath. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, Zhao Tianyu awoke to find Lu Shui and the others still in deep slumber. Rising from his bed, he donned his shoes and approached the large bed where they lay, gently tapping Su Ran, who stirred awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes. The two exited the shelter and washed briefly at the riverbank, returning to the kitchen to place the pot in a bamboo basket, along with a piece of leopard meat and several empty bottles for water. Thus, they set forth toward the coast, with Zhao Tianyu carrying the bamboo basket and leading the way with a military knife, while Su Ran followed closely behind with a bow and arrow in hand. At that moment, the sun had just begun to rise, and the forest was shrouded in mist, rendering visibility quite low. They had to remain vigilant of their surroundings, which necessitated a slower pace. After walking for over 2 hours, they had covered less than half the distance. By then, the sun had risen high, and the mist within the forest had completely dissipated, leaving the woods somewhat stifling. Zhao Tianyu felt no discomfort, while Su Ran was already flushed and panting heavily. As he observed her breathless demeanor, Zhao Tianyu glanced around until he finally spotted a robust tree with a canopy of lush foliage, beneath which lay a cool refuge. He hastened to the tree, gently placing the bamboo basket on the ground before turning to Su Ran with tenderness, saying, Su Ran, I see you can hardly move now. Let us pause and rest for a moment. Su Ran sank down beneath the tree, gasping for breath, while Zhao Tianyu naturally leaned against the trunk. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, expertly lit it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Amidst the swirling haze, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Ran. There she sat, tilting her head slightly upward, a beam of sunlight filtering through the leaves to illuminate her delicate features and fair skin. Her chest rose and fell with each breath, the subtle curves tantalizingly evident, stirring thoughts within him that he could scarcely contain. Zhao Tianyu felt a dryness in his throat and quickly averted his eyes, feigning nonchalance as he continued to smoke. At that moment, however, Su Ran suddenly spoke. Brother Zhao, since it's just the two of us now, why are you still leaning against a tree? Are you trying to sneak a peek at me? Taken aback by her question, Zhao Tianyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He chuckled and replied, my apologies. It's just a habit. Without hesitation, he then joined her under the tree. As soon as he sat down, Su Ran unexpectedly nestled closer to him, their bodies pressing intimately against one another. Zhao Tianyu was enveloped by a faint, alluring fragrance emanating from her, causing his head to spin slightly. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to her, tracing the contours of her form until it settled on her chest, rhythmically rising and falling with her breath. The neckline of her top was slightly open, revealing glimpses of her skin that shimmered softly in the sunlight, as if beckoning him to discover more hidden secrets. His heartbeat quickened, a wild fluttering within, as he found his thoughts wandering, questioning, what is going on with Su Ran? Is she not subtly enticing me into temptation? Just then, as Zhao Tianyu was lost in his musings, Su Ran broke the silence with a smile, her gentle voice akin to a spring breeze. Brother Zhao, do you think I'm beautiful? Without thinking, Zhao Tianyu blurted out, absolutely beautiful. Hearing his response, a blush crept across Su Ran's cheeks, her voice softening further as she asked, Brother Zhao, could you kiss me? This request struck Zhao Tianyu like a thunderclap, catching him completely off guard with its frankness. Initially stunned, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. Such a delightful opportunity, he thought, seizing the moment since it was her initiative. Without hesitation, he discarded his cigarette, and with a swift motion, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Su Ran's body trembled slightly, yet she did not resist. Zhao Tianyu felt her softness and warmth, and his heartbeat quickened. Gradually, he lowered his head, aiming for Su Ran's alluring cherry lips, and gently kissed her. Although neither had yet experienced the intimacy of love, they possessed a certain understanding of such matters. Much like the adage suggests, one may not have eaten pork, but surely one has seen a pig run. Moreover, During his time in the security department, Zhao Tianyu would occasionally retreat into his blanket at night, secretly indulging in films from distant lands. As Zhao Tianyu's lips met Su Ran's, she was suddenly enveloped by an unprecedented wave of sensation, a feeling that defied accurate description. As their kiss intensified, Zhao Tianyu's hands began to wander, exploring her body with unrestrained gentleness. Under his touch, Su Ran felt as if she had been ignited, her body ablaze with an unbearable heat, restlessly alive. However, just as they were lost in their passionate embrace, a faint rustling sound reached Zhao Tianyu's ears. His instincts warned him of potential danger lurking behind that noise. Without hesitation, he released Su Ran. In that moment, Su Ran gazed at him in confusion, still caught in the fervor of their earlier intimacy. Just as she opened her mouth to inquire about his sudden change, she noticed Zhao Tianyu's vigilant demeanor as he surveyed their surroundings, prompting her to hold her tongue. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, swiftly locked onto a dense patch of underbrush a few meters away, where the rustling sound originated. His expression grew serious as he whispered to Su Ran, "Stand up slowly. Do not panic, and then gradually retreat. Remember, try not to make a sound." Although Su Ran felt a twinge of uncertainty at Zhao Tianyu's words, she dared not question him further. Taking a deep breath, she carefully rose to her feet, moving as quietly as a startled rabbit, slowly backing away. Zhao Tianyu, gripping the military knife tightly, rose from the ground, leaning slightly forward, his eyes fixed on the underbrush with unwavering focus. Suddenly, a serpent, as thick as an arm, shot forth from the foliage like a bolt of lightning, its speed catching them off guard. Yet, Zhao Tianyu's reaction was remarkably swift. In a flash, he sidestepped, his military knife slicing through the air with a cold gleam, striking down upon the venomous serpent with the force of a shooting star. A sharp crack echoed as the blade cleaved through the serpent as if it were mere tofu, severing it in two. The dismembered body fell to the ground, writhing as if still engaged in its final struggle. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Tianyu did not hesitate to lift one foot, bringing it down upon the serpent's head with the force akin to a mountain crushing an egg. He pressed down with all his might, as if intent on obliterating the very essence of the snake's vitality. As he continued to exert pressure, the once formidable body of the venomous serpent gradually became limp and lifeless, ultimately succumbing to stillness. Only then did Zhao Tianyu cautiously lift his foot, observing the condition of the creature. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the snake's head had been utterly pulverized, its features grotesquely disfigured. The shattered remains unmistakably exhibited a triangular shape, a hallmark of venomous snakes. Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran exchanged a glance, each reflecting the profound fear and apprehension mirrored in the other's eyes. Had it not been for Zhao Tianyu's acute sense of danger, which allowed him to detect the snake's presence in a timely manner, they might have already fallen victim to its deadly bite with dire consequences. The more he pondered the near miss, the more dread enveloped him. He felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself, internally cursing, "Thank goodness, I reacted swiftly. Had I been too engrossed in my affections with Su Ran to heed the serpent's rustling, I could very well be a cold corpse by now." After such a fright, the enthusiasm of both had dissipated, leaving no desire to continue their previous intimacy. Regaining his composure, Zhao Tianyu unsheathed his military knife and, with a decisive stroke, severed the snake's head from its body. He then placed the now bisected serpent into a bamboo basket, slinging it over his shoulder as he and Su Ran continued their journey toward the coastline. With renewed caution, they proceeded, taking nearly 3 additional hours to finally reach the shore. Fortunately, they encountered no further dangers along the way, and Zhao Tianyu even managed to shoot a wild chicken with a slingshot. By now, it was midday. The trek from the shelter had consumed 5 or 6 hours, leaving them both ravenously hungry. Zhao Tianyu discovered a large tree along the coast, set the bamboo basket down beneath it, and sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Su Ran, too, collapsed beside him, panting heavily. After a brief respite to regain some strength, Zhao Tianyu instructed Su Ran to rest under the tree while he ventured into the nearby woods to gather firewood, which he brought back to the tree's base and ignited into a fire. Without delay, he placed the wild chicken onto the flames, and soon its feathers were singed away, leaving the skin charred and darkened. Carrying the chicken to the shore, he cleaned it thoroughly, discarding the innards into the sea. Returning to the fire, he chopped the chicken into small pieces, adding them to a pot along with 2 bottles of water he had brought from the shelter to commence a stew. While the chicken simmered, he took the severed segments of the snake, processing them into smaller pieces to be added to the pot as well. An hour passed, and the aromatic scent of the chicken and snake stew wafted through the air, prompting both to indulge heartily. After their meal, Zhao Tianyu filled a pot with water from the shore and set it over the fire beneath the tree to begin the process of crystallizing sea salt. Turning to Su Ran, he said, "You stay here to boil the sea salt crystals while I take a stroll along the coast to see if I can find any useful supplies." Su Ran nodded obediently, reminding Zhao Tianyu to return promptly. Zhao Tianyu acknowledged her with a nod, slinging a bamboo basket over his shoulder as he made his way toward the shoreline. Once he was a distance away, Su Ran ventured into the nearby woods to gather some firewood. Chapter 93. Discovering an oil drum and fishing line, Zhao Tianyu ambled along the lengthy coastline, his heart brimming with anticipation, hoping to uncover some valuable resources amidst the vast expanse of beach. However, after traversing a significant distance, his hopes began to wane. Though the shore was littered with debris washed up by the waves, he found no useful materials. Feeling a wave of discouragement, his footsteps grew heavy. At last, he stumbled upon a massive boulder by the shore and, feeling a sense of relief, settled onto it, facing the sea and savoring the caress of the ocean breeze. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and taking a deep drag, the smoke swirling before his eyes. He gazed out at the tumultuous sea, where the relentless waves crashed against the shore, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. The wind howled around him, bringing a refreshing chill, yet he seemed indifferent, his thoughts drifting far away. Unbidden, the memory of his passionate kiss with Su Ran in the woods resurfaced, that fervent moment quickening his heartbeat. Had it not been for that wretched snake's sudden appearance, he believed he and Su Ran would have undoubtedly taken their relationship to a deeper level, perhaps even consummating their bond. With this thought, a slight smirk crept onto Zhao Tianyu's lips, a hint of pride shining through. During his time spent with Lu Shui and the other three girls, he could distinctly sense their growing dependence on him. Not only that, but he also perceived the increasing affection they held for him. Perhaps it would not be long before he successfully captivated the hearts of these four enchanting maidens. In truth, Zhao Tianyu sometimes contemplated that living on this deserted island was not without its merits. Though devoid of the city's splendor and clamor, the presence of beautiful companions offered a unique form of enjoyment. In the corporate world, he was merely an inconsequential security guard. Even if Lu Shui and her friends were to notice him, it was unlikely they would spare him a second glance. After all, his status was so humble. It paled in comparison to theirs. After finishing his cigarette, he slowly rose, stretching lazily before continuing his trek along the coastline, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in hopes of discovering useful resources. Thus, as he walked and searched, he unknowingly covered a considerable distance. Finally, amidst a pile of debris washed ashore, he spotted a rusted oil drum. Hastily, he approached, crouching down to examine it closely. Although the drum appeared quite worn, a careful inspection revealed that its structure was still intact, suggesting it might still be functional. With this oil drum in hand, he could fashion a pot, thereby alleviating any future concerns regarding cooking. He made his way to the shore, placing the drum atop a flat stone. With a military knife in hand, he meticulously sliced off the top of the oil drum, rinsing it thoroughly with seawater. Subsequently, he placed the cleansed drum into a bamboo basket and continued his stroll along the coastline. After a while, his eyes brightened to the sight of a tangle of fishing lines scattered on the nearby beach. Zhao Tianyu hastened over, picking up the fishing line, and to his delight, he discovered several rusted hooks entangled within. With a surge of excitement, he tugged at the line, only to find it surprisingly resilient, not yielding to his pull. Realizing the hour was growing late, he decided against further searching and turned back. Upon returning to the fire, he found Su Ran intently seated, carefully boiling sea salt. The flickering flames cast a warm, tranquil glow upon her focused visage. Seeing Zhao Tianyu return with yet another oil drum brought her joy. With this drum, the crystallization of the sea salt would accelerate significantly. Zhao Tianyu filled the pot fashioned from the oil drum with water at the shoreline, and then returned to place it over the fire beneath the trees. He then took the tangled fishing line and began the painstaking task of untangling it. This was no simple endeavor. The lines were knotted together, requiring considerable time and effort to sort out. After nearly half an hour of diligent work, Zhao Tianyu finally succeeded in organizing the fishing line. With some time still remaining before dusk, he resolved to make the most of it by attempting to catch some fish. Venturing into the woods, he sought out a stick slightly thicker than his finger, which would serve as his fishing rod. He then returned to the shore, selecting a few mussels, carefully smashing them with a stone to extract a piece of tender mussel meat, which he attached to the hook. He also tied a small piece of foam to the fishing line to serve as a bobber. With all preparations complete, Zhao Tianyu secured the fishing line to the stick and cast the hook into the sea with a firm throw. As the hook sank into the water, he patiently awaited a bite, hopeful for a delectable seafood feast that evening. Minutes turned into hours, and after about an hour, no fish had come to nibble. Zhao Tianyu felt a twinge of anxiety, his gaze fixated on the serene surface of the sea, silently praying for a catch. The sun began its descent, casting a warm orange glow across the water, draping the sea in a golden veil. Watching the sun sink slowly below the horizon, he sighed inwardly, wondering if today would yield no fish. Just as he was about to reel in his line, the foam bobber that had been floating on the water's surface was suddenly yanked beneath, as if spirited away by an unseen force. Simultaneously, the fishing rod in his hands was abruptly tugged, as though gripped by an invisible hand, pulling him toward the sea. Zhao Tianyu was taken aback, but he had no time to ponder. With swift reflexes, he seized the fishing rod and gripped it tightly. As he finally steadied the rod and began to lift it, an even greater force surged from it. The wooden rod bent into an arc, and the fishing line emitted a crackling sound, as if it might snap at any moment. Alarmed, Zhao Tianyu realized that the fish he had hooked was substantial. A moment's negligence could result in not only losing the fish, but also damaging his rod and line. Thus, he cautiously positioned the rods, but against his abdomen, utilizing his body weight to counter the fish's pull. He then commenced the slow retrieval of the line, engaging in a battle of wits with the creature. For the next tense 10 minutes, Zhao Tianyu dared not relax for even a moment. He remained acutely attuned to the fish's every movement, adjusting his strength and direction according to its struggles. At last, the fish seemed to tire, its resistance waning. Seizing the opportunity, he yanked the rod sharply, drawing the fish above the water surface. The fish flipped onto its back, revealing its silvery belly and black fins. A wave of joy surged within Zhao Tianyu. He knew he had subdued the fish. With great care, he dragged it to the shore, extending a hand to swiftly grasp its gills and lift it from the water. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu finally discerned that the fish he had caught was a salmon, weighing over 10 pounds. His eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief evident on his face as he marveled at his good fortune. Shouldn't this salmon be found in the deep sea? How had he managed to catch one near the shore? It seemed that luck was indeed on his side today. Zhao Tianyu mused internally, his smile growing ever brighter. He cautiously removed the hook from the salmon's mouth, noticing that it had straightened considerably. Feeling a sense of relief, he realized that had the fish struggled a bit longer, it might have escaped. He set the rod aside and swiftly retrieved his military knife, skillfully preparing the salmon. Before long, the fish was impeccably cleaned, and after rinsing it in seawater, Zhao Tianyu returned to the fire pit. Seeing Zhao Tianyu bring back such a sizable salmon, Su Ran exclaimed in disbelief, "Brother Zhao, you are truly incredible. To catch a salmon of this size is remarkable." Zhao Tianyu looked at Su Ran with curiosity, puzzled as he inquired, "You actually know what a salmon is?" With a hint of annoyance, Su Ran shot him a look and replied, "Of course I do. I used to eat salmon quite frequently, though it was always the frozen kind." Zhao Tianyu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He carefully placed the salmon into a bamboo basket, then stood up and ventured into the woods. Shortly thereafter, he emerged carrying a large bundle of palm leaves, walking directly to the fire pit to lay them on the ground. Next, he retrieved the salmon from the basket and gently placed it atop the palm leaves. With deft movements, he sliced a piece and then cut it into thin strips, promptly placing them into his mouth to savor the exquisite flavor. Observing this, Su Ran could no longer contain her eagerness, quickly grabbing a chunk of salmon and stuffing it into her mouth, chewing heartily. Despite the absence of dipping sauce, the fresh salmon was imbued with a delightful taste that lingered on the palate. As she relished her meal, she joyfully exclaimed, "I never expected that this freshly caught salmon would be so delicious. It would be even better with a bit of dipping sauce." Zhao Tianyu shot her a glare, retorting with annoyance, "You really are insatiable. Where on this deserted island do you expect me to find dipping sauce? It's a blessing we have something to eat." In response to his comment, Su Ran made a playful face. After both had consumed nearly a pound of salmon, they finally paused. The two sat by the fire, chatting and laughing until late into the night. Zhao Tianyu gathered more firewood and ignited several piles around the large tree. He turned to Su Ran and said, "You should get some sleep. I will keep watch." Su Ran nodded in agreement. "All right then. Wake me in the middle of the night to take over for you." Zhao Tianyu acknowledged her request, and Su Ran lay down on the palm leaves, perhaps due to exhaustion or the sense of security provided by Zhao Tianyu's watchful presence. She quickly drifted into a deep slumber. Watching Su Ran peacefully asleep, Zhao Tianyu took out a cigarette and lit it, indulging in a moment of tranquility. Although he had procured a substantial amount of cigarettes from a bough, time had worn on, and the remaining supply was dwindling. Zhao Tianyu began to feel anxious, pondering where he would procure more cigarettes once this supply was exhausted. He had no desire to return to a life devoid of smoke. As midnight approached, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, and Zhao Tianyu's eyelids grew heavy, an overwhelming drowsiness crashing over him like a tide. He fought against the encroaching fatigue, yet ultimately succumbed to his body's instincts, his head drooping as he began to doze off. However, just as he was on the brink of slumber, a sudden howl of wolves shattered the tranquility of the night. The sound echoed ominously, reminiscent of a demon's roar from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. Zhao Tianyu jolted awake, instantly alert, as he drew his military knife with a swift motion, his gaze fixed on the depths of the forest, where unseen dangers seemed to lurk. Simultaneously, Su Ran was startled awake by the chilling howls. Having been sleeping on the palm leaves, she sprang up like a frightened rabbit, her face as pale as paper, trembling with fear, her voice quivering. "Zhao Ge." That howl was terrifying. "I'm so scared." Seeing her distress, Zhao Tianyu hurried to reassure her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here, and nothing will happen." Though his voice was steady, he felt a twinge of anxiety himself. After all, on this desolate coastline, facing a pack of hungry wolves, who could truly remain unperturbed? Upon uttering these words, Zhao Tianyu hastily gathered some firewood and tossed it into the nearly extinguished piles of embers. As the wood ignited, the flames grew more robust, illuminating the surrounding darkness. This brilliant fire not only provided them with a semblance of warmth, but also served a more crucial purpose. Zhao Tianyu was acutely aware that wolves feared the light. And with this blaze, the pack would be deterred from encroaching upon them. Reassured by Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Ran's anxiety lessened somewhat, yet her body remained tense, clearly still gripped by fear. At that moment, another chorus of howls erupted, louder and closer than before. Both Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran understood that the wolves were drawing nearer. Before long, 6 or 7 gray wolves emerged within their line of sight, gradually advancing towards them like a pack of ravenous hunters closing in on their prey. The sight of these massive wolves sent Su Ran into a trembling frenzy, her limbs losing all control as she quaked with terror. In stark contrast, Zhao Tianyu maintained a semblance of composure. Gripping his military knife tightly, he rose to his feet, his gaze sharp and unwavering, fixed on the menacing wolves without a hint of relaxation, perhaps deterred by the flames. The wolves halted approximately 10 meters away from Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran. They lifted their heads, baring their gaping maws, unleashing a series of bone-chilling howls that echoed through the silent night. The wolves' shining eyes radiated an eerie terror, sending a shiver down Zhao Tianyu's spine. Even he felt a chill creep along his back upon beholding the predatory stares of the wolves, his grip on the knife beginning to sweat. As time ticked by, a tense standoff persisted for 3 to 4 minutes until the wolves began to inch closer to Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran. Chapter 95. Repelling the wolf pack as the wolves approached, Zhao Tianyu's eyes widened with fury, and he thundered towards them. "You wretched beasts, halt at once. Dare to come closer, and I shall annihilate you." His voice boomed like thunder across the desolate shoreline, startling the wolves into a sudden standstill. Their once fierce demeanor wavered, and they emitted low growls, revealing their sharp fangs as they warily regarded Zhao Tianyu. At this juncture, the distance between Zhao Tianyu and the wolves had narrowed to a mere 7 or 8 meters. He could distinctly see the wolves' grotesque features and the hostility in their eyes, causing his heart to clench with apprehension. Zhao Tianyu understood that while his thunderous shout had temporarily quelled the wolves, it was merely a stopgap measure. Observing their demeanor, he realized they would not relent easily. It was only a matter of time before they would launch another attack. Rather than waiting passively for their next move, he resolved to take the initiative. Zhao Tianyu made a swift decision, seizing a burning log from the fire with urgency. With a powerful swing of his arm, he hurled the log toward one of the gray wolves like a cannonball. The flaming timber shot through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking the wolf with unerring accuracy. In an instant, flames leaped forth like demons, voraciously consuming the wolf's thick fur. A piercing howl of agony filled the air as the creature writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames that engulfed it. The acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the atmosphere, inducing nausea in those who inhaled it. The other wolves, startled by the scene, recoiled several meters in fright. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu wasted no time and grasped another blazing log from the fire, launching it toward the remaining wolves with the speed of a released arrow. However, this time, the wolves appeared prepared. They deftly sidestepped the projectile, evading it with ease. Meanwhile, the wolf that had been struck by Zhao Tianyu had managed to extinguish the flames consuming its body. It sprang to its feet, shaking off the ashes. Its fierce eyes locked onto Zhao Tianyu, emitting a series of low, menacing growls that seemed to declare war. The wolf's paws scraped the ground with ferocity, each movement exuding strength as it readied itself for an imminent assault. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Tianyu felt a surge of apprehension. The beast was clearly enraged and poised to launch a brutal attack. True to his instincts, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, the wolf charged at him like a streak of lightning, disregarding the surrounding flames, fixated solely on its target, Zhao Tianyu. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance to less than 3 meters. Suddenly, it leaped high into the air, baring its sharp fangs like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, directly aimed at Zhao Tianyu. In the face of this abrupt onslaught, Zhao Tianyu's reflexes were remarkable. With lightning speed, he grabbed another burning log from the fire, preparing to counter the wolf's attack. As the wolf lunged at him, mere inches away, Zhao Tianyu raised the blazing log and swung it down upon the wolf's head with the force of a meteor. A deafening crack echoed through the air as the log struck with precision, landing squarely on the wolf's skull, producing a dull thud. In that instant, the once sturdy wood splintered as if it were a fragile twig, breaking into two pieces. The wolf, caught off guard by the unexpected blow, plummeted to the ground like an aircraft struck by artillery fire. Yet, Zhao Tianyu did not afford the creature a moment's respite. Seizing the moment while the gray wolf was still in a daze, he suddenly lifted his foot, channeling all his strength into his toes, and kicked out with a force akin to a released arrow, striking with tremendous might. The power of this kick was astonishing, exceeding 100 pounds. With a swift whoosh, it sliced through the night sky, accurately hitting the body of the gray wolf. The creature was launched into the air as if struck by an invisible force, soaring like a cannonball straight towards a blazing bonfire. The flames, as if provoked by a wild beast, engulfed the gray wolf's body in an instant, swiftly igniting its fur. The wolf emitted a chilling, heart-wrenching howl, a sound that seemed capable of piercing the very soul, instilling a sense of dread. It struggled desperately within the inferno, attempting to escape the hellish flames. Finally, with all its might, the gray wolf clawed its way out of the fire, its appearance rendered unrecognizable. Its once gray fur, now char-black. It let out a pained wail, stumbling backward for over 10 meters before collapsing like a heap of mud, rolling frantically as if to extinguish the fierce flames consuming it. The other gray wolves, witnessing this gruesome scene, were struck with terror. Their howls abruptly silenced as they instinctively recoiled several meters, as if the roaring bonfire were a demon from the depths of hell. Zhao Tianyu swiftly grasped a blazing piece of wood from the fire, wielding it like a sword of flame. He glared at the remaining wolves, bellowing, "Come at me if you dare. Watch how I deal with you beasts." His voice roared like thunder across the night sky, sending shivers down the spines of the wolves, who involuntarily retreated several paces, as though the burning wood in Zhao Tianyu's hand were an incredibly fearsome weapon. As seconds turned into minutes, approximately 3 or 4 minutes later, the wolf, ensnared by flames, finally managed to extinguish the fire that had enveloped it. It writhed painfully on the ground, attempting to rise, but the severity of its burns rendered its movements excruciatingly difficult. As the gray wolf struggled to stand, a heart-rending howl echoed through the night, filled with anguish and terror, stirring sympathy in those who heard it. Observing the wolf, one could see that its fur had nearly been incinerated, revealing its pitch-black skin, presenting a sight of utter disarray and despair. At that moment, the wolf had long lost its earlier arrogance. It stood trembling, its gaze filled with fear, fixated on Zhao Tianyu, seemingly wary of him. Thus, the two sides remained in a standoff for over 10 minutes, with the other gray wolves seemingly realizing that they could do nothing to Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran that night. They lifted their heads and let out a long, mournful howl, unwillingly turning and retreating into the woods, vanishing without a trace in no time. Chapter 96. Safely returning to the shelter as the wolf pack departed, Zhao Tianyu's taut nerves finally began to relax. He exhaled a sigh of relief, his body seemingly drained of all strength, and he sank heavily to the ground. Gasping for breath, Su Ran, like a deflated balloon, slumped down beside him, her complexion as pale as parchment, with a few beads of glistening sweat adorning her forehead. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and, with lingering trepidation, remarked, "Zhao Gu, that was truly perilous. Had you not scared off those gray wolves? I shudder to think what might have transpired." Zhao Tianyu nodded, still haunted by the vivid memory of the harrowing encounter. The fright had completely dispelled their weariness, and they settled by the fire, warming themselves while engaging in light conversation. Su Ran gazed at Zhao Tianyu with an expression of admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars, and she sincerely exclaimed, "Zhao Gu, you are simply remarkable. To have frightened away such fierce gray wolves, you truly deserve to be called my man." At her words, Zhao Tianyu felt a stirring in his heart. A smirk crept onto his lips as he teasingly replied, "Since you've declared me your man, shouldn't we perhaps indulge in some intimate matters?" Su Ran's face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her gaze, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing as she softly responded, "Zhao Gu, why are you suddenly saying such things? I remember when we first met, you were not like this." Zhao Tianyu, with a playful smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, gently remarked, "Spending each day in the company of you four exquisite beauties, I dare say any man would find it hard to maintain composure. After all, a man must be a little wicked for a woman to fall in love." His words wafted through the air like a gentle breeze, causing Su Ran's cheeks to flush a deeper shade, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Embarrassed, she averted her gaze, her heart racing like a frantic deer. They sat quietly by the fire, time slipping away unnoticed, until the faint light of dawn began to illuminate the sky, casting its soft glow upon them. Zhao Tianyu stretched and yawned before turning to Su Ran and saying, "It's dawn now. There should be no further dangers." I'm utterly exhausted and must rest for a bit. What about you? Would you like to sleep a while longer? Su Ran shook her head and smiled, replying, I'm not too tired yet. You go ahead and sleep. I will gather some firewood and prepare some sea salt crystals. Zhao Tianyu nodded and laid down on the palm leaves. Within moments, a gentle snore escaped his nose, resonating with clarity in the serene morning. As Su Ran observed the slumbering Zhao Tianyu, a smile crept across her face. She thought to herself, Zhao Gu is truly carefree, able to fall asleep so swiftly no matter the surroundings. Standing up to stretch her stiff limbs, she approached the shoreline to wash her face, instantly feeling rejuvenated. She ventured into nearby woods to collect some firewood, binding it with tree bark and carrying it back to the base of a large tree. With 2 pots in hand, she fetched water from the coast and brought it back to the tree, placing it over the fire to continue boiling the sea salt crystals. Time slipped away quietly, and before long, it was noon when Zhao Tianyu stirred from his slumber. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was met with the enchanting gaze of Su Ran, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. This unexpected scene caught Zhao Tianyu off guard. Meanwhile, Su Ran, akin to someone caught in a moment of indiscretion, blushed deeply, resembling a ripened apple, and hastily averted her gaze, too shy to maintain eye contact with him. Observing her reaction, a teasing smile crept across Zhao Tianyu's lips. Rising languidly from the palm fronds, he mischievously addressed Su Ran. Oh, fair beauty Su. Could it be that you are captivated by my charm? Why else would you be staring at me so intently? Come now, confess. Did you perhaps engage in some mischief while I was asleep? At his words, Su Ran shot him an indignant glare, her face aflame with embarrassment, and retorted, Stop being so vain. I certainly did not do anything to you. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and, in a swift movement, dashed to her side and, before she could react, planted a gentle kiss on her exquisitely sculpted cheek, laughing as he exclaimed, Ha! The taste is rather delightful. Surprised by his boldness, Su Ran's face turned a deep crimson, as if it could bleed. Zhao Tianyu laughed heartily as he made his way to the shore, scooping up a handful of refreshing seawater to splash on his face. Invigorating himself, turning back to the fire, he retrieved a salmon he had caught the previous day from the bamboo basket, skillfully slicing it into thin sashimi. After enjoying the raw fish, he ventured back to the shoreline, where he smashed a few mussels with a stone, baiting his hook with a piece of mussel flesh and commencing to fish. However, luck was not on his side today. After spending 2 or 3 hours by the shore, the bobber remained motionless. Lacking the patience for further angling, he packed up his fishing rod and returned to the fire, suggesting to Su Ran, You should take a nap. You'll keep watch tonight. We shall return to the shelter at dawn. Su Ran nodded and lay down on the palm fronds, drifting off to sleep. Thus, the day quietly passed by, unnoticed. Though the bamboo basket still contained a fair amount of salmon, the two decided against eating it, intending instead to bring it back for Lu Shui and the others to savor. After grilling some leopard meat brought from the shelter, they sat by the fire and engaged in casual conversation. Zhao Tianyu informed Su Ran, I will rest now. Keep an eye on the fire and wake me immediately if anything arises. Su Ran nodded, and Zhao Tianyu lay down on the palm fronds to sleep. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. When dawn broke the following morning, the two tidied up, extinguished the fire, and set off toward the shelter. On their way back, Zhao Tianyu used his slingshot to catch a couple of wild chickens. After more than 5 hours, they finally returned to the shelter, where Lu Shui and the others were gathered at the kitchen door, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran return, they immediately halted their chatter and stood up in greeting. When Zhao Tianyu and Su Ran arrived at the kitchen door, Lu Shui immediately spoke up. You two are finally back. Your absence over the past 2 days has left us quite worried. Zhao Tianyu chuckled and replied, What is there to worry about? We returned, haven't we? Upon entering the kitchen, Su Ran collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, her clothing thoroughly drenched in sweat. Zhao Tianyu also placed the bamboo basket on the ground and sat by the fireplace, breathing heavily. Chapter 97. A sense of crisis. Lu Shui began to unpack the contents of the bamboo basket, when her gaze fell upon the remnants of a salmon. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement and joy. She inquired, Brother Zhao, where did you acquire the salmon? A gentle smile graced Zhao Tianyu's lips as he replied, Of course. It was caught from the sea. Su Ran and I had a bid at the coast, and intentionally saved some to bring back for you all to taste. Hearing his words, Lu Shui and the others were touched. They hadn't anticipated Zhao Tianyu's thoughtfulness in bringing back such a delicious treat. Without hesitation, Lu Shui grabbed a pot and hurried to the riverbank, carefully filling it with water. She then returned to the kitchen with the filled pot, placing it over the fireplace and igniting the kindling to boil the water. Before long, the water was bubbling vigorously. The 3 girls cautiously transported the boiling water to the riverbank and gently submerged 2 wild chickens into the scalding water. After a brief blanching, they swiftly retrieved the chickens and skillfully began to prepare them. In less than half an hour, the three girls had cleaned the chickens thoroughly and brought them back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu busied himself cutting the remaining salmon into small pieces. The sight of the tempting salmon prompted everyone to eagerly grab their chopsticks and devour it. The half salmon brought back from the coast was completely consumed by the five of them in under 10 minutes, leaving Lu Shui and the others still yearning for more. Linyu remarked to Zhao Tianyu, "Brother Zhao, this salmon is absolutely delightful. Why didn't you catch a few more to bring back?" Zhao Tianyu, feeling a bit exasperated, shot her a glance and replied, "Do you think salmon are so easy to catch? Just landing this one was quite fortunate." With that, he stood up and exited the kitchen to check on the smokehouse. After 2 days of smoking, the leopard meat had turned a deep, dark color. Although it hadn't been cured with sea salt, it had not spoiled either. Zhao Tianyu felt a sense of relief as he, along with Lu Shui and the others, fetched water from the river, pouring the sea salt crystals into the bamboo tube and stirring continuously with a small stick. They only stopped when all the sea salt crystals had dissolved in the water. Zhao Tianyu then constructed a simple filtering device using an empty bottle, charcoal, and river sand, initiating the process of filtering the brine. Thus, after a day's labor, they finally managed to boil down the brine into sea salt. The sea salt they had painstakingly boiled yielded no less than 6 or 7 bottles, sufficient to sustain them for an extended period. The group then coated the smoked leopard meat with a layer of sea salt for curing and returned it to the smokehouse for further smoking. Time, like a fleeting shadow, slipped away unnoticed, and before they realized it, a month had quietly passed. During this period, their lives unfolded in a tranquil and orderly manner. Apart from the occasional venture into the woods to gather firewood or forage for wild vegetables, they spent the majority of their time within the sanctuary, relishing this rare opportunity for serenity. Since the unfortunate incident where Zhou Wanting was pounced upon by the leopard, Lu Shui and her companions had come to a profound realization. Mere reliance on Zhao Tianyu was insufficient for their survival on this desolate island. They needed to empower themselves. Thus, from that day forth, the four girls embarked on a regimen of rigorous training. Each day, they dedicated time to practice archery, striving to enhance their skills. Witnessing their gradual progress filled Zhao Tianyu with a sense of gratification. After months of island life, the four girls had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only mastering basic wilderness survival skills, but also learning to support one another and grow collectively in adversity. However, as time passed, the island's temperature began to drop, and the nights grew increasingly frigid. The group often found themselves awakened from slumber, shivering from the cold. In response to this predicament, they united their efforts to construct a fireplace within the sanctuary. Each night, before retiring, they would kindle a roaring fire in the hearth, allowing the warm glow to accompany them through the long, chilly nights. One morning, after breakfast, Zhao Tianyu gazed at the dwindling food supplies on the bamboo rack and realized that with the weather turning colder, foraging for food would become increasingly arduous. Addressing Lu Shui and the others, he remarked, "As the weather grows colder, finding food will not be as easy. Moreover, this climate is ideal for food preservation, so we must gather more provisions." Lu Shui and her companions nodded in agreement. They swiftly prepared their gear, armed themselves with bows and arrows, slung bamboo baskets over their shoulders, and set forth with resolute steps into the woods. It was deep autumn, the air brisk, and the mosquitoes had long vanished, alleviating concerns of encountering venomous snakes. As they traversed the path, aside from the occasional melodious chirping of birds from the branches, the surroundings were enveloped in a serene silence. After walking 3 or 4 kilometers without sighting even a single wild chicken, disappointment and frustration began to settle among them. It appeared that the pursuit of food would become increasingly challenging. Observing the flushed faces and labored breaths of Lu Shui and her companions, Zhao Tianyu decided to let them rest for a moment. After nearly half an hour of recuperation, feeling a semblance of regained strength, they ventured deeper into the woods once more. Suddenly, as they walked, an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged upon Zhao Tianyu like a tidal wave. The sensation was so intense that his body tensed instantaneously, as if ensnared by an invisible hand. He abruptly halted, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground, motionless. His eyes, keen and vigilant like those of a hawk, scanned the surroundings, leaving no corner unchecked for potential hidden dangers. Upon noticing Zhao Tianyu's sudden stop, Lu Shui and the others immediately followed suit without hesitation. With a hint of curiosity, Su Ran inquired, "Brother Zhao, why have you suddenly stopped? Have you sensed something amiss?" Zhao Tianyu's voice was deep and serious as he slowly replied, "I have the distinct feeling that something is watching us from the shadows." After uttering these words, his gaze remained fixed on the environment around them, not allowing any rustle of grass or whisper of wind to escape his notice. After a moment, Zhao Tianyu's attention finally settled on a thicket not far away. The thicket appeared ordinary, lacking any remarkable features, yet Zhao Tianyu's instinct suggested that something lurked behind it. Without hesitation, he reached for his waist, swiftly drawing forth a sharp military knife, gripping it tightly, while his eyes remained locked on the thicket. Chapter 98. Battling the gray wolf simultaneously, Lu Shui and the others knocked arrows to their bows, aiming at the thicket. As time ticked away, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as though the very air had solidified. Yet, the thicket remained eerily still, resembling nothing more than an ordinary bush. Lu Shui turned to Zhao Tianyu, saying, "Brother Zhao, that thicket looks completely normal. Surely, there is nothing concealed behind it? Could it be that you are overthinking?" Zhao Tianyu, taken aback by Lu Shui's words, paused momentarily before shaking his head with a faint smile, responding, "Perhaps I am indeed overthinking it." However, before he could finish his sentence, an unexpected event unfolded. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the seemingly tranquil thicket, and a massive figure sprang forth. As they focused, they realized it was a gigantic gray wolf. It stood majestically, its sharp eyes fixed intently on Zhao Tianyu and the others, occasionally emitting low, ominous growls. The sudden appearance of the gray wolf startled Zhao Tianyu and his companions. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the wolf lunged at them like a bolt of lightning. Zhao Tianyu shouted urgently, "Everyone be careful." Yet, the wolf's speed was astonishing, leaving them in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, it hurtled toward them, closing the distance to less than 5 meters. In an instant, the wolf was upon them, leaping with ferocity, its gaping maw revealing menacing fangs that glinted in the sunlight, reminiscent of a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Charging fiercely toward Zhao Tianyu and his companions. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Lu Shui and the others were thrown into a panic, clumsily releasing their bowstrings. In that fleeting moment, 4 arrows shot forth like meteors racing across the night sky, aimed directly at the gray wolf. After a period of diligent practice, Lu Shui and her companions had significantly improved their archery skills. The 4 arrows flew with uncanny precision, striking the gray wolf almost simultaneously. However, to their astonishment, despite hitting the beast, the arrows inflicted minimal damage. Almost instantaneously, the wolf, akin to a cannonball, surged towards them with astonishing speed. With Lu Shui and her friends positioned behind him, Zhao Tianyu stood his ground, undeterred by the impending danger. Without a hint of fear, he boldly lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the wolf's head. The force of his strike was akin to a thunderclap, landing squarely on the wolf's jaw. A deafening crack echoed as the wolf was sent reeling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact staggered Zhao Tianyu, forcing him to retreat several steps before regaining his balance. Clearly taken aback by Zhao Tianyu's ferocity, the wolf rolled on the ground before swiftly regaining its footing, retreating 7 or 8 meters like a startled rabbit. It then lifted its head, opened its gaping maw, and unleashed a bone-chilling howl that reverberated through the silent forest. A sense of dread gripped Zhao Tianyu as he realized the wolf was summoning its pack. "This beast is calling for its companions. We must eliminate it quickly," he urged, his voice urgent and tense as he brandished his military knife and charged at the wolf without hesitation. Startled by Zhao Tianyu's lion-like ferocity, the wolf momentarily froze, bewildered by his fierce demeanor and questioning what makes this creature so formidable. However, this brief hesitation was fleeting. The wolf quickly regained its composure, leaping from the ground with sharp claws bared, striking towards Zhao Tianyu like a bolt of lightning. Unfazed, Zhao Tianyu gripped his knife tightly, fixing his gaze on the approaching beast. Just as the wolf was about to pounce, he swung his knife with tremendous force, aiming directly for its neck. The blade sliced through the air with the swiftness of lightning, plunging deep into the wolf's neck as if to pierce through entirely. As he withdrew the knife, a fountain of crimson blood erupted, splattering across Zhao Tianyu's face. He barely had time to react before the wolf, with a surge of momentum, tackled him to the ground. The collision with the hard earth resonated with a dull thud. Summoning all his strength, Zhao Tianyu pushed the wolf off him, springing back up like a coiled spring. Without hesitation, he delivered a fierce kick to the wolf's head. The force of his blow sent the creature tumbling through the air like a deflated ball, crashing heavily onto the ground. The mouth of the gray wolf emitted a series of heart-wrenching cries, clearly indicating the immense pain inflicted by the blow. Zhao Tianyu exhibited no hesitation. He seized the moment, raised his foot, and decisively pressed it down upon the wolf's head. Subsequently, he grasped the military knife in his hand and plunged it mercilessly into the wolf's neck once more. With this strike, the gray wolf's body quivered violently, writhing in agony upon the ground. Its blood stained the surrounding earth, creating a harrowing crimson tableau. At that moment, a chilling howl echoed from the distant woods. Alarmed by the sound, Zhao Tianyu's heart sank. He understood all too well that the wolf's comrades were hastening to its aid. He could not afford to concern himself with the fate of this gray wolf, for a more pressing danger loomed. an approaching pack. He bellowed at the top of his lungs to Lu Shui and the others, urging them to flee. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's frantic calls, Lu Shui and her companions snapped back to reality and turned to dash towards safety. Time slipped away in the tense atmosphere, and within mere minutes, 7 or 8 gray wolves appeared before the injured one like phantoms. The once mighty wolf, now on the brink of death after enduring 2 stabs from Zhao Tianyu, lay gasping for breath. Its previously mournful howls diminished, growing weaker, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. The pack, witnessing this scene, glared with intensified ferocity. They lifted their heads and unleashed a chorus of furious howls towards the sky, the sound resounding as if to tear the very forest apart. Chapter 99. Pursued by the pack, yet the gray wolf ultimately succumbed to the inevitable grip of death, soon falling silent. The pack gazed at the lifeless body, a hint of reluctance evident, but their attention swiftly shifted towards the direction of Zhao Tianyu and his companions as they fled, and they surged forth like arrows released from their bowstrings. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianyu and the others were still running for their lives. However, how could human legs outrun the limbs of wolves? Despite their utmost efforts, the distance between them and the pack continued to dwindle. As the howls behind them grew increasingly pronounced, Zhao Tianyu's heart raced. He realized that such a flight was futile, for it would not be long before the wolves caught up. Thus, he made a swift decision, abruptly halting in his tracks, scanning the surroundings with urgency, searching for a means to combat the approaching pack. Lu Shui and the others, noticing Zhao Tianyu's sudden stop, instinctively followed suit, their breaths labored, their chests heaving as they gasped for air. At that moment, Zhao Tianyu's gaze was drawn to a nearby thicket of lush dry grass. An idea sparked in his mind, and he hastened over, retrieving a lighter from his pocket. With a click, he ignited it and brought the flame close to the pile of dry grass. In an instant, the fire roared to life like a fierce beast, voraciously consuming the dry fodder. The grass crackled and burned fiercely, sending sparks flying in all directions. Suddenly, Su Ran recalled that Zhao Tianyu had once mentioned by the seaside that wolves fear fire. Her eyes sparkled with realization, and she immediately shouted to Lu Shui and the others, "Wolves are afraid of fire. Quickly gather firewood." Upon hearing Su Ran's call, Lu Shui and her companions awakened from their daze, responding with remarkable swiftness. Fortunately, the area was abundant in vegetation, with dry branches strewn across the ground. Without hesitation, the 4 girls bent down to collect the dry twigs, tossing them onto the blazing heap of dry grass. As the wood ignited, the fierce flames swiftly spread, forming a towering bonfire that leapt fiercely into the air, reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters. At that moment, the relentless pack of wolves had approached within 20 meters of them. These gray wolves, agile and adorned with silver fur, appeared particularly ominous under the sunlight. Upon witnessing the ferocious blaze before them, they instinctively faltered, halting in their tracks and facing off against Zhao Tianyu and the others. The wolves glared menacingly, their eyes wide with fury, and emitted a series of low, chilling howls that sent shivers down one's spine. Observing the wolves finally come to a stop, Zhao Tianyu and his companions secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, he understood that this standoff could not persist indefinitely. A strategy to disperse the wolves was imperative. As time ticked by, approximately 4 or 5 minutes later, an idea suddenly struck Zhao Tianyu. He swiftly retrieved a slingshot from his pocket and picked up a small stone from the ground, placing it on the leather pad. With a serious expression, he addressed Lu Shui and the others, saying, "Given the situation, these gray wolves are unlikely to leave or attack us in the immediate future." He paused briefly before continuing. "However, maintaining this stalemate is not a viable solution. We must devise a way to drive them away. I intend to use the slingshot to provoke them, inciting them to attack us." His gaze swept over Lu Shui and her companions as he added, "Do not panic, and certainly do not be afraid. Each of you should pick up a burning branch from the fire and hold it tightly. If the wolves charge at us, throw the branches at them immediately. Do you understand?" The faces of Lu Shui and the others paled, clearly filled with trepidation, yet they nodded, forcing themselves to appear composed. Each girl gripped a flaming branch firmly in her hand. Seeing that Lu Shui and the others were prepared, Zhao Tianyu promptly grasped the slingshot and aimed for one of the gray wolf's eyes. With a slight lift of his arm, the slingshot was drawn back into a crescent shape, and a stone shot forth like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the wolf's eye. At such close range, for Zhao Tianyu, a master of the slingshot, this was child's play, an effortless shot. The stone struck the wolf's eye with unerring accuracy. A piercing howl erupted from the wolf, reverberating through the forest. Subsequently, its body trembled violently, and the once ferocious gaze was now filled with boundless rage. Disregarding the fiercely blazing bonfire, the gray wolf lunged towards Lu Shui and the others with a frenzied intensity, its speed akin to a flash of lightning. Closing the distance of 7 or 8 meters in the blink of an eye. In a synchronized motion, the four of them swiftly seized the flaming firewood, unhesitatingly hurling it towards the gray wolf with great force. The 4 burning logs soared through the night like shooting stars, striking the wolf's body with unerring accuracy. A dull thud resonated as the wood collided with the wolf, sending sparks cascading into the air. The wolf's thick fur ignited instantaneously, the flames rapidly spreading. A pungent odor of singed fur permeated the atmosphere, inducing a wave of nausea. Clearly startled by this abrupt turn of events, the ablaze gray wolf halted in its tracks, rolling on the ground like a disturbed beast, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing its body. Observing this, Zhao Tianyu promptly seized another burning log from the fire, channeling all his strength to hurl it at the wolf. The log arced gracefully through the air, landing squarely upon the creature. Witnessing this, Lu Shui and the others followed suit, retrieving flaming firewood from the bonfire and launching it in rapid succession at the wolf. In that moment, a torrential downpour of blazing logs rained down upon the gray wolf. The creature emitted a series of anguished howls, struggling to rise from the ground, retreating swiftly for more than 10 meters before collapsing and rolling frantically. After what felt like an eternity, the wolf finally extinguished the flames, consuming it, revealing singed fur that left it looking utterly disheveled, while it continued to emit pitiful cries of pain. Observing their companion in such a battered state, the other gray wolves stood frozen in shock, gazing fearfully at Lu Shui and her companions. Witnessing the effectiveness of their tactic, Zhao Tianyu was instantly filled with confidence. Grasping another flaming log from the bonfire, he shouted defiantly at the pack, "You wretched beasts, if you dare, come again. Let me show you how I will deal with you."